This time, the ancient law's reward was much lesser than the previous one. Not all of Yue Yang's shadows received a reward. Only the barbarian cow shadow received a reward. Blue die double kill. When Doom's Eyes is triggered to kill an enemy, there is a small chance that a related enemy will be killed too. This skill will not work on non-living beasts or undead beasts who don't have souls. Yue Yang realized that the barbarian cow shadow seemed to have another skill that appeared to be useless. The chances of one killing with Doom's Eyes was already very little, the chances of triggering this blue die double kill would almost be next to none. However, this was a free skill given to him from the heavens, so Yue Yang couldn't return it even if he wanted to. He could only receive it. He immediately diverted his attention from the special skill that was given to the barbarian cow shadow from the ancient law, and anxiously looked at the changes on the barbarian cow shadow's body. She was still in the midst of evolution, bathed in a golden light as black smoke seeped out from her body relentlessly. Her body became smaller little by little and the horns on her head twisted backwards. The silver-colored cow horns had also slowly turned into gold color. The gold-colored horns slowly turned smaller and grew longer backwards. Her obviously masculine face outline slowly became softer and more feminine. Her 2-meter-tall height might still be very big, but it was much better than her previous build. The current her even looked more slender than before. Her sturdy, bulging muscles were now only limited to her arms and thighs, completely disappearing from the rest of her body. Instead, a girl's smooth and tender skin was covering the rest of her body. Although she didn't have a snow-white, tender skin like the Bloody Queen's, compared to her previous body, her skin had completely changed. Then, Barbarian Cow Shadow's body and the Barbarian Cow leather armor that she was wearing started to ignite in fire, dropping lumps of fire on the ground. Her 2 arms weren't bulky anymore, her fingers had also become thin and slender. The tail on her back had also completely disappeared. Above her thighs, a womanly butt was present. Other than the part of her body below her knees, which were still cow's legs and hoofs, there were no other characteristics that showed that she was a barbarian cow. The barbarian cow shadow suddenly bent over in pain as a bright golden light suddenly emitted from her heart area. As the flames on her body subsided, the new barbarian cow shadow who stood back up again made Yue Yang gasp in surprise. Her body was completely bare, all the armors that she wore previously had completely disappeared. Although her skin was a little bronze in color, it seemed even healthier and full of vitality. On her extremely well-proportioned slender body, the most eye-catching part of her body that would make others immediately spurred nosebleed was a pair of what Yue Yang would reckon as a G-cup breasts. If it weren't for the fact that she was 2 meters tall, those treasures that would cause a storm in others' blood wouldn't be proportionate to her body at all. There was a little golden bell dangling from her neck, resting in the middle of those incredible breasts. There was also a golden wristband on her wrist. Her waist was no longer sturdy and stocky like last time, instead, it was shapely and smooth like a normal girl's. Due to her ridiculously big butt, she looked like she had a beautiful pear-shaped build. Yue Yang's gaze traveled further down. Yue Yang suddenly felt a perverted impulse in his heart. But she was his own guardian beast. Between humans and beasts, is it really okay? Seeing the barbarian cow shadow's current sexy body, the Bloody Queen was a little jealous. Fortunately, although she lost in terms of the chest area, she still had the upper hand on the other parts of her body compared to the barbarian cow shadow. Xia Wen Li, on the other hand, didn't understand anything at all. She saw that the part below barbarian cow shadow's belly was a little different from her own. She tilted her head in curiosity and was even thinking of reaching her hands out to touch that part. Yue Yang hurriedly grabbed her curious hands and handed some of his clothes to barbarian cow shadow. Although his clothes were a little too small on her, he didn't prepare anything for her beforehand. She had to make do with this. Seeing that Yue Yang didn't dare to look at barbarian cow shadow's body, the Bloody Queen suddenly flew towards him and hugged his back. She pasted her soft, tender body tightly on his back, allowing him to feel her curves and softness. Xia Wen Li also joined in the fun, her little hands wrapping themselves on Yue Yang's thighs as she rubbed her face on his lower abdomen. Xia Wen Li was only trying to act like a spoiled child on Yue Yang, but currently, the guy from another world's willpower was strained to its breaking points. The fire in his heart burned even bigger as Xia Wen Li rubbed her face on his abdomen. He carried Xia Wen Li up and gave her a kiss, trying to subdue the fire in his heart. Xia Wen Li became very happy. She hugged Yue Yang back and showered his face with kisses. In the end, even the Bloody Queen also leaned her face closer towards Yue Yang, breathing hot air. Yue Yang caressed the Bloody Queen's face. He had wanted to turn his head and kiss those cherry lips, but Yu Bing, who was on the ground, suddenly moved. Yue Yang and the Bloody Queen was so surprised that they immediately released each other. Only Xia Wen Li, who was completely ignorant about all these, continued to hug Yue Yang tightly. Yu Bing mumbled some words unconsciously, before continuing to sleep. The fire in Yue Yang's heart was finally quenched as he picked his sister up and started to read the new information about the barbarian cow shadow on his grimoire. Barbarian cow shadow, named Aman by her master. Humanoid special type. Intelligence unlocked. Gold rank level 5. Living half-entity. Guardian Beast. Undergone humanoid reconstruction 5 times. Special skills, Trample, Doom's Eyes, Blue Die Double Kill. There wasn't much difference on the description, but when Yue Yang saw the words Intelligence Unlocked, he was extremely touched. It was not important if the Barbarian Cow Shadow leveled up or not. If the Barbarian Cow Shadow didn't have intelligence, then she would only become a dumb beast who was destined to toil every day in the future. She would have a future only if her intelligence was unlocked. Only then would she be able to evolve into a holy beast. As for mythical beasts, Yue Yang didn't hope too much. Only heaven knows the requirements to evolve a beast into a mythical beast. Even such an intelligent beast like the Bloody Queen who could speak was not a holy beast. Yue Yang would already be very happy if the Barbarian Cow Shadow could evolve into a holy beast. Another thing that made Yue Yang very happy was that amongst the Barbarian Cow Shadow's description, her half-entity description had already turned into a living half-entity. Shiro, explained in chapter 37 and 48. Barbarian Cow Shadow is a half-entity, which means that she was half a shadow, so she did not have any feelings such as pain, unlike other living beasts, seemed like the Barbarian Cow had finally started to have life. Although she may not look completely like a human now, she had finally started to have life. This would also mean she was nearer to becoming human-like. If this continued, she would probably reach the realm of human-like very soon. Turning human-like and possessing intelligence were essential requirements to become a holy beast, it was also extremely important points. Unlike the Bloody Queen, A-Man was still obedient and well-behaved after her evolution. Yue Yang recalled her into the Silver Grimoire. He thought that she would rebel against him like the Bloody Queen had, but she had actually obediently turned into a golden light and returned into the grimoire without any resistance at all. As Yue Yang turned his grimoire and observed the Barbarian Cow Shadow's picture, he felt extremely proud. Amongst so many beasts, only she and Fei Wen Li were obedient to him. As for the others, Hui Tai Lang would hide behind his back and eat magic cores secretly. The Bloody Queen, needless to say, she was practically a finicky princess. Thinking of this, Yue Yang couldn't help but to smack the Bloody Queen's perky little butt, causing the Bloody Queen to be stunned. Why did you hit me? The Bloody Queen didn't understand why her master had punished her. She thought about the battle she fought just now. Hadn't she done her best? Smack, smack. Yue Yang was a little embarrassed. He was just thinking about it, but his hands had actually really spanked the Bloody Queen's butt. Realizing that he had hit her wrongly, he proceeded to catch the Thorny Flower Demoness who was hopping around happily, placed her body on his knees and spanked her butt a few times too. Surprisingly, unlike with the Bloody Queen, Yue Yang had hit the Thorny Flower Demoness lightly. The Thorny Flower Demoness didn't care about being hit, she was enjoying it instead. She twisted her little butt and was reluctant to get away from Yue Yang's knees. She only jumped up when Yue Yang delivered a last, hard spank on her butt. She held back her tears as she miserably hid behind the Bloody Queen's body. The Bloody Queen thought that her romantic gesture that she couldn't help doing just now had offended her master's dignity, so she simply bowed her head and accepted her master's punishment. Yue Yang also didn't explain himself, he only glared at them before he reached out and patted their heads, showing that he had forgiven them. Giving subordinates the stick and then the carrot is the true way of becoming a master, Yue Yang had copied and used this advice to his advantage. As a result, the Bloody Queen and the Thorny Flower Demoness were extremely touched. Both of them held one of Yue Yang's hands each as tears welled up in their eyes, almost falling out onto their faces. Seeing that Yue Yang had forgiven them, their tears immediately turned into joy. Both of them immediately nodded their heads, showing their intentions to listen to him obediently in the future. Fei Wen Li watched the whole thing amusedly. She had a unique relationship with Yue Yang, and she was also well behaved, so Yue Yang had always pampered and showered her with praises every time. She never had to worry that she would be punished. Seeing that Yue Yang was patting the Bloody Queen's head, Fei Wen Li pulled Yue Yang's hands and rubbed it on her head too. She raised her clear doe eyes and nodded towards Yue Yang, full of smiles, as if the feeling of his hands on her head was very comfortable for her. Let's go, let's take a look at the Gemini Temple. Yue Yang had gained confidence after clearing the Taurus Temple trial. He wanted to clear the Gemini Temple quickly. What kind of beasts would await him in the Gemini Temple? Yue Yang carried Yu Bing as he led Fei Wen Li forward. The Bloody Queen and the hopping Thorny Flower Demoness who had both refused to be recalled back into the grimoire followed behind. The group of people entered the golden teleportation gate at the back of the hall, teleporting into the third temple of the 12 zodiac temples, the Gemini Temple. The guardian of the Aries Temple was the three-headed chimera, while the guardian of the Taurus Temple was a beast that was close to becoming a holy beast, the White Bull, who could turn into human. What kind of strong monster would there be in the Gemini Temple? Yue Yang remembered that Xian had said that there was a rule in the 12 zodiac temple quest. The 12 temples would be divided into 4 rounds, 3 temples in each round. Within each round, the third temple's monsters would definitely be the strongest. That meant that the beasts guarding the Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, and Pisces temples would be stronger compared to the other temples. Furthermore, from the recounts of the warriors who had come for the challenge through thousands of years, a frightening conclusion had been made: the beasts from the third temple, Gemini, and the sixth temple, Virgo, were said to be the most abnormal out of all. In the past 10,000 years, no one had ever managed to clear these two temples. Normal warriors wouldn't start challenging from the Aries temple. Most of them would choose to start their challenge at the 7th temple, Libra, or the 10th temple, Capricorn. They knew that they wouldn't be able to finish the whole quest, but they still hoped to clear a few trials. Hence, most warriors would avoid challenging the Gemini and Virgo temples, these two abnormal trials. Through 10,000s of years, the highest record for the 12 zodiac temples was an anonymous warrior who had managed to clear 9 trials. This record became the limit of human capabilities. No other man managed to beat this record. This anonymous warrior had started at the 7th temple, Libra, and was finally defeated at the Gemini temple. He had left a few words: no one will be able to clear the Gemini temple. It's definitely impossible. Right now, Yue Yang's heart was filled with anticipation. What kind of beast was it that had made that strong warrior who had held the record for 10,000 years say these words? What kind of strong beast was it actually, that no one in the past 10,000 years had managed to defeat it? When Yue Yang entered the Gemini temple, he realized that there wasn't a single beast in this place. It was completely empty. It was only after Yue Yang walked into the arena inside that was guarded by a boss that he realized the reason why the anonymous warrior had said that. When Yue Yang saw the beast guarding the temple, he couldn't help but to shout out loud, completely shocked, "Damn it, how can this be? No wonder he said this trial couldn't be cleared. Turns out it's really undefeatable. My god, how do I fight this thing?" Standing in front of Yue Yang, the guardian of the Gemini temple was beyond Yue Yang's expectations. It wasn't any kind of beasts. Instead, it was Yue Yang's own shadow. A shadow that was exactly the same as Yue Yang. His appearance, height, abilities, and even movements and habits were all identical. Yue Yang felt like he was looking at the mirror. The only difference was that this shadow could use his combat skills, while Yue Yang's body was restricted by the limitations of the ancient code. Beside the shadow, there was Xia Wen Li's shadow, and behind him, there were the Bloody Queens, the Thorny Flower Demoness, and even Hui Tai Lang's shadows. At the back of Yue Yang's shadow's back, there was even the shadow of the sleeping Yu Bing. No matter what kind of abilities that the warrior who entered this Gemini temple had, this temple would create a shadow exactly like him. Yue Yang summoned his grimoire and turned the little golden beast on his wrist into a dagger. The shadow on the opposite side also did the same thing. He was a complete copy. The only different thing was that Yue Yang couldn't personally participate in the battle, but the shadow on the opposite side had already taken out his Hui Jin magic blade, raising it up high. It could be said that the more powerful Yue Yang's abilities were, the faster he would fail at this battle. If it were a useless nerd without any combat power at all that entered this temple, maybe he would have a higher chance to clear the Gemini temple. The stronger the warrior, the faster he would fail at this trial. Can you speak? Yue Yang sensed that since the Gemini temple had completely copied his abilities, if they fight head-on, he would definitely lose. Yue Yang thought, if the shadow had completely copied his thoughts too, then he wouldn't want himself to lose in this battle since he wished to clear this trial. However, his hope was wrong, because the shadow on the other side couldn't speak at all. He also didn't seem to have intelligence, he only had combat abilities. The shadow wore a golden mask that had a crying face on one side and a smiling face on the other, as he started to walk towards Yue Yang. The Bloody Queen's shadow flew high up in the sky while the Thorny Flower Demoness shadow summoned countless clusters of flowers that started to take root on the ground. Hui Tai Lang's shadow had also started to release its chi as the strongest shadow, Xia Wen Li's shadow, followed behind Yue Yang closely, moving in a zigzag manner. Yue Yang froze. This attacking move was a move that Xia Wen Li and him had practiced for a long time before they developed mutual understanding in battles. Just now, at the Taurus temple, they had put this move into use. He never thought that the shadow would be able to copy this move so easily. The only thing that made Yue Yang felt lucky was that his innate level 1 strength had not been copied by the shadow. As for the invisible innate sword chi, it seemed like the ancient law could not detect his skill and did not copy them too. It seemed like it wouldn't be possible for the Gemini temple to copy them, otherwise he would lose this battle even more miserably. If the shadow had used Nirvana's flame and world exterminating wheel the moment he attacked, Yue Yang wouldn't even need to fight at all. Fortunately, the only thing that the Gemini temple had copied was Yue Yang's superficial abilities. The only beasts that were copied were also only those that followed Yue Yang when he entered the temple, such as Xia Wen Li and the others. His other beasts such as the spirit of flame and smoke that was still inside the dimension of duel, the quintet golden puppet mice and the barbarian cow shadow were not copied too. Seemed like these copies were directed towards beasts whose strength could be copied. However, this alone was already enough to make Yue Yang despair, because there was his own additional shadow who could personally participate in combat. Yue Yang also realized that the golden mask that the shadow had worn was a mysterious artifact. Even with his level 4 divine vision, Yue Yang still couldn't see through the golden mask's properties. He could only feel that this golden mask was closely related to the copies. It was just like the golden bell that was hung on one of the three-headed chimera's head, the pure and holy sheep head, and the golden hoop that was hung on the white bull's nose. This golden mask must also be a key to decide victory or defeat in this battle. If Yue Yang didn't manage to take control of this mask, he would definitely not be able to defeat the other side. He would then not be able to clear the trial. The problem was how could he snatch the golden mask away from his own shadow that possessed the same skills that he had? The stronger he was, the stronger his opponent would be. The strength of this shadow could be seen when he turned the little golden beast into a dagger just now. At first, the copy didn't have that, but when he did the action, the copy on the opposite side would also learn and had the same abilities. Xia Wen Li shook her head and turned into a rainbow light, floating into Yue Yang's body. The figure of Xia Wen Li's shadow on the other side trembled a little. She didn't disappear, but it was obvious that her abilities were weakened by a whole lot. At the most, she would only have the strength of the white bull that they had fought just now. Seeing that Xia Wen Li's copy wasn't able to summon her diamond grimoire, stone element Medusa, storm mermaid, and thunder naga, Yue Yang sighed in relief. The current situation was extremely dire, but Yue Yang had secretly thought of an idea. He would definitely not be able to win fighting the opponent head-on. No matter how strong a person was, he would not be able to defeat himself so easily. Furthermore, in the situation where he himself couldn't personally participate in the combat, he would definitely not be able to win against himself. Right now, Yue Yang felt that his only advantages were the fact that his hidden strength had not been copied, and that his opponent didn't have any intelligence, only combat abilities. This Gemini Temple trial, there must definitely be a way to clear it. However, before finding the way, everyone could only return home empty-handed and dejected. Taking advantage of the fact that his protective shield was still present, if he immediately charged towards the right hall and the left hall to find artifacts, then go to the back hall and clear the trial, would that be a good idea? Yue Yang thought about this. He then recalled all of his beasts, carried his sister and then flew like a flash towards the left hall. It was empty inside. There was only a line of words on the walls of the left hall, truth becomes fiction when the fiction is true. What the heck? Did you guys think this is the imaginary world in the dream of the Red Chamber? You still dare to say such words? Yue Yang sweated profusely. Shiro, the phrase was the opening quote from one of the 4 great classical novels in China, Dream of the Red Chamber. Taking advantage of the time, Yue Yang ran to the right hall. At the right hall, there wasn't the second part of the quote from the Dream of the Red Chamber real becomes not real where the unreal's real written on the wall. Instead, there was a painting of a giant mask that was half smiling and half crying. Yue Yang wiped off his sweat. Fortunately it was not the second part of the quote, otherwise Yue Yang would think that the designer of the 12 zodiac temples was a person from his world. It was only a giant mask painting of a half-smiling and half-crying face on the wall. Seemed like this golden mask was the key to clearing the trial, but how could he snatch it from his copy? Yue Yang ran outside again and discovered that his copy was watching him running around leisurely, sitting on one side. It seemed like he had no intention to attack Yue Yang at all. With the complete protection of the protective shield and the key to clearing the trial safe on his face, he obviously didn't need to care about Yue Yang's futile efforts of running around the temple. He had waited relaxedly in the middle of the wrestling ring as Yue Yang tire himself out. His eyes also looked like how Yue Yang carried himself normally, an expression of a smile yet not a smile. Yue Yang was almost driven mad looking at the shadow's actions. Forget it, it's not a good time today to fight. Yue Yang carried his sister and slipped away out from the wrestling ring. The shadow didn't move at all, but Xia Wen Li, Bloody Queen and Thorny Flower Demoness shadow immediately chased after Yue Yang. When Yue Yang, who was carrying his sister, reached the teleportation circle and was about to teleport away, all the shadows suddenly disappeared into thin air. The golden mask quietly lied on the ground. With its half-crying and half-smiling face, it looked extremely out of this world. In this 10,000 years, there was not a single person who succeeded in clearing the Gemini Temple. This was because there had been no one who managed to defeat a shadow that had the same abilities as themselves, under the situation where they couldn't participate in the battle personally. When Yue Yang came out from the 12 zodiac temples, a few silver-armored guards looked at him astonishedly. This was because they all knew that this brat had went in for a few hours. Strangely, he did not die, he had even carried his little sister out. This brat seemed to be the one who came and slept through the whole trial the previous time. A few guards could vaguely recognize him, but they couldn't be very sure. The gold-armored guard leader had already known that Yue Yang was an extremely strong warrior who was just hiding his strength. The previous trial clearing rate that he recorded had almost made the gold-armored guard leader faint in shock last time. In this gold-armored guard leader's perspective, this brat had magically cleared a trial although he was weak and useless. However, seeing that Yue Yang's face was not beaming with joy and his sister was sleeping on his back, it seemed like he had encountered some setbacks. But the gold-armored guard leader couldn't be very sure. Did you encounter setbacks? Maybe you can gain more information if you go to the Warriors Guild and find out more about the trial. Your two companions have already left. The gold-armored guard leader was acting businesslike on the outside, but as he brushed past Yue Yang, he whispered in a very soft voice, barely audible to Yue Yang alone. Princess Xian didn't want to wait, so she had gone back to rest. She said she will wait for you at Wind Chi Min. Thanks. Yue Yang scampered off quickly, leaving the 12 Zodiac Temple. If he could participate in the battle himself in the Gemini Temple, Yue Yang would not leave so quickly. He would probably try to clear it first. But since he couldn't personally participate in the battle and the shadow copy also seemed to be very frightening, Yue Yang obviously chose the last strategy of the 36 stratagems: if everything else fails, retreat. He planned to ask Princess Xian first, maybe the tigress would have a good idea. Shiro, leaving the Stars domain, Yue Yang returned to the Warriors Guild. After walking through various wide roads, walked over 2 stone bridges, and searching his map for a long time, Yue Yang finally found the Wind Chi Min that was located in an isolated place, away from the rest of the city. However, there were quite a few people there. The place gave off a feeling like the Chin Mountain Resort or the Wenquan County. Although it was a little isolated, it looked beautiful with its pleasant country scene. Since people liked refined, beautiful landscape like this, guests naturally came to this inn unceasingly. Before Yue Yang even managed to enter, he was suddenly stopped by tall, burly guards. They said that this place was restricted to nobility or rankers of level 3 heroes and above, people who could afford to stay here. I am Luo Hua City Mistress personal bodyguard. I came here to visit Princess Xian. Although Yue Yang had stated his identity, the bodyguards still doubted him. There are quite a few beasts in the vicinity, please allow us to escort you to the inn. The guard leaders seemed to be offering their services to escort him on the surface, but in reality, they were afraid that Yue Yang was a fake. If Princess Xian didn't recognize him, they had decided to immediately crush all of Yue Yang's bones and threw him out to the wild dogs. Up to you. Yue Yang was too lazy to bother with these small fries, he immediately turned and walked forward. The guard leader and 2 of his subordinates quickly followed. The Wind Chi Min was extremely big, unlike a normal resting lodge. Yue Yang didn't know if there were hot springs here, but there was definitely a lot of attractions around. In front, there was a huge building. The guard leader gestured at Yue Yang to go to the reception. Who would know that before Yue Yang managed to enter the building, there was a maid wearing silk clothing bowing at him respectfully, "Welcome, honored guest. May I inquire if you are the esteemed Yu clan 3rd young master? Princess Xian has been waiting for you for a long time, please follow this servant." She treated Yue Yang as if he was a VVIP guest. The guard leader standing behind Yue Yang started to sweat profusely. Fortunately he didn't start beating Yue Yang on impulse, otherwise, he would really get into a big trouble. Who would know that this youth who was wearing tattered clothes and carrying a sleeping girl on his back would be a friend of the princess? Yu clan 3rd young master. Could it be that useless trash of the Yu clan? One of the guards asked in curiosity. Why would you care if he is a useless trash or a genius? Yu clan members must not be provoked at all costs. The guard leader humphed coldly. The main reason for him not beating Yue Yang up just now was because there was Hui Tai Lang beside Yue Yang. Although it wasn't contracted, Hui Tai Lang who was pretending to be bronze ranked level 3 was still scary enough to instill fear on many people. The guards were only level 2 brave men after all, only the guard leader was a level 3 hero. Even if Hui Tai Lang was only bronze ranked level 3, it would be able to easily bite off their bones. The maid led Yue Yang to 2 luxurious residences that was connected in the middle, before bowing in respect and said, "This servant is of a low status, so I could only escort you to this point. If 3rd young master has any orders, please ring the summoning wind chime on the entrance." Maybe this was why this inn was called the Wind Chime Inn. Here, there were wind chimes in every VIP guest's room. Yue Yang didn't quite understand the array of the summoning wind chime, so he just went and straight away opened the doors to the garden and entered the residence. He laid Yu Bing on the soft bed. He then looked around and realized that Princess Xian and his cousin Yu were not present. However, their clothes and luggages were all in the next room. Yue Yang's hearing was extremely sharp, he heard the sound of water splashing on the bathroom next door. His heart jumped, could it be that the tigress was bathing? Her clothes were all here, proving that she was in this room. Hence, the one bathing must be her. Yue Yang quickly searched around the 2 luxurious residences that were connected in the middle and realized that his cousin, Yu, was also not present. Maybe she had gone out. Chance, this was a chance bestowed to him by the heavens. It was time to peak at springtime. Last time, he was dying to wait for his divine vision to level up. He only wanted an X-ray vision ability, he only wanted to be able to peek in broad daylight like today. Shiro, the author uses words like push down and spring, you guys probably understand what those mean, right? Hadn't the tigress pretended modesty last time, not allowing him to look at her body? He would see her body no matter what. Furthermore, he would be seeing it as much as he wanted, as clear as he wanted. Yue Yang's perverted heart immediately started to ignite, his heartbeat increasing by 100 bpm as his blood boiled. Princess Qian's 6 record's inherent skill was extremely sensitive, no matter where he hide to peek, she would definitely be able to discover him. However, what would happen if he hide outside, separated by a wooden door and used his newly found X-ray vision skill that came from the combination of his level 4 divine vision and traversing naked eye? Then she wouldn't be able to accuse him of peeping. He was doing a just and honorable action of admiring beauties. Although it would be a waste of innate chi, in order to enjoy the most beautiful things on earth, all would be worth it. Yue Yang started his level 4 divine vision and traversing naked eye. Innate chi filled his eyes, and in the next moment, Yue Yang's eyes suddenly emitted a bright golden light. It was extremely radiant, making others unable to look at him clearly. The wooden door that separated the bathroom and the living room rapidly turned transparent, finally turning so transparent that it was almost non-existent, not blocking anything anymore. Yue Yang secretly gulped his saliva down and looked inside. What he saw was an extremely beautiful, perfect, flawless naked body, sprinkled with countless water drops, drenched with water as streams of water flowed down her skin. Those water drops sparkled like gems, setting off a beautiful contrast with her snow-white skin, making Yue Yang gasp in amazement. The most beautiful scenery in the whole world could just be right here. As he looked at her flawless back, his gaze traveled down to her slender waistline. Further down, there were 2 soft, tender full moons. Those perfect arch and shape almost made Yue Yang flew to the sky in excitement, his heartbeat increases by 300 bpm. His blood boiled to the top of his head, as heat pooled beneath his belly, spreading to the rest of his body. Her long, slender, white legs attracted him endlessly. Her secret parts that was hidden from his view, especially, attracted both his body and soul. He really wanted to immediately explore and probe those hidden territory, observing them in detail. No, this won't do. This tigress is simply too alluring. I never thought that she would have such a beautiful body. Let's just go all out now and push this tigress down first. Yue Yang had actually thought of pushing down Luohua City Mistress first, because he had a greater chance of pushing her down. As for Princess Qian, he thought that it wouldn't be easy. Princess Qian's character and temperament was unlike Luohua City Mistress. Of course, the girl that would be hardest to push down was the mysterious beauty. If it wasn't for the fact that he was saving Fourth Mother the other day and pulled down her mask, he wouldn't even see her face until now. Yue Yang couldn't wait to push down Luohua City Mistress, he should just barge in and push this Princess Qian, the tigress down first. He wouldn't think if Junwu Yu would chase after him brandishing a huge sword in the future, he would just enjoy his blissful sexual life first. And thus, Yue Yang, who was not wearing any top, immediately pulled down his pants. He was about to jump, kick the door open and pin Princess Qian on the ground, then push her down. Right at this moment, a sound suddenly appeared outside. It was a person stepping sound that almost couldn't be heard. Yue Yang was still holding his pants. Before he even had the chance to throw it on the ground, he realized that someone was pushing the door open entered into the room. At first, Yue Yang thought that the person who entered the room would be his cousin Yu. He immediately wore his pants back. When he saw who had entered, he was immediately stunned. The person who entered wasn't his cousin, it was Princess Qian instead. The tigress was carrying a bottle that had a pink liquid inside. Yue Yang thought it might be perfume or body wash. However, that bottle was emitting an extremely sweet-smelling fragrance. Even though it was sealed with a cork, Yue Yang could still smell the fragrance. It was Princess Qian? Then, who was bathing inside? Could he be peeking at the wrong person? Was it his cousin Yu inside? When Yue Yang thought about this, he immediately sweated profusely. You big pervert! What are you doing in my room? When Princess Qian saw that Yue Yang was even taking off his pants and was almost naked, she was extremely shocked. Furthermore, although it was covered by clothes, some part of him was standing up dignifiedly, as if ready to turn into a mighty dragon and break out of his constraints. Princess Qian couldn't help but be embarrassed and shouted loudly, "Get out now! Who's outside? Is it Qian?" Indeed, Yu's voice resounded from inside, as she asked with a doubtful tone and turned off her shower. "It's me. It's nothing, continue your bath. I went to the Warriors Guild to get the beautiful demonic flower perfume that Luohua sent to you just now." Yue Yang didn't know what Princess Qian's motives were for keeping his presence a secret. But Yue Yang couldn't escape, because Princess Qian was glaring at him with her tigress eyes. That expression, seems like if Yue Yang didn't give her a proper and logical explanation, she would make Yue Yang feel the power of her sharp white teeth. Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders and spread his arms, pretended to be relaxed as he shook his head and replied with a very low voice, "I didn't know there was someone inside, I just wanted to take a bath. Fortunately you came back. Tigress, if you keep looking at me like that, I will shout sexual harassment, you know, go on, shout. Shout it as loud as you can." Princess Qian then suddenly increased the volume of her voice, speaking towards the bathroom, "Sister Yue Yang, that brat has returned." Yue Yang was so scared that his heart almost exploded, but fortunately Yue didn't peek out of the door. Otherwise, she would probably see a scene that resembled something like a naked man caught in an adultery act. With Yue Yang's abilities, Princess Xian wouldn't be able to hold him back so easily, but just as Yue Yang was about to teleport away, Princess Xian said something that immediately made Yue Yang raise up his hands and surrender. Princess Xian had said, "If you dare to leave, I'll report this to Fourth Mother and Yu Bing." How could Yue Yang not surrender? He miserably reached out his arms and placed his hands both on Princess Xian's shoulders, nodding very seriously, "Your Highness, I know you have been wanting to push me down for a long time. However, can I just request that after we finish doing could you give me some money to feed our kids?" When he said this, Princess Xian glared at him for a full 3 minutes, as if she was seeing some kind of freak. Yue Yang thought that he had succeeded shocking this tigress to the core and was feeling very satisfied in his heart. Who would knew that when Princess Xian reacted, she would display such a vigorous action instead, making Yue Yang shout happily in pain. In pain. Princess Xian moved in closer, moistening her cherry lips, looking as if she wanted to kiss Yue Yang. At that moment, Yue Yang was very excited. He thought, could it be that this tigress wanted to push him down? Looking at her as she slowly shifted downwards, Yue Yang's heart was wildly beating. Could it be that she wanted to do that to him? Did she really want to give him a love bite? Princess Xian parted her cherry lips slightly, her pink tongue as smooth as velvet, as her lips moved closer to Yue Yang's chest. It looked like she wanted to kiss him downwards to pleasure Yue Yang. Oh god, as expected, this tigress really liked to take the initiative in pushing him down. Yue Yang was excited. He felt that he should give a chance for her to take initiative. In any case, even when she had pushed him down first, he could regain the upper hand later in the game. At that time, it would not matter who was on top or below, it would still be a mutual pleasure. Unfortunately, she had instead bared her little white teeth and ruthlessly bite on Yue Yang's chest, causing Yue Yang to yell in pain. "Is that Xiao-san? What happened? You two, stop fighting." Yue could faintly hear the commotion outside. Thinking that Yue Yang and Princess Xian were having a lover's quarrel, she hurriedly used her towel to wipe herself, preparing to come out to mediate the fight. "We're fine," Yue Yang hurriedly answered. He wanted to grab Princess Xian and then throw her out of the house ruthlessly. But at this moment, her offense strategy suddenly changed. Her white teeth no longer bit him. Instead, her little pink tongue gently licked his wound, kissing it lightly. It was as tender as possible, and she even blew lightly across the wound in the end, like a lovable little wife. Even though it was painful for Yue Yang, once he saw this girl displaying such tenderness, he slowly lowered his raised hand as she had made him feel so much sizzling pleasure that he could not bear to throw her out. However, when Yue Yang was prepared to forgive her, Princess Xian's hand immediately pinched his butt with much force, forcing him to yet again jump and yell in pain. Yue Yang only understood now. This girl was not making love bites, she was really biting with all her might. She had even used her tiger claws to pinch his butt. She was really a classic violent girl, he really could not handle her. Of course, Yue Yang was also someone to be reckoned with. He was extremely retaliant, and he would definitely exact his revenge 100-fold whenever he suffered a setback. Hence, Yue Yang prepared to pin this girl to the ground, tear off all her clothes, and then bite harshly onto her breasts 100 times, and lick it 100 times. As for pinching butts, of course he would pinch her butt at least 100 times too. Princess Xian wanted to escape, but Yue Yang ferociously tightened his grip on this little alluring woman who drove him mad, and then pinned her stubbornly onto the ground. He raised his wolfish claws, preparing to put to use his 36 clothes-removing moves. Some noises escaped from the wooden door. It seemed that Yue was about to come out. At this moment, not only Yue Yang, even the struggling Princess Xian immediately leaped up. Smiles appeared on their faces at the same time, as they clasped each other's hands tightly. Princess Xian smiled as if she were a tigress pretending to be a little fox. "So it turns out that our Yue Yang has returned. Welcome. I am not sure how the situation was when you cleared the trial of the 12 zodiac temples. Did you clear it without a hitch?" Yue Yang's actions were even faster than Princess Xian. As he leaped up, he had even managed to readorn his long trousers at the same time. He similarly faked a smile. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. Yu Bing and I have successfully cleared one trial. Clearing trials are nothing, really." Lowering his voice, he then whispered in Princess Xian's ears. "Tigress, I will not be a man if I don't take revenge. If I don't exact revenge on you, I will not be called Yue Yang, just you wait. Let me tell you, Tigress, if you remove all your clothes later, and surrender on your own accord, I would still consider torturing you a little less. Otherwise, I'll defile you first and then kill you, and defile you again and kill you." On hearing this, Princess Xian smiled like a fox spirit. Similarly, she whispered back, "Are you trying to threaten me? Not so easy, brat, if you have the balls, come and do it now." After that, she raised her voice, at a volume where Yu could also hear. "Congratulations, Yue Yang. It has been many years since anybody could successfully clear the trials of the 12 zodiac temples. You are really worthy of being called the pervert of all perverts, I mean, you really are worthy of being called a hero amongst the youths." Yu knew that these two people were a little like sworn enemies, clashing with each other every time they saw each other. Even though a blind person could tell that these two people harbor feelings towards each other, their personalities and tempers got in the way. Currently, they were still in the situation of being at total odds with each other like sworn enemies. Yu had actually not finished wearing her clothes, and her body was wrapped in a white bath towel. But she was so worried that Yue Yang and Princess Xian would start fighting, so she hurriedly opened her door and stuck out her head to take a look. Upon seeing that the two were holding hands and smiling instead, she was immediately pleased. "It's good that you guys are all right. Sit down for a while, I'll come out soon. Just now I have cooled some pickled plum juice. It's in the cupboard, you guys can drink it first." Reassured, she closed the bathroom door to wear her clothes. Outside, Yue Yang and Princess Xian immediately turned against each other and made their moves. This time, the amount of strength they used was almost equal. They could not push each other down and both of them fell onto the ground. Yue Yang had used more strength on her hands, but Princess Xian had a flexible and supple body. She made up with the lack of strength in her hands by adding a leg, using her long legs to hook and pin down Yue Yang's right arm, both of her hands locking Yue Yang's left arm in place. Her entire body twined around Yue Yang, removing any opportunity for him to use his strength. Both of them were in a very compromising situation, but none of them realized this, as they were too preoccupied with trying to win against each other. "Surrender now, otherwise I am going to use my finishing move." Yue Yang felt that there was a need to let this girl see who she was dealing with, and let her understand what was called male dominance. "Absolutely not." Princess Xian's response was stubbornly against surrendering. She knew that Yue Yang did not dare to use too much strength and wanted to use it against him. The commotion made by full-blown wrestling and shouting could not be easily explained if they were heard by Yu, hence he could only use his strength silently. On the other hand, she herself had the support of her beast. Even if she did not use her full strength, she could still resist Yue Yang to an extent for now. "You are courting death." Yue Yang would never really fight her, so he directly put his 36 clothes-removing moves to use. He could not remember, but some pervert had once said the wise words of any difficult woman would not be able to defeat a guy once her clothes were taken off. This girl was a tigress and was hard to tame. But as long as he stripped her naked, she would definitely turn into a lovable and cute little lamb. Suddenly, soft steps sounded from outside the room, followed by the voice of Yu Bing calling for her brother. In 1 second, Yue Yang immediately transformed from a mighty pervert to a good older brother. He released Princess Xian, leaping up to answer her. "Bing we're fine, we have already returned." Princess Xian hurriedly tidied up her clothes, afraid that Yue Bing would misunderstand her if she saw that she was dressed messily. She even threw a meaningful glance at Yue Yang, asking him to help to see if there's anything out of the ordinary with how she looked. Yue Yang matter-of-factly extended his hand and helped her to straighten her collar. Then, with lightning-fast speed, he grabbed and pinched those erect breasts hard, causing so much pain to Princess Xian that tears almost flowed out of her eyes. Yue Bing then came into the room and was pleasantly surprised at the luxurious chambers, not noticing Princess Xian who was covering her chest as she clicked her tongue in admiration. "Where is this? This room is too beautiful, it's decorated as if it is a palace. This room is rented by Her Highness the Princess, of course it won't be bad. There's even some iced pickled plum soup in the cupboard, I'll pour some out for you." Yue Yang was too pleased with himself. He had launched a surprise attack on the tigress successfully, and even rendered her speechless, unable to say a thing about it. It would most likely become something she would never forget. Even if they became an old couple in the future, she would probably not forget this day. But it was her own fault for biting, pinching him and be so arrogant about it. Yue Yang faced Princess Xian's death glare head-on leisurely, whistling as if nothing had happened, and running to the cupboard to take out a large pot of iced pickled plum soup. Princess Xian was furious. She almost wanted to kick this fellow up and beyond the farthest clouds. What a petty fellow, she only gently bit him once, and did not even bear to use any force. Yet, he pinched her so hard, so much that that place felt so tender and delicate now. She almost fainted in pain. She had trusted him. Who would think that this fellow? If she had known, she would have bitten a piece of flesh from his chest, and let him die in pain. What made Princess Xian most frustrated was that Yue Bing had arrived. She was too embarrassed to massage her breasts in front of Yue Bing, hence she could only repress and endure her pain. Princess Xian wanted to empty the entire bowl of pickled plum soup onto his face, but on the surface she looked as if nothing had happened. When she bent her back to pick up the bowl, she whispered back to him. You big pervert, I am not done with you. She saw Yu Bing, who had just finished washing her face with water, turn back, and immediately put on a smile on her face. Bing tell me about all the battles you encountered in clearing the trial, have you not already successfully cleared them? Come, sit beside me. Yu Bing took the little bowl happily, and sat on the other side of Princess Xian, nodding. It's all thanks to brother's effort, I could have never defeated them myself. Why don't you ask brother? I fainted due to the large blast, so I am not too sure about what happened after that. From the bathroom, Yu had changed into a new set of clothes. Carrying the fragrance that one would have after bathing, she sat across Yue Yang. Xiao-san, quick, tell us, how did you manage to clear the trials? Smelling the fragrance that Yu carried produced some sort of reaction within Yue Yang's heart, it suddenly jolted slightly. This fragrance seemed to be a little familiar. Even though it was not really identical, but there was a type of fragrance that was extremely similar. On all of the girls' bodies, including Princess Xian, Luohua City Mistress, the mysterious beauty, there was that type of mysterious strongly fragrant smell. Last time, Yue Yang did not notice this, because it was normal for girls to smell nice, and they also liked to spray a little perfume on themselves, or bring around a scented purse. But when time passed, Yue Yang then realized that no matter how different it was, there was an identical fragrance on their bodies. It was not too obvious normally, but since Yu had just finished bathing, the fragrance that radiated from her was exceptionally obvious. Could it be that this was the legendary virgin scent? This was not what made Yue Yang most surprised. What was most unbelievable to Yue Yang was that even Phoenix Fairy, whom he previously had 2 intimate experiences with, also had this type of fragrance on her body. She was a lustful sky demon who had sucked countless men dry. She, who was deemed as a 10,000 beheader, how was it possible? But if this sort of fragrance was not virgin scent, why didn't normal matrons have it? Yue Yang could not verify this, but he made a note in his heart. He must clarify this, there were still many mysteries surrounding the Phoenix Fairy. Everybody is talking to you. Princess Xian realized that this fellow was daydreaming, and hit him on his head with her fist. Ah! Nothing, I am thinking about Gemini Temple's shadow duplicate. Of course, Yue Yang could not say that after he smelled his cousin's scent, it had led him to suspect that the Phoenix Fairy was a virgin, so he hurriedly steered himself back to the topic at hand. We've already cleared Taurus Palace, but we have yet to clear Gemini Temple. It's a good time for you guys to help think of strategies. The battle process went like this. You have successfully cleared Aries and Taurus Temple. Princess Xian and Yu were extremely surprised. Let alone them, even Yu Bing also did not know that Yue Yang had challenged and successfully cleared Aries Palace alone. Those are history. Now my problem is how I am supposed to clear Gemini Temple. Yue Yang would rather challenge 10 white bulls than challenge the shadow duplicate. As for Yue Yang's successful clearance, Princess Xian really wanted to yell at Yue Yang for his abnormalness. Of course, when it came to proper business, she did not cause trouble for Yue Yang. She knitted her brows together and nodded lightly. Gemini and Virgo temples are the toughest temples. Gemini Temple duplicates the challenger's abilities entirely. No matter what abilities the challenger has, the shadow duplicate will similarly gain them too. You don't know what the most terrifying attribute of Gemini Temple is. The shadow who wears a golden Gemini mask is immortal. Even if you kill it 100 times, it would still continue to respawn and continue to maintain the same amount of strength as the challenger. Hence, fighting head-to-head would not result in success in clearing Gemini Temple. Your decision to take the initiative to withdraw was a correct one. It is hard to clear Gemini Temple, normal rankers would avoid it and are not willing to challenge it. If you want to clear it, you would have to think of a way to conquer it. I can say definitively that there must be a way to clear the temple, it's just that as of now, we can't find it yet. I have heard of a method. Even though there's no known case of success, but it would perhaps serve as a reference for you, Xiao-san. Yu's words immediately made Yue Yang's eyes light up. Say it, Sister Yu. Yu Bing wholeheartedly hoped that her brother would successfully clear all the temples and become the only ranker in the entirety of history to successfully clear all the palaces. As long as he could successfully clear both Gemini Temple and Virgo Temple, she believed that brother would definitely clear the rest of the 8 palaces. The chance to scale to the pinnacle and to surpass the 10,000 years of history was just right in front of him. Yu Bing believed that brother was the person with the highest chance of clearing the trials. The only regret was that brother's abilities were too powerful. Hence, challenging Gemini Temple became an even more arduous task. If it was herself as the challenger, perhaps the level of difficulty would not be as hard as her brother's. But unfortunately, she could not help brother. In her heart, the silently anxious Yu Bing was extremely overjoyed on hearing that Yu had good news for them. Yu smiled serenely, indicating to Yue Yang and Yu Bing not to be too impatient. Her voice was tender as she told them a story. Last time, my mentor's mentor was a curing-type doctor. She did not have any fighting abilities, and she went to challenge Gemini Temple. Her shadow hence also did not have any fighting abilities. Also, before she stepped into Gemini Temple, she thought of a way, and that is to beat herself up extremely severely before crawling into the palace. Her shadow duplicate was also injured so severely that it fell to the ground and could not stop. Merely with her determination and will, she crawled into the wrestling ring and obtained the golden mask. But when she arrived at the rear hall, and was about to succeed, she realized there was still a strengthening type beast. She was unable to take up the challenge, and she was compelled to summon her grimoire, heal herself, and escape from the temple. Even though she failed, she had been the one closest to succeeding. After thinking for a while, Yue Yang asked, "What is the strengthening type beast at the rear hall of Gemini Temple?" Princess Xian and Yu Bing also looked at Yu, they also wanted to know the truth. Faced with the inquisitive gazes of all, Yu lightly shook her hand. "I don't know either. My mentor did not say it, I asked about this then, but she didn't say." "Then find your mentor and ask her." Even though Princess Xian hated this fellow Yue Yang to the core, and was always thinking of biting him to death, but whenever it came to him, she still cared about any issues that he had, especially those relating to his future. "Is that good? Maybe my mentor has some hidden troubles that she cannot mention, maybe she doesn't know it either. Otherwise, when I asked her then, she would have answered me, and not kept silent." Yu respected her elders more, but when she saw the determination in Princess Xian's eyes and the thirsty expression on Yu Bing's face, her heart softened. She looked at Yue Yang who was still thinking hard, and nodded lightly. "All right. But if mentor does not want to say it, we cannot force her to, because then, mentor had warned me repeatedly that it was imperative that I do not tell any outsiders. Let's go." Princess Xian saw that Yue Yang was still thinking, so she pulled him up with one hand. "What can just thinking do? We'll first ask about the situation, you can think more about it when we come back." Here's some explanation to the terms I used in the chapter. Great Grandmaster the Old Woman's Master's Master. Grandmaster the Old Woman's Master. Master the Old Woman. Disciple Yue Yang and the others returned to Shangjing. Yu's mentor lived in a quiet small villa in Shangjing Academy. She was an old woman with hair as white as snow. She wore her clothes plainly and simply, and she seemed calm and gentle. Seeing that Yu had come, she slowly nodded her head as a kind of loving glow appeared on her eyes. She gestured for everyone to sit down and said softly, "Princess Xian and the others, please sit down." "Yue, didn't you go to Tongtian Tower with the princess?" "Master, this is my third oldest cousin." He wanted to understand more about how Great Grandmaster had challenged the Gemini Temple back then. Yu sat down near the old woman and held her hands. "Yue's third oldest cousin? Ah, good boy, sit down, you don't have to be so polite." The old woman measured Yue Yang seriously as she nodded, "You are completely different from the rumors. You understand how to hide your abilities even though you are still very young. Commendable." "Yue, why did you bring up such an old story?" Yu immediately answered, "My cousin wanted to challenge the 12 zodiac temples. He has cleared the Aries and Taurus temples, but he is stuck with the Gemini temple. I told him about how Great Grandmaster has challenged the trial before, hoping to give him some inspiration. In the end, Princess Xian felt that it would be best if we come over and asked you in person. If Great Grandmaster has especially stipulated not to tell outsiders about her experience, then we will stop asking you." Cleared the Aries and Taurus temples. The old woman's body shook when she heard that and started to measure Yue Yang up and down again. It's been a long time since such an outstanding youth appeared in Xia Empire, what a good news. Speaking of clearing the Gemini temple, actually, Master did not specify that it was to be kept a secret. "Sure, I will tell you guys about it." "Thank you, Master." Yu happily held the old woman's hands up, holding them to her lips. She was very close with the old woman, almost as close as a mother and a daughter. If it wasn't for their student-master identity and the fact that the difference between their age was too big, other people would have really mistaken them for a mother and daughter. The Xia clan was extremely respectful to the Yu clan when they were still growing. The Xia clan master, Xia Tao, had also always flattering and licking Yu Shan's boots. Afterwards, there were two members of the Xia clan who managed to climb onto level 7 Overlord. One was called Xuenu, who was also known as 1000 Miles Killer, while the other was called Xuetu, also known as the Exterminator. This caused the Xia clan to rise greatly in power. Furthermore, they had the backing of one of the 4 great clans, the Yan clan. Hence, they gained even more power. If it weren't for the fact that they did not have a solid foundation and recognition by the common folks, they would have become one of the 5 great clans. There were even more geniuses emerging from the Xia clan currently, for example, the pitiful guy's rival in love, Xia Qianren. He was one of the brightest younger generation, and he was extremely famous, almost as famous as Yu Tian, Yue Yang, and the others. His abilities were only below the 3 great killing stars, Feng Qi Sha, Yan Pojun and Shuetan Lang Xietao, who had previously sucked up to Yu Shan, the Yu clan substitute clan master before, had become more and more arrogant each day, especially after he became Blade Mountain City Master. Shiro, just to let you guys know. Feng Wind, Yan Fire, Shui Snow, Xia Blood, there was one time they had business with the Yu clan. After selling the goods to the Yu clan and receiving the money, they had ordered some clan members to disguise themselves as robbers and stole the goods back, selling them to the others. This attack had caused a great loss to Yu clan's wealth. It was also the start of the grudge between the two clans. Xia clan continued to deny the accusation. Even when Junwu Yu, the emperor, asked them about the matter angrily, they were still unyielding as they had backing. Finally, the Yu clan could only give up and suffered quietly as they could not find any evidences. As the Yu and Xia clan fall out, they discontinued any communication between both parties. Although the marriage arrangement between Yu and the oldest son of the Xia clan, Xia Qianqiu had not been rescinded, even a blind person could see that the two clans' attempt at marriage relations had completely failed. Yu clan didn't have an excuse to rescind the marriage, and the Xia clan was deliberately trying to step on the second daughter of Yu clan, stubbornly refusing to rescind the marriage. Not only that, the Xia clan had even urged Yu to quit school early so that she may marry into the family quickly. In reality, Xia Qianqiu had already married the daughter of Lai clan. He already had a wife and concubines, and at the same time, he was also the most notorious playboy of Shangjing Academy. The playboy Xia Qianqiu was notorious for always dallying with beautiful girl, he was even dubbed as the school flower killer. He was extremely different from Yan Pojun, who was a serious man. A lot of girls had thrown themselves into Yan Pojun alike, but his reputation was still not bad. At least, he would not be like Xia Qianqiu who strutted around announcing publicly that he had completed the 1,000 girls feast. Yu's mother was not the legal wife and had passed away early. The legal wife's treatment to Yu was also borderline, she did not shower her with love nor be cold and indifferent towards her. In front of others, she would even pretend that she cared about her daughter. Towards Yu's marriage, she only agreed. In any case, the Yu clan could not find a good excuse to rescind their marriage. Yue Yang didn't quite understand Yu's problem before, but after he went to Ivy Academy and the Despair Abyss, Yu Bing had told him her story. Only then did he realize that this gentle, warm and refined older cousin of his had such a tragic destiny. Yue, sit down. The old woman caressed Yu's face lovingly as she sighed, that time, the matter about the elders challenging the trial has brought much embarrassment to our sect as they had been completely cheated and deceived. Hence, we, the younger generation, didn't talk about it much. Inside the Gemini Temple, all the challengers who managed to take off the golden mask had met a second shadow at the rear hall afterwards. The second shadow was the complete opposite of the first shadow. Not only will it have an opposite sex, its power will also be fixed at gold rank level 6. It wouldn't be like the first shadow who changed their abilities according to the body of the challenger. Did you mean that the second shadow that a boy would meet would be a girl shadow? And that a girl would meet a male shadow? Yue Yang froze when he heard her explanation. Yes. As Grandmaster had entered the trial with heavy injuries, her fiancé and family had even thought that she had been humiliated by the shadow inside. Hence, they rescinded their marriage arrangement. Master had pleaded for her innocence and even asked the Empress at that time to investigate and clear her name. However, until the end, she still couldn't get her lover's heart back. She finally committed suicide to prove her innocence. The Gemini Temple's shadow was only imaginary, so it wouldn't humiliate the challengers. In order to investigate the truth, my master had tried different kinds of ways to enter the trial and finally, she proved that no matter what, the second shadow copy's body would never do something to humiliate the challenger. My pitiful Grandmaster couldn't prove her innocence till the end. It was all because her fiancé was trying to seek for power through marriage relations and decided to marry the left minister's daughter, thus he used Grandmaster's innocence as an excuse. The second shadow and the first shadow are twins, but the second shadow is the true guardian of the temple. The second shadow would also not. The old woman's story had caused Yu Bing and Princess Qian to sob. Being able to think that Grandmaster's chastity had been sullied because she challenged the trial, that Grandmaster's fiancé's way of thinking was really exaggerated and malicious. That Grandmaster had really chosen the wrong fiancé. Princess Qian was extremely regretful towards this matter. She felt that she must not choose the wrong partner no matter what. She didn't want to have a tragic ending like that Grandmaster. She turned and looked at Yue Yang. She felt that although this brat was a playboy, had a mind full of perverted thoughts and always thinking of pushing girls down, he was still outstanding in different aspects. First of all, he cared about his family. No matter if it was fourth mother's or Yu Bing's matter, he was always the first to come to their rescue. If he married a girl, she believed that he would also be a caring and loving husband to his wife. Secondly, he had morals and was also honest, he wouldn't say anything hypocritical. As for the other aspects such as combat abilities, he was even more outstanding, 1 in a million. Although she didn't want to admit that this brat was really outstanding, compared to other guys, this brat was still quite a good choice. His only problem was his fickle heart. This brat was a big pervert by nature, falling in love with beautiful girls the moment he saw them. Furthermore, he had a strong desire to possess them all. Fortunately she didn't have any boyfriends, otherwise this brat would probably kill that unlucky guy out of jealousy. Learning from Yu Yu's great grandmaster's story, Princess Xian decided that she would consider it more carefully first. It concerned her future anyway. If she chose wrongly in a marriage, that would be the end. Could the prince of Xijin that had asked for her hand in marriage be better than Yue Yang? Could that young sect leader of the floating mist sect that she had never seen before be more outstanding than the big pervert Yue Yang? Her father did not want her to marry for a political reason, that was her fortune. Hence, she really must consider it carefully. She shouldn't let a moment of rashness destroy her whole life. Yue Yang didn't know, but Princess Xian was carefully comparing him to all the guys he knew secretly in her heart. Yue Yang was deep in thought, thinking about an important question. The first shadow copy, why would it wore the golden mask? Why would the second shadow appear after the golden mask was taken off? What would happen if he took that golden mask and bring it out of the Gemini temple? This is my master's diary when she challenged the trial last time. I'll give it to you for your review. The old woman gave Yue Yang a diary containing detailed materials and resources about the Gemini temple. It even had various illustrations. Yue Yang was overjoyed. After they say goodbye to the old woman, he couldn't wait and impatiently read through the diary quickly. Seeing that Yue Yang was too obsessed with the trial, Princess Xian couldn't help but to punch him lightly. Yue Yang waved his hands, "Shoo, you can read it after I finished reading. I'll sue you for sexual harassment if you touch me again." Princess Xian had gotten used to his words, but Yu and Yu Bing was there. Princess Xian felt really awkward and blushed, as she gave Yue Yang another light punch. Yue Yang was thoroughly confused. What's wrong with this girl? Had she become addicted to punching others? As he prepared to punch her back, Yu hurriedly held his hands and said, "Don't be angry, it's a good thing that she is hitting you." What? Yue Yang was even more confused. How could it be a good thing that she is hitting him? If it were others, she wouldn't beat them. Hehe, alright, you should stop reading your book. We are all very hungry, how about we find a place to eat? Yu realized that Princess Xian had a kind of different look when she looked at Yue Yang. There was a mysterious glow, or maybe, the light that had already existed in her heart before had grown even brighter. Yu thought that it was perhaps because of her great-grandmaster's story that Princess Xian made some kind of decision that she had not made before. With a woman's sixth sense, she obviously felt happy for her brother. She was happy, but she also felt that her cousin was an idiot. Girls are usually more reserved than guys. If it weren't for the fact that Princess Xian had feelings for him, why would she act like a spoiled kid around him? Furthermore, her punch was so light and gentle, it couldn't even kill a mosquito. How was this beating people up? It was practically a pleasure. This idiot cousin, he really was living in happiness without appreciating it. Yu was afraid that Princess Xian wouldn't clarify it clearly because she was shy, so she could only stop Yue Yang who was about to punch her back. Let alone Yu, even Yu Bing who didn't understand love at all could see that Princess Xian had feelings for her brother. She was secretly laughing at this point of time, laughing at her brother's idiocy. He had mistaken big sister Yinan as a guy, and had even thought that Princess Xian was beating him up now. She thought that her brother had been cooped up in his room for far too long, that he didn't understand a girl's heart at all. Rightfully speaking, Yue Yang indeed liked to coop up in his room as an otaku, but he was definitely not an idiot. He was only pretending to be one. Princess Xian, the tigress, he would definitely not let her feelings towards him slip away. But right now, he would only tease her around and play all sorts of tricks on her. It wouldn't be too late if he could find a good opportunity to push her down in the future. Isn't this my future wife? I heard that my wifey is so pure and spotless that even I, her rightful fiancé, can't even touch her a little bit, as if you are made of pure gold. Now, why are you pulling a guy's hands so aggressively? Even if you guys want to do it, don't do it in front of me. In any case, I am still your fiancé, you know? If I had known earlier that you are a hypocritical slut, I would have left you to die without mercy. Fancy that I thought you were still a virgin, it turns out that you are expired goods. A strange, loud voice resounded from a pathway as a guy strutted forward. Yue Yang turned around and saw a tall lanky man wearing a long white robe. He looked extremely arrogant. His looks could forcibly pass as handsome, but he looked pale, as if he had drunk too much wine. Yue Yang saw that this person's face looked as cunning as a fox. He had eyes small as slits, thin lips, and crooked nose. It was enough that he kept a long hair draped over his shoulders, but he had to plait them into small braids in both of his ears, making him look weird and flirtatious. However, even with such an inappropriate appearance as a student, this fellow was still as confident as king. Princess Xian scowled angrily. She had wanted to glare this arrogant and foul-spoken fellow to death. However, she turned around and looked at Yue Yang. She then decided that she would give the opportunity for him. She should allow her man to solve domestic problems. Previously, she had listened to her father. Right now, she would just listen to this brat and leave matters to him. She pulled Yu Bing slightly and gestured to leave matters to Yue Yang. They should just wait and watch the show. At first, Princess Xian was a little worried if that idiot fellow would recognize her and ran away in fear. Who would knew that she was actually thinking too much? That vulgar guy, official nickname, measured the three girls up and down, completely not recognizing Princess Xian, who was not carrying any sword on her back or wearing her silver armor. She was merely a warrior who was wearing leather armor. The vulgar guy didn't pay Princess Xian a lot of attention, he only thought that she was a heroic, beautiful-looking woman. He didn't recognize her as a ranker. In the end, the vulgar guy saw Hui Tai Lang, who was standing behind Yue Yang. Yue Yang reckoned that the reason this idiot was looking at Hui Tai Lang was because he thought Hui Tai Lang was a bronze-ranked level 3 iron-backed demon wolf. It's you. Yu recognized whom the vulgar guy was, her snow-white face was immediately masked with coldness. She humphed, Xia Qianqiu, although speaking bullshit is your forte, could you please not show off so much? Also, have your eyes gone blind or have you placed them on your butt instead? When did you ever see me flirting and getting touchy-feely with guys? I saw it with my own eyes. Slut, you are still flirting and getting touchy-feely in front of me even now. Does he only have that bronze-ranked level 3 trash of a dog? Do you think I don't have such a beast? My golden-eyed king ape is already bronze-ranked level 4, my ox-head warrior is also bronze-ranked level 4. I am so awesome, yet I don't parade myself around the town. Why are you even showcasing your trash of a dog? You whore, you think you can be rude to me just because you found a pretty boy? You want to break our engagement? Dream on. The tall and thin guy called Xia Qianqiu laughed evilly. However, no matter how arrogant he was, he didn't dare to make any assumptions. The moment he saw Hui Tai Lang howling, he immediately took out a red crystal and summoned a strengthening type gorilla. Red light flashed as the gorilla merged with his body. His originally thin body immediately bulged out with muscles as he turned into a 2 meters tall, Hulk-like guy. His top had torn apart and shred to pieces due to his bulging muscles. His smooth, white skin had also slowly turned gorilla-like as thick hairs started to grow on his body. The Xia Qianqiu, who had increased combat skills due to the strengthening from his bronze-ranked level 4 golden-eyed king ape, looked incomparably aggressive. Afterwards, he had even summoned his other bronze-ranked level 4 ox-head warrior, pleased with himself. He seemed to want to scare Yue Yang to death, unbridledly showing off his abilities. He pointed at Yue Yang as he arrogantly humphed, "Pretty boy, kneel before me at once, and lick my toes." Yue thought that Yue Yang would probably be able to kill this idiot with one move if he really attacked him. Although she hated Xia Qianqiu, she didn't want Yue Yang to become sworn enemies with the Xia clan because of her. She hurriedly shouted, "How shameless you are, Xia Qianqiu! Who do you think you are? How dare you act so arrogantly? Scram, stop getting all crazy here. This is not your Xia clan's courtyard, so stop showing off here." Xia Qianqiu was immediately angered when he heard this. "Bitch, don't even think that you can pretend to be a virtuous woman just because you have the Yue clan behind you. You are going to graduate soon, and your graduation day is the day of our marriage. At that time, you, second-hand woman, are going to be my personal slave. I can touch you wherever I want. There's not that many days left. Go on, pretend as much as you wish. Pretend to be pure and chaste, pretend that that rotten part of yours below is actually gilded with gold. Haha, what use would all this pretense do? Wouldn't you still be mine in the end? You, I have endured a hypocritical fiancé like you for far too long. Why don't you let yourself be caught by me today? You are not made of jade and gold anyway, you are just a promiscuous woman. Haha, I'm going to come for you now, let's see how the Yue clan will protect you." Yue was so angry that her face had gone completely white. Her whole body was trembling, she was so furious that she couldn't even speak. Yue Yang only watched coldly from the side, allowing the clown to continue his performance. Yue Yang's level 4 divine vision could see through a lot of things. For example, Xia Qianqiu's beast might be one of the strongest amongst his peers, it was actually pretty good. However, Yue Yang's divine vision could see that this bronze-ranked level 4 beast was evolved using magic crystals. Hence, even if it was a bronze-ranked level 4, it wouldn't even compare to another person's bronze-ranked level 3 beast that was cultivated painstakingly using other ways. Hence, it could be deduced that the Xia family's dramatic increase in power had actually come from wealth and support behind the scenes. This type of leveling without expending time and effort was only a short-term benefit, an instant burst of power. Although it looked very powerful on the surface, it is actually just trash. Yue Yang didn't know who was supporting the Xia clan behind the scenes, but looking at Xia Qianqiu, he could more or less understand one thing. The Xia clan was only a pawn that was set up in the front lines by somebody in the dark who was controlling them behind the scenes. Their only use was to deal with the Yue clan, or even all of the 4 great clans. Let alone Feng Qixia, Yan Pojun and Xuetan Lang, the 3 great killing stars who grew through solid training. Xie Qianqu's power could not even compare to the Yue clan's younger generations Yue Tian, Yue Yan, even Yue Ting. Their strength differed greatly. Yue Yang reckoned that Xie Qianqu's power was more or less at the level of the worst performing Yue clan younger generation Yue Bao. If they really fought, Xie Qianque didn't even have his own grimoire, he would definitely lose out from Yue Bao. With his weak, alcohol-induced body and the 2 bronze-ranked level 4 beasts that were cultivated from magic crystals, Yue Yang could defeat him with just one of his fingers. However, Yue Yang decided to show a performance to this idiot. The harsher, the more abusive Xie Qianque spoke to him, the more reason he could have to bash him up for Yu. He could also beat him up even more ruthlessly. This pesky little guy who talked a lot of bullshit, was the Xia clan really unwilling to break the engagement no matter what? Now that Xie Qianque had said such unkind and ruthless things, he could never go back on his words. Let's see how the Xia clan could still protect him later. Yue Yang couldn't do anything to Yu's tragic fate when he only heard about it last time. Now that the problem had shown himself in front of him, Yue Yang would not let him go easily. Although he had not had much interaction with his cousin, he knew that she was gentle and kind. She also seemed to have helped the pitiful guy a lot last time, so he didn't mind helping her a little. At this moment, a girl walked out from the trees on the boulevard pathway. She had ample bosom and butt, and she looked very sexy and flirtatious. Her clothing was not exactly appropriate. Yue Yang could see half of her bosom that was skimpily covered by her half-worn clothes. It was obvious that she was having a wild time with Xie Qianque in the bushes just now. From a distance, the sensitive Princess Xian who had the 6 records inherent skill could already smell the scent of indecency from this woman's body. She immediately frowned as she pulled Yu and Yu Bing and retreated a few steps behind. Xie Qianque thought that they had retreated because they were afraid of him, and he immediately became even more arrogant as he laughed out loud gleefully. When that sexy girl saw Yu, she immediately started a train of curses and foul language like a volcano that had just erupted. Her curses were simply not fit for anyone's ears. Yu shook with anger. In the end, she finally could take it no more. She pulled Yue Yang and said, "Xiao-san, don't bother about these dogs, let's go." Thinking of running away? Not that easy. Xie Qianque leapt high up, jumping more than 10 m in distance, landing heavily in the middle of the road in front of Yue Yang and the others. His arms were spread wide apart, blocking their way. His ox-head warrior also followed, stomping all the way. Its target was the lazy-looking Hui Tai Lang. Hui Tai Lang originally really liked to fight, but it had fought against too many strong opponents. It had killed silver-ranked beasts, heck, it had even killed gold-ranked beasts. Hence, towards a bronze-ranked level 4 ox-head warrior, Hui Tai Lang really couldn't feel too enthusiastic or raise its spirits to fight it. "Kneel down, open your mouth and suck me. If your blowjob is satisfactory, I can consider letting you and this bastard off. Otherwise, I will beat you to death right here and now. As for you, pretty boy, kneel down and bark. If I don't tell you to stop, you must continue to bark. Otherwise, I will not only behead your bastard head, I will also destroy your whole family." In reality, it was not the first time that Xie Qianque did this kind of thing. Dallying in daylight, raping women and destroying others' families were something that he had done countless of times. If it was at a crowded place, he would probably exercise restraint. However, this place was the most secluded and isolated place in the Shangjing Academy. It was a retirement place for old teachers. In such an isolated pathway, there wouldn't even be students walking through during the day. Xie Qianque thought that if he didn't take this chance to gobble the 3 beautiful girls up, he would not do himself any justice. He wouldn't meet these kind of beautiful, high-quality ladies every day. Xie Qianque started taking off his pants. Seeing this, the 3 girls immediately turned around, spitting out in disgust. They had seen obscene guys before, but they had never seen such an obscene guy. Princess Qian punched Yue Yang's shoulders and shouted, "Idiot, why are you still staring like a fool? Quick, finish him off." Hearing this, that sexy girl was immediately angered. She summoned a strengthening type, normal rank level 3 leopard and fused together with it, turning into a leopard girl with black spots all over her body and sharp claws. She jumped up and charged forward. She ruthlessly brandished her claws, sweeping it against Princess Qian's smooth, flawless face as she shouted angrily, "Bitch, does your mouth feel itchy? I shall help you scratch it." Princess Qian was about to punch the slut down and send her flying away, but suddenly, purple flames rose to the sky as a shining flash of sharp blades swept across the leopard girl. Yue Yang had already moved one step earlier and cut through the leopard girl's claws. That leopard girl fell down hard on the ground, wailing out miserably and rolled on the ground in pain. Yue Yang's expression didn't change as he stomped his foot down onto that leopard girl's chest. Princess Qian, Yu, and Yu Bing immediately heard the sound of ribs breaking. The sexy girl immediately shouted out in pain, begging him to stop. Blood spurted out from her mouth. Yue Yang then kicked the girl's lower jaw, causing more teeth and blood to spurt out even more, scattering all over the ground. That ox-head warrior immediately charged over and brandished its axe, trying to slash at Yue Yang. However, before it could even raise its axe, its head was already sent flying by Yue Yang's slash. Yue Yang turned around as the ox-head warrior's headless body thudded heavily on the ground. Yue Yang immediately acted as if he had not done anything, whistling gleefully as he carried his Huijin magic blade that was dripping with blood, walking towards Xia Qianqiu, who was staring dumbstruck, unable to believe his own eyes. Ah! Xia Qianqiu suddenly snapped back to his senses, frightened to his very core as he turned around and immediately ran away. But the moment he turned around, he found that Yue Yang was standing right in front of him, smiling brilliantly. That smile looked identical to a devil's. Xia Qianqiu couldn't help but be frightened to his core. Losing control, he couldn't help but to thoroughly wet his pants. Drops of pee splashed to the ground. When Yue Yang raised his blade, Xia Qianqiu immediately shouted madly, jumping up high to the sky. He was thinking of jumping out of this frightening place with his super strong jumping strength. He didn't have any courage to fight against Yue Yang at all, because he had seen clearly how this pretty boy had actually killed his bronze-ranked level 4 ox-head warrior with one slash of his blade. Such an enemy would be impossible to fight against. Hence, Xia Qianqiu's only thought was to run. Clown, continue your show. I haven't seen enough. Yue Yang flashed and immediately appeared in the sky. With a swing of his blade, he smashed Xia Qianqiu's crooked nose, beating his bulky gorilla body that had been strengthened down straight to the ground. Spare me, Xia Qianqiu's pleas were cut short by Yue Yang's stomp. Just like a toad being stomped by a person. When Yue Yang lifted his foot back up, Xia Qianqiu's face was completely destroyed. Blood spurted out endlessly from his mouth. Seeing this, Yue Yang shook his head, as if he was unsatisfied with the damage he had done. He then proceeded to stomp on Xia Qianqiu's fingers one by one, patiently breaking his bones as he said coldly, cry out as much as you like. Cry out louder, right, just like that. Actually, you can cry out louder. Cry out as if you are really in pain. If you could try to sound like a pig on the way to its slaughterhouse, that would be perfect. Yu was afraid that Yue Yang would kill Xia Qianqiu. Although she completely hated Xia Qianqiu, that trash, killing him would cause a war between the Yu clan and the Xia clan. She didn't want her clan to get a strong enemy that would fight them to the death because of her own matters. Seeing Yue Yang raising up his blade, she immediately shouted out, don't kill him. This kind of trash is not worth it for you to kill. If the Yu clan can't even protect a single girl, how can we be known as the 4 great clans? We should just be named the coward clan then. Yue Yang laughed coldly as he gestured to Yu not to intervene and leave it all to him. He then cut Xia Qianqiu's pants open with his magic blade. When he saw it, he immediately laughed out, I have even thought that you have a huge beast since you were so arrogant. You only had a little sausage, and you dared to say you have slept with 1,000 girls? You don't even compare to young Master Guan Xi, and you still dare to be so arrogant. There's no other way. If I don't open your eyes here, I think you would die with regrets. Open your eyes clearly, you should feel so ashamed of yourself that you would commit suicide on your own. Shiro, I have no idea who young Master Guan Xi is. Yue Yang started to undo his pants. Princess Qian and Yu could see this brat's indecent actions from the corner of their eyes, they immediately blushed with awkwardness and disgust. As for Yu Bing, she immediately lowered her head and shut her eyes tight, not daring to turn around. Yue Yang didn't care about what the 3 girls would think about him then, as he slowly undid his pants and said, behold the big cannon, ready to launch, big hydrant, ready to launch, big cannon, shoot. Shiro, I tried, he then awesomely shoot his pee into Xia Qianqiu's mouth that had been so beaten up that it had become deformed. In the end, he had even shook himself comfortably and pulled his pants back up. Seeing that Xia Qianqiu was pretending to be dead, Yue Yang shouted to Hui Tai Lang, have you eaten a roasted sausage before? I'm feeling really good today, I can even cook one personally just for you. The purple flames on his hands started to burn brightly. Xia Qianqiu had thought that he could avoid the crisis if he pretended to be dead, so he allowed Yue Yang to piss on his mouth and pretended to be unconscious. When he heard about roasted sausage, he was shocked and immediately turned around, running for his life. Yue Yang laughed coldly and kicked Xia Qianqiu's back hard, almost breaking his spine. Yue Yang then flipped Xia Qianqiu, who was wailing miserably on the ground, over and stomped hard on his little bird and balls, turning them to mush. He then threw a ball of purple flames down, starting to roast it. Burnt smell spread around the area. When Hui Tai Lang looked again, it found that its roasted sausage had become burnt sausage. How was that a delicious roasted sausage? When Hui Tai Lang reached out with its paws to touch it, it realized that only ashes was left. There wasn't anything delicious to eat at all. It looked at its master in confusion. Yue Yang kicked it angrily. I accidentally burnt it, so what? If you can't eat a roasted sausage, can't you just eat something else? That idiot's body is all full of meat. Hearing this, Hui Tai Lang no longer held back. It opened its mouth, immediately chomping on Xia Qianqu's body. The three girls had already ran far away when Yue Yang took out his big cannon, waiting for him on the other side. Although they were quite far away, they could still hear Xia Qianqu's miserable wails. They didn't think that Yue Yang was ruthless. In fact, they thought that Yue Yang was logical. They started to discuss in a whisper. The three girls all agreed that if bad guys meet Yue Yang the ruthless guy, it's really their lifetime of bad luck. However, for someone like Xia Qianque who liked to provoke others, a loathable trash of the society, it's not too much no matter how much Yue Yang bullied him. The only thing that Yu was worried of was that the Xia clan would definitely come and get their revenge afterwards. What would they do then? Seeing that Yue Yang had returned, Princess Qian was confused as she could still seem to hear Xia Qianqu's miserable howls. She asked curiously, why didn't you kill Xia Qianque? With your abilities, you could probably destroy him completely by just raising your hands. Why did you still leave him alive? Yue Yang first reached out to Yu Bing and rubbed her forehead, reassuring her. Then, he turned to Princess Qian and Yu and laughed brilliantly like the sun. I wouldn't go around provoking others, but if someone came to me and provoked me, or if he had ideas on me or my family, I will kill them all no matter how many come to me. Xia Qianque wouldn't be able to leave. I'm just letting him die a slow death, it's much more painful that way. At the same time, I'm also setting him as a warning to the others. They should never have ideas on our family, otherwise not even God could save them. What could the Xia clan amount to, anyway? If they send people over to talk, I'll talk with them. If they send people over to fight, I'll fight them. If they dared to attack me, I will destroy their whole clan. Everyone only have one life anyway, who would be afraid of them? Xiao San, you have grown up. You have really changed a lot compared to last time. Thank you for helping your second sister, otherwise, today, Yu buried her face and wept emotionally. Brother, I support you. Yu Bing definitely was Yue Yang's #1 fan. The Xia clan alone is not considered very strong, but they had a powerful backer behind them. Princess Qian hugged Yue Yang's shoulders as she half-teasingly, half-seriously said to Yue Yang, this princess here is a bit free nowadays, I can keep you company and go crazy with you. How's that? Am I not a good bro? Bro, let's go and drink. We'll not go home until we are completely drunk. Yue Yang was prepared to make the tigress drunk. If she turned into a drunken cat, wouldn't she follow his whims and wishes? Princess Qian did not need her 6 records inherent skill to be able to hear this brat's perverted thoughts. She remained silent. Yue Yang was worried that the Xia clan would act at once when they heard the news, and exact revenge on Fourth Mother and the little girl. Hence, Yue Yang hurriedly returned to Whitestone City. The numerous possessions at his home had already been emptied. Fourth Mother and the little girl had also already left with the old fox's men. Only a few elderly stayed to watch over the house. Yue Yang only knew that these elderlies were actually the family members of those tavern girls after asking them their identity. They were already old and they cherished the old times, so they were unwilling to leave Whitestone City and move to Shangjing. Hence, they volunteered to stay back to help Yue Yang look after this little residence. Yue Yang initially wanted to console them, but all of his words were stuck on his throat, he did not know what best to say. Shiro, Ivy Academy Vice Principal will be known as Old Fox from now on. Finally, he and the 3 ladies Princess Qian, Yu Bing and Yu went to look around the city market. They bought a few bags of daily necessities and gave them to the elderlies as a slight show of appreciation of their efforts. Even though the old fox had left them with enough money to ensure a comfortable life, the few elderly people still accepted the items happily. What they needed was additional care and concern shown to them, and not material possessions. Yue Yang prepared to return to the Yu clan castle to see if there were any moves made by the Xia clan. He also wanted to inform Elder Yu Hai about this at the same time. It would be bad if the Xia clan had attacked right up to their doorstep and the Yu clan was still unaware of what had happened. Before leaving, Yue Yang looked at the few elderlies who saw them out, and said, the lives of my 4th mother and younger sister could only be saved because the tavern big sisters had risked their lives. From now on, they are all my big sisters, and you are all my elders. Stay in this place at ease, this is your home. Hearing this, tears immediately streamed down the few elderly people's cheeks. The leading old lady nodded her head fervently, choking with emotion. Don't worry, young master. We, these few old bones, can take care of ourselves. Young master and young mistress, take care as well. After leaving Whitestone City, the 3 girls' eyes were red. Yu, who was full of sentimentality and sympathy, kept wiping her tears. These elderly people's daughters had sacrificed their all for the Yu clan, yet they did not ask for anything in return. When Junwu Yu offered to bring them to Shangjing to enjoy their twilight years, they rejected, preferring to stay and look after this residence instead. When Yue Yang and the others returned to the Yu clan castle again, Yue Yang did not see fourth mother. She and the little girl had already been sent to a secret place to live in seclusion by the old fox. Nobody knew where they had been sent to. The substitute clan master Yu Xian was not around, and second uncle Yue Ling was not around either. Elder Yu Hai had personally sent fourth mother into seclusion and had yet to return. Yue Yang sweated profusely. With such an empty Yu clan, if the skilled experts of the Xia clan launched an attack on them, who could defend the castle? Even though there were 12 elders, 3 of the grand elders did not partake in the running of the household, and a few of them were already very old. As for the ones who remained, Yue Yang had even dealt with and eliminated 2 of them. If 2 level 7 overlords from the Xia clan really launched an attack on them, Yue Yang figured that the Yu clan castle was really going to end up as a battlefield of corpses strewn everywhere, with blood spilled across the landscape and a lone flag left fluttering in the wind. Yu Tian and Yu Yan were at home, but they were all waiting for the clan's puppets to be ready. Due to their great loss in abilities, if they did not rely on puppet beasts to keep up with their appearance, they would definitely be utterly defeated in the 100 School Championship tournament. To them, who had always ranked within the top 10, this was something that they would never accept. When Yu Yang returned, they had naturally avoided him, unwilling to provoke this devil. Yu Yu and Yu Bing went over to give their respects to the female elders in the clan. When they returned, they had even brought a bad news. It seemed that fourth uncle's illness had gone worse, so Miss Feng had brought fourth uncle back to the Feng clan. Yu Yang was confused. Didn't they say that fourth uncle condition had gotten better? Why had it gone worse now? How about we go there and see what really happened? Yu Yang had a nagging feeling that something was wrong. Someone had kidnapped fourth mother, and just as they had managed to rescue her back, fourth uncle's condition had gone worse. It was all too coincidental. We can go and take a look now, maybe we can help them a little. Princess Xian knew that Yue Yang had a medicine encyclopedia. Although it might not be of use, they could still try their luck. Most importantly, fourth uncle had expended a lot of effort to get the spirit beast awakening knowledge pill for Yue Yang. Yue Yang ought to give him a visit, this was how a filial son would behave. What worried Princess Xian was that Yue Yang and Yu Bing would suffer a huge shock if they heard some kind of bad news instead. She was worried especially for Yu Bing, who definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. Their horses didn't stop to rest as they continued to travel towards He Yangfeng's residence. He Yangfeng's residence was not as big as the Yu clan's castle, but their residence was still very big, they were still considered one of the noble, distinguished families in the area. The Feng clan's clan master immediately invited Yu Yang and the others to the main hall when he heard that they had come. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he pulled Yu Yang to one side to talk. Yu Yang didn't understand why this old man had done this. What was it that he couldn't say in front of Princess Xian and the others? When he followed the Feng clan's clan master into the inner halls, the old man who seemed quite healthy suddenly sighed, as if he was filled with bitterness and suffering. Feng clan master, if you have anything to say, please feel free to say it to your junior. Yu Yang still didn't know what this old man actually wanted to say. You belong to the younger generation, so in reality, I shouldn't be telling you any of this. It's just that, you are the only son of the fourth house, so I must still tell you. Feng clan master gestured Yu Yang to sit down as he muttered slightly. He then began speaking, this thing had dragged on far too long, back and forth. I think you should be able to guess a little in your mind. My daughter and your fourth uncle have reached their limit. It seemed like they are not going to last very long, what? Yu Yang was so shocked that he immediately stood up. We have been too careless and negligent. We have fallen into the enemy's plan, and when we finally understand the plan, it's all too late. Feng clan master's expression was filled with sorrow as he gave out a long sigh. Didn't you say that fourth uncle had gotten better before? Yu Yang really couldn't believe his own ears. Previously, they had said that fourth uncle had gotten better, but why did they tell him such a grievous news now? Yes. We had all thought your fourth uncle will recover. However, we never thought that the enemy had actually used 2 poisons on your fourth uncle, not 1. The first poison was the Bee Emperor's poison, and this poison actually suppressed the effects of the second poison, 100 Rigid Worms poison. When the Bee Emperor's poison start to disappear, the second hidden 100 Rigid Worms poison would take effect. This type of poison does not show any strong symptoms at first, but as long as the victim sleeps, the poison's toxicity will multiply once in their sleep. You also knew that your fourth uncle had slept a lot because he needed to rest. The poison had spread to his heart, no medicine can save him. The enemy's plan was extremely thorough. Now, even though we know the poison harming your fourth uncle, we can't heal him at all. Feng clan master sighed as he sat beside Yu Yang, his expression filled with grief. 100 Rigid Worms poison, Yu Yang had seen it in his medicine encyclopedia before. He knew that it was a type of silent, deadly poison. When it first entered the body, the poison's effects were extremely minute. However, it could multiply and infiltrate deeper into the victim's body. As long as the victim didn't realize it, it would rapidly spread throughout the victim's body. When the victim was unconscious or sleeping, it would multiply in an insane speed. In the end, the victim's body would turn as rigid as the 100 rigid worms and die. This poison didn't exist in the Soaring Dragon Continent at first, but a few thousand years ago, a Xia Emperor had died from this poison, his body turned rigid all over. After Innate rankers joined hands together to investigate the Emperor's cause of death, they finally knew of this poison. It was said that this 100 rigid worms poison need 100 people's brain to be produced. Hundreds of parasites would be bred inside the brain. The parasites would then eat each other until the last one was left. That parasite would be called Parasite King. The Parasite King would then have to be cultivated in demon's blood, dragon's saliva, voodoo, and other things. It would also need to be refined with a secret technique before it was ground into powder. The moment this powder was ingested, the victim would suffer from the 100 rigid worms poison. 100 rigid worms poison, this should be one of the 1000 goblins sect 100 poisons. Its only weakness was its long incubation period. Its incubation period could be as long as 2 years. The longer the incubation period was, the more toxic the poison would be. Yue Yang knew it had almost been a year since fourth uncle was poisoned. In addition, he had slept for a long period of time, hence helping the poison growth. No wonder Feng clan master could only sigh in helplessness. Although the 100 rigid worms was one of the 100 poisons, there must be a way out. Yue Yang remembered from the medicine encyclopedia that there was a kind of medicine that could resist the poison's effects. If he could get that medicine, even if he couldn't fully heal fourth uncle, he believed he could still save his life. There was also another way to save fourth uncle, and that was to kill the one who cultivated the parasites. There was 1,000 poison parasite queen in that person's body. If he killed this person, then the effects of the 100 rigid worms poison would be weakened. Normally, the person who cultivated the parasites would also have the legendary parasite pill. Although the medicine encyclopedia did not state if the parasite pill would have any effects on 100 rigid worms poison, Yue Yang decided to first try out his luck. Are you talking about bone-eroding dried fern? Feng clan master sighed again. The only place on earth that had the bone-eroding dried fern had already been destroyed by someone. Dozens of the disciples of the Panacea sect that had been collecting herbs were all annihilated. Their storage had also been completely plundered, including the bone-eroding dried fern. As for the Jingu Miao family that I am closed with, their elders had been killed, and the parasite pill that they had been passing down through the generations had all been taken away. Even his corpse was completely burnt by the enemy. If it wasn't because I have completely left without a way, why would I feel so helpless? An older person had to see a younger person off, what a bitter life. Why would the enemy do this to fourth uncle? Yue Yang was extremely confused. Fourth uncle was ordinary and not powerful at all, why would the enemy do this to him? There was also fourth mother, what was her identity actually? Yue Yang realized that there was a huge plot here. The enemies had been plotting, including the pitiful guy's engagement cancellation and drowning, fourth uncle's ambush and poisoned, and fourth mother's kidnapping. There must be a huge plot here, a huge wave under the calm sea, an unseen, endless whirlpool of schemes. Feng clan master paused as he looked at Yue Yang. Suddenly, he said something that made Yue Yang very surprised. Maybe the enemy suspected that your parents have not really died and have been protecting the Yue clan all this time. Hence, they did all these to force your parents out. You must know that your mother was the only person in the whole of Soaring Dragon Continent that had ever entered the God's Ruins inner layer. Anyone who wanted to enter the God's Ruins inner layer would have to find your mother first. Yue Yang was dumbstruck. Only then did he realize the importance of the diary that the pitiful guy's parents had left him. The secret of the God's Ruins must have been recorded inside the diary. There must be an answer to the mystery that the whole of Soaring Dragon Continent couldn't crack within the information listed in the diary. Furthermore, there was the dark, ordinary-looking black jade pendant where Empress Fei Wen Li had been sealed for 10,000s of years. Now, Yue Yang finally understood everything. The reason why the pitiful guy was set up by others to cancel his engagement then drown himself, turned out that it was because of this enemy. My father, mother, what kind of person were they? Yue Yang was very curious about the pitiful guy's parents now, especially the pitiful guy's mother. It was the first time that he heard from others that she was actually this powerful. She was actually the only person in the world who managed to enter the God's Ruins. No wonder Elder Yu Hai did not say anything about his mother to him. Turned out that there was still a mountain of secrets revolving around the pitiful guy's mother. Your mother was a mysterious woman, I'm not very sure about her situation. But I had seen your father before. I watch him grow up since he was still very young. You look very much like him, but you are a little prettier than him. Your skin also look better, maybe it's the traits you get from your mother. Your father was an extremely courageous man, he feared nothing. It's just that his character was a little stubborn, hence he had died early. It was really a great loss for many. Your grandfather, if it wasn't for the fact that he was so grieved by the loss of his beloved son, he wouldn't grow a head full of white hair within a night. He was consumed in depression. I have been friends with your grandfather for close to 100 years, yet I have never seen him so depressed before. If your parents are still here on Earth, there would definitely be no one so daring and brazen, bullying others to this extent. When the old man finished speaking, he shook his hands. I'm already old, your grandfather is also already old. You youngsters must take good care of yourself. If you can't beat your enemy, you must remember to suppress your anger. Be patient and wait for your chance. While there's life, there's hope. Go and see your fourth uncle, he should also have some words he wanted to say to you. Yue Yang took his leave, his mind still thinking about the old man's words just now. The pitiful guy's parents turned out to be so powerful. It seemed that there were countless of secrets recorded in the two diaries. Only if he could unseal the secrets would he be able to find out the truth. If the pitiful guy's mother was such a person, then fourth mother who was her sister, what kind of secrets was she hiding? Hiding. Yue Yang, Yue Bing and the others walked towards Miss Feng's room to see fourth uncle. His skin seemed to have lost its vitality and looked very pale and white. Faintly, his body was even emitting a dead aura that a healthy person wouldn't have. Yue Yang reached out to sense his health, and found out that his condition was worse than what he had initially thought. The parasite pill and the bone-eroding dried fern might not even be able to stop his illness from worsening. If they wanted to save fourth uncle, looks like there was only one way, and that was to quickly kill the parasite cultivator and dug out the 1000 poison parasite queen's inner pill from his body. Miss Feng was a young mistress wearing a silk white robe. She had a beautiful appearance, but her expression looked haggard and sallow. Her eyes had also turned red from crying. Seeing Yue Bing, she hugged her tightly, choked with emotions. She didn't tell Yue Bing the truth about the poison, but consoled Yue Bing instead, saying that she would definitely cure fourth uncle and telling Yue Bing not to worry. Princess Xian and Yu could hear the grief in Miss Feng's voice, but Yue Bing was still young and was desperately hoping for her father's recovery, so she wasn't suspicious about Miss Feng's words at all, only nodding her head instead. Miss Feng then hugged Yue Yang while wiping some tears away. Then, she asked Yue Yang to come one side. The thing that made Yue Yang baffled was that she didn't mention anything about fourth uncle at all. Instead, she asked about Yue Yang's daily life, vaguely hinting that Yue Yang should prepare himself to be strong for the fourth house, and take responsibility for his family. Yue Yang didn't need to feel Miss Feng's pulse to be able to tell that she had also been poisoned by the 100 rigid worms poison. It was just that she found out about it early, hence she had taken preventive measures. That was why the effects of the poison was still trivial. It's okay, in the future, visit your fourth uncle again when you have the time. He was still talking about you guys just now, but he got tired, so I will not be waking him up. Miss Feng gave the letters to Yue Yang, vaguely hinting that these letters were some kind of will. When Yue Yang accepted the letter, he observed her bulging stomach. Miss Feng immediately shook her hands. The baby is fine, you guys can rest easy. Hearing her words, Yue Yang felt that this Miss Feng would probably die after giving birth to her child. This should be the reason why she allowed the 100 rigid worm poison to enter her body. Right now, Miss Feng could clean her name. She shouldn't be the person who wanted to harm fourth uncle. Unfortunately, she had also fallen to the enemy's trap. Yue Yang left the room first, taking the chance to read the letter that fourth uncle left him while the three girls were talking about private matters with Miss Feng. There were two kinds of handwriting on the letter. The first part of letter was written by fourth uncle Yue Ling, who stated that he was very happy and reassured when he heard that Yue Yang had become successful. He also told Yue Yang not to pursue this matter any further. He said, "You have to be the leader of your family and protect your family members. Take care of your fourth mother and your two younger sisters. Put their safety as your priority instead of seeking revenge, otherwise, more disasters will ensue if you fall into the enemy's trap. Your enemy is extremely powerful. Even the whole of Xia Kingdom would have difficulties fighting them. Your last way out is to escape your enemy's radar and ensure everyone's safety." Afterwards, fourth uncle had also told Yue Yang two secrets. The first secret was that Yu Chu had left the pitiful guy a present somewhere in the Tongtian Tower 5th floor. Yu Chu had also said that his son would probably need this present when he went up to Tongtian Tower 6th floor. The second secret was something the mysterious mother of the pitiful guy had said. She said that in God's ruins, there was a special passage that she had solved before, but was unable to enter. She hoped that her son could investigate the truth about this passage if he managed to enter it. The later part of the letter was written by Miss Feng. Miss Feng clarified that there wasn't much time left, and stated that she would accompany fourth uncle to a tomb and bury themselves deep inside, to prevent the spread of the 100 rigid worms poison. She would wait patiently for her death there. As for the baby in her belly, if it was a boy, he would be sent back to the fourth house to continue the fourth house's legacy. If it was a girl, she would be left with the Feng clan. She hoped that Yue Yang could pay more attention on his new little brother or sister on behalf of fourth uncle. Her letter was extremely sincere, making Yue Yang feel that Miss Feng was a good mother. Even when she had decided to die together with her loved one, she still thought about her child. I have never doubted that you are a good older brother before. You could bring your fourth mother and your younger sister back to the Yue clan, so I know your character. In the future, I hope that you could take good care of your siblings. Siblings should support each other. Miss Feng's ended with these words, vaguely hinting that she would be entrusting her baby to Yue Yang in the future. Seemed like she had already decided to die. Yue Yang didn't speak for a long time as he thought, was there really no other way to save them? Must he watch fourth uncle and Miss Feng both die slowly, helpless to do anything, think, could there be any other way? There was still time. Even if he couldn't use his full strength now, after resting for 3 months and recovering his innate strength, wouldn't there be anything he could have done? Yue Yang didn't want to accept defeat just like this. How could the enemy defeat him with just one poison trap? There must be a way out. This was a slow poison, not a strong poison that would immediately kill the victim. There was still a few months' time. As long as they could find that parasite cultivator fellow, there would definitely still be a strand of hope left. Even if that fellow turned out to be an innate ranker, didn't he manage to kill Tu Cheng and Kuang Zhan, the 2 innate rankers, before? At the very least, he must put in effort to find a way out. He shouldn't be giving up so easily. As he went out to the main hall, the Feng clan master patted Yue Yang's shoulders. He did not speak, but he had personally seen Yue Yang, Princess Qian, Yu and Yu Bing out himself. Returning back to the Yue clan castle, Yue Yang and the others found that the Yue clan village had been totally destroyed, as if a hurricane had passed by. After asking around, they found out that the Xia clan had come over, aggressively fighting any Yue clan general who dared to block their way. They had also smashed a lot of shops along the way as they commanded for the Yue clan to hand over Yu and her bastard lover to them. However, the Xia clan still had some apprehensions, hence they did not kill their way right into the Yue clan castle. The generals of the Yue clan were extremely depressed, because the culprit who had caused this mess wasn't Yu Tian, Yu Yan, Yu Bao or even the abnormal third young master Yue Yang, it was actually their most obedient, gentlest and kindest Yu. They absolutely couldn't believe that Yu would have a bastard lover, because their second young mistress had always been with Princess Xian. Furthermore, everyone had seen how Yu had returned to the castle together with Princess Xian, and there were only 7th young mistress Yu Bing and the abnormal third young master Yu Yang with them. How could there be a bastard lover? They had adamantly refuted Xia clan's slanders towards second young mistress reputation. It was widely known that the Xia and the Yu clan were at odds with each other, even an idiot would know that these people didn't have a good intention coming here. They had definitely come here purposely with this excuse to make a scene. The Xia clan didn't bring their level 7 overlord expert, the exterminator Xia Tu with them, but both the Yu and the Xia clan generals had fought a great battle. In the end, the Yu clan suffered a disadvantage. Their Yu clan village had been smashed to bits and pieces. When Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai heard about the news and arrived, the Xia clan had already left the place. What actually happened here? Elder Yu Hai saw Yue Yang and asked him about the destroyed Yu clan village. I don't know, I went to visit fourth uncle with second sister and Bing Er. Princess Xian was also with us. Yue Yang put up an appearance, pretending that he was a good boy who never fought and that he completely didn't know anything. Grandpa, it's all my fault. Yu couldn't be like Yue Yang who could lie without blinking his eyes. She immediately kneeled and explained the whole situation from the start to the end. Princess Xian was afraid that she would be punished by Elder Yu Hai, hence she reiterated Xia Qianchu's words to him. When Jun Wuyu heard it, his expression immediately changed. He could sense that the Xia clan was aggressively provoking the Yu clan. They must definitely have enough support behind them to dare to do such things. Even without Yu's matter, they would probably find another excuse. Yu's accidental provocation was nonetheless a mere trigger for their attack. Elder Yu Hai looked at Yue Yang, then said with an inquiring tone, Xiao San, what's your opinion with regards to this? Yue Yang was the embodiment of violence. Since the enemy had bullied them all the way to their front door, what else was there to say? They would obviously need to beat the enemies up until they couldn't recognize their own mothers. Yue Yang coughed slightly, everyone all knew that I'm an advocate of peace who had a good and kind heart. I would do at least one good thing every month, such as helping old grandmothers to cross the road. I'm also very forgiving. Usually, when others slap my left cheek, I would offer them my right cheek too. The audience started to sweat profusely. If this brat was an advocator of peace, then Soaring Dragon Continent would probably be engulfed in endless wars. Princess Xian glared at Yue Yang. She nodded towards Elder Yu Hai and said, since the Xia clan has asked for a fight, we shall fight against them. Hearing this, Jun Wuyu sweated hard. I didn't say anything when you are helping him silently. You are even saying we now. Girl, you are still not part of the Yu clan at all. Your Majesty, how about you be the mediator between us two clans? Elder Yu Hai didn't want to drag Jun Wuyu to this matter. If the Xia clan dared to provoke the Yu clan, that meant that they were not afraid of the Junwu Yu that was supporting the Yu clan behind. This matter shouldn't involve the Xia's royal family, otherwise the Soaring Dragon Continent state of affairs would be in total chaos. He could sense that the Yu clan had reached the edge of a cliff. A simple mistake would cause their whole clan to fall into an endless abyss. Big brother Hai, you don't have to say any more. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Junwu Yu smiled indifferently. The main butler had asked for an audience, his expression seemed flustered and worried. Seemed like the Xia clan had made a new move. Elder Yu Hai shook his hand, gesturing to the main butler not to say the matters out. He turned around towards Yue Yang and said, Xiao-san, take your big and younger sister away from here. This is not you youngsters' problems. Yue Yang nodded, of course, you are the clan master, I will obviously listen to your orders. He stood up and walked towards the exit. Yu and Yu Bing was confused when they saw this. Has this brat's personality changed? Why was he so obedient? Only Princess Xian ran over and shouted, hey, don't try to do anything funny. Before she could even finish her words, Yue Yang who had walked out of the room had suddenly disappeared. Elder Yu Hai and Junwu Yu looked at each other and forced a smile. Although they knew that this brat would not listen to them, they didn't think that he would do this kind of thing. Below the mountain, there were even more Xia clan's experts marching forward towards the castle. They had passed the Yu clan village, and was climbing up to the Yu clan castle step by step. The Yu clan generals couldn't help but to retreat due to their enemy's great power. The two elders saw that the other side had the level 7 intermediate overlord Xia Tu. Hence, although they were unwilling they could only sign for the generals to retreat and wait for support. Level 7 overlord was not an enemy that they could fight against. Xia Tu didn't attack at all. As a level 7 overlord, he could completely defeat the Yu clan generals with his chi alone. Just as he was savoring the moment, pleased with himself, a shadow suddenly appeared. The shadow flew down from the top of the mountain, followed by a trail of purple flames that set the sky ablaze, fast like a meteor. The sight of this makes Xia Tu shiver with fright. A strong enemy from the Yu clan finally appeared. The purple flames in the sky twisted and turned into a dragon shape, turning and revolving. Just as Xia Tu jumped up to the sky, preparing to clash against the strong enemy, his enemy suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared again, he had already reached behind one of the Xia clan generals and slashed the general's head off with a slash of his purple flames. Blood splashed all over the place. There were at least 20 Xia clan generals that died on the spot, under that blade that was exuding purple flames. On the ground, other than corpses, there was also a dividing line. Yue Yang stood right on the dividing line that was drenched in blood, holding a Wei Jin magic blade in his hands. He humped out coldly, trespassers will be prosecuted without any mercy. Xia Tu measured the youngster in front of him who looked to be around 20 years old. He was unusually young, but the chi that he exuded was even shocking to him, who was a level 7 overlord. If that youngster had only killed a few beasts or people before, he wouldn't have such a potent killing intent. This kind of killing intent seemed to be on the level of a general who had fought in great battlefields and narrowly escaped deaths many times. He must have already killed more than thousands of people. His killing intent was equivalent to a demon king's. It was a killing intent that normal warriors wouldn't be able to exude no matter how long they train. This youngster was still so young, yet he possessed such a ruthless and merciless killing intent. Could it be that he had started killing the moment he came out from his mother's womb? Xia Tu's heart involuntarily trembled. He had never seen anyone amongst the younger generations who had a more ruthless killing intent than himself. Even the 3 great killing stars, Feng Qi She who had killed the most, didn't have a killing aura like this youngster. In fact, his was not even worthy to be mentioned to this youngster. If he likened Feng Qi She's killing intent to a wolf cub, this youngster's killing intent was like a fierce tiger who had just ripped off a man's head from his body. Just how many people have he killed exactly? How many strong rankers did he kill to have that demon king-like killing intent? Xia Tu couldn't imagine it at all. Who are you? Xia Tu had initially thought that only the substitute clan master Yu Xian or the clan master elder Yu Hai would be worthy to be his opponents. He never thought that the Yu clan had a youngster this powerful. The 4 great clans really lived up to their names. Although the Yu clan looked like they had fallen on the outside, the strength that they were actually hiding was definitely not to be looked down upon. Xia Tu suddenly had a feeling that it would be too early for them to pick a fight with the Yu clan now. They had also been too careless. The Xia clan had not even finished investigating the matter thoroughly before they hurriedly stormed to the Yu clan castle. They had really been unwise. Yu clan guards, retreat from the line 10 meters back and I'll behead you. Yue Yang didn't pay attention to Xia Tu, instead he glowered at the clan generals who were trying to retreat. The clan general who had retreated the furthest was stopped by Hui Tai Lang, who snarled, opened its bloody mouth wide and bared its sharp teeth. That fellow was so frightened that he started to wet his pants and pleaded for his life. Seeing this, the Yu clan generals were absolutely horrified. Everyone was so shocked that they started trembling. This abnormal third young master was definitely not joking. Previously, he had even dared to kill his elders when he brought forth mistress and forced his way into the Yue clan castle. His ruthlessness had almost created a river of blood. Even after the substitute clan master Yu Xian came out, he had still dared to fight him. If it wasn't for the fact that clan master Yu Hai had came back on time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Afterwards, in the clan tournament, this third young master had even dared to beat one of the floating sect members up. Furthermore, no one dared to scold him for his brazenness. Towards this little devil who dared to kill his own elders, the clan general didn't want to provoke him and disobey his orders. Furthermore, with third young master supporting this battle, they would really lose face if they still retreated. Wah! They immediately pulled themselves together and increased their battle spirits. Gathering behind Yue Yang, they confronted the Xia clan generals with Yue Yang as their leader. As for the two elders, seeing that all the clan generals had recognized Yue Yang as their leader, were greatly displeased. However, they fully understand Yue Yang's exceptional performance before. Right now, this brat was no longer someone they could restrict or control. Since they did not have the great capabilities of that brat, they could only endure the humiliation gloomily. Furthermore, with a strong enemy picking a fight right at their door, if the Yue clan did not pull themselves together and work as one, they would really be finished. As they thought about this, the two elder also divided themselves into two troops, one on Yue Yang's right and the other on his left, echoing their war cry together with Yue Yang's troops. The Xia clan guards had lost more than 20 people in the short moment since Yue Yang entered the fight, hence they were also a little apprehensive. However, as the level 7 overlord, Xia Tu, floated down and stood right in front of them, the Xia clan guards' will to fight immediately increased. They roared their war cry loudly in response to Yue clan general's cries. Whoa! The Xia clan guards shouted loudly, wanting to show their superiority from their chi and their numbers and intimidate the Yue clan generals. Ha ha! How could the Yue clan generals retreat now? Yue Yang's magic blade didn't have any mercy. Furthermore, the demon wolf that ate human flesh was also waiting for them behind. Retreating could only mean death, but they could still live if they fight forward. They would definitely not lose in terms of cries as they started to raise their voices all together, delivering a thundering cry. An endless flow of elite clan generals had also come down from the Yue clan castle to provide their support. From the Yue clan village, there was also an endless flow of Xia clan guards joining the fight, climbing up the mountain as they shouted menacingly. Elder Yu Hai finally appeared, stepping out from the Yue clan castle with great steps. On the other hand, at the bottom of the mountain, the other level 7 overlord from the Xia clan, Xia Nu, who was equally as strong and famous as Xia Tu, also made his way up the mountain step by step. The two sides' forces quickly gathered in the middle of the mountain. A great battle was about to commence. I don't care what kind of intention you have. Those who have invaded my castle, I order you to lay down your arms and surrender, otherwise we will fight without further ado. Yue Yang would not waste his time on compassionate or negotiation talk with his enemy. He only had a rule: death for all who did not surrender. The highly reputable Yue clan castle had been blatantly attacked by an enemy. If they did not kill their enemies now, anyone could bully them in the future. Yue Yang didn't have a sense of belonging to the Yue clan castle as if it was his own home, but this was still the pitiful guy's ancestors' home. Since he had replaced the pitiful guy and become the Yue clan third young master, how could he face others if he couldn't even protect the Yue clan castle? Xia Tu was furious. Isn't this brat too brazen? Right now, the Xia clan had the upper hand, be it in numbers or combat power. He didn't even offer to negotiate, but demanded them to disarm and surrender immediately. How was that possible? Xia Nu, who had an extremely short temper, almost went berserk when he heard Yue Yang's words. Shiro, Xia means blood, it's their clan name. Nu means anger. I have no idea why someone would name their child Anger, or Slaughter, in Xia Tu's case. It's kinda like, son, dad, yes, Slaughter. Xia Tu, who was more meticulous to detail, signaled to the others to wait for a moment secretly and examine the situation first. The Yue clan had 1,000 years of history and a strong foundation. Even if the Xia clan had a powerful support behind them and was attacking them with almost 100 elite warriors, the Yue clan wouldn't be defeated so easily. Attacking them on impulse would only spoil their plan. Furthermore, the relationship between the four great clans were very close. If one was attacked without any justification, the other three great clans who were all intimately related with each other would definitely lend a helping hand. If the Xia clan wanted to defeat this colossal enemy, the Yue clan, not only would they need enough manpower, they would also need a strong justification. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get past the Xia Emperor, Jun Wuyu. Even an idiot knew how close Jun Wuyu was with Marshal Yu Hai, whom he called Brother Hai. Jun Wuyu had always seen Yu Hai as his brother, so he would definitely not stand by and watch in silence. Greetings to you, Clan Master, Marshal Yu Hai. Today, the reason for Xia Tu coming here is only to ask the Yu clan to hand over some people. Marshal Yu, please hand over second young mistress Yu Yu and her bastard lover who killed our clan member, Xia Qianqiu. Before, the Yue and Xia family were related by an engagement and everyone was happy. However, the Yue clan's second young mistress did not know shame and have engaged in illicit relationship with another lover before marriage. There was definitely a conspiracy to kill my nephew and her fiancé, Xia Qianqiu. Right now, we had come here to ask the highly principled Marshal Yue to hand over Yu and her bastard lover to be punished by the Xia clan in upholding our laws. Xia Tu gave his respects towards Elder Yu Hai who was striding forward. This was his way showing proprietary and laying his excuse. Xia City Master, as a city master, you must not say inappropriate words. You have not investigated the truth, yet you led an army to the Yu clan castle. Furthermore, you have even forcefully demanded for our people. Do you think that I'm already so old that you can bully me however you like? Elder Yu Hai exploded his chi as his voice boomed like a thunder, shocking everyone's eardrums to the point that their ears buzzed, almost going deaf. Elder Yu Hai was a great marshal who have experienced thousands of battles. His chi was as powerful as a mountain, sharper, heavier, and more forceful than Yue Yang's, almost as if it had substance. The Xia clan guards on the opposite side had already felt an immense pressure when Elder Yu Hai first arrived. Now that he had shouted his reply, the Xia clan guards couldn't help but to take a step back in fear. The Xia clan guards were afraid of Elder Yu Hai's military glory. Even with Xia Tu and Xia Nu, the two level 7 overlords controlling the troops, their army arrangement started to get into disorder. Xia Tu looked calm but he secretly shivered. Fortunately he came here with Xia Nu today. If it was another person, the Xia clan guard army would probably be completely annihilated. Yu Hai, this old fellow, was indeed as firm as the rumors have said. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Elder Yu Hai and Yue Yang, one old and one young, stood right in front of their troops. However, their chi was a complete opposite. One was as violent and tyrannical as a ferocious tiger showing off his abilities, making others have difficulties in looking into his glaring eyes that could probably kill with one single look. The other was as calm and experienced as a rock, firm and steady like a mountain. He didn't have to be angry to cast fear on other people's hearts. Most importantly, the old grandfather and his young grandchild's chi both complemented each other, making them look even stronger. This gave Xia Tu the feeling that let alone his small army, even a strong army with thousands of men and horses would not be difficult for them to defeat. Xia Tu sighed in his heart. This was indeed the power of one of the 4 great clans, the Yu clan. Even when they have fallen in power and was deteriorating day by day, they were still heroic and undying old lions. If they wanted to do anything to them, they would have to pay a heavy cost. After waging a war against the Yu clan, would the Xia clan even have any elite warriors left? Would other clans take the advantage of their weakness and replace them as the new 4 great clans? This question suddenly flashed at the bottom of Xia Tu's heart. He suddenly found out that he had only focused on defeating the Yu clan before, and had not thought about the consequences and the price they would have to pay if they failed. Compared to Xia Tu, Xia Nu's thinking was way simpler. He thought that he and Xia Tu both could take one opponent each, one fighting against Yu Hai while the other against that arrogant bastard of a youngster. They should give them a surprise attack. As long as they could force the Yu clan to reveal their hidden strength, then that great power that was supporting them would be able to make a move. With the 100 over elite warriors attacking the Yu clan, they would annihilate them with one attack. From today onwards, the Xia clan would definitely replace the Yu clan as one of the 4 great clans. Fourth brother, we didn't come here to fight, we come here to negotiate. Xia Tu changed his mind. The Yu clan wanted to fight, but the Xia clan must not attack first. Otherwise, they might not be able to take the Yu clan down even when their whole army was annihilated. Taking others out from the equation, even fighting against Marshal Yu Hai and that demon king-like youngster alone would be a very difficult battle to win. There were still the substitute clan master Yu Xian, second master Yue Ling and the 12 elders. They all had powers worthy of mention. Especially the 3 great elders who had shut themselves inside and never came out before, their strength were even deeper and more immeasurable. Others might think that they were only level 6 elders, but Xia Tu heard from a secret intelligence that those 3 great elders were not warriors that the Xia clan could fight against even when they put in all of their power. It was just that they had taken an oath not to take a step out of the Yu clan doors at all, guarding the Yu clan puppet palace to their death. Hence, common people wouldn't know about these 3 great elders' true powers. They must pull that great power supporting them from behind to the front lines. Otherwise, the Xia clan would become someone else's lackey, become someone else's pawn or stone to be stepped on. Xia Tu changed his plans and cupped his hands to pay respects to Elder Yu Hai, saying, Marshal Yu, everything boils down to logic. Today, the Xia clan had come to talk about logic with Yu clan. The Yu clan's second young mistress, Yu, had conspired with someone else to kill my nephew Xia Qianqiu. Where is the logic in this? If Marshal Yu is reasonable, then we can stop fighting. We can gather our people together to discuss about this matter. He felt that if the Xia clan took the reasonableness approach and directly confronted the Yu clan in front of Jun Wu Yu and the other 3 great clans would not have a reason to help the Yu clan. As for the Yu clan, he knew that they would definitely not hand Yue over. Hence, at that time, he and the great power behind them would attack the Yue clan together. As long as the elite warriors in Yue clan die, the Yue clan would naturally lose their qualifications as one of the 4 great clans. He would definitely not allow the great power supporting them to make use of the Xia clan to open a pathway for themselves. At least, Xia too wouldn't agree to it. It wasn't easy for the Xia clan to rise in power. If they faced the Yue clan head-on, they would probably lose all the power they had gained and return to their original standing. With no more powerful people in their clan, would that great power supporting them continue their support? The Yue clan is definitely reasonable. Xiao-san, go back and call your older sister out. I will negotiate with the Xia clan. If you guys have really committed a crime, you won't be able to run from our clan's laws. However, if someone is trying to slander our names, I will also not stand by and watch ourselves being bullied by others. What kind of person was Elder Yu Hai? He was a great marshal who had walked through hurricanes and storms. He had played with schemes like Xia Tu's to the point that he was sick of it. With no change in his expression, he waved his hands and signaled for Yue Yang to leave. If Yue Yang didn't go, everyone would not be able to take the next action. Jun Wuyu would also not be able to appear on the scene. Seeing that Yue Yang was finally about to leave, Xia Tu and Xia Nu sighed their relief. Although they were level 7 overlords, facing against Yue Yang's frightening killing intent made their heart shiver in fear. They felt as if they were a tiger's prey. If their secret intelligence was right, this brat should be Yu Chu's son, who had been hiding and was called a useless trash for 10 over years. After inheriting his father's swordplay recently, he could finally bloom. At the beginning of this year, he had pulled a carriage as he killed his way through the Yue clan in a bid to bring his foster mother and younger sisters back to the Yue clan castle and uphold their honors. The only thing that the Xia clan regretted was that they did not send people over to observe during the Yue clan New Year's tournament. They had missed the chance to observe this brat's abilities. From their secret intelligence, this brat seemed to have the power of at least a level 6 elder, even a level 6 advanced senior elder. It was because this brat had suddenly become so powerful that great power behind the Xia clan started to suspect that Yu Chu had not really died that year, and that he was still living and teaching his son in secret. A lot of people thought that with Yue clan third young master's outstanding capabilities, reaching the innate rank would only be a matter of time. If the Yue clan gained an innate ranker, then no one else could shake the Yue clan's position as one of the 4 great clans. This was also the reason why that great power that was supporting the Xia clan was in a hurry to attack the Yue clan. They have to eliminate the Yue clan third young master and lure Yu Chu out. Elder Yu Hai was already old, and Yu Shan and Yue Ling didn't have that much power. This pair of father and son was the real threats of the Yue clan, no matter if it was last time or in the future. Yes. You are the clan master, I will obviously listen to you. Yue Yang seemed to be very obedient in the surface, but his Huijin magic blade immediately spurred forward, slashing across with thunder-like, unparalleled power. His blow could probably even split a whole mountain. His attack thoroughly shocked Xia Nu. As Xia Nu hurriedly avoided Yue Yang's sneak attack, he found that Yue Yang had already threw himself into a bunch of guards like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, killing more than 10 people at once. Boom! Yue Yang exchanged blows against Xia Tu who was trying to stop him. A loud, thundering clash resounded as the surrounding Xia clan guards were thrown away from to the impact. More than half were heavily injured as Yue Yang floated back to Elder Yu Hai's side, light as a feather. What nerve! You dared to kill our people right under our noses. Xia Nu was almost driven mad with anger. Didn't they say they were going to negotiate? This brat had actually dared to go back against his words, launching a sneak attack on them instead? Are they even human? Yue Yang's lips twitched, turning around and walking away nonchalantly. Let alone the Xia clan guards, even the Yue clan generals all had goosebumps. What a coldness indifference towards life. It was even colder than 1,000-years-old ice. In this third young master's eyes, maybe those people are not even counted as ants on the road. The Yue clan generals hurriedly gave way to Yue Yang, respectfully seeing Yue Yang off. Their feelings were extremely complicated. They feared him but also felt a kind of spontaneous sense of pride. Xia Nu really wanted to go berserk and use all of his power to fight this brat to death. However, Xia Tu signaled to him to calm his anger. When he clashed with Yue Yang previously, he had found out a shocking truth. That arrogant third young master had indeed had the right to be arrogant. His power was definitely not at level 6 elder, it was level 7 overlord. Xia Tu realized that even when he was prepared to clash against him, he still didn't gain the upper hand. On the other hand, his opponent seemed to still have some force to spare. No wonder this brat could disregard everything. The reason was because he possessed extremely strong power on his own alone, he did not need to be polite with anyone. Second brother, you, Xia Nu had never felt so vexed since he became a level 7 overlord. Don't provoke him. Go and get the 2 elders Song He here to support us. Xia Tu quietly unfolded his palm. Xia Nu, who was standing in front of him, could see that Xia Tu's hands was scorched black, as if it was burnt by a strong flame. Xian was extremely shocked. His second brother's strongest defense was at his hands, because he had the Thunder Fire God arm, a precious artifact to protect his hands. Xian never thought that that brat could burn his brother's hands with only one attack and a blade. How could this happen? When Yue Yang had gone to the Yu clan castle and brought Princess Qian, Yu, and Yu Bing in a horse carriage back to the place where the Xia clan and Yu clan had clashed just now, he found out that the two sides had moved to the Yu clan village at the foot of the mountain. The Yu clan's people stood on the left while the Xia clan's people stood on the right. Other than Elder Yu Hai and a few of other elders, there was also the substitute clan master Yu Xian, as well as second uncle Yue Ling, who had hurriedly rushed back upon hearing the news. However, the eldest sons of the first mistress, Yu Tian and Yu Yan, were not present. It seemed as if they had safeguarded themselves intentionally. Acting as the middleman and witness were Jun Wu Yu and the people from the four great clans. It was not much different from when it was the new year. There were the Feng clan's Feng Xiao Yun, Shui clan's Shui Wendao, Yan clan's Yan Qian Zhong, and the person who acted as Jun Wu Yu's left hand and commanding officer of the troops, Feng Kuang. The four great sects had also sent people here. Yue Yang could only recognize one of them, and that was Yu Feng's instructor, Elder Ku Ming. As for the other two, Yue Yang did not recognize them. Amongst the other two, one of them had red hair that resembled a lion's, standing tall and majestic. He had a shining radiant eyes that made him even look more powerful. On the other hand, the man who was standing beside the lion man looked reserved and elegant. His snow-white robe had green dragon patterns all over it. Yue Yang was slightly startled. It looked like this was the dragon ambassador from the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace. Only rankers from the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace would have differently colored dragon patterns on their white clothes. From ascending order, the colors went by the order of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and violet. It was said that a red dragon pattern was already a small level 6 beginner elder. This green dragon patterned dragon ambassador did not seem to be an ordinary elder either. At the very least, he would be a level 7 overlord ranker in strength. As for that red-haired big-sized lion-like fellow, he seemed to be a ranker from Western Lion Pagoda. This was as the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion did not accept any males. The fairies from the Moon Fairy Pavilion also hardly joined any fights in the world. Yue Yang's level 4 divine vision swept across the two people. A trace of a smile gradually formed as his lips curved at the sides. He looked around and saw Elder Ku Ming. Yue Yang felt that old man was concealing his talents a little. He was a pretty good old man. Elder Ku Ming did not sit in front of a horizontal table like the other witnesses, but rather on a slab of stone. The position he was sitting in caused Yue Yang to look twice in surprise. There were innumerable amounts of experts at the Xia clan side. Yue Yang found out that excluding Xia Tu and Xia Nu, there were 5 other rankers at the overlord level. As for level 6 elders, there were close to 20 of them. There were even 2 old men who had attained level 8 emperor. These 2 men were arrogant and lofty. They were also the only people sitting around a table and were served tea at the Xia clan's side. All of the Xia clan's men were incomparably respectful to them. Even when Xia Tu and Xia Nu spoke, they had lowered their heads slightly. The 2 old men looked similar. They seemed like twin brothers. Both of them had white hair and eyebrows, with their hair like cranes and a youthful face. They looked benevolent and kind-hearted, like the immortals in stories. They did not seem to be those old gods who placed themselves on a pedestal. Yue Yang thought that if the old fox, the eagle-eyed Xia Wei Li and other people were not standing beside Elder Yu Hai, the Xia clan would have already started their onslaught against them. After all, their strength was far, far greater than that of the Yu clans. At the Yu clan's side, Yue Yang found out that the 2 rankers that he had seen in Whitestone City's warm cottage had came as well. They stood beside Elder Yu Hai. Shiro, Yue Yang's house in Whitestone City is called Warm Cottage. One of them was as powerful as a lion, the other with a presence as hidden as a leopard. Within the crowd, the 2 people were not too conspicuous, but in Yue Yang's eyes, they were pretty strong. That Eastern Sky King who looked like a black Zhongfei had also come. When he saw Yue Yang coming down slowly from his horse carriage, the Eastern Sky King immediately flew over to welcome him, slapping Yue Yang's shoulders hard as he said, "You clan's little 3, relax. You're my daughter's person, so this emperor will definitely protect you. There won't be any opportunity for others to bully you." Cephalia, C3 Kingdoms Zhongfei, imagine with darker skin, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/zhong_fei, I'm just your daughter's guard captain. If your highness could describe things clearly, then that would be better. Yue Yang was sweating profusely. Thankfully, this fellow didn't say that he was his person, otherwise others would have doubted his sexual orientation. However, the Eastern Sky King did not care at all, and patted Yue Yang's shoulders again. What kind of talk is that? Little Luo Hua and you will be a pair sooner or later, it's fine even if I protect you in advance. These words did not seem to be spoken like a king, but rather like a mafia boss. Of course, there didn't seem to be any rancor familiar with what kind of amazing person the Eastern Sky King was. Thus, everyone felt that it was normal and not weird at all. It was the two elders who were being offered tea on the other side who lightly snorted. These words are what your highness has said. However, does it represent the intention of the Tian Luo kingdom? Old Ching Song, even if others fear you, I don't give a damn about you at all. Aren't you just a level 8 intermediate emperor? How strong are you to be this arrogant? In my eyes, you two old farts are definitely not going to reach level 9 saint in this lifetime. You can spend your entire old life rotting in the ranks of level 8. So what if I said I would protect them? This is my son-in-law, if you dare to lay a single finger of him, I will immediately bring my troops and attack your Ziyijin kingdom. Let's see if your Ziyijin kingdom's wolf army are stronger than my storm cavalry. The Eastern Sky King could fight well against the ferocious Zhang Fei, his tone was as if someone had lighted a barrel of gunpowder in him. He was Tian Luo Empire's number 2, being ranked just under the Emperor Huasu Ri. Tian Luo's Emperor Huasu Ri did not like to bother with political affairs. He left most of them to his state officials. Thus, if one were to talk about the most energetic personality in Tian Luo Empire, it would be this Eastern Sky King. The Eastern Sky King was originally the crown prince, but this fellow was a battle maniac. He hated meddling in political affairs even more than Huasu Ri. He even hated being in the royal palace. He felt that it was a huge prison. Therefore, he relegated his position willingly and gave the position of the emperor to his younger brother Huasu Ri. Then, he became the Eastern Sky King, living his life freely. It could be said that even if the Xia clan or any other power could raise the Yu clan's castle to the ground, they would definitely not dare to touch the Eastern Sky King. If the Eastern Sky King was harmed, the Tian Luo Empire would definitely do their utmost to take revenge for him by sending out their elites. Nothing below the sky can be more important than reason. Let's reason this out first. The old fox hurriedly quelled the Eastern Sky King's anger. After all, the Emperor Junwuyu was sitting and waiting at the center of the discussion. The 4 great clans and the 4 great sects were also present. At least, they had to show some dignity. As for the Xia clan, although the 2 old men wore a displeased expression, but they were not willing to have a dispute with the Eastern Sky King, so as to avoid having more issues cropping up. Xia Tao, who was the city master of Blade Mountain City, good friends with Xian last time as well as the substitute clan master of the Xia clan, came out from the right side of the crowd. Alongside him, there were 2 guards who were carrying a stretcher. On top of it, there was a corpse that was too horrible to look at was laid out on it. That corpse was Xie Qianqiu, whom Yue Yang had ruthlessly beaten up before allowing Hui Tai Lang to eat his fill. In order to make him suffer a more painful death, Yue Yang had even broke a healing stone for him, causing him to live within an inch of death. Even if Xie Qianqiu moved back to the Xia clan, he would not die easily. Seeing that there was an additional finger mark between Xie Qianqiu's eyebrows, Yue Yang reckoned that the Xia clan's masters had broken his skull to prevent him from dying an excruciating death, delivering a blow that released him from pain. Xia Tao's entire face was contorted with pain. He held back his tears and bowed to Junwuyu, saying, "Your Highness, that year, you sent your humble servant to guard Blade Mountain City. Your humble servant has been cautious and conscientious for the past few decades. Not one day did I ever dare to slack off. That day, your Highness came personally to bless the engagement of the Yu clan's second young mistress to Qianqiu. It should have been a match made in heaven, the marriage between the Yu and the Shuet. It is still something that your humble servant has yearned so much for." Unexpectedly, Little Chu breathed his last after a horrific accident. "Your Highness, you have to uphold justice for your humble servant. If the Yu clan wanted to break the engagement, although it would break our laws and tradition, your humble servant would have bore the pain and agreed to it. I never thought that Chu Er would be beaten alive just because he lost his temper after seeing the scandalous actions between the Yu clan's second young mistress and her bastard lover and denounced them a little. How could an elder send off his descendant? Your humble servant's heart is bleeding. I implore you, your Highness, please uphold justice for your humble servant." Seeing his wrinkled face covered in tears, if an outsider did not know the truth, they might have really been fooled by him. The only regret the Xia clan had was that Xie Qianqiu's infamy had spread far and wide. In comparison, the Yu clan's second young mistress had always been a gentle and virtuous girl. In this situation, it seemed to be a desperate action to countercharge and suspect the victims of the incident. Junwuyu offered a seat to Xia Tao, but did not say anything else. However, the dragon-robed warrior from the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace looked at the corpse doubtfully and asked, "Xia clan's master, you said that Yu clan's second young mistress were in cahoots with the adulterer and killed your son. Do you have evidence? Could you elaborate on how he was murdered? If everything you claim is through words, where is your evidence?" Dragon Ambassador Bai Bo, my son, and Lady Wan Wan met Yu clan's second young mistress walking along with the adulterer. The 2 people was fooling around with each other and showed their ugly colors. Unable to bear looking at them, my son went up to them in rage, but he could not fight them with his power. In the end, he was insulted to death by the adulterer. Before his corpse went cold, everyone had already known what kind of evil scheme he had fallen into. My Xia clan's people are holding on to the evidence. Lady Wanwan had one of her arms cut off by the adulterer but luckily managed to escape. She is still in an unstable state. If Dragon Ambassador Baibo agrees to ensure that Lady Wanwan does not fall into the evil schemes of the enemy, I'll invite Lady Wanwan out to describe the tragedy that happened to my son. Xia Tao seemed as if he was extremely sad, and cried again. Invite Lady Wanwan out then. Dragon Ambassador Baibo, Brother Kuming and I, the three of us, will guarantee that the witness safety. The red-haired big-sized fellow affirmed with his answer with booming voice. The sexy girl whose arm was cut off by Yue Yang came out. First, she curtsied to Jun Wuyu, then to the rankers of the 4 great sects and the 4 great clans. Afterwards, she recounted what happened that time in a tearful voice. Through her words, Yue Yang was a murderer whose crimes filled the heavens, who did ruthless things. His actions made people's hairs stand on end. He could be classified as an immoral and despicable person. Conversely, Xia Qianqiu was described completely differently, turning from a notorious lady killer to become a great and just hero. She had almost forgot to add that Xia Qianqiu would do a good deed every 3 days. Anyway, after such a tearful accusation, even Yue Yang himself started to doubt his morals. Was he really an extremely evil person who had committed such grave offenses? Princess Qian nearly applauded her performance. She had seen countless people crying as an act, but this was the first time that someone had acted so naturally. Hearing the sexy girl's accusations, everyone looked at each other. They felt that it was a little unbelievable. How could Yue Clan's second young mistress who was this kind and virtuous had a lover? This kind of situation should happen on Xia Qianqiu instead. It could still be a possibility if Xia Qianqiu was dishonorable and abandoned his fiancée, beating Yue's second young mistress to death. What in the world was going on? Lady Wanwan, your lamentations have been heard clearly by everyone. Now, facing the Yue Clan's crowd, did you see the figure of the adulterer? If that person is there, can you identify him? Jun Wuyu duly asked. Yes, it's that person. That sexy girl had long seen Yue Yang, as Yue Yang was sitting on top of the carriage in a conspicuous manner. The flirtatious girl pointed towards Yue Yang, and shot a poisonous gaze at him. She gritted her teeth and yelled, he was the one who cut off my arm and beat Master Xia Qianqiu to death alive. It's him, he's the adulterer, it's impossible for me to be mistaken. Pointing at him, everyone who knew Yue Yang was stunned. Yue Yang smiled, and affirmed it by nodding. That's right, I'm the adulterer. Boom. Fatty Hai, Yakong and the Li brothers fell onto the ground with a thunderous sound. Even Xiahou Wei Lai, the solemn eagle-eyed man, was shocked by what Yue Yang had said. Feng Xiaoyun and Shui Wendao were stunned, while Yan Qianzhong had already covered his face, not bearing to see the sight any longer. According to his personal thinking, Yan Qianzhong was more inclined to help the Xia clan, as the Yu clan had always been placed third, blocking the Yan clan's path. Yan Qianzhong definitely wanted to see the Xia clan challenging the Yu clan. No matter who won or lost, the Yan clan could just sit idly and benefit as the third party. Seeing now that the sexy girl identified that the adulterer was the Yu clan's third young master, Yan Qianli almost wanted to squeeze under the desk. Mistake, the greatest mistake ever. The Yu clan's people used their utmost strength to prevent themselves from roaring with laughter. As for the Eastern Sky King, he couldn't care less. Tears were already streaming from his eyes, he nearly lost his breath laughing. Xia Tao did not recognize Yue Yang. At one glance, he felt that something weird was happening. Was there something wrong? Xia Tu and Xia Nu had seen Yue Yang before. They swore in their hearts, yet they knew that it wasn't a good time to speak now. They were so fed up to the point that they kept stomping their foot on the ground. It would have been better if this Lady Wanwan did not say anything. Of all the people to identify, this had caused the entire situation to topple over. Even if they were any faster, it was far too late to think of stopping her now. At first, they did not think that the adulterer that she identified would be that kid, otherwise, they would have killed her in a single stroke. It would have been better for her to die and not testify. Shui Wendao and Feng Xiaoyun glanced at each other. Eventually, Feng Xiaoyun was the first to ask. Lady Wanzhan, are you absolutely certain that the adulterer is the person sitting on top of the carriage? Even if he turned into ashes, I would recognize him. Furthermore, he admitted it himself, I beg your highness to administer justice for this weak lady. The sexy girl cried while kowtowing to Jun Wuyu. This matter. Xia Tao, it's not good for me to speak about it. Could this be a misunderstanding? Jun Wuyu looked at Xia Tao. Your highness, how could this be a misunderstanding? My son's corpse is in front of your eyes. Your highness and the old general has had a deep relationship over the years. Your humble servant knows this, but this situation concerns the Shui and Yu clan's children killing the grooms and snatching the bride away. Your highness can't just stand idly and watch. Xia Tao immediately knelt in front of Jun Wuyu. He pointed at Yue Yang, accusing, the killer is in front of your eye. If your highness cannot bear to do it, then please step back, and let your humble servant fight to the death with this bastard. Xia City Master, the adulterer that Wan pointed at. Do you know who he is? Shui Wendao started to feel that the entire pack of Xia clan's people were collectively brain dead. Who is he? Xia Tao was shaken. Just now, he seemed to have overheard the Eastern Sky King talking about that guy being his son-in-law. This was definitely a bit of a problem. Jun Wuyu not willing to offend the Eastern Sky King was something to be expected, but this guy was also the Yu clan's second young mistress lover. Being able to establish good relations with Tian Luo and Xia, could this guy have some special identity? The adulterer whom you claim is on top of the carriage is the younger brother of Yu clan's second young mistress, Yu clan's third young master. Feng Xiaoyun almost cursed at them being utter idiots. They should have found a better excuse to start a war. Such a dumb accusation caused people to be embarrassed for them after hearing it. Ah! Xia Tao was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing it. Witnesses. Jun Wuyu, the Xia Emperor. Feng Kuang, the Xia General. Eastern Sky King 4 great clans. Feng Xiaoyun. Shui Wendao. Yan Qianzhong 4 great sects. Elder Kuming, Yu Feng's instructor, Floating Mist sect. Dragon Ambassador Baibo, Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace sect. Lion-like fellow from, Western Lion Pagoda sect. No one from Moon Fairy Pavilion came. Xia clan. Xia Tu and Xia Nu, Slaughter and Anger pair, level 7 overlords. Xia Tu is a city master. Xia Tao, Xia City Master of Blade Mountain City, substitute clan master of Xia clan. 2 elders Song He, level 8 emperors, identical twins, one called Qing Song and the other He He. What do you mean, brother? That's a lie. That time, Qian Chu and I witnessed that bitch pulling his hand. The sexy girl hurriedly refuted anxiously. That's right, she's absolutely correct. At that time second sister was definitely pulling my arm. If not for second sister pulling me, I would have already punched Princess Qian. When I was peacefully reading my book, Princess Qian suddenly punched me twice for no reason whatsoever. Regardless of whatever happened, she did pull me back aggressively in an all too effeminate way. I can definitely testify this fact for her. Yue Yang nodded his head to confirm. Princess Qian was around at that time too. This sudden revelation almost caused Xia Tao to fall flat on the ground. That's not right. How could one of the other 2 bitches be Princess Qian? Who doesn't know that Princess Qian carries a great sword on her back and wears silver armor? That day, the other 2 bitches were both wearing warriors' clothes. Princess Qian wasn't there at all. That pretty and flirtatious girl's words caused Xia Tao to be fuming mad. She should have shut her mouth long ago, yet she was babbling on without end. Shut up! Xia Tao really wanted to take this evil woman down with a single punch. But with a crowd watching, he could not move, and could only keep his bitterness inside. Was I the bitch you just spoke about? Asked Princess Qian, stepping out of the carriage. That's her. That day, there was another bitch too. Before the pretty and flirtatious girl could finish her sentence, she saw Yu Bing stepping down from the carriage. She immediately pointed her finger, directing Jun Wuyu and the others to her, testifying, these 2 were the accomplices. There's also Yu, that slut, nonsense. Xia Tao really wanted to punch her to oblivion, but Feng Kuang coldly gazed at Xia Tao, warning him, City Master Xia, you'd best not move. Otherwise, we will be forced to kill you. The 3 sect ambassadors have already guaranteed the safety of their lives, after all. The Xia clan's wiseman Xia Tu lowered his head in disappointment. Everything was over. Really, both success and failure were controlled by women, after all. At first, the Xia clan had gotten a great opportunity. However, because they were too impatient and were unable to wait before moving against the Yu clan, they had questioned the Yu clan without investigating clearly what happened. Now, even if they had 1,000 mouths, it was probably impossible to explain it. If they had only mistaken Yu's clan's third young master as an adulterer, it would still be fine. They did not expect Princess Qian to also be traveling with him. Under this kind of situation, how could the second miss possibly be doing something disgraceful with him? They were siblings after all. If the Xia clan had stubbornly identified them as an adulterous couple, the clan would have become the world's greatest joke. The Eastern Sky King was already rolling on the ground laughing as hard as he could. His fist was hitting the ground repeatedly, but it was not enough to suppress his laughter. The Yu clan's castle guards could not help but roar with laughter too. However, the Xia clan's guards dejectedly lowered their heads. This time, they had lost too much face. Feng Xiaoyun pointed towards Yue Yang, asking Xia Tao, now that all the criminals have gathered here, namely Yu clan's third young master, second miss, seventh miss, and Princess Qian, is there anything else you would like to add? Xia Tao almost wanted to find cracks on the ground so that he could squeeze into it. He hurriedly shook his head, saying, A misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. It's not a misunderstanding. The two elders who had the strength of level 8 emperors suddenly stood up. The elder on the right laughed coldly. No matter whether they were recognized wrongly, the fact that the Yu clan's children joined hands to kill the future master of the Xia clan, Xia Qianqiu, is an ironclad truth. The Yu clan must compensate the Xia clan in some way. Xia Qianqiu is one of the children that we brothers had fancied. Now that the children of the Yu clan have beaten him to death, we as his masters must take back some justice. Shiro, sorry, a mistranslation on chapter 208. At the bottom of chapter 208, Xia Tu shouted, "Go and get the two elders Songhe here to support us." These two elders are collectively called two elders Songhe, because one is called Qing Song, who always stood on the left, and the other Heihe, right. They are level 8 emperors, identical twins, and also witnesses for the marriage between fourth mother and fourth uncle. Chapter 98. The moment he spoke, the veins on Jun Wuyu's temples popped. Even idiots knew that Xia Qianqiu was a trash that could not even compare to mud that could be used to build walls. Except for abusing his power to rape women, he did not have any strengths at all. If not for having ulterior motives, even if a young man with 10 times the qualifications of Xia Qianqiu was sent in front of the two elders Songhe, they would probably not bat their eyelids even once. Xia Qianqiu, let alone level 8 Emperor S, he would not even impress level 6 Elder S. If not for the fact that he was born in the Xia clan as well as being the eldest son of the first wife and born with a silver spoon, he could only be trash among trashes. The power behind the two elders Songhe was the self-proclaimed world's fifth sect, the Green Summit sect. The Green Summit sect was the current guardian sect of the present Xia Empire. Originally, traitors who wanted to steal the Yu clan's ultimate moves fled to the Xia Empire and created a new sect. Under the support of Xia Empire, they constantly recruited rankers, and slowly rose in power. The Yu clan had always been suspicious of the sect leader and vice-sect leader of Green Summit sect. They were Makai Li Mi and Duan Muke, the two great villains who had tried 1,000 years ago to poison the top rankers of the Yu clan and steal the secrets of the innate spear technique. That year, the two people had been close relatives of the Yu clan. Due to their overwhelming talent, they had obtained the utmost trust from the Yu clan members and were viewed as kin brothers by them. However, during the time of crisis when the clan master was poisoned and surrounded by powerful enemies, they had disappeared without a trace. 10 years later, Makai Li Mi and Duan Muke had reappeared in the Xia Empire. At that time, they were already part of the Xia Empire's 5 great shamans. They had also set up Green Summit sect with the support of the Xia Empire's emperor. The present-day Green Summit sect had already become the chief guardian sects of Xia Empire, and proclaimed themselves as the 5th sect in the world. Since 1,000 years ago, Green Summit sect had always been the mortal enemies of the Yu clan and even the Xia Empire. It tried to destroy the Yu clan many times. However, the Yu clan had always had a talented younger generation emerge and save the Yu clan during times of crisis. Today, even if these two elders Songhe did not speak, everyone could already guess that these two old folks would definitely not leave the matter at that. They were definitely here to cause trouble. Yue Yang did not know who these two old folks were, nor did he know the grudges that the Yu clan and Green Summit sect had against each other. If he had known, he would definitely say that their motives were painfully obvious. To address the difficult questions raised by the two elders Songhe, Yue Yang stood up. He was extremely generous and admitted it in a single sentence. "That's right, I was the one who beat him to death. So what if I beat him? I ought to beat him up after all. It would be tragic if I don't beat him." Hearing the astonishing arguments that Yue Yang had raised, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others nearly banged their head on the ground. The people on the Xia clan side were already seething with anger since long ago, so much that their facial expressions had already become distorted. It would be fine if he said that it was a misunderstanding. There would be a way out of this difficult situation if that was the case. Now, this fellow had actually admitted to beating that person to death straightforwardly. Not only that, he had still displayed such an arrogant attitude. Everyone had seen many arrogant people before. However, they had never seen someone as arrogant as this fellow. Facing dozens of experts who had already established their reputations long ago, he as a junior was still arrogant like hell. He really deserved a beating. At the Xia clan side, you could just pick a random person and that person would be a level 6 elder and above. If not for giving some respect to Jun Wuyu, the Xia Empire's emperor, the Xia clan would have long since swept the Yu clan clean. "Yu Hai, is this your opinion too?" Elder Qing Song who stood on the left side was agitated and angry. "What he said is not my opinion. However, my thoughts doesn't stray far from that. On the other hand, as the clan master, I am unable to manage him properly. If you have the capability, help me discipline him a little." Elder Yu Hai was calm and collected. Since his grandson was already an innate who had even killed the 1,000 goblins sects Tu Cheng and Kuang Zhan, no matter how great or experienced the two elders Songhe were, they were destined to flop. No matter how powerful the two elders Songhe were, could they be more powerful than those two innates, Tu Cheng and Kuang Zhan? They were so arrogant and haughty, but could they consider the Thousand Goblins sect's leader beneath them? The Thousand Goblins sect leader had witnessed firsthand the deaths of Tu Cheng and Kuang Zhan, killed by his own clan's third young master. Yet, he did not dare to seek him out to settle his debts. What does this Elder Qing Song and Elder He even counted as? Since that's the case, then fine. I'll teach your junior the manners he should have when he sees his seniors. He who was standing on the right was prepared to take Yue Yang down. Princess Xian suddenly stood forward and spoke. Fellow seniors, I imagine that it's better if everyone is made clear on the situation. As for this esteemed senior, since everyone's still trying to reason with each other, it's not your turn to discipline this junior yet. Elder He was shaking with anger. He really wanted to kill Princess Xian with a single slap, but Xia Tu hurriedly rushed forward and whispered a few sentences to him. Moving against Princess Xian was the dumbest way of doing things. With the Yu clan's matters not resolved, falling out with the Xia Empire now was the most unwise decision to make. If Princess Xian were to lose even a strand of hair, then the four great sects and the four great clans would definitely extend their hands to protect her. The heavenly imperial guardians would even more so arrive here upon hearing the news. If He were to move, the Xia Empire would have a reason to retaliate. By doing this, they were essentially declaring a war between the Xia clan and the Green Summit sect against the four great sects, four great clans and the Xia Empire. More importantly, the opposition was currently willing to be reasonable. The more they moved, the more they would look like they were in the wrong. They would seem to be angry as a result of embarrassment. Hearing that Princess Xian was about to burst out with the truth, Xia Tao quickly waved his hands, saying, "A misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding." He knew what kind of trash his son was. Perhaps he was trying to take advantage of Princess Xian before being beaten to a pulp by the opposition. If that was really the case, not only would the Xia clan be unable to gain an upper hand over the Yu clan, they would also receive the stain in their reputation for taking advantage of a princess and humiliating royalty. This is definitely not a misunderstanding. Actually, this was what happened. Princess Xian recounted the incident to everyone, and added, "I can't completely repeat the obscenities that Xia Qianqiu spoke. Not only that, Xia Qianqiu also stripped. There was an intention of raping us three girls. If not for us three having the ability to protect ourselves, if not for Yu clan's third young master stepping forward to protect us, and if we were normal girls instead, that fellow who is not worthy to even be a beast would have succeeded in raping us." So that was what happened. The crowd finally understood after hearing it. Before this, everyone was puzzled. How did Xia Qianqiu become an ally of justice? They did not expect that this was completely the Xia clan's distorted truth. They had used this opportunity to slander people. Come to think of it, Xia Qianqiu was originally a notorious lecher. Being unable to change his bad habits was the most possible truth. Whether it was anger that gripped his heart, or not having the face to see people, Xia Tao suddenly spewed blood from his mouth. With a sway of his body, he fainted. The guards from the Xia clan side hurriedly assisted Xia Tao back. "Wan, you slut! How dare you raise your hand against Princess Xian?" Xia Tu hurriedly tried to distract everyone, roaring towards that sexy girl. "City Master Xia Tu, please wait. For the time being, it's not your turn to pin your blame on one of your accomplices." Feng Kuang coldly snorted. "I hope everyone will give a satisfying explanation to Xia's royal family regarding this matter. If you want to give an explanation, the Yu clan should give the Xia clan a satisfying explanation first. That your Yu clan's child killed Xia Qianqiu is a fact presented in front of your eyes. As for what Xia Qianqiu did when he was alive, there is a possibility that some people intentionally fabricated the incident. Those can be ignored for now. What I can only see in front of my eyes is that my disciple, Xia Qianqiu, has already been killed by someone." The elder Qing Song latched onto this notion. "Seeing the performance of clowns for a good deal of time, I feel like it's about time to wrap it up." Yue Yang coughed a few times, and waved towards the elder Qing Song, saying, "Old geezer, does it matter if Xia Qianqiu is killed? I'll send you to the west as well. Shiro, Chinese beliefs nirvana is in the west, how old are you? Why aren't you waiting for your death at home? You even jumped out to act as if you were high and mighty. Say for yourself, are you brain dead? You want to die for no reason at all? Your time has long gone, it's currently the era of the younger generation like us, understand? After we've finished talking reasonably, we'll just talk with our fists. I'll still stick to my principles. No matter how many people you send, if you don't surrender, I'll kill every single one of them. I won't stop even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, Junior, you really are mad." The elder Qing Song was so angry that his lungs almost burst. "It won't be too late to praise me when I step on top of your head with my foot." Yue Yang had the intention of acting high and mighty in front of the crowd. Facing these two old geezers who did not see anyone as worthy of being compared to them, this was the best offering that he could make. As Elder Qing Song was prepared to move against Yue Yang, 2 silver stars suddenly flashed from above. Just like shooting stars, they drew a beautiful arc across the sky. Finally, they fell towards the center of where everyone was. Originally, everyone thought that this kind of thunderous unblockable fall would cause a world-shaking explosion. The clan guards who were of lower levels were so scared that their faces were drained of color. Only those with elder rank and above people were waiting calmly. As expected, the landing of the 2 silver stars were as light as feathers, not startling anyone at all. The 2 silver stars turned into 2 girls with silver wings and silver armor. Silver radiance emitted from their bodies. There were profound halos flickering under their feet. With a light draw, they took out a golden teleportation scroll each. In that instant, a golden teleportation portal rose. A neatly shaved white-haired elder wearing simple yet extremely clean clothes with the temperament of a scholar walked out slowly. First, he bowed slightly to pay his respects to Jun Wuyu. Then, with his unique metallic voice, he spoke. Esteemed Xia Emperor, please forgive Nangong for coming here without an invitation. Almost everyone who saw this old man who came forward were shaken as they saw him. After all, this white-haired elder who called himself Nangong was the chief of the 10 council members of the Innate Alliance. Normally, he would reside in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. He would not appear in the ordinary world under normal circumstances. However, if one were to approach the innate realm in the world, he would appear to invite this ranker who was close to the innate realm to join the Innate Alliance. His appearance represented the tidings of incomparably good news. With just his appearance, that would prove that someone was being fancied by the Innate Alliance. It could be said that the appearance of Elder Nangong was one of the most desired things that could happen in the lifetime of a warrior. Without his appearance, it would be impossible for the person to ever reach innate. Almost all of the warriors saluted this Elder Nangong. The action was spontaneous and sincere. This Elder Nangong who frequently gave people good news was worthy of everyone's respect. Of course, a person from another world like Yue Yang would have never heard of him before. From the start, he did not understand what was going on. The entire area was filled with excitement. However, the most emotional ones were Qing Song and He. This was because they were both level 8 intermediate emperors, hence they were the only warriors present who were the closest to the innate realm. There was only a fine line separating them from the innate realm. After waiting for their entire lifetime, they felt that the day where people from the Innate Alliance would receive them had come. How would this not bring them a pleasant surprise? How would they not be extremely jubilant? Seeing Qing Song and He being so emotional, the old fox nearly told them not to be too happy too soon. Mr. Nangong, perhaps someone among us has fulfilled the requirements to join the Innate Alliance. Jun Wuyu was also so excited that his entire body was shaking. A ridiculing smile erupted from Qing Song and He's lips. They already knew the answer to that question. Yes, I am here for this reason. Elder Nangong gave a certain answer after he paid his respects to Jun Wuyu humbly. Wow! Congratulations, Elders Song and He. Xia Tu, Xia Nu and their clan were feeling extremely excited. Their clan master, Xia Tao also stopped pretending that he had lost consciousness. He rushed out immediately with a face full of smiles as he congratulated Elders Song and He. Although Elders Song and He both appeared outwardly calm, their flushed looks revealed their joy and happiness. Their palms which were formerly steady were trembling with excitement. Becoming a member of the Innate Alliance was a dream for all warriors throughout their lifetime. They had waited too long for this. The guards from the Xia clan were cheering non-stop and their cheers appeared louder and louder. Thunderous applause was aroused. In contrast, the generals of Yue clan appeared dim and dejected. They were so near to gaining their victory after they had lowered their enemy's morale with great difficulty, yet they lost their chance to defeat their enemy due to the visit of the innate ranker, Elder Nangong. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai were feeling extremely nervous in their heart. If their enemy were recruited into the Innate Alliance, then they would launch a drastic counterattack for sure. At that time, Yue Yang would definitely be in danger. Who would dare to obstruct when an innate ranker wanted to launch his or her attack? The innate rankers could just murder anyone as they wished if someone had provoked them or even if they had no right or reason. The existence of the ordinary warriors were like ants in the eyes of an innate ranker. They believed that Yue Yang would be an innate ranker in the future for sure. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai never doubt on Yue Yang's ability considering his talent. However, it would be a disadvantage for Yue Yang as they met this kind of situation now. If Jun Wuyu and the rest weren't ahead right now, Ye Kong and the others would have rushed out in order to let Yue Yang escape immediately. While there is life, there is hope. Battling with the enemy was the last thing which Yue Yang should do at the moment. Yue Yang would have no problem challenging Elders Song and He if he cultivated hard for another 10 years. However, at the moment, Yue Yang was still too young and hadn't had enough time to cultivate. Even if he was very talented, his combat power would not be at the same level as an elder who had cultivated for 200 to 300 years. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Nangong. The Elders Song and He knelt and greeted Elder Nangong in extreme excitement in the midst of the enthusiastic applause from the Xia clan's guards. Although Elders Song and he had a higher status among the ordinary warriors, they were nothing when compared with Elder Nangong. Elder Nangong was the chief of the 10 council members of Innate Alliance. 1,000 years ago, he was the one who had invited the Innate rankers of Soaring Dragon Continent to join the Innate Alliance. Qing Song and Heihe, who were 250 years old, were just brats compared to Elder Nangong. The guards of Xia clan burst into louder cheers as they saw Elder Nangong humbly reach out his hand to help both Elder Song and Elder He up. As expected, the one whom he would invite were the most powerful Elders Song and He. Initially, everyone were still a little worried as there were also many talented and powerful warriors on the side of the Yue clan. For instance, there was the Eastern Sky King whose strength was nearly approaching level 8 Emperor. Qing Song and Heihe were feeling so touched that they were about to cry. God would indeed bless those who had worked hard. They had finally gotten the reciprocation after they had cultivated with all their might for more than 200 years. The world of Innate rankers had finally opened the door and welcomed them. They had walked the path to Innate rankers for more than 200 years since they were young until their hair turned grey as they grew older. They had slaved through until today, when they finally got to meet the inviter, Elder Nangong. As they thought about it, both of them were trembling as they were feeling so emotional. They knelt on the ground and looked at each other with their tearful eyes as if they were going to hug each other and cry bitterly. However, Elder Nangong politely said something that made everyone stunned. "May I know who you are? I'm very sorry. I think both of you have some misunderstandings." The words came like a bolt from the blue. Qing Song and Heihe were very upset. Could it be that Elder Nangong wasn't here to invite both of them? The cheers from the Xia clan stopped immediately. All of them fell silent. A deathly silence engulfed the whole place. Almost all the warriors stared at Elder Nangong as though they couldn't understand his words no matter how hard they were trying to figure them out. Elder Nangong wasn't here to invite Qing Song and Heihe? East Sky King, who was covering his face as he couldn't bear to watch the situation just now, jumped out all of a sudden after hearing Elder Nangong's words. He pointed at Qing Song and Heihe, who appeared pale and disappointed, and asked Elder Nangong, "Aren't you here to invite them to join the Innate Alliance? Their strengths and abilities are not bad. However, they still need to work harder as there's still a big gap for them to reach the Innate level." Elder Nangong shook his head lightly as he swept his eyes over Qing Song and Heihe. His denial threw the Xia clan's warriors into despair and even caused Elders Song and He to collapse and faint. He then nodded his head lightly and said, "I am here to invite another person." Eastern Sky King shouted "Wah!" excitedly as he heard the words. He clapped his hands and shouted at Qing Song and Heihe, who were about to faint. "Have you ever heard of the story of Old Tortoise? Let me tell you the story since I'm so merciful. There were 2 old tortoises in this world who had always been hallucinating on their own successes. They were obviously someone who stayed under the well, who knew nothing of the world, yet they were so shameless and thought that they could climb out from the well and fly to the sky. Do you think they could fly? Could they fly with their thick face? Congratulations to Elders Song and He for getting invited by the Innate Alliance. Ha ha ha. This is definitely great news. I am representing Tian Luo Kingdom to congratulate the 2 tortoises who have finally flown high up into the sky. No, I must compose a poem to express my excitement. Tortoises' shamelessness are undefeatable under the heavens, nobody could beat them when they unleashed their nonsenses. May, thick face means shameless in Mandarin. Feng Kuang continued, the Xia Kingdom army would like to congratulate both of you after the Eastern Sky King. The old cunning fox also couldn't bear to stay silent. He nodded his head and said, the whole of Ivy Academy would also like to congratulate Elders Song and He to return to Western Paradise. Oops, I meant ascend into the innate level with honor. Return to Western Paradise literally means die in Mandarin. Although Feng Xiaoyun and Shui Wendao didn't say a word, they had been trying hard to hold their laughter in their hearts and almost burst keeping it in while watching this, since it was another unexpected mistake. Yan Qianzhong had been counting on Elders Song and He to show their power, but now he just wished to cover his face as he couldn't bear to watch any longer. Even he felt embarrassed for both of the old men. If he had known this earlier, he would definitely have refused to befriend the Xia clan. They were indeed some useless fellas. Yan Qianzhong made a decision in his heart in that split second. He decided to break off his relation with Xia clan. Without relying on their secret relationship, it seemed that the Xia clan would fall devastatingly after this incident and wouldn't be able to lay their hands on the Yue clan anymore. There were many talents among the young generation springing up in the Yue clan. Apparently, the Yan clan could only stay still at the 4th place as they didn't have the fate to surpass the Yue clan. Other than congratulating Elders Song and He, the Yue clan would also like to thank both of you for showing our Xiao-san how the younger generation should behave. Both of you are really doing a great job. Elder Yu Hai sneered as he clapped sarcastically. Jun Wu Yu, Old Cunning Fox, Feng Kuang and him already knew the result earlier. They just endured silently and only launched a fatal attack right after Elders Song and He had lost their pride and prestige to repress their arrogance. The Yue clan's generals were clapping their hands with all their might. The clamor was 10 times louder than the Xia clan's just before. This time the Xia clan's guards wished to hide themselves under the ground due to great embarrassment. Qing Song and Heihe, who had been living a luxurious life and been flattered by countless people all their lives, couldn't bear this kind of humiliating situation. Both of them were feeling so angry and embarrassed at the same time. As they were in great anger, they couldn't control their emotions and breath. They felt dizzy and blood was coming out from their throat. Two puffing sounds were heard. Both of them spurted out the blood and fell to the ground almost simultaneously. Initially, Xia Tao wanted to rush out to carry Qing Song and He back. Xia Tu pulled his elder brother's clothes lightly to dissuade him. Qing Song and He had been done in. They had lost their pride. If the Xia clan get too close with them, they might even weigh the Xia clan down. More importantly, since Elder Nangong wasn't here to invite Qing Song and He would most probably invite a warrior from Yu clan then. The biggest possibility should be Princess Qian, who had the most promising future. Although Princess Qian did not yet have the innate strength, but with her excellent natural talents, it wouldn't be a problem for her to achieve innate level. Elder Nangong appreciated those who were talented. It was not impossible for him to invite her in advance. When Elder Nangong walked towards Princess Qian, Xia Tu nodded his head surreptitiously, thinking that he had guessed right. Although both Elders Song and He were at the intermediate level of level 8 Emperor, but their potential had reached their limits and they were old. More importantly, they hadn't improved for more than 10 years. If Elder Nangong chose them after consideration, he should have invited them earlier. As Xia Tu recalled these things now, he felt that the Xia clan had rejoiced too early. Just like when they launched their attack on the Yu clan this time, they had made their moves before they carried out investigations which had led to unexpected mistakes. Although the Xia clan had someone backing them, there was still a big gap when compared with the Yu clan, who had a strong foundation. Not to mention other aspects, by just comparing the two clan masters, Elder Yu Hai was far more excellent than Xia Tao. As Xia Tu observed cautiously, he found out that even the substitute clan master, Yu Shan, who had remained calm and silent all through, was also more excellent and stronger than his elder brother. Yu Shan remained emotionless even while everyone else was cheering for Elders Song and He. Was he the Yu Shan whom his elder brother had deemed not worth to even be mentioned? Although the incident had not ended yet, Xia Tu knew that the Xia clan had already been defeated in this battle. Moreover, they were completely, thoroughly, utterly defeated miserably. The Xia clan had failed due to their impetuosity and carelessness. They had made their moves eagerly without finding out the Yu clan's strength and their hidden trumps. Then things just got out of their hands. Xia Tu was feeling fearful in his heart as he looked at the Yu clan's third young master, who was surrounded by a murderous aura like a devil king. Apparently, this brat would not let the Xia clan off that easily. Furthermore, he had a close relationship with Princess Qian. If Princess Qian was invited into the innate alliance, the Yu clan would also develop accordingly. The Xia clan was in danger now. Xia Tu closed his eyes in pain. Me? Are you looking for me? I am not an innate and I am still far away from that. Princess Qian looked in panic at Elder Nangong, who was walking towards her direction. She waved her hands and said, "You must be wrong. Young lady, there is indeed a gap for you to reach the innate level, but the gap is very small. It's just that you don't know how to unleash the innate strength. If the young man beside you is willing to lead you towards improvement, I believe that you can break through to innate strength. Young lady, I believe that I can invite you not long later. Actually, I am here today to invite the young man next to you." Elder Nangong smiled at Princess Qian. Then he nodded his head at Yue Yang and followed by a graceful courtesy that no one had seen before. What? Not only Princess Qian but everyone present was completely shocked. Of course, everyone was shocked except for Jun Wu Yu and Elder Yu Hai, who had seen how Yue Yang killed Tu Cheng and Kuang Zhan, the two innate rankers. The experts in the Xia clan almost fainted over with shock. Elder Nangong was here to invite the Yu clan's third young master. Impossible. Xia Tu felt that his heart almost broke into pieces. A sense of danger was running wild in him that made him feel extremely fearful. The impossible and scariest thing had happened. Yu clan had an innate, and the innate was the ruthless, murderous-looking Yu clan third young master who hated the Xia clan. This time the Xia clan would be in a disaster where their whole family might be exterminated. Xia Tu recalled how Yue Yang acted and spoke just now and realized that this brat might just really be an innate, otherwise he wouldn't be so arrogant and condescending. If it was an ordinary younger generation instead, how would they dare to threaten to kill both Elders Song and He? Yu Shan's gaze was cold. He seemed to know the truth that Yue Yang was an innate. However, his hands still couldn't help but tremble when he watched how Elder Nangong evaluated Yue Yang. Eastern Sky King was stunned as he looked at Yue Yang. He couldn't respond at all for a long time. Suddenly, he ran to Yue Yang and lifted Yue Yang up as he grabbed Yue Yang's collar. He roared at Yue Yang like a demon, "Brat, you're an innate." Yue Yang scratched his head as he listened to Eastern Sky King's questioning. "I think I was an innate before. However, my power dropped after I killed Tu Cheng and Kuang Zhan." "You killed Tu Cheng? Mother of God!" Eastern Sky King trembled in sudden fear. He let go of Yue Yang immediately and tidied up his collar. He laughed satisfyingly. Although I'm not an innate, it is good to have a son-in-law who is an innate. Son-in-law, when will you marry Xiao Luohua? At first, Jun Wuyu was drinking water calmly, but he spurted the water as soon as he heard what Eastern Sky King had said. This Eastern Sky King was way too shameless. How could he call Yue Yang as his son-in-law in such a smooth manner? Feng Xiaoyun and Shui Wendao looked at each other, then turned to Elder Yu Hai at the same time. They stood up together and cupped their hands at Elder Yu Hai as they congratulated him. As for Yan Qianli, he could not close his mouth at all. The envoys from the Western Lion Pagoda and the Eastern Golden Crystal Palace also stood up immediately and cupped their hands at Elder Yu Hai as they congratulated him. It was normal that they had looked down on the Yu clan last time, as the Yu clan had no innate rancors. However, it was different now. The Yu clan not only had an innate, but the innate was only 20 years old. What kind of concept was this? From now on, they had to value and respect the Yu clan much more than before, no matter how their sect had treated the Yu clan in the past. Elder Kuming also felt stunned as he looked at Yue Yang. He felt surprised, but he quickly resumed his former woebegone look. Shiro, Kuming in Chinese means bitter and depressed. I'm really worried about these characters' parents' naming sense. The Yu clan's generals were the happiest ones. At that moment, all of them were very happy and joyful. Many of them were so excited that they cried. Finally there was an innate in the Yu clan. This was the first innate in thousands of years. Their hope had finally come true after they had hoped and waited for generations. Yu clan, the most vulnerable clan amongst the four major clans, had finally rose in power. The ancestors of the Yu clan had put in a lot of effort just for this day. Some of them died in the battle for their clan, some lived on as they suffered in silence, some gave up on cultivating but studied puppet techniques in order to revive the Yu clan, some concentrated on cultivating and memorizing mantras to make a breakthrough even though their body was about to burst. Finally, they had an innate rancor after so many sacrifices made by the previous generations. Although innate depended on one's efforts, the Yu clan had paid an unestimated price in order to continue their clan bloodline and protecting their next generations. 1,000 years of sacrifices. Their efforts were only rewarded today. For these 1,000 years, it was the first time they got the payback when they thought that all their efforts had been wasted. Hundreds of warriors and guards as well as the servants and ex-clan disciples kneeled down as they felt touched. Some of them cried bitterly. The deer-riding fifth grandfather also cried at this moment. Although the most gifted Yu Chu in their clan passed away, his son, who was the most useless, always got bullied by others and was mocked by the whole Soaring Dragon Continent, had followed his father's footsteps towards the path of excellence and became an innate rancor. Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai hugged each other with tears in their eyes at this moment. The Xia and Yu clan had been linked together since long ago with a relationship where the existence of either one of them would affect the other one as well. If one of them received glory, the other one would also be glorified and honored. Although the Yan clan was in the frontier of Xia, they were located nearer to Zai Jin Kingdom. For the Shui clan, they had very few male bloodlines. The Feng clan was only good at fighting duels but had no leaders. Only the Yu clan had been serving under the Xia military to protect Xia for these 1,000 years continuously, generation after generation. If it wasn't for the three reviving heroes from the Yu clan, perhaps Xia Kingdom would have been downgraded to a third-rate small kingdom now. At first, Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai had given up all their hope after the most gifted person in these 100 years, Yu Chu, died in battle. They didn't expect that Yue Yang, who was still so young, had actually endured silently while cultivating secretly as he bore with the criticisms such as useless and idiot for these 15 years and had finally reached the innate realm. Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and Feng Kuang were still feeling touched from this unexpected surprise, although they drank until they were dead drunk after they got to know it on the day Yue Yang defeated Tu Cheng. He was definitely a gifted child from God. Although the gifted Yu Chu had passed away, God didn't treat the Yu clan unfairly as he compensated them with a more talented gift, Yue Yang. Is it true that you've reached the innate level? Princess Qian asked as she grabbed Yue Yang's collar as soon as Eastern Sky King put Yue Yang down. She stared at Yue Yang with her fierce tigress eyes. When did that happen? Brat, have you deceived me all this while? See if I don't beat you into a pulp. How could I dare to cheat you? You know that I am very scared of tigress. Yue Yang smiled, but it was a crooked smile. Princess Qian blushed and put him down immediately. Brat, did you really want me to beat you up? I will sort you out later. Princess Qian was about to punch Yue Yang with her fist, but she hurriedly pretended to be a well-behaved child as she saw all the elders were looking at her direction. She tidied up Yue Yang's collar exactly like how Eastern Sky King did, annoying him on purpose. You don't look like an innate at all. How could a pervert like you be an innate? The way I see it, Elder Nangong must have recognized the wrong person. No, it can't be wrong. Elder brother is an innate for sure. Yu Bing denied it immediately, afraid that Princess Qian's words were actually right. Xiao San, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Boo-hoo, I am too happy right now. Yu Yu's emotions were so stirred up that she covered her face as she cried out loudly. Her tears overflowed, slipping through her fingers. As for Ye Kong and Fatty Hai, both of them hugged each other tightly and bounced up and down to express their intense happiness. They couldn't believe it. It was like a dream. However, they would rather never wake up from this dream, hoping that this beautiful dream would continue forever. The guards from the Xia clan sat down dejectedly. All of them were feeling down and sad while the Yu clan were feeling happy and joyful. They really wanted to cry, but no tears could flow out of their eyes. Xia Tao, Xia Tu, and Xia Nu looked extremely gloomy and depressed. It was too late for them to even regret their actions. If only they hadn't been impatient and used force on the Yu clan impetuously, if only they had investigated clearly, if only they hadn't sought help from Elder Song and he from the Green Summit clan, if only they hadn't invited all the high-ranked warriors from the Zi Jin kingdom to besiege the Yu clan. They had made so many mistakes and any one of these was enough to kill them. What should they do now? Although Xia Tu was the wisest person in the Xia clan, not even he himself could think of a way out now. Yue Yang, son of the Yu clan, I, as the chief of the 10 council members of the Innate Alliance, would like to invite you to join our Innate Alliance. Please go to Xian Yuan residence at level 6 of the Tong Tian Tower on the 18th in 9 months' time. This innate heavenly badge is exclusive for you and it can prove your identity as an innate ranker. Elder Nangong handed a dazzling heavenly badge to Yue Yang. There were ancient runes carved on the edge of the badge. The badge was decorated with a moon and 2 diamond-like stars. The radiance of the stars were so dazzling that people could barely look at it. Everyone looked at it with devotion and admiration. The badge symbolized the status of an innate ranker. Every person looked forward to it even if it was just innate level 1. There were so many warriors in the world. However, only very few of them could get this kind of innate heavenly badge. Usually, it took more than decades or even centuries for an innate to be born. The existence of an innate who was as young as Yue Yang was absolutely unprecedented in history. Elder Yu Hai and the rest surrounded the badge. Although they couldn't reach innate level, it wasn't bad to have a closer look at the badge. While all of them were admiring the badge excitedly, Qing Song and He suddenly threw themselves at Yue Yang with a villainous look. It seemed that they wanted to take away the badge forcibly. Jun Wu Yu, Elder Yu Hai, Old Cunning Fox, Feng Kuang and Hawk-eyed Xia Hou Lai were extremely angry. Had these two old fellas gone crazy? How could they forcibly take away the innate heavenly badge? All of them gathered their maximum combat strength and prepared to give the two old fellas a fatal attack together. Feng Xiao Yun, Shui Wendao and Yan Qian Li also gathered beside Yue Yang. They too would attack if Qing Song and He wanted to take away the badge forcibly. Even the Dragon Ambassador Bai Bo from the Eastern Ocean Palace, the red-haired man from Western Lion Pagoda and Elder Kuming from the Southern Mountain Floating Mist Sect summoned their beasts out on the spot and got ready to launch their attacks to stop this kind of insane act. If the innate heavenly badge was forcibly taken by others in front of all the people here, it would be a disgrace for the Soaring Dragon Continent once the incident was spread out. Elders Song and He, you can't do this. Xia Tu and Xia Nu, the two level 7 overlords, rushed out and held Qing Song and He's thighs tightly. That badge is ours. This brat only has the power of level 6 elder at most. He is not qualified to acquire the innate heavenly badge. It belongs to us. We are the ones who are the nearest to innate realm among all the people here. Don't tell me that both of us aren't as capable as a kid. I refuse to accept this. The innate heavenly badge is mine. I've cultivated for 250 years. For what reason can this brat take away the badge which is supposed to be mine? Qing Song's eyes got red as he roared frantically. As he shook his legs, an explosive shock wave was launched. Xia Tu spat out blood due to the shock wave but he still didn't want to let go of Qing Song's thigh. Qing Song pulled Xia Tu's hand forcibly and threw him away without difficulty. On the other side, Xia Nu hurriedly escaped before He made his move. He realized that Elder Song and He had gone completely crazy. Losing their opportunity to be innate rankers was a huge shock for both of them. First, they had been humiliated and then they felt extreme envy. These two seniors who had been respected by the warriors couldn't control their greed anymore and turned into two madmen who acted unscrupulously. Yue Yang pushed everyone who was trying to protect him aside lightly and walked out from the crowd. He reached out his hands to the red-eyed Qing Song and He. He opened his palm and showed them the innate heavenly badge. The badge is here. Take it if you can. Youngster, go to hell. Qing Song and He summoned their beasts respectively. The imposing manner was so strong that it was like being struck by a hurricane. It blew all the warriors below level 6 elder away. Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers could barely stand still after they were blown to more than 10 meters away. Since Yu Bing used to maintain herself in a battle-ready state at all times as directed by Yue Yang, she summoned her grimoire in an extremely fast and ingenious manner as soon as Qing Song and He launched their attack. Even Elder Nangong had glanced at her either accidentally or intentionally as he was impressed with her performance. Qing Song and He ferociously launched their attacks, packed with power as strong as a hurricane's. Everyone realized that these two fellas had gone completely insane. Suddenly, Two silver lights streaked across the sky like meteor and shot right towards Qing Song and Hei's back just as everyone protecting Yue Yang was about to launch their attacks on the two elders. A small hand appeared. In the perspective of Jun Wuyu and the rest, this small hand felt like a giant dragon's claw. It pressed on the back of Qing Song's head, who was charging forward to kill Yue Yang, pushing him down onto the ground easily. On the other side, the same movement had also happened at the same time with Hei. He was also pushed onto the ground as a small hand pushed his head from the back hard onto the ground. The earth shook incessantly, but there was no sound of explosion. However, the crowd could still hear a dull trembling sound from underground for a long time. It sounded like there was an ancient giant beast digging in the underground continuously. When the smoke and dust slightly settled, the crowd of people could see the two heroic and valiant-looking, silver-winged female guards dressed in silver armors. Each of them were stepping on Qing Song and Hei who had the power of level 8 Emperor down onto the ground respectively. Qing Song and Hei who were level 8 Emperor were just like a worm in front of them. Neither of them could retreat nor withstand their attacks. They couldn't even gather the strength to struggle at all. Elder Nangong, the two of them dared to attack in Innate. May we ask, do you wish to kill them? The silver-winged, silver-armored female guard on the right stood up and threw Qing Song whose bones were all fractured onto the ground as easy as if she was just throwing rubbish on the ground before she greeted and sought permission from Elder Nangong. Let's punish them after this. Elder Nangong only looked at Yue Yang as if he didn't notice Qing Song and Hei's presence at all. He smiled as he asked, "Little friend Yue Yang, do you wish to join the Innate Alliance now or stay in Soaring Dragon Continent for a period of time and only join us 9 months later? You can leave with me now if you like. You will get everything that an Innate ranker would have. I personally wish that you can come with me now because you need to learn a lot of things. It will be better if you join us 9 months in advance instead of staying here. If you stay here, your environment might not be suitable for you to cultivate and upgrade your power. Of course, I will definitely respect your decision. So, may I know what is your decision?" Everyone was looking at Yue Yang and waiting for his reply. In Yu Bing's thoughts, she would definitely hate to part with her elder brother. However, she didn't want to obstruct her elder brother's future. Therefore, she looked at her brother encouragingly instead. "Do I have to pay any membership fees if I join the Innate Alliance? I don't want to join if I have to pay. Oh yeah, what is the benefit of being an Innate ranker? Are there any welcoming gifts such as artifacts and mythological beast?" Yue Yang asked after he tucked away his innate heavenly badge. Yue Yang's words was like a bolt out of the blue for everyone present. Others dreamt of being invited to Innate Alliance their whole life, but he, on the other hand, had came out with terms and conditions instead. There's no need to pay any fee. When new members join us, not only will we not demand anything from them, we will also provide them with some supplies for free so that the new member can quickly adapt to an experienced Tongtian Tower. At the same time, we also ask the new member to sign a contract to refrain from unleashing their power under normal circumstances. As the difference in strength between innate rankers and normal people is far too great, it's too easy for them to cause catastrophic harm and mass casualties of warriors on the Soaring Dragon Continent. Thus, under normal circumstances, we request that all innate rankers abide by the contract and try their best not to do anything in the Soaring Dragon Continent. At the upper floors of Tongtian Tower, there's a world that's a million times bigger than the Soaring Dragon Continent. Innate rankers will have to rely on their own strength to acquire their own territory. Over there, you can do whatever you please without being restricted. The innate contract is only effective on the Soaring Dragon Continent. This is also the protection that we offer as the Innate Alliance to the Soaring Dragon Continent. Elder Nangong patiently explained to Yue Yang. That I can't do. What if someone wants to kill me just like those two maniacs? If I don't retaliate, then do I just extend my neck and let them chop it off? Yue Yang was not happy and opposed the notion. Whoever conspired to harm innate rankers, no matter what kind of reason or purpose they have, innate rankers have the right to annihilate them. Elder Nangong replied determinedly. Hearing this, the Xia clan's people trembled. They were in deep trouble now. They were completely at the Yue Yang's mercy. Although Yue Yang did not have the time to care about them right now, Xia Tu and the others did not dare to slip away silently. If those two silver-winged and silver-armored female guards attacked again, the Xia clan might turn into ashes. It was absolutely impossible for normal warriors to contend against innate rankers. Xia Tu had already made the decision to cut his losses and protect the Xia clan as best as he could. Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao, Yan Qianzhong and the others all perked up their ears to listen to this. It was, after all, a rare opportunity. Normally speaking, Elder Nangong would silently come down to the Soaring Dragon Continent. It was an extremely rare opportunity to see him invite Yue Yang so openly in front of others. Everyone had gained more knowledge on the innate realm too. Although they might not be able to ascend to the innate realm, there was at least some form of hope present there. Not only that, but the accumulation of such knowledge would be exceedingly useful for future generations. All they longed for was for Yue Yang to ask a little more, so that they could understand a little more. This brat Yue Yang was already an innate ranker through and through. It was far too late for everyone even if they wanted to be jealous of him. If they wanted to play any tricks, they would be courting death already. The only solution was to renew and rebuild ties with the Yue clan. The rise of the Yue clan was already impossible to stop. Even if this innate ranker Yue Yang did not meddle in the affairs of the Yue clan would be worry-free as long as he existed. Situations like today, where the Xia clan collaborated with the Xia Empire's warriors to assault the Yue clan castle would never happen again. As for the Xia clan, everyone knew that they had become pigs ready for slaughter under Yue Yang's blade. The Xia clan's people would die a horrifying death, but it was not at all unjust. After all, they were just dead men walking while exposing their idiocy. Nobody had ever seen idiots who mistook siblings as an adulterous couple, nor had anyone seen suckers who called the princess a bitch in front of the emperor, not to mention the morons who dared to try snatching the innate heavenly badge right in front of the innate ranker. They had brought everything upon themselves with their own hands. What's up with these two girls? Yue Yang's level 4 divine vision had identified some secrets behind those two silver-winged female guards and he was extremely curious about them. If a new innate moves to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower for the first time, they may perhaps fall into an endless string of battles, causing them to be unable to cultivate. Therefore, the Innate Alliance will introduce a few senior combat Imperial Guards to the new Innate that can be hired to support the Innate and manage various tasks. Their strength can range from the Soaring Dragon Continent's level 6 to level 9 or even Innate level rankers. Every senior combat Imperial Guard has different abilities and the criteria for being able to hire each one of them is also different. Normally speaking, the stronger they are, the harder it is to hire them. Elder Nangong patiently explained. Then, are they the mercenaries that you are recommending me to hire? Senior combat Imperial Guards? Then how much money are they going for? Yue Yang was interested in hiring beauties. Furthermore, these two beauties could really fight. They're priceless. They aren't senior combat Imperial Guards, they are war god guards with a far greater intellect and potential. Normally speaking, they will choose an innate ranker to support on their own accord based on the potential displayed by the innate ranker and improve alongside them. It's impossible for ordinary innate rankers to own a war god guard. Elder Nangong's words caused the crowd to drool with envy. From Elder Nangong's words, a conclusion could be reached. That was, this brat Yue Yang was not an ordinary innate, but an innate with extremely great potential. After all, Elder Nangong had brought with him war god guards that even other innates didn't have. The only person who felt a little jealous was Princess Xian. This brat was originally a Casanova and completely a huge pervert. Now that two absolutely beautiful war god guards was going to be given to him, what would happen? If this went on, it would be weird if he didn't forget the person that was originally in his heart. This was extremely bad. Were there no ugly ones among the ranks of the war god guards? Princess Xian was imagining things in her head, causing her to feel sour. Originally, she wanted to reject them in Yue Yang's stead. However, she wasn't related to him in any way at all, causing her to feel frustrated. Then have they fancied me? Are they free of charge? Yue Yang had a perverted delusion and was feeling great already. All this time, he had always been most loved by little Lolis while Onisans looked upon him with hostility. Never once had he seen an Onisan who had fallen in love with him at first sight. His charm could only win over little Lolis. Now, his luck had finally turned. Onisans finally came to him. The innate realm was really powerful. Without even going in, beauties had already come knocking on his door. This kind of life was really too blissful. Sexual innuendo. Yue Yang was so moved to the point where he was almost going to cry. Yue Yang, my little friend, these two are the war god guards that the Xian has personally picked for you. I think they probably don't know you at all. If you have any questions, you can ask them directly. Elder Nangong coughed lightly. He really wanted to remind this fellow not to have such a wild imagination. Even if he had potential, at Tongtian Tower 6th floor and above, who would know that there was a young innate below on the Soaring Dragon Continent who had great potential? If not for her giving him two of the war god guards she had by her side, how would he have gotten war god guards before even entering the innate alliance? That was definitely impossible. Shiro, Xian is Yue Yang's introducer, Phoenix Fairy's sister. I'm going to call her Xian for now, but I think Xian is more of her title, instead of her real name. But I'm just going to use Xian for simplicity's sake. Both of us are dragon ladies from the East Goblin clan. Although we have Xian orders, we are not completely sure that you are the master that we have to follow. We have to find an innate ranker that could help us improve our own powers. Right now, we still couldn't confirm that you have that kind of capabilities. Hence, we will not form a contract with you immediately right now, unless you could prove to us that your abilities are stronger than ours. The heroic-looking war god guard on the left spoke up, pouring cold water on Yue Yang's spirits in an instant. Seemed like they still didn't want to follow orders, they had their own thought. We won't necessarily contract with you, you know. The right war god guard's character was not as serious as the left, she was cuter. Only if you test your potential on the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower and verify that you are helpful to us later on will we consider. The left war god guard stated another condition. We'll only consider, you know. The right war god guard added cutely again. Annoying, that's so troublesome. Ah. Forget it. You can go back now, I have a lot of beauties by my side. I don't care about war god guards or whatever. Aren't they just 2 dragon ladies? There's nothing for you to be so arrogant about. I will only say one sentence, this young master don't need you. Yue Yang waved his hands very manlily. However, although he looked carefree on the outside, his heart was bleeding profusely. They were 2 high-quality dragon ladies. He was really a fool to send them back home just like that. Ah, Fatty Hai and Yekong was thoroughly shaken. Why didn't he want those war god guards when they were given to him? This, let alone them, even Elder Yu Hai, Jun Wu Yu and the others also felt extremely confused. What was wrong with this brat? How could he even push war god guards away? What a useless manly pride. Princess Qian had her super-sensitive 6 records inherent skill, she could hear from Yue Yang's tone that he was saying that without meaning it. It was not that this brat wanted to ignore the war god guards, it was just that those war god guards' words had hurt his manly pride. Hence, he would rather reject them than listen to their conditions. Even if they wanted to talk about conditions, he as the master should be the one to decide them. Otherwise, he would rather not have them. Right now, Princess Qian finally could understand what kind of person Yue Yang was a little. She revealed a small smile on her mouth. She wanted to laugh, but she was afraid that he would get angry with her. She nudged him with her fist a little, and when Yue Yang glared at her, Princess Qian smiled gently at him, I support you. Even though you lost 2 girls, I shall compensate you with Luo Hua, Wu Xia and 1 more additional girl, Yi Nan. Those girls were originally mine, thinking that he still had city mistress Luo Hua, the mysterious beauty and sister Yi Nan, Yue Yang felt better inside. Since you have said that, can we go back? You really don't want to follow us back to Tongtian Tower 6th floor to test your potential? Can we really go? The left side war god guard asked Yue Yang, looking as if she was surprised at his hostile behavior, driving them away. Not gonna send you off. Yue Yang acted strong and stubborn till the end on the outside, but he really wanted to beat himself up in his heart. They were such a high-quality dragon lady's onisons. He was about to give them up just like that. Princess Qian had really guessed his heart right. All for the sake of his useless manly pride, he had given up the 2 dragon ladies. He could have gotten the both of them, but there was no hope for it now. Elder Nangong suddenly clapped his hands and praised Yue Yang. Yue Yang, Zhizun has mentioned you a few times to me before. She said that you are someone who likes freedom. Your actions are unpredictable, your thoughts are flexible, you are determined to be free and hated binding rules and regulations. Now that I see you in person, she has really described you correctly. However, I can guarantee you that the contract in the Innate Alliance is definitely not a regulation that binds innate rancors. They are some kind of protection for the Soaring Dragon Continent. Let me put it this way, before you become an innate, if it wasn't for the innate contract, countless enemies would have tried to kill you. Would you still be here today then? Hence, we have to restrict innate rancors' actions in the Soaring Dragon Continent. If it is on another place instead, innate rancors could act as they wish. As long as they have the strength, innates can do whatever they wish to do, there are no limitations at all. It would be freer than staying in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Although Yue Yang's resolution was a little bit shaken, he would definitely not want to be bullied in Tongtian Tower 6th level. In the Soaring Dragon Continent, he would not meet a lot of enemies. Other than Heavenly Imperial Guardians, those strong rancors, others wouldn't even be able to pose as a threat to his life. But it was different at Tongtian Tower 6th level. The 1000 Goblins sect were waiting to pick a fight with him there. Before he had the strength of an innate level 5, he would definitely not go to Tongtian Tower 6th level. Otherwise, he might even fall into that 1000 Goblins sect leader's sinister trap. Although chasing girls are important, his safety comes first. Only when there is life, there are girls. If he died, then Luo Hua and the others would become widows, wouldn't that be sad? The more serious and strict-looking war god guard on the left flew over to his side and gave Yue Yang a crescent-shaped platinum ornament thing, and said, Zhizun said that if you rejected our request, then we should give this to you. Yue Yang sweated. Could it be that that mysterious introducer Onisan had already known that he would reject them from the beginning? What is this? Yue Yang realized that although this thing looked as simple and ordinary as his black jade pendant, in reality, it was an artifact that he couldn't see through even with his level 4 divine vision. The war god guard on the right with a cuter personality nodded and said with her usual way of speaking, it's a nice thing, you know. Nice thing? Of course he must receive it. Yue Yang didn't hesitate for even a second. Princess Qian was actually very curious about the crescent platinum ornament. Just as she was about to take a closer look, the stingy brat had immediately tucked it away. She really wanted to throttle him. Elder Nangong paid respect to Jun Wuyu slightly before turning towards Yue Yang and gracefully spoke to him, with a manner as if he regarded Yue Yang as a fellow innate ranker. Yue Yang, since you have decided to stay in the Soaring Dragon Continent, I shall see you again in 9 months. Yue Yang thought, 9 months later, if his powers had not reached innate level 5, he would not go and sign whatever innate alliance contract he should be signing. It was not a must to sign it anyway, who would have time for that? On the Tongtian Tower 6th floor, there was sinister-looking Thousand Goblin sect leader looking for a fight with him, like a tiger watching its prey. However, it was a different case if that mysterious Onisan introducer could personally send him off to sign the contract. At that time, he might even be able to see Night Empress' real face and smell Phoenix Fairy's body closely. Was that smell on her body really a virgin's smell? He must make sure of this matter no matter what. If it was really a virgin smell, he might as well push Phoenix Fairy down too. It was her own fault for always making fun of him all this time. Even if he didn't push her down, she would probably push him down sooner or later. At this time, while Yue Yang was lost in his imagination, Elder Nangong had already bid farewell to the rest of the people and was about to leave. The 2 war god guards also each opened a teleportation scroll. Before they left, both of them turned towards Yue Yang at the same time, coincidentally. They had complicated expressions on their faces. Princess Xian felt that she must be alert with this kind of expressions in the future. This brat already had too many girls at his side. If these 2 dragon girls joined in too, she wouldn't even have a position to stand. Hence, she had to warn him not to turn out like her father, that incapable monarch who had 3 or 4 wives. If it were only her friends, she could still bear with it, but she hoped he wouldn't build a large harem in the future. Otherwise, she would definitely fight him to death. What are you daydreaming about? They are already gone. Princess Xian nudged Yue Yang's forehead with her fingers lightly. I was thinking how much is the reward for the winner of 100 Schools Elite Tournament. When Yue Yang said this, the crowd of people was immediately shaken. This brat was already an innate, why would he join the 100 Schools Elite Tournament? How would others even fight against him? They would probably only be bullied to death. Rest assured, I have signed your name up since long ago, one for the team matches and the other for individual overall matches. It was a pity that you had no interest at that time, otherwise, you could also participate in the individual combat skills matches or individual beast matches. This way, you could snag all 3 championships. Fatty Hai reported without any regrets. He had already known that Yue Yang had the power to win the tournament, but at that time, Yue Yang had no interest whatsoever to participate in the competition. Hence, he had signed Yue Yang's name up on his behalf. Brat, are you really going to compete? Even the old cunning fox disapproved that notion. Although the cunning fox really wanted Ivy Academy to win, he felt that it would be really unfair if Yue Yang, an innate, participated in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. It was practically bullying. What would happen if he bullied other kids too much and made them cry? When Yue Yang heard this, he immediately refuted, hey, am I not a student? I also have the rights to participate in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament, you know? As long as I am a student, I have the rights to participate. There are no rules stating that innates can't participate. Furthermore, I currently don't have innate powers, I have overused my powers too much when I killed Tu Cheng. Right now, even that Xia clan master's son Xia Qianqiu, that upholder of justice, could easily kill me in an instant. I have risked my life to participate in the competition, how could you disapprove of me instead of supporting me? Everyone started sweating speechlessly. Let alone Xia Qianqiu, even if all the Xia clan banded together, they would probably not be able to pinch one of this brat's fingers. He probably said all this in order to pick a fight with the Xia clan. Right now, the Xia clan was like a stray dog. Nobody wanted to speak up and help them. Going against an innate, were they tired of living? Let alone others, even the Zi Jin warriors that were helping the Xia clan, those level 6 elders and level 7 overlords had all quietly left the Xia clan, drawing a line separating themselves and the Xia clan. The Yu clan that did not have an innate rancor would be easy to bully, but the Yu clan who had an innate rancor now was like a ferocious tiger that preys on humans. Whoever went against them would definitely be killed. Even a fool wouldn't help the Xia clan fight against the Yu clan. I was wrong. Boo-hoo. I have a pig heart, I forget my benefactors, I am not a person. Old Marshal, on behalf of that time where you lead us all in wars, please spare the Xia clan and leave us with a way to survive. I beg for your forgiveness, I will kowtow to you. Xia Tao suddenly kneeled and wept bitterly, then started slapping his face left and right continuously. His face that was continuously slapped began to swell like a pig's face. With blood streaming down from his nose, Xia Tao crawled towards Elder Yu Ha's feet and kowtowed non-stop. Even he, who held a high status as a clan master, had behaved in a "if you don't forgive me, I'll cry to my death in front of you" manner. Xia Tu and Xia Nu signaled to the whole of Xia clan members and guards to kneel down. The shame of kneeling down was insignificant compared to the annihilation of their clan. With so many warriors present, even if Elder Yue was ruthless, he wouldn't order his army to annihilate the Xia clan. No matter how harsh their punishment would be, it wouldn't be as harsh as annihilation of the whole clan. On the contrary, if they stayed resistant and stubborn to the end, they believed that Yue Yang, that Innate, would not even need to attack them personally, as the warriors amongst the audience would take the initiative to attack them instead. They would probably get rid of Xia clan in a short while. The annihilation of Xia clan was not a bad thing to them anyway. This way, they would have one less rival to fight with. Grandpa, I'll leave it to you to settle this. Personally, I feel that you should punish them severely. Yue Yang clutched the barely breathing Ching Song and Heihe flower fertilizer, turned around and left. Yue Yang's manners and actions were extremely appropriate. As an Innate, his words were regarded as important. Elder Yue could use his words as an excuse. The Xia clan wanted to escape their punishment completely. That's impossible. However, Yue Yang was of the younger generation. If he personally butchered the Xia clan under the watch of so many people, the older generations would definitely feel awkward. It would also leave the others with a dark impression of the Yue clan that would not be changed very easily. Right now, by turning away and leaving, he showed that he, as an Innate, would not care about managing these simple matters. This action of his had saved a lot of people their honor and reputation. The crowd would definitely be grateful to him. Elder Yue glanced at Yue Yang and nodded quietly. This matter, if Yu Qiu, his son, were the one to handle it, he would definitely not be able to handle it in such a way. He had a very upright personality, so he did not understand and also did not like to use his position to his advantage. Xiao San, on the other hand, was definitely more outstanding than his father. Jun Wuyu and the old fox nodded their heads at each other quietly. Even the Zhongfei-like Eastern Sky Kings lighted up. Other than them, those who had realized what had happened included Shui Wendao from the Shui clan, Feng Xiaoyun from the Feng clan and Yan Jianzhong from the Yan clan. In the Xia clan, only Xia Tu felt joyful when he heard Yue Yang's words, instead of feeling bitter. If Yue Yang simply left without saying anything, Xia Tu believed that Yue Yang would get involved with the Xia clan in the near future and annihilate their whole clan. Xia Tu truly believed that this Yue clan third young master was someone who was ruthless enough to destroy his enemies from their roots. Now that he had said punish them severely instead, other than taking into consideration the Xia clan's position, he had also left them with a way to survive. He showed them the kindness and benevolence of the Yue clan. Leaving this matter to Marshal Yue to settle was his biggest kindness. If it was left up to Marshal Yue, the Xia clan would definitely not be annihilated. Xia Tu sighed in relief as he looked at Yue Yang's retreating back, a strand of gratitude surfaced in his eyes. If he was the Innate instead, he would definitely not let his enemies get away so easily. This might just be the reason why Yue Yang could be an Innate at such a young age, and the reason why he, who had trained and cultivated for many years, could only amount to a level 7 overlord. Elder Yue stated his first condition, and that was to ask everyone present to keep the fact that Yue Yang was an Innate a secret. Elder Yue knew that he wouldn't be able to hide this matter for long, but he would try to hide this secret for as long as he could. His precious grandson still had a lot of things to do in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Announcing his powers publicly would not be a good thing. At least, Elder Yue thought that he should prevent this matter from being publicly announced to the world. As for the people secretly passing this information to the others, he knew that he couldn't control it 100%. He could only prohibit them from doing it. Princess Xian and the others did not stay at the Yue clan village to see how Elder Yue would punish the Xia clan. Instead, they quickly followed Yue Yang. They were all very curious. How could Yue Yang be an Innate at such a young age? Yu Bing and Yu couldn't understand at all, but Princess Xian thought that Yue Yang becoming an Innate must have something to do with the ancient runes on the cliff at the Cloud Peak Lake. Of course, it would also have something to do with Yue Yang's own talents and strength. Countless people had tried to climb that steep cliff, but only he himself could trigger the activation of the ancient runes magic circle. He had even helped the others to benefit from the runes. Fatty Hai, Yakong and the Li clan brothers almost went insane with happiness. They couldn't imagine how Yue Yang could turn into an Innate ranker, but they couldn't be bothered to ask. They only knew that they would definitely have a bright future if they followed Yue Yang. Are you really going to participate in that 100 schools elite tournament? Isn't that really boring? Why don't we go and complete the world's tree quest instead? Also, are you not going to clear the Gemini Temple trial anymore? Princess Xian didn't want to participate in the 100 schools elite tournament, because her powers was already unrivaled amongst the competitors. Xian, this year's tournament will be different from last year's. The champion this year will not be one of the 3 great killing stars anymore, but the 3 new stars instead. The one with the highest odds of winning is a junior elder from the Floating Mist sect, the second is a prince from the Zi Jin kingdom, a favorite disciple from the Western Lion Pagoda sect. It is said that he is an extremely gifted and strong warrior, the first person who is able to defeat 3 elders from the Western Lion Pagoda. His powers should not be belittled. Yu Yu's words was to secretly hint at Princess Xian that her pursuer would be coming too, so she should not be fighting with Yue Yang about this matter later. Alright then, I will also participate. However, I will only participate in the team match. Princess Xian looked at Yu Yu full of gratitude, and the two girls smiled at each other. Who is the third new star then? Yu Bing asked enthusiastically. He's the prince of the Tianluo kingdom. It was said that the whole female student body voted him as the most handsome-looking man on earth. His smile could make girls faint on the spot, and when he walks on the street, he could make a lot of people bump into carriages, walls, poles etc. In any case, no matter if it is a girl or a guy, everyone will not be able to help but sigh in adoration at his sight. It's a pity that the Tianluo prince is an ice prince. He did not have any interest in anyone, he only cared about cultivating and training his beasts. Otherwise, girls would probably have lined up in front of him to offer themselves on a platter, allowing him to choose whoever he liked. Yu Yu's words faintly reminded Princess Xian not to look at handsome guys. Yu Yu could see that her little brother's jealousy was even more deadly than a tsunami. Aren't you over-exaggerating? Princess Xian expressed her disbelief, but she had also caught Yu Yu's signal and made a mental note not to talk about handsome guys in front of Yue Yang in the future. This brat's tolerance was really weak. Furthermore, this brat didn't look that bad appearance-wise. Although his looks were not that handsome to the point where he could make people faint on the spot, his looks grew on people. People would like him more and more the more they look at him. Yue Yang's handsomeness belonged to the bad boy type and was well worth a second look. Princess Xian felt that if only this brat wouldn't act like a big pervert every single day, if only he could act serious and honorable, his handsomeness level would immediately shot up 10 times higher. Yue Yang didn't know what was going on within Yu Yu's and Princess Xian's minds, he couldn't tell the hidden conversation between the close friends. However, he was immediately unhappy upon hearing that someone was more handsome than him. I hate anyone who could be more handsome than me. I will kill him on the spot. When Fatty Hai heard Yue Yang's words that was full of jealousy and killing intent, he jumped in fright. Patting his chest, he said, "Fortunately, I looked like this. Seems like looking like this is also a form of fortune." But Ye Kong was suspicious. I think handsomeness is subjective. Girls' definition of handsome boys are more often the weaker, more refined scholars. We, as guys, wouldn't think that those guys are handsome. 3 great killing stars and 3 great new stars, this year's 100 Schools Elite Tournament will definitely be fun. Yu Bing felt that the more skilled warriors there were, the better it would be for her brother's reputation when he managed to defeat all of them. It's not only those 6 experts, there is also the Holy Spear Female Knights team from the Tianluo Fragrance Academy, Dragon Ambassador Qin Lan Yu from the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace and the others. They are all favorites for the winner of the championship. At the Thief Guild's bets, their odds of winning are almost as high as the 3 great killing stars. Yue Yang didn't doubt Yu Yu's words at all, but he was a little confused. How could there be so many appearances of strong, young warriors suddenly? People would usually cultivate their strong, young warriors in secret, but due to the worsening situation in the Soaring Dragon Continent, as the battle between kingdoms became even more heated, kingdoms started to dispatch their younger generations. They considered this championship as a test of skills. Princess Xian was aware that the 100 Schools Elite Tournament wasn't that simple. It had secretly become the chessboard for various kingdoms to play their pawns. Their strongest younger generations had instead become their kingdom's pawn to try out other kingdoms' abilities. The only ones who joined the tournament without any political motives might only just be Yue Yang, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai, Li clan brothers and the others. Yue Yang thought quietly. Not many days was left before the start of tournament, if he start preparing today, maybe he could still make it. Yue Yang didn't have to prepare much for himself, but he needed to train Yu Bing, and he would also need to give a few pointers to Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others. Returning back to the first floor of Tongtian Tower, Ye Kong and Fatty Hai went to complete the Bison's Grain quest. They had to collect 10 Bison's King Horns. Yu Bing followed Yue Yang and entered the Gemini Temple multiple times. Although they had to quickly escape from Gemini Temple afterwards, Yue Yang had confirmed a lot of things in his heart. He had even discovered that Yu Yu's Grandmaster had not noticed one tiny problem. With regards to the matter of clearing Gemini Temple, Yue Yang started to have confidence in clearing it. But he had to prepare a lot of stuff to truly clear it. He had to spend 100 times more the effort to prepare for the Gemini Temple than to prepare for the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. For example, one important thing was to ask Luo Hua City Mistress to teach him how to train his body to enter into a death-like coma state. If he couldn't do this, he wouldn't be able to defeat the shadow. My dear Luo Hua City Mistress, the most beautiful Luo Hua of my heart, I miss you. Time passed so quickly, it has almost been 1 month without you. Your servant would like to remind Her Highness, the most beautiful city mistress, that you haven't paid my salary yet. I hope that before I died of hunger or of missing you in the Wind Chi Min, I could see your beautiful figure again. Yue Yang wrote a letter to Luo Hua City Mistress, and even signed off with your most trusted, loyal personal guard who is willing to work overtime to warm your bed. Princess Xian didn't have any opinion on Yue Yang's sign-off, but she was deeply unsatisfied with 3 words from the letter's first sentence. She felt that it would be better to strike off the most beautiful or change that phrase to something else. Towards this opinion, Yue Yang's reply was, "Shoo, shoo. Stay away from this young master, don't hinder me from chasing after girls. If you want, I can also chase after you, but you always put on your princess airs. It's not easy for me to write a love letter to chase girls, you know." "What did you say?" Princess Xian immediately raised her fist. She didn't care if Yue Yang was an innate. Whoever dared to take liberties with herself, she would first beat them up and hear their explanation later on. "Don't be angry, girl. I'll give you a smile." Yue Yang saw that the situation was not good. He didn't know about the vinegar jars on the outside, but the vinegar jar right over here was about to overflow. He immediately utilized 36 ways of undressing, no, he meant 36 ways of flattering, deciding to first capture the tigress for his future blissful sexual life and think about the consequences later. It was indeed effective. Once Yue Yang unleashed his flattery technique, Princess Xian immediately spurted out a giggle, amused by him. In the end, she used her tigress eyes to grant him a magnificent roll eye. Her girlish actions almost made Yue Yang's bones crumble on the spot. Goodness, if this tigress could act cutely like this, she was really undefeatable. // Posted by Shiroyo Kaneko. This chapter is sponsored by That Anongai, Lucas Valalva, Siska, Boris Kroll, and Yaya Aish. Chapter 215. Using Wisdom to Clear Gemini Temple. Translated by Shiroyo Kaneko. Edited by Shiroyo Kaneko. TL said by Shiroyo Kaneko. Luohua City Mistress really came, although she had been hiding from Yue Yang since they rescued Fourth Mother. However, when Yue Yang needed her help, she didn't hesitate to come immediately, teaching him death-like coma without a second thought. Although all the girls felt that Yue Yang was a big pervert, they couldn't deny that he was a talented and skillful combat skills expert. Before Yu Bing could even understand a tenth of the death-like coma concept, Yue Yang that brat had already mastered the skill. However, Yue Yang still needed Yu Bing's help to clear the Gemini Temple trial, so it wouldn't do if Yu Bing hadn't mastered it. With regards to this, Yue Yang hesitated for the whole day before finally deciding to tell the other girls about his body fusion skill. Of course, he didn't say that he could read the encrypted information on his parents' diary because he had his divine vision. That brat pretended to be the pitiful guy instead, saying that his mother had taught him when he was young. Body fusion. Princess Xian's initial reaction was to suspect that Yue Yang was planning to take advantage of everyone. Brother's body fusion is extremely effective. He only held my hands and channeled his spirit chi to me, and I was immediately able to summon my treant without spending any effort at all. Yu Bing had always been the most supportive of Yue Yang, and she also didn't see anything wrong with it. Princess Xian and Luohua City Mistress was looking at Yue Yang with a Yusiscon look, while Yu was blushing a little. However, she pretended ignorance and switched the topic, asking Yue Yang and Yu Bing about the details on how they cleared the Taurus temple instead. Yu Bing was very honest, she filled them in with every single detail. Everyone trusted her, so after a short discussion, everyone decided to allow Yue Yang to try this body fusion on themselves. "You guys are overthinking it," Yue Yang tried to show that he wasn't hiding anything, but the girls became even more suspicious of Yue Yang when they heard his words. After the 3 girls felt Yue Yang's innate chi channeled into their body from the body fusion, they gathered again to discuss. They couldn't deny its effectiveness. It was definitely beneficial to them, it could even be extremely advantageous to them. It was just that they felt strange with Yue Yang's innate chi flowing in their body. It was as if that brat could see through their whole body, it was a little embarrassing. Luohua City Mistress and Princess Xian fared better, because they had Yue Yang in their hearts. Although they denied it on their mouths, they understood what they truly feel in their hearts. Yu the cousin on the other hand, felt a little awkward. She was in a dilemma as it wouldn't be right for her to reject nor accept Yue Yang's innate chi. Rejecting it would cause Yu Bing to suspect that something was wrong, and she might lose this special opportunity to improve. The secret technique was a technique passed from ancient ancestors 10,000 years ago, a skill that everyone would yearn even in their own dreams. It would really be a pity for her to give up on it. However, if she didn't reject it, with her status as his cousin, it would be quite awkward. In the end, only Luohua City Mistress was the most liberal. "Everyone, don't think too much. Training is training. If our heart is pure and honorable, what's so wrong about this? This is a skill that had been lost for 10,000s of years, we must not miss the opportunity to learn it. Most importantly, you are the only healer amongst us. Although healing skills might not be used frequently at lower levels of Tongtian Tower, when we get to 4th floor and above, we will get caught in countless of fights and battles. There are countless monsters over there, and if there are no healer amongst us, it will be very tiring and dangerous. With this body fusion, Yue Yang can amplify your capabilities and also connect all our bodies together. We can safeguard each other's safety if everyone can heal all together." With her speech, Princess Xian and Yu felt relieved. It was not a bad thing anyway, it was only a matter of a sister and a brother teaming up together to fight. Why would she be so bothered about it? After the discussion, everyone received the body fusion with a clear conscience. However, they did not mention this matter anymore to prevent others feeling awkward. Before Yue Yang delved into the secrets of body fusion, Luohua City Mistress wrote a letter. Yue Yang believed that that letter was written for that mysterious beauty who liked to read books, but Luohua City Mistress would not let him see the letter no matter what. She rejected him at once, leaving Yue Yang with a very curious heart. Body fusion was an extremely profound technique. Moreover, in the end, there were some moves that only couples or husbands and wives could do. Yue Yang didn't dare to say those things right now. He only told them the most basic, the most obvious, the most initial stage of body fusion, demonstrating it first with Yu Bing. As Yu Bing's heart was pure, with no other thoughts at all, she could very easily empty her mind. In a few seconds, Yue Yang was able to take control of her body. Amongst the 4 girls, she had the most successful and most effective body fusion. Luohua City Mistress was also quite good. After failing 10 overtimes, she finally managed to fuse her aurora light with Yue Yang. Her power increased by a whole 10 times, making Princess Xian so envious that she almost squealed. As for Yu, after failing over 30 times, she could finally fuse her powers with Yue Yang and summoned a healing water that was twice more effective than her usual. Her Spirit Spring inherent skill had also risen a level when it successfully fused with Yue Yang's Qi. Her level 2 Cloudy Spring had risen to level 3 Spirit Qi Fountain. With the Spirit Qi Fountain, she could heal others' Spirit Qi at least 3 times more quickly. The time she needed to summon her beast had also been greatly shortened. However, this was not very useful for Yue Yang. This was because Yue Yang's skills were all abnormal existences. He could summon his phantom shadow and made it last for 10 days. As for Fei Wen Li and the others, they would always be present, there was no time limit for their summoning. The Spirit Qi Fountain's biggest usefulness for Yue Yang was that it helped him to understand the power of water from his yin pole. Shiro, Yue Yang's fire ability came from his yang pole. Amongst the 4 women, the worst one was Princess Xian. Due to her sensitive 6 records inherent skill, she was very sensitive and not used to losing control of her own body. She couldn't adapt to having Yue Yang's innate qi within her body. After failing for more than 50 times, they finally succeeded once. Yue Yang was so tired that he almost fell flat to the ground. The result from Princess Xian's successful fusion was even more frightening than Luohua City Mistress Aurora Light. She became an undefeatable killing machine in Yue Yang's hands. Her beast's strengthening power could be used on Yue Yang. On the other hand, Princess Xian could display Yue Yang's yang pole fire ability, spherical beheader, space teleportation and other unique skills. It was just that after that first success, Princess Xian would not let Yue Yang touch her body anymore no matter what, even if it was only her arms. Bing is still the best. What am I slaving away for? Isn't it so that you guys could improve? Yue Yang had been secretly taking advantage of these girls these few days. With his innate qi flowing through their blood channels, it was no wonder that they would feel a little awkward. Yet. Yu Bing was very happy when her brother praised her. Although Princess Xian and Luohua City Mistress always retaliated with everything Yue Yang said at normal times, when it comes to training, they had obediently yielded to his rude and unreasonable ways. Even Yue Yang's cousin Yu had endured the awkwardness and cooperated with the training. They had long realized that they had achieved a month's worth of improvement just by training for a day with Yue Yang. No wonder this brat was already an innate at 20 years old. His secret training method was really deep and profound, it was not something that an ordinary warrior could think off easily. 100 Schools Elite Tournament was about to start, but Yue Yang decided to clear the Gemini Temple before joining the tournament. If he didn't clear the Gemini Temple, Yue Yang would feel a burden in his heart. Star Domain, in front of the teleportation gate to the 12 Zodiac Temples. Be careful, if you really can't do it, we will think of other ways again. Don't you still have that girl who likes to read books? She had quite a good brain on her head, so we can try to ask for her opinion. Princess Xian had unexpectedly advised Yue Yang not to act too rashly. Gemini Temple was indeed the hardest trial to clear, nobody had managed to clear it in the past 10,000s of years. It was normal not to pass that trial. We will definitely succeed, I have confidence in it. Yue Yang at least had an 80% confidence in succeeding. A single person would not be able to clear the trial alone. There must be 2 people, furthermore, they must be 2 people whose heart was interlinked with each other. The person whose heart was most interlinked with Yue Yang was Yue Bing. Although Yue Bing couldn't guess what Yue Yang was thinking, she trusted in her brother completely. Furthermore, she could allow Yue Yang to enter into her spirit realm, thus allowing Yue Yang could control her body and turn their 2 bodies into one body. This point would be the main point to solve the Gemini Temple. Luohua City Mistress didn't say anything. She hugged Yue Yang, feeling grateful to him. That day, this was where she first met him. Time passed so quickly, when they came here again, they already had completely different identities than last time. From completely unknown strangers, they had slowly become lovers. Yue Yang also felt a burst of tender emotions surfacing in his heart. He patted Luo Hua city mistress back softly, "Wait for me to come back. I will definitely succeed." Yu Yu on the other side also hugged her sister Yu Bing as she warned her repeatedly to be careful and to follow her brother closely. Returning to the Gemini Temple, everything looked just like before. "Bing close your eye." Yu Yang held Yu Bing's hands as he used body fusion to control her body into death-like coma state. Then, he summoned the quintet golden puppet mice that did not have any combat power and hostility and hence, would not be attacked by its shadow. This quintet golden puppet mice was a part of Yu Yang's plan to success. Yu Bing slowly fell into Yu Yang's embrace as her breathing stopped. A minute later, Yu Yang, hugging Yu Bing, similarly crouched in front of the Gemini Temple just like Yu Bing. The shadow on the fighting arena had similarly fallen to the ground. As Yu Yang's heartbeat stopped and his thoughts disappeared, Yu Yang's shadow also disappeared. The laws within the trial had thought that the trial challenger was dead, hence it also applied the same effects on the shadow, making it disappear. Yu Bing's shadow had also disappeared along with Yu Yang's shadow. In the end, only a golden mask that was half crying and half smiling was left, lying quietly in the middle of the fighting arena. The quintet golden puppet mice worked together to drag the golden mask over, as per Yu Yang's orders before he entered into death-like coma. There were quintet golden puppet mice shadows, but as they had no orders, they only stayed silently, unmoving. After around half an hour, they finally managed to return to Yu Yang's side. They took another 10 minutes before they managed to put the mask on Yu Yang's face with great difficulties. In that instant, the doors leading to the rear hall of the Gemini Temple immediately opened. Yu Yang's second shadow immediately charged out, flying straight towards Yu Yang. The second shadow looked like a smiling girl, a polar opposite from the first shadow, a sinister-looking guy with a golden mask. She was the other half of Gemini, the kind Gemini. From Yu Yu's Grandmaster's diary and his own observations of the Gemini Temple, Yu Yang discovered that the first shadow was the cruel Gemini. It had an existence that was sort of similar to Yu Yang when he was on a berserk state, going around slaughtering people without any hesitation at all. On the other hand, the second shadow was the kind Gemini. She would stop the challenger from entering the rear hall, but she would definitely not harm them. She would also try to snatch the golden mask to recall the first shadow back. The first key part to clearing this trial successfully was to capture the golden mask. Yu Yang had used the death-like coma method and quintet golden puppet mice to get the golden mask at first. The moment he wore the golden mask, that cruel Gemini shadow would not reappear again. As long as the golden mask returned to that big round fighting arena and Yu Yang woke up, that cruel Gemini shadow would immediately respond again, maintaining the same amount of strength as Yu Yang. The second kind Gemini shadow only had the responsibility of guarding the rear hall at normal times. However, when the golden mask had fallen onto the hands of the challenger, when the first cruel Gemini shadow had completely disappeared, she would then abandon the hall and come out. The second part to clearing this trial successfully was to stop that second kind Gemini shadow. Originally, a gold-ranked level 6 monster such as the kind Gemini shadow would be very difficult to defeat, but it would not harm the challenger, and that was its weakness. Xia Wen Li floated out of Yu Yang's body. She first cast a ball of pure light onto Yu Yang's body, helping him to recover quickly. At the same time, she immediately welcomed the second kind Gemini shadow's attack. Xia Wen Li's binding chains shot out as she brandished her dual icicle blades, freezing her opponent. Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, and Thunder Naga were also all summoned to help fighting in the battle to stop the second kind Gemini shadow. On the other hand, Yu Yang, who had just woken up, immediately carried Yu Bing and flew straight towards the Gemini Temple rear hall. The third part to clearing this trial successfully lied with Yu Bing. As long as this last part was successful, the Gemini Temple, which had made so many warriors despair for so many years, would finally be taken down. We will definitely succeed. The Gemini Temple that no one managed to clear in 10,000s of years would be cleared very soon. Yu Yang's heartbeat rose up by 100, unable to stop his own excitement. Yu Yang carried Yu Bing as he rushed into the Gemini Temple rear hall. The second kind Gemini shadow tried with all her might to stop him, but she was completely chained by Xia Wen Li's binding chains. With Xia Wen Li's binding chains and dual icicle blades attack, the shadow could hardly move at all. On the other hand, the Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, and Thunder Naga immediately rushed towards the hallway leading to the rear hall and unleashed their strongest skills, blocking the path and helping Yu Yang to gain more time to enter the rear hall. The storm conch resounded, and with the Stone Element Medusa and Thunder Naga's help, the Storm Mermaid summoned a storm that engulfed every single corner of the Gemini Temple. Thunder filled the whole place. As long as the kind Gemini shadow gained an inch of movement, she would be struck down by the thunder. Xia Wen Li spent her utmost effort to hold the second kind Gemini shadow back in place. She knew that the shadow in front of her wouldn't be injured. No matter how she was beaten up or heavily injured, she would recover within a short period of time. However, Xia Wen Li still attacked her with her strongest attacks, because the shadow's capabilities wouldn't increase, she would still be a gold-ranked level 6. This was the reason why Yue Yang had risked this plan. As a gold-ranked level 6, although she had a high wisdom and was a holy beast, Xia Wen Li should still be able to handle her. The current Yue Yang didn't care about what was happening in the surrounding, he only cared about getting to the rear hall. As he entered the rear hall, he saw a painting of a warrior god hung on the wall. There was a pair of sculptures underneath the painting, one was a smiling face while the other had a dark expression. "It's you guys." Yue Yang hurriedly placed Yu Bing near the statue with the smiling expression, then took out his crystal card, preparing to receive the reward for clearing the trial. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed from behind him. From an empty space, in a flash, a figure had teleported towards them. It was that kind Gemini shadow, who was bounded by Xia Wen Li just now. The burst of strength that she unleashed was actually equivalent to Yue Yang when he lifted the ban on his innate strength. She teleported immediately into the hall, striking Yue Yang's back with her fist. Yue Yang never imagined that this shadow would also know how to teleport and unleash his innate strength. When the shadow attacked him, he did not have time to lift his innate restriction to defend himself. The strike from the shadow caused Yue Yang to see stars and almost fainted, his inner organs completely messed up. Yue Yang finally tasted the taste of his own punches. In theory, the kind Gemini shadow would be as strong as him. Her terrifying punching power had broken Yue Yang's spine and ribs. Fresh blood spurted out from his throat, sprinkling on the golden mask, as some drops of blood fell onto Yue Bing's face. Yue Yang was afraid that the impact of the blow on his body would crush his sister, hence he gritted his teeth and endured the punch. If it weren't for the fact that he had learnt the force-neutralizing skill to use gentleness to counter strength with the lowly in his dreams, he would have died with that one punch. Only now did Yue Yang realize that his punch really felt horrible. On the other hand, when Yue Yang spurted blood, the kind Gemini shadow had also vomited blood. That's weird, why does she look more injured than him? Yue Yang was confused. He immediately realized that whatever he learned in his dreams, such as the force-neutralizing skill that uses gentleness to counter strength or innate invisible sword chi, were skills that the ancient laws could not copy. The kind Gemini would also receive the same injury that Yue Yang had, but she didn't know how to neutralize the force, hence she would obviously be much more injured than Yue Yang. However, the ancient laws immediately healed her heavy injuries. Not only were her injuries healed, she had also recovered Yue Yang's full strength. As Yue Yang watched in shock, the kind Gemini once again lifted the ban on her innate strength. Raising her left hand up, she seemed to be summoning Nirvana's flame, the skill that Yue Yang had used to kill Tu Cheng. Her right hand seemed to be summoning World Exterminating Wheel, the skill that Yue Yang used to kill Kuang Zhan. A frightening ancient lore runic circle appeared on her body. The only thing that was different from Yue Yang was she couldn't manage to summon Nirvana's flame on her left hand, it was merely a normal flame. However, it was enough to alarm Yue Yang to the point that his heart rate shot up to 300. Could he withstood this attack now? That time, even Tu Cheng, who had a power close to innate level 3, wasn't able to withstand it. Kuang Zhan, who was hiding far away, was also unable to withstand it. Furthermore, he couldn't even lift the ban on his innate strength now, how could he withstand this fatal attack? Let alone Yue Yang, even Xia Wen Li who was rushing across the hallway let out a shocked, alarmed cry. Although the Nirvana's flame was fake, the World Exterminating Wheel was real. When the two attacks fused together into a destructive attack, Yue Yang had zero chance of escaping nor defending. He really did not think that although he had guessed everything correctly, he had guessed the second kind Gemini shadow wrongly. She actually possessed all of his skills, it was just that she would not use them at normal times, she wouldn't attack the challenger fatally. However, right at the end of the trial, she would finally make her move. Maybe in this 10,000s of years, this was the first time that she attacked. Yue Yang could only sigh in helplessness at his own over-abnormal abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated in his own battle. That kind Gemini shadow charged towards Yue Yang with tears streaming down her face, her left hand controlling the fake Nirvana's flame while her right the World Exterminating Wheel, prepared to die herself. Xia Wen Li's binding chains inherent skill could only stop her for a second. In the end, Xia Wen Li helplessly hugged Yue Yang. She had tried her best, but this was all she could do currently. This was because the kind Gemini shadow had Yue Yang's strongest abilities, even if her Nirvana's flame wasn't real, all her other skills were completely identical to Yue Yang. Just as the destructive skill were about to hit Yue Yang's body, Yue Bing suddenly woke up from her death-like coma. Her eyelids moved slightly as she opened her eyes. The two Gemini statues suddenly glowed with a brilliant, radiant golden light. The Gemini statue on the left shot out a pillar of light that entered into Yue Bing's forehead and a beam of golden light that shot into Yue Yang's back. It even bathed Xia Wen Li with its golden radiance. That kind Gemini shadow broke into pieces in that instant, turning into black and white rays of lights. The white light brought fragments of the World Exterminating Wheel and floated into Yue Bing's body. On the other hand, the black light floated past Xia Wen Li's body and entered into Yue Yang's chest. That fake Nirvana's flame also smashed into pieces. A ball of fire flew towards the stone element Medusa, who was charging towards Yue Yang and the others to help, floating on top of her snake's hair. Immediately, her snake hair became flaming snake's hair. Yue Yang and Yue Bing's summoning grimoire floated out as their pages turned. Before they managed to see the rewards for clearing the trial, Yue Yang and Xia Wen Li weakly sat on the ground, hugging each other tightly. They had just narrowly escaped a life and death situation just now. If Yue Bing had not woken up to complete the mission needed to clear the trial, then everyone would have died. Yue Yang had almost died in the hands of his own unique skills. Yue Yang was really so terrified that his body was drenched in cold sweat. This Gemini temple was really abnormal. Fortunately, he had brought Yue Bing along, as he guessed that the Gemini temple trial required 2 people to complete. Otherwise, he would have definitely died. This battle was the most frightening one that Yue Yang had ever faced, even more dangerous than when he was fighting against that dark spectre that was sealed inside the white jade beetle. This was because his enemy was not anyone else but a shadow who had exactly the same skills and abilities as himself. When Yue Yang thought about it again, he felt that he was really lucky. Fortunately, that kind Gemini shadow didn't know how to shoot innate invisible sword chi. Otherwise, he would have died in an instant with one shot of her sword chi. Xia Wen Li released a burst of pure white light to heal Yue Yang's injuries. On the other side, the storm mermaid carried Yue Bing, who had passed out again, gently, and brought her to Yue Yang's side. Yue Yang froze when he realized that there was a fragment of World Exterminating Wheel's runic circle on Yue Bing's back. That shattered fragment of World Exterminating Wheel slowly disappeared into her body. Yue Yang immediately felt that this lass was perhaps very lucky. If she could reach innate strength in the future and understood how to use this World Exterminating Wheel, even if it was only a shattered fragment, it would definitely have a frightening amount of power, enough to completely annihilate her opponents. Yue Yang was afraid that Yue Bing would wake up, so he immediately put on new clothes on her, whose clothes had turned into dust. He then started to look at her grimoire. Gemini Inherent Skill. Yue Yang discovered that on the main page of Yue Bing's summoning grimoire, there was actually an additional inherent skill. Immediately, he was filled with an indescribable feeling of gratitude. Clearing the 12 zodiac temples could actually reward them with an inherent skill. No wonder the Gemini temple was so abnormal, so difficult to clear. There was a saying, with great risk comes great reward. That was indeed true. Facing against a danger where he almost died had rewarded him with an inherent skill. This was definitely a reward that all warriors would yearn for in their dreams but would never be able to get it. Gemini Inherent Skill, Level 1. Summons a double that has a spiritual connection with the summoner. The double could perform spiritual telepathy and vision exchange from a certain distance with the summoner. Maybe this Gemini Inherent Skill didn't look very powerful on the outside. However, it was actually a very powerful skill. Yue Yang thought that if this inherent skill was used well, it would be 100 times better than whatever flame, ice, poison inherent skills. Of course, to others, it might not be very useful, but for Yue Yang, this was definitely a deadly killing machine. Spiritual telepathy was already very powerful, it could even do a vision exchange. This was definitely the most abnormal skill amongst abnormal skills. Yue Yang looked at his own summoning grimoire and also found an additional Gemini inherent skill. The strange thing was that the description for his Gemini inherent skill was different than Yue Bing's. Behind the description of the Gemini inherent skill, there was actually an additional word innate written in dark golden color. What does this mean? Could it be that his Gemini inherent skill had another hidden abilities? Yue Yang couldn't understand what was happening at this moment of time. The thing that made Yue Yang extremely surprised was that Xia Wen Li's diamond grimoire had also been summoned. When he turned over the pages, there was also a Gemini inherent skill. How could the reward system even count Xia Wen Li in? There must be some kind of bug. Yue Yang hugged Xia Wen Li as he gave her an excited kiss. He would definitely not report this bug to Heaven Gaming Company, he was extremely satisfied with this bug, so he would definitely not file a complaint. Furthermore, even if he wanted to report the bug, he wouldn't know how to call the gods. There was also the possibility that this was how the ancient laws supposed to give their rewards. Yue Yang accepted the rewards with a clear conscience. In any case, he wouldn't reject an extra reward. Xia Wen Li raised her hands and pointed at Yue Yang's golden mask. This thing? This could actually summon my own shadow. Yue Yang realized that today was his lucky day. Not only did he receive an extra Gemini inherent skill, he also gotten the most awesome golden mask amongst all gold ranked items. Golden mask, good and evil Gemini. Warrior's accessory. Dark type, gold ranked. Contains 7 level of sealed curses. First seal has been lifted, skill, evil shadow. Rank, gold 6 stars. Evil shadow, summons an evil shadow with half of the abilities as the summoner for an hour. Evil shadow will disappear automatically when it has used up its abilities. Yue Yang tried to summon it and discovered that what he summoned was actually the first shadow on the fighting arena that he encountered just now. However, the shadow's abilities now have been weakened a lot, it was only half as strong as Yue Yang. Furthermore, it didn't have intelligence, it only had combat and slaughtering skills. It would need the summoner's control if it were to unleash other types of skills. In conclusion, this shadow didn't have life or intelligence, it was only a cannon fodder. Of course, Yue Yang was quite satisfied with it. With this shadow as a cannon fodder, it would also be good to use it to deceive people. It was definitely a beautiful, perfect existence. Boom. Yue Yang was too happy with his loots that he had stayed inside the Gemini Temple rear hall far too long, forgetting to go out. As a result, the door to the rear hall had closed. There's no other way, he could only continue towards the Cancer Temple. In any case, he could also leave the trial from the Cancer Temple. Carrying Yu Bing, Yue Yang decided to go to the Cancer Temple. He discovered that this Cancer Temple was completely different than the first 3 temples. It wasn't a temple, but an endless marshland instead. There was only a small mud path extending forward, probably leading to the domain of the Cancer Temple's guardian beast. Yue Yang immediately changed his plans. He had a cannon fodder now anyway, and Fei Wen Li and the others could properly display their skills in this place. He should just go and see if the gold-ranked guardian beast of the Cancer Temple was a gigantic crab or a lobster. Princess Xian, Luo Hua City Mistress and Yu Yu waited for one whole night and day, but Yu Yang and Yu Bing had not come back out. They were worried out of their wits. Let alone the 3 of them, even Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li clan brothers who came afterwards were all restless and fidgety. They had never seen anyone staying for so long inside. If it was another person other than Yu Yang, everyone would have felt despair and hopeless. Yu Yang and Yu Bing had originally entered the Gemini Temple yesterday afternoon, but even until sunset today, the 2 people still had not come back out. According to their initial plans, clearing the Gemini Temple shouldn't take more than 2 hours. However, they were still not done even after one full day and night. The gold-armored guard captain gave Princess Xian and the others some food and drink to eat, but the 3 girls didn't have any appetite to eat at all. They only held each other's hands and encouraged each other, standing in front of the teleportation gate and continued to wait. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai were so worried that they walked around in circles. However, they didn't dare to comfort the girls, they were afraid that the 3 girls' reason would collapse the moment they started talking. Until sunset the next day, Yu Yang and Yu Bing still had not come out, but that mysterious beauty who liked to read books had arrived, her eyes filled with worry. When she came, the 4 girls immediately hugged each other, and comforted Luo Hua City Mistress and Yu Yu whose eyes had turned red from crying. It's okay, we must have confidence that he will definitely be able to clear the trial. It was all my fault for asking him to challenge the 12 zodiac temples. Knowing fully well that he was challenging the Gemini Temple, I still encouraged him to clear it. Princess Xian hugged the mysterious beauty's shoulders tightly. No matter how strong she was, she needed consolation from the mysterious beauty. If a man doesn't face some trials in his life, how could he be successful in the future? Xian, it's not your fault. If it were me instead, I will also do the same, supporting his decision. The mysterious beauty patted Princess Xian's back and said with an extremely determined and certain voice, maybe some problems occurred, but I believe that he will be able to overcome them. Everyone, believe in me. He will definitely come back with his sister, he will. With such an affirmation from her, even Yu Yu who had the weakest willpower was greatly encouraged. Luo Hua City Mistress slowly recovered the confidence she had with Yu Yang. She nodded towards the mysterious beauty, affirming her that she is okay now. Princess Xian secretly wiped away the tears on her face. She was about to say something when she saw rays of light suddenly shining from the teleportation gate. She immediately shouted happily, they are back, they are finally back. A person covered in blood and injured all over suddenly charged out. As he had charged forward with too much force, he collided into Princess Xian who was welcoming them and fell onto the ground. The person who was covered in blood was Yue Yang indeed. He was carrying Yu Bing on his back, whose face was also covered in blood. Some parts of the flesh at her thigh and back was completely disfigured, but her injuries was much better than Yue Yang's. Furthermore, unlike Yue Yang, she didn't immediately faint the moment they charged out. She was more clear-headed. When she saw Luo Hua City Mistress and her second sister Yu Yu, she immediately burst into tears. The mysterious beauty hurriedly carried her away and looked over Yue Yang's wounds. She discovered that Yue Yang was heavily injured, and hurriedly signaled to Yu Yu, quick, heal him. Sister Luo Hua, here, carry Yu Bing. I will help Sister Yu. Ye Kong, you guys stay away and don't make things worse. Give us space to save him. Okay, his heart rate and pulse is normal, he is not in danger of losing his life. Sister Yu, can you summon a healing water ball? Everyone was completely anxious and panicked, only the mysterious beauty was calm enough to handle the situation. Yu Yu's hands trembled as she summoned a healing water ball, but Yu Yang's injuries were far too severe. Her 2 or 3 healing water balls were merely a cup of water thrown into a burning forest. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai were about to break a healing crystal, but the mysterious beauty stopped them. This was because she discovered that forcefully healing Yue Yang's injuries would not be good for his body. What he needed was healing from inside. As long as he had enough strength, his body had his own strong recovery abilities. Using the healing crystal to heal his wounds might even spoil his recovery later, which would not be a good thing. The mysterious beauty slowly laid Yue Yang on the ground, carefully inspecting his wounds. She discovered claw marks, bite marks, stabbing marks, sting marks, blunt weapon marks, and other kinds of injuries. Other than his face, his whole body, chest, and back, was all filled with injuries. Princess Xian calmed her anxiety as she started to examine Yue Yang's body up and down. She shouted happily, "His bones are all fine, he only had superficial injuries and suffered a shock on his internal organs." Luohua City Mistress also examined Yu Bing quickly and nodded, "Bing Er is also okay." What had actually happened? "Bing Er, why did you guys stayed inside for so long? What had actually happened?" Yu Bing cried out when she heard Luohua City Mistress question, "In the Virgo Temple, there are doubles of Mom, Shuang Er and myself. They are all similar to the shadows in the Gemini Temple, they are the ones who turned brother into this." The moment we entered, the Virgo Temple's teleportation gate immediately disappeared. "We have no way to leave, so brother carried me continuously as we ran away. We don't know how long had passed before the teleportation gate finally reappeared again. Brother hurriedly escaped while carrying me." "What?" Princess Xian and the others froze when they heard her. "Didn't Yue Yang and Yue Bing challenge the Gemini Temple? How did they go to the Virgo Temple? Could it be that this brat had cleared the Gemini Temple, Cancer Temple, and Leo Temple, before charging towards the Virgo Temple straight away?" The mysterious beauty immediately carried Yue Yang and gave Luohua City Mistress and Princess Xian a glance. It would not be good for them to discuss this matter in public. Yu quickly reacted and covered Yu Bing's mouth as she consoled her, "Bing Er, good girl, let's go back first and we can discuss this again at home." Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were completely frozen, they could only come back to their senses after a long time. In the end, when they saw the mysterious beauty carrying Yue Yang and walking away, they immediately followed behind. The gold-armored guard captain approached them quickly and said, "You guys, leave this place quickly and forget everything that happened here." Fatty Hai had wanted to shout "Stop meddling into our business," but seeing the serious expression on the gold-armored guard captain's face gave him a fright, and he hurriedly nodded. When Ye Kong and the others left, the silver-armored guards couldn't help but to start talking. Which temple did they challenge? Why did they say Virgo Temple? Didn't they challenge the Gemini Temple at first? What are you guys gossiping about? Is this kind of thing something you can talk about? The gold-armored guard captain shouted at them sternly. "No, we are just..." Some of the silver-armored guards were so frightened that they started to stutter. "Forget everything here." The gold-armored guard captain suddenly took out a crystal staff that was specially carved with a rune and raised it up high. In an instant, a white light 1,000 times stronger than sunlight engulfed the whole area outside the 12 zodiac temples in its sea of light. 10 seconds later, the gold-armored guard captain's crystal staff disappeared without a trace along with the blinding white light. On the other hand, all the silver-armored guards collapsed onto the ground. The gold-armored guard captain kicked them awake one by one, shouting loudly, "What the heck are you guys doing? How dare you sleep during your duty?" The silver-armored guards hurriedly got up, their faces filled with panic and confusion as they completely couldn't remember how they fell asleep on the ground during their duty. However, they didn't dare to ask much and hurriedly went to their designated post, continuing to guard the 12 zodiac temples entrance diligently. Despite this, the gold-armored guard captain was still insecure, attentively observing each and every one of the silver-armored guards' eyes, afraid that their memories had not been erased completely. At the Wind Chi Min, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li clan brothers all circled around outside the residence. Inside the residence, they couldn't be of help at all. However, they wouldn't feel assured if they didn't stay here to wait for news. After a long while, the mysterious beauty and Princess Xian finally came out. When they saw Ye Kong and the others quickly approaching them, the mysterious beauty immediately shook her hands, "You guys, don't worry. Yue Yang is all right now." However, it seemed like he would need more time to completely recover. "Now, you guys should immediately return to the Ivy Academy and train yourselves as per norm. Go and participate in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament, we will also quickly return back as soon as possible. Other than Grandma Wu-Tang, Principal and Vice Principal, don't tell anyone else about Yue Yang clearing the trials. It would be best if less people know about this matter. If you can find Yinan, tell her to come here quickly. She seemed to be an expert in healing too, so she should be able to help to heal Yue Yang's injuries and speed up his recovery." Understood. When Ye Kong heard this, he was extremely moved. As long as Yue Yang was fine, then everything was fine. Fatty Hai was even more touched. It seemed like whatever Yue Bing said just now was true. Yue Yang had really cleared the Gemini Temple all the way to the Virgo Temple. Otherwise, Yue Yang would not receive such serious injuries. Of course, Fatty Hai believed in Yue Yang's abnormal body and abilities. Such injuries was nothing much to him, maybe it actually meant nothing to him. He should just go back and wait for Yue Yang's good news. Fatty Hai and Ye Kong looked at each other for a moment before hurriedly turning around and making their way out. The Li clan brothers were more respectful, bowing towards the mysterious beauty and Princess Xian before they left. Their bow also had a hidden meaning of leaving Yue Yang's safety to their care. Returning to the residence, the mysterious beauty made a shocking declaration, Yu will take care of Bing Er while the three of us will help Yue Yang to bandage his injuries. His internal injury has almost recovered due to his good foundation as an innate. It's just that his superficial injuries are a little troublesome. We must quickly clean his wounds and bandage it up. Luo Hua, Xian, let's not hesitate anymore. Let's throw our reservations and modesty out for a moment. All of us have a clear conscience anyway. Come here and help. Seeing the mysterious beauty carrying Yue Yang into the bathroom, Luo Hua city mistress gritted her teeth lightly and followed in. Princess Xian, on the other hand, was still hesitating, unable to make her decision. She went out to the door, then turned around again and sat on the chair, then stood up again. Yu had just carried Yu Bing into her room to bandage her wounds, but when she saw Princess Xian's worried expression, she hurriedly came out. Princess Xian lowered her head and refused to look Yu in the eyes as she spoke her words without meaning it. Sister Yu, I think it will be better for me to help you instead. Xian, what are you still hesitating about in this situation? Quickly go and save Yue Yang. Seeing Princess Xian's sad expression made Yu sad too. Yue Yang and we are not even engaged. Furthermore, he is more or less okay. I won't help him to bandage his wounds, let me help you instead. Princess Xian had a tomboy personality, she was outspoken and straightforward. However, she was actually very shy inside, and she couldn't throw away her face easily. It wasn't that she didn't have any feelings towards Yue Yang, but Yue Yang didn't even promise her anything officially. She was afraid that she would become enemies with her sisters because of Yue Yang. She didn't want to become a shameless woman who stole others' husbands. You are thinking too much. Didn't we agree that our sisterhood is stronger than anything? It's all my little brother's fault, he is stubborn and he has the mentality to get whatever he wanted. How long do you think you can avoid him for? Xian, be a good girl, just go and save my little brother now, I beg you. Yu knew that Xian was very shy, she needed herself to give her a push. She hurriedly tried to coax Xian and pushed her towards the bathroom. When they opened the door, the two girls realized that Luo Hua was trying to take off Yue Yang's trousers with trembling hands. Yu immediately turned around and left, leaving Princess Xian staring at the scene foolishly, dumbstruck. The mysterious beauty was examining Yue Yang's head. She was extremely focused as she called out to Princess Xian to ask for her help without even turning to look at her. Sister Luo Hua is in charge of cleaning the wounds. Xian, go and check his crucial parts, see if he was injured at those parts. Princess Xian almost fainted when she heard that. You are asking me to check? Wuxia, why don't you ask Sister Luo Hua to do that? I don't understand how to check it at all. I also don't. Luo Hua city mistress blushed furiously as she waved her hands panically. You both, you make me speechless. The mysterious beauty took in a deep breath as she calmed her trembling heart. She quickly took off Yue Yang's last piece of clothing and resisted her shame with great difficulties to touch him for a while. She then spoke out with an uncertain voice, seems like he was not injured here at all. I have no knowledge about this part, so I couldn't be 100% sure. You two come and examine this for a while, everyone should verify together to ensure that this part of his is all right. Wuxia, if you say he wasn't injured then we'll believe you. We really don't understand at all. Luo Hua city mistress was as red as a lobster, but out of concern and curiosity, she still stole a few glances. What if I'm not here? There will be only the two of you. Would you just let him die? Come over here and help. No matter how you two try to resist, this brat will also take advantage of you sooner or later. Don't be difficult now, I beg you two to learn to have the responsibility of becoming his future wife. Your precious darling is seriously injured, why are you still clinging to your pride? Come over here, quick. The mysterious beauty rolled her eyes as she covered Yue Yang's waist with a towel. She then quickly used healing water to cleanse Yue Yang's wound-covered body. Seeing that Yue Yang had been covered with a towel, Luo Hua city mistress hurriedly went over to help. Princess Xian watched dumbstruck for a while, only returning to her senses after a while later as she quickly went over to help. The three girls worked together, but at the start, their teamwork was not very good. They were completely flustered. But as Luo Hua city mistress and Princess Xian slowly calmed down, the three girls cooperated more smoothly. One washed Yue Yang's wounds, the other wiped it clean slowly, while the last one quickly bandaged it. In the end, even though the towel was put away, the three girls still busily treat Yue Yang's wounds, ignoring that part of him. When mysterious beauty finally carried Yue Yang, whose wounds had all been bandaged well, back into the room, Princess Xian and Luohua City Mistress could finally sigh a breath of relief as they leaned against each other and sat on the bathroom floor weakly. Their face had continued to blush for a long time. Previously, they didn't have time to think because they were focused on treating Yue Yang. Now that they had finished treating Yue Yang, when they remembered everything that they had seen just now, when they remembered Yue Yang's male part which was completely different from a girl's, they couldn't help but to feel an embarrassment that caused them to blush to their ears. Yue Yang slept very soundly, not knowing that Luohua Xian and the mysterious beauty had seen every nook and corner of his body. Of course, even if he knew about it, he would probably not mind it at all. Go ahead and see if you want, we would need to see each other sooner or later anyway. On the second day, when Yue Yang woke up, he discovered Luohua City Mistress's head lying right on his bedside, sleeping. Princess Xian, on the other hand, was sleeping with her body against the wall. On the floor, Yu Bing was sleeping on top of a snow-white rug, her legs even kicking her blanket away. His cousin Yu seemed to be busy cooking in the kitchen. Yue Yang swept a glance across the room, feeling as if someone was missing. He remembered that before he passed out yesterday, he seemed to see that mysterious beauty who liked to read books amongst the people waiting for him outside. Where did she go? In the morning, Yue Yang was still feeling very weak. He had lost a lot of blood after all. However, in the afternoon, after drinking 3 huge bowls of meat broth, Yue Yang felt his body recovering better, especially after Xia Wen Li came out and released a ball of pure light to him. Yue Yang immediately stood up from the bed and rushed into the bathroom, feeling an urgent nature's call. When he took off his pants, he immediately screamed in alarm, "Who bandaged this part of mine? My god, that person even tied a ribbon knot. This part of mine was not injured at all, you know." Luohua City Mistress and Princess Xian who heard Yue Yang's screams from inside the room started to blush furiously. Seems like the bandage was their masterpiece. On the other hand, Yu Bing didn't understand anything at all. She blinked her eyes as if she was curious and wanted to ask which part of Yue Yang was not injured but was bandaged. Seeing Yu Bing's pure, innocent and curious expression, Princess Xian, Luohua City Mistress and Yu were greatly distressed. For the sake of changing the topic, Yu immediately asked Yu Bing, what actually happened yesterday? Tell us quickly. Although the 3 girls had already prepared their hearts, when they listened to Yu Bing's story, they couldn't help but to be shocked right through their souls. Yu Bing didn't know how they managed to clear the Gemini Temple, but she said that when they were clearing the Gemini Temple, she caught a glimpse of her brother being heavily injured. However, when they reached the Cancer Temple, not only had her brother recovered most of his wounds, he had also dove alone into the Cancer Temple that was underwater and killed a giant, 10,000 years old crab that was as big as a house. From that guardian beast, he obtained the title Pearl, an item dropped from the giant crab's body. She didn't know how Yue Yang managed to do it, but she had personally seen her brother pull the giant 10,000 years old crab's corpse out of the water. After killing the 10,000 years old crab, we rested for around 1 hour. Then brother took me along and continued towards the 5th Leo Temple. When Yu Bing said this, the 3 girls all started to curse Yue Yang secretly. Why was he so reckless? Why must he insist on clearing the trials back to back? Couldn't he come out first and inform the others of his plans, before continuing to clear the trials? I'm not gonna care about him anymore in the future. Princess Xian humphed annoyedly as she clenched her fists, wishing that she could beat Yue Yang into a pulp. What did you say? Yue Yang, who was trying to untie the ribbon knot bandage and let out his stored-up water, was unable to hear them clearly. It's nothing to do with you. Luohua City Mistress quickly replied. Bing continue your story. When you reached the Leo Temple, what did you see? Yu requested Yu Bing to continue. The Leo Temple was completely different from the Cancer Temple. The Cancer Temple was filled with marshland and lakes, and the Cancer Temple was located right at the bottom of the water. I couldn't help brother at all. The Leo Temple, on the other hand, was a piece of grassland. It wasn't very wide. There was some kind of canyon, and the Leo Temple was located on top of a high cliff. There were a lot of bronze-ranked lions and some silver-ranked lions on the grassland. Brother helped me to kill all the lions and the silver-ranked lioness and dug out their magic crystals. In the end, brother who was only supporting me realized that he had killed a giant lion king, and even obtained a golden shield that had a lion and an ancient rune engraved on it. We were both very tired and we had to rest in the Leo Temple for quite a while before we recovered our strength. Then, brother said that we wouldn't be able to clear the Virgo Temple, but we might as well explore it to gain more information. Who would have known that the teleportation gate would immediately disappear the moment we entered the Virgo Temple? The one that appeared in front of us was instead our house in Whitestone City. There were moms, shuangiars and my shadows inside the house. After saying a bunch of really hurtful words, they had even attacked us. Brother carried me as we tried to escape, but we couldn't find the escape route no matter what. Brother's injuries were mostly caused by moms, shuangiars and my shadows. I couldn't do anything at all. Yu Bing started to cry as she told the story. Princess Xian and the others finally understood now. The Virgo Temple was a trial that made use of the challengers' weaknesses in their hearts. Who does Yue Yang care most in this world? It is definitely his family. He cared for his fourth mother and two sisters the most, hence in the Virgo Temple, the shadows that appeared were the three of them. Even if Yue Yang was strong and even if he knew perfectly that the fourth mother, Yu Bing, and little Shuang in the Virgo Temple were fakes, he wouldn't be able to attack them. Besides, they were all shadows with extremely strong powers. Other than defending himself, Yue Yang still had to protect his sister. That was the reason for his heavy injuries. Fortunately they managed to endure until the teleportation gate reopened again. Otherwise it would probably be hard for Yue Yang and Yu Bing to safeguard their lives. When Luohua City Mistress and the others thought this way, they secretly felt glad. Yue Yang took a long nap and slept all the way until the evening. Other than his wounds that were not fully healed yet, he was as healthy as a horse, full of energy and spirit. If the four girls did not see him with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed his recovery speed. Princess Xian gave Yue Yang a light punch happily, as the saying goes, the good live a short life while the wicked live 1,000 years. This brat is completely wicked and treacherous, how could something happen to him? Although she said those words with her mouth, her heart was admiring Yue Yang's abnormal recovery speed. He had suffered severe injuries that normal warriors would need half a month to recover. However, he had completely recovered after sleeping for a night. Even if they helped to heal his injuries, wasn't this recovery speed far too quick? Of course, she didn't know that Yue Yang's innate chi had effects on the recovery speed of his injuries. Furthermore, after breaking through the innate realm, Yue Yang had been learning a lot of healing techniques from the lowly in his dreams. With the addition of his originally healthy body, it was not weird for him to completely recover after one day. Aren't we going to participate in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament? Let's go. Yue Yang wasn't used to lying on the bed like a sick patient. Challenging the Virgo Temple would be equivalent to fighting the demons in his heart, it would be difficult to clear it right now. He decided to give up clearing the Virgo Temple for the moment. He decided to bring Yu Bing back to participate in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament, so that his sister could further her training and show off her skills. After clearing the Taurus, Cancer, and Leo temples, Yue Yang felt that Yu Bing had improved a lot, almost as if she was born anew. In addition, she had also received some mental training in the Gemini and Virgo temples, so Yue Yang was certain that his sister could definitely amaze the whole audience in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. As for Yue Yang himself, if he did not meet an extremely strong enemy, he wouldn't fight them at all. He was too lazy to fight against those weak enemies. Of course, if he could meet that junior elder from the Floating Mist sect or the prince from the Jin Kingdom, Yue Yang wouldn't mind to go all out and teach them a lesson, showing off his abilities to them. Did he think he was truly strong being a junior elder? Did he think he was cool if he was a prince? A tsunami of jealousy filled Yue Yang's heart. He didn't care who these people were, as long as they were his rivals in love, he would beat them all down. Although he still hadn't managed to capture Princess Xian's heart, he had already decided that this tigress would be his future wife. If other people dared to have any ideas about her, then they would be seeking death. Yue Yang wouldn't be as sappy and foolish as those drama guys who would let the love of their lives go and fight for them in a fair competition with other guys. He would leave that kind of foolish, selfless act to other guys. He, on the other hand, would obviously want to dominate all the girls whom he loved. 90% of the reason that Yue Yang wanted to participate in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament was to beat up his love rivals. The other 10% was to enjoy the show. As for the championship rewards, Yue Yang didn't think that the number 1 prize would even compare to the rewards from the 12 zodiac temples. Are you really okay? Luohua City Mistress also thought that this brat's body was really abnormal. He practically had the resilience of a cockroach. Yue Yang smiled like a rogue as he moved closer to Luohua City Mistress' ear and whispered, "I'm okay, there won't even be a problem if we do it tonight." "You are asking for a beating." Luohua City Mistress blushed furiously and tried to pinch his mouth. But she suddenly remembered a certain body part of his and immediately felt weak in her knees. Hands trembling, she didn't manage to pinch his mouth, instead, Yue Yang had grabbed her small hand with his. Luohua City Mistress felt that his hand was very hot. When he held her hands for a prolonged period of time, she would feel this kind of uneasy, yet comfortable, strange sensation. Her whole body started to tremble as she hurriedly struggled free, "Don't pull my hand." Having succeeded in taking advantage of her, Yue Yang immediately pretended to be a good boy. "Whoever tried to touch my city mistress, I will fight him to the end." Princess Xian almost punched Yue Yang to 9th clouds and above when she heard this. Was he trying to flirt with Luohua right in front of her? He was really too much. Yu hurriedly became the middleman and pulled on Princess Xian's shoulders. "Let's go, we are already very late. I think we won't make it to the 100 Schools Elite Tournament opening ceremony." In reality, not only had Yue Yang and the others missed the opening ceremony, they had also missed the first match. Since they still had not arrived during the first match, they were marked as having forfeited the match. In other words, Yue Yang and Yue Bing had already lost a match although they had not started fighting. Right now, Yue Yang and Yue Bing would have to go through 3 secondary matches and win at least 2 out of the 3 matches to qualify for the elite tournament. With regards to the matter of whether Yue Yang could join the elite tournament again, the old fox who led his Ivy Academy team didn't have any doubts about that. It was just that he had been embarrassed in front of his old friends, because his disciple had ran away and forfeited the match right at the last minute. Fortunately, the Ivy Academy was always known for its bad results, hence everyone didn't feel that Ivy Academy students giving up their matches was a strange thing to do. If this was a Shangjing Academy student instead, the whole of Soaring Dragon Continent would probably be shocked by the news. This year's 100 Schools Elite Tournament was not held on Xia Kingdom like usual. The location was changed to the Champion Island in Tianluo Kingdom. When Yue Yang and the others finally reached the Champion Island, which was located in the middle of a wide ocean, an island covered with water and corals at all 4 sides, it was almost dawnbreak. Yue Yang and the others casually entered into a warrior's lodge to rest. Everyone slept all the way until late morning before finally waking up to eat some late breakfast. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai that came to visit had brought Yue Yang one good news and one bad news. The good news was, Ye Kong and the others had worked very hard, they had won the team match without Yue Yang. The bad news was that because Yue Yang had been too lazy to get out of bed, he was absent for the first secondary match. As a result, he was disqualified for the first secondary match. As Yue Yang had made a record in history for forfeiting 2 matches in a row, right now, almost all of the elite students in Champion Island had heard about the great name of Ivy Academy. Everyone had also given Yue Yang, who had registered with the name of Titan, a nickname of coward. I didn't show off my power and you guys have taken me as a pushover. Yue Yang did not take bullying very well. He didn't have a magnanimous heart to let small matters go, so he was thinking about how to bully others during the afternoon match. As for Yue Bing, who was similarly absent in her match, she felt extremely guilty and shameful for embarrassing Ivy Academy. However, she would still listen to her brother no matter what. If her brother didn't go for his match, she would also rather be absent for hers. Hui Tai Lang is not a contracted beast, so it couldn't participate in the match. Are you planning to use your platinum-ranked Bloody Queen to scare your opponents to death? Princess Xian, who had just woken up from her beauty sleep, stretched her beautiful body. Ah, Yue Yang thought again and realized that Princess Xian was right. He didn't have any beast that was suitable to show to others. Bloody Queen, Barbarian Cow Shadow, Thorny Flower Demoness, Golden Beast. He didn't have any beasts that would be suitable to display to the rest of the world. As for Fei Wen Li, that was even more impossible. Yue Yang wouldn't let others know about her at all. Yue Yang was greatly distressed. The quintet golden puppet mice didn't have any combat power at all, while the spirit of flame and smoke wouldn't listen to his orders. What would he do? Should he buy a trash beast on the streets at the last minute? What would he need trash beast for? Yue Yang suddenly whacked his head. Didn't he still have that baby Reaper Mantis? Although it was still an egg, it was still a gold-ranked beast. When Yue Yang took out the Reaper Mantis egg, everyone sweated profusely. Would he make it in time if he only started to breed it now? Even if he succeeded in breeding, what could a baby Reaper Mantis do? Don't we still have 2 more hours? If I make use of this time properly to cultivate it, I would probably be able to take care of the situation. When Yue Yang said this, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others all fell flat to the ground. Even the 2 Yu clan sisters who trusted Yue Yang the most didn't have any confidence in him. Student Yue Yang, if you can incubate it within 2 hours, I'll change my surname to yours. Princess Xian laughed out loud when she heard him. I'll bet against her. I support you. Luohua City Mistress tried to encourage Yue Yang with all her might. In any case, it wouldn't matter if she won or lost the bet. She wouldn't be at a disadvantage as she was only a spectator. If you lose, you shall. If you lose, you must run around naked. Princess Xian had wanted to tell Yue Yang would have to change his surname to hers if he lose at first, but when she thought again, she felt that it was inappropriate. She didn't want her joke to be taken as real, she was afraid that this brat would really do that if he couldn't admit his defeat. Hence, she requested for Yue Yang to run around naked instead. This running around naked was something that Yue Yang had used to tease her before, so she had used this chance to get back at him for making fun of her. Looking down on me, aren't you? Yue Yang pulled up a haughty expression of, if I say it's possible, it's possible. Can you incubate a beast within 2 hours? Seeing that he was filled with confidence, everyone was a little unsure. Since it was this abnormal brat, that might even just be possible. In 2 hours, it was impossible for a baby beast to be cultivated into an adult beast, no matter what type of beast it was. Let alone the beast egg in Yue Yang's hands, who was not even incubated. Yue Yang was only half joking when he said that, he didn't really mean it when he said he would cultivate the Reaper Mantis egg into a beast that could fight in 2 hours. However, after making a bet with Princess Xian, he had the mind to try it. In the pitiful guy's mother's diary, she had written 5 types of cultivating beasts, but she had also written some alternate, secret cultivating methods. One of them was especially related to insect-type beasts. Of course, those secret cultivating methods would only be applicable to a few or one type of beasts. These methods were all very specialized. Furthermore, the cultivation results would vary, depending on the person cultivating it. Some people could cultivate a holy beast using this secret method to cultivate his beast, while some others would only be able to cultivate trash. In other words, the beast owner who was cultivating the beast must fulfill certain special conditions before the secret method would be able to take effect. The Reaper Mantis fulfills the insect-type beast requirement, and with Yue Yang as its master, there shouldn't be any problems too. Hence he wanted to give it a go. At first, Yue Yang planned to give the Reaper Mantis to Yue Shuang after he helped her contract her grimoire right in front of all his clan members. Who would know that just as he thought about this idea, Yue Yang realized that the Reaper Mantis already absorbed his blood. Although it had not hatched, it had already recognized himself as its master. Yue Yang could only set aside his intentions of giving Yue Shuang a gold-ranked beast. The Reaper Mantis had been incubating all this while. Yue Yang had been observing its growth all this while, channeling innate chi to it at times. He also hoped that it could be more perfect before it breaks out of its egg shell. After absorbing all the energy from its brothers and sisters' broken eggs and Yue Yang's innate chi, the Reaper Mantis egg had been changing every day. If Yue Yang had not been controlling its condition, it would have hatched out long ago. Alright, I'll show you guys my awesomeness. Yue Yang cut a wound on his fingers with the Eye Destroyer dagger, CHP 198, and drew a contract circle on the egg with his blood. Although they had formed a contract before, it wasn't recognized by the secret cultivating method. Yue Yang has to contract it seriously. Of course, this would also act as double insurance. A burst of golden light emitted from the Reaper Mantis egg, releasing a dazzling light. It was so radiant, just like a tiny sun. At this time, the contract had been completed. If it were other warriors, they would have taken their hands off at this moment. However, the secret method requested the beast master to continue channeling their spirit chi, the more the better. It also requested the beast owner to prepare at least a glass of their fresh blood for their beast to feed. Yue Yang channeled his innate chi continuously into the egg, making it shine even more brilliantly. He channeled his chi incessantly, so much that the light from the contract agreement, which should have subsided within 3 to 10 seconds, continued to shine for 1 whole minute without stopping. Princess Xian and the others were surprised at Yue Yang's actions, and started to believe that he might just be able to cultivate a beast within 2 hours. When the light subsided, the egg had hatched. The Reaper Mantis that hatched out was extremely small, its body only as big as a normal person's fingers. Its color was similar to white jade, a little transparent. The moment it hatched, it immediately looked around the people surrounding it. When it discovered Yue Yang, it immediately climbed up to its master eagerly. If it was another person, they would have given the baby beast something to eat at this time. It would be best if it was a magic crystal with the same attribute as the beast. If they didn't feed their baby beasts for 2 to 3 days, the baby beasts might die. Of course, beasts such as the special type or the element type wouldn't die, but their future growth would be heavily affected. Cultivating the beast when it was still young was very important. Furthermore, the higher the quality of the magic crystals would determine the better future growth of the beast. For example, if a baby beast consumed a level 6 magic crystal, its growth would be much better than baby beast who only consumed a level 3 magic crystal. As for baby beasts that were not fed any magic crystals or were only fed level 1 or 2 magic crystals, they would be useless in the future. They would only amount to beasts that could only do hard labor at the most. Ah! You are giving it your blood. Princess Xian couldn't help but feel sorry for Yue Yang when she saw Yue Yang's cultivation method for the Reaper Mantis. She thought that even if this brat loses the bet, she wouldn't really insisted for him to run around naked. She was only trying to provoke him. This idiot, he really took them for real. He was really an idiot. Princess Xian really wanted to give Yue Yang a nudge, but she knew that this was a crucial juncture for Yue Yang, so she didn't dare to disturb him. She clenched her fist and continued to watch. The girls could see clearly that after the Reaper Mantis drank Yue Yang's fresh blood, those blood turned into a thread-like string and coiled around its body, as if it was about to form a runic circle, or as if it was about to draw a circle of blood channel. In the end, the thread of blood became thicker and thicker and turned into a blood ribbon. Then, the Reaper Mantis suddenly turned into pink color, and then scarlet red. When it had completely turned scarlet red, another golden light burst forth. With the energy from Yue Yang's fresh blood and his constant innate chi, the Reaper Mantis body quickly grew bigger and bigger right in front of Princess Xian's and the others' eyes. 10 minutes later, the Reaper Mantis nymph that was originally only as big as a person's finger, was now as big as a baby. Yue Yang fed it with his blood again as he channeled spirit chi constantly into its body. You are still giving it blood. Princess Xian felt that this brat really didn't want to live anymore. He had just lost a great amount of blood a few days ago, and now he was even feeding this Reaper Mantis with his blood. Was winning the bet really that important for him? Brother. Yu Bing was even more worried for Yue Yang. I'm alright. Yue Yang smiled at her. After feeding it blood and channeling innate qi to it in the third round, Yue Yang finally felt tired and stopped. He took out the gold dragon magic crystal from inside his lich ring and gave it to the Reaper Mantis. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai almost fell to the ground when they saw this. How could Yue Yang give a gold rank level 7 gold dragon magic crystal to feed a baby beast? With all that Yue Yang had given it, it would be difficult for the Reaper Mantis not to become strong. They thought that in this world there would only be Yue Yang, this prodigal son, who would use a gold rank level 7 gold dragon magic crystal to cultivate a Reaper Mantis. If the Reaper Mantis couldn't ascend above gold rank level 7, then Yue Yang would have suffered a great loss. Princess Xian was so annoyed that her teeth itch, she really wanted to bite this brat to death. For the sake of winning their bet, he had even used his gold dragon magic crystal. Wouldn't this count as cheating? On the other hand, Luo Hua City Mistress' reaction was completely the opposite of Princess Xian. She only paid attention to the end result, hoping with all her heart that the Reaper Mantis could work hard and evolve. It would be best if it could go through an extremely strong evolution and turn into a platinum-ranked beast or level up multiple times to become a gold-ranked level 5 strong monster. Of course, this was only her wish. In reality, it wouldn't be possible for that kind of thing to happen. Even if there was, it wouldn't happen within a span of 2 hours. Almost half an hour had already passed. The Reaper Mantis that was as big as a finger had already grown as big as a man's arm after 3 rounds of blood. It was almost a meter long. Its color was crimson red right now, and although it was still a nymph, it gave out an air of might and power. After Yue Yang fed the Reaper Mantis nymph the gold dragon magic crystal, he yawned and went back to his room to sleep for another hour. When he came back out, the Reaper Mantis nymph had already grown 2 meters long, its body was as thick as a person's thighs. The 2 scythe blades on its front legs almost had the terrifying look of an adult Reaper Mantis already. The Reaper Mantis nymph's wings had also slowly grew out, and it had started to learn how to fly. It was still fumbling and tumbling, knocking into walls or other objects in the room at times. Its flying posture also looked extremely awkward. Once again, Yue Yang took out a few wyvern magic crystals and fed it to the Reaper Mantis. Originally, the diary did not tell him to feed the baby beast using the best quality magic crystals or to feed it with a lot of magic crystals. However, Yue Yang felt that it was fine if he wasn't cultivating it, but if he was seriously trying to cultivate it, he would definitely give it the best items. When the Reaper Mantis finished feeding on the magic crystals, another 20 minutes had passed. Right now, only 10 minutes were left from the 2 hours time limit. Princess Xian already knew that this bet had lost its meaning long ago, but on the surface, she would definitely not concede her defeat. Time is almost up. Your Reaper Mantis is still a nymph. Princess Xian didn't want to remind Yue Yang in reality, but in front of the crowd, she just couldn't concede her defeat and lose her face. There's no other way, I must use my ultimate move then. Yue Yang rolled up his sleeves and drew an ancient runic circle on the Reaper Mantis body. A terrifying amount of energy burst forth from the Reaper Mantis body. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai had even fallen to the ground from the impact of the energy. A dark purple pillar of light burst straight to the sky, reaching a few meters of height before falling back down right into the Reaper Mantis body. Everyone watched dumbstruck as the ancient runic circle swiveled as if it was alive inside the ancient mantis body. When it finally disappeared, the previously crimson Reaper Mantis had not only changed its color, it had evolved to look like its mother, who was dark purple in color. However, there was 2 additional spots on its body, one crimson red while the other was dark golden in color. Although the Reaper Mantis belonged to the insect category that did not have any intelligence, from its huge eyeballs, everyone could feel a special kind of intelligence hidden beneath it. This was an aura that only living things with intelligence would have. The Reaper Mantis continued to grow. From its nymphal state, it had slowly evolved into an adult state, but its growth rate was very slow. After 10 minutes, it had not fully matured into an adult. According to the terms of the bet, Yue Yang had lost. However, if in accordance with the initial goal of cultivating baby beasts to adult beasts, Yue Yang had actually won big time. Everyone could see now that the reason that the Reaper Mantis had grown so slowly was because it was evolving into a gold-ranked beast. If it were to turn into a bronze-ranked or silver-ranked beasts instead, Yue Yang would probably not need 2 hours to finish cultivating it. Princess Xian didn't want to say anything. She didn't want to remind Yue Yang, so as to avoid Yue Yang getting angry at her. The bet was only a joke, they shouldn't be too serious about it. At the most, she could just use this as a shield in the future if Yue Yang was angry at her. Princess Xian decided to change the topic and said, "The afternoon matches are about to start, we should get going immediately, otherwise you would miss your third match. Of course we would need to go to the competition, but before we go, I would need to execute a noble deed, run around naked." Yue Yang straightforwardly took off his clothes and then started undoing his pants. "You dare? Who would let you run around naked?" Princess Xian quickly grabbed onto Yue Yang's hands that were trying to undo his leather belt. She definitely didn't want to see a naked Yue Yang following her behind stark naked. Wouldn't that be a disaster? If others heard about this, then she would become the whole world's joke. Others who didn't know the truth might even think that she had some sort of weird, perverted fetish, that she liked a naked man following her around in public. Princess Xian was extremely fearful of that consequence, hence she immediately pulled Yue Yang's hands away, refastened his belt and helped him to wear his clothes back. I've never seen a rogue like you before. I won't hold you to your bargain this time, we'll discuss it next time. Yue Yang chuckled pervertically as he hugged Princess Xian's shoulders. Bro, just call me anytime you want to see me. I'm more than willing to hold my end of the bargain since I've lost the bet. Princess Xian was completely speechless when she heard him. Why did his words sounded like she had purposely set those terms of the bet because she wanted to see his naked body? Seeing that Princess Xian was so angry that she was literally emitting smoke from her ears and eyes, but was completely speechless and could only pout in silence, Luo Hua City mistress couldn't help but to burst into laughter. She laughed until her whole shoulders shook violently. Even Yu and Yu Bing couldn't hide their smiles. Nobody in this world could control Princess Xian. The only one who could do it would probably only be Yue Yang, her lifelong nemesis. At this moment, on the secondary match's fighting arena, the old cunning fox was walking back and forth, anxious to the point that he was about to scratch his scalp off. Why is Yue Yang that brat late again? Why can't he just say that he don't want to participate? He had registered himself but didn't turn up for the match. He was really going to be the death of him. There were only a few more minutes left before the match starts. If he still had not come, then Yue Yang would be the first student in history who gave up the tournament because he didn't dare to face the competition, an ultimate coward. The old fox really wanted to march onto the stage and fight on Yue Yang's behalf instead. Yue Yang would definitely win the match anyway. Your leading elite student is about to abandon his match. Not bad, your student would set a new world record, he might even be the first and the last in all history. A few of the old fox's friends started laughing out loud, purposely jeering in the old fox's face. The old fox was speechless. In his heart, he thought, you should be grateful that that brat was not here. Otherwise, with his status as an innate, he would bash all your smug faces until you all cried. He was about to leave in a huff. Suddenly, he saw Yue Yang bringing Yu Bing, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others along as they walked very calmly and determinedly. The old fox was immediately very happy. My god, finally! At last it's Ivy Academy's turn to show off. Ivy Academy, contestant Yu Bing. If you are not on stage by 10 seconds, you will be deemed to have forfeited. The referee and another contestant was already up on stage. However, they had not seen the other participant after waiting for so long. On the other side, Yue Yang and Yu Bing had just entered the box that they had booked a long time ago, and had not made it to the stage. It was the secondary knockout matches and not many people were spectating today. Out of all the thousands of seats for spectators, only a few hundred people were present. It could even be said that the students who were preparing for a rematch below were greater than the crowd. In reality, 90% of the people who came to watch the matches were the students' friends or relatives. They were all here to root for them. The boxes now were cheap too, and could be rented for 3 silver coins. Not only that, it also came with free beverages. If it was the top 100 tournament instead, those VIP boxes that could hold over a dozen people would definitely cost at least 10 gold coins. As for the top 10 team and individual finals, the price would probably be twofold or greater than that. Ye Kong hurried to the bottom of the stage and raised his voice towards the referee, saying, contestant Yu Bing only managed to arrive after rushing here. Please wait a minute so that she can catch her breath. The face of the referee who was wearing black clothes turned even darker than his clothes after hearing this. She was already late, but she still needed time to catch her breath. He immediately started counting down, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Not only that, the speed of the countdown was faster than usual. Yu Bing wouldn't make it in time to enter from the outside aisle into the contestants' area, so she immediately jumped down from the VIP box. As the referee counted down to 1, she barely landed onto the stage. Due to being strapped for time, her face was flushed red with nervousness, and her heart was beating rapidly. The very moment she was on stage, she quickly bowed to the referee and anxiously apologized, saying, Referee, I am Yu Bing. Originally, the referee in black clothes did not have a good expression. However, the moment he saw the person who dared to come late, contestant Yu Bing who had made him wait so long, he realized that she was actually a cute girl. His iron heart instantly softened. Could this lady be lost while trying to find the competition grounds? He thought. She did not seem to be the lazy type who loved to be late. Once you're ready, the competition will begin. The black-clothed referee tried his best to act in a stern manner. Unknowingly, his voice had softened greatly. If it were a male contestant instead, he would probably be sternly criticized. Towards elders and teachers, Yu Bing had always been respectful and bowed to acknowledge his words. It's a little chick, the opponent was a tall and skinny boy. Seeing that he was facing Yu Bing, his heart leapt for joy, thinking that victory was already in his hands. In the combined matches, battle techniques are not restricted. You may use summoned beasts or other means to battle. However, the requirement is that there must be a beast joining the fight. You may summon your beasts now. The match is split into 3 rounds. Each round is restricted to 3 minutes. If you hit the opponent out of the field, render the opponent unconscious or force the opponent to surrender, you will immediately win. If a winner is not decided in 3 rounds, the contestants will then be judged according to the effectiveness of their attacks and their energy. The person who lands more effective attacks and has greater energy will win. The conduct of maliciously killing people is strictly forbidden. Our aim is to cultivate the spirit of competition and not slaughter. Are you clear on these rules? The black-clothed referee quickly and clearly stated the rules. I'm clear. Yue Bing nodded her head obediently. Chet, the tall and skinny boy, however, was disdainful. Who wouldn't know all of these rules? Every time a match was held, it would be said once. Hearing this being repeated over and over again, it was truly annoying. The students who were supporting the tall and skinny boy yelled from below the stage. Xiaolu, don't be soft-hearted. Take down that little chick. After winning this you can return to the elites competition. Don't hold back just because she's a girl, fight properly. After you win, we'll go find some big-breasted girls. This poorly endowed little chick isn't worth looking at, hurry up and take her down. These words riled up Ye Kong and the others. A competition was a competition, why would you need to talk such nonsense? It was fine if they talked nonsense, but talking about the size of the breasts, were these people born to take a beating? How dare they say these to Yue Bing? Yue Yang had just sat down on his seat. Before he even had time to drink his tea, he heard the crazy words from the other side. He was enraged and threw his cup of tea, ready to cut down those few brats. Princess Xian hugged him with all her force and reproached Yue Yang, stupid, it's none of your business. Don't care about what they say, just let Bing fight and win against that brat. Winning is the most important thing here. Just sit back here. Luo Hua City Mistress, on the other hand, was laughing wildly. She realized that Yue Yang was really a person who was overprotective of his family. Of course, the feeling of being protected wouldn't be bad at all. Although he wasn't protecting herself right now, Luo Hua City Mistress knew that if someone dared to make fun of her like this, he would be so angry that his face would turn red like this too. Below, Ye Kong and Fatty Hai was ready to rush over and beat up those brats. Seeing that something was amiss, the 2 linesmen rushed over to stop their impulsive actions. Fatty Hai was blocked, but his temper did not simmer down so easily. He pointed at the group of students and started cursing at them, saying, "Trash, remember this. Don't ever face me on the stage, otherwise this boss will punch your face until you're looking for your teeth all scattered on the floor." Seeing that there were only 4 people on Ye Kong's side, himself, the Li brothers, and Fatty Hai, while there were 10 people on their side, the group of 10 boys felt that these people had exceptionally big guts. The boy who was leading the group arrogantly sneered at them. "Fat pig, you should be celebrating that you're over here. If you were outside, we would have made roasted pig out of you. I am Gu Qijin, from Xia Empire's Golden Wolf Academy. I'll leave these words with you, fat pig. If you have talent, then we'll meet at the top 100 tournament." Before Fatty Hai could retort, the 2 linesmen had already chased him back. The 2 linesmen only said a sentence and Ye Kong and the others had no choice but to obediently return to their seats. This was because the linesmen had said, if the relatives and friends below the stage fight, the contestants on the stage will be disqualified. Haha, a little chick like you made a perfect team with a fat pig like him, the tall and skinny boy laughed at this sight. He seemed to not care what kind of strength Yue Bing had. Especially since he knew his opponent had already lost 2 rounds in a row. He looked down upon her even more. He did not feel that he was weak, he was just more unlucky than others. On the very first round of the elite competition, he had faced Xue Tanlang, one of the 3 great killing stars. It was normal not to win against people of that caliber. As for Yue Bing, he did not even see her in his eyes. The tall and skinny boy summoned a black bear. It was bronze ranked level 3, and it looked very powerful. The black-clothed referee secretly shook his head. It seemed like this fight was already the little lady, Yue Bing's loss. Facing against a black bear that was bronze ranked level 3 and possessed powerful strength to boot. The black-clothed referee did not wave his hand to start the match, but asked in a low voice, "Do you want to give up or continue?" He seemed to be slightly worried for Yue Bing. One blow from the opponent's black bear could cause danger to this lady's life. Continue the competition. Yue Bing was already not the Yue Bing of the past. Fighting alongside her brother had caused her to change completely, becoming a rancor. At Taurus Temple, Pisces Temple, and Leo Temple, she had killed dozens of bronze-ranked beasts. She had killed many bronze-ranked level 5 ox-head warriors and bronze barbaric bulls, bronze-ranked level 5 giant tidal grabs and bronze-ranked lions as well. Now, in her eyes, a bronze-ranked level 3 black bear did not count as much. She really wanted to get past the 100-school elite competition and prove to her brother that she had put in effort to cultivate and improve. Also, she wanted to prove that she could use the various techniques that her brother had taught in live battles. This 100-school elite competition was equivalent to reporting the results of her cultivation efforts to her brother. That was why she had decided to give the best results to her brother. Yue Bing nodded to Yue Yang, who was sitting in the box. Her eyes were firm. The black-clothed referee waved to let the two contestants bow in front of each other. Yue Bing did not summon her grimoire nor her 100-year Treeman War Guard. She bowed towards the opponent in an extremely polite fashion. That tall and skinny boy did not have Yue Bing's good manners. He took the opportunity to order the black bear to attack as Yue Bing bowed. Despicable. Ye Kong was infuriated. It was fine if he attacked while they were talking, but what kind of person was this? While they were bowing to each other, he dared to mount a sneak attack. Not only that, the opponent was a girl. Ye Kong nearly wanted to jump up the stage and rip this brat into pieces. Idiot. Yue Yang, however, ridiculed the tall and skinny boy while laughing. The black bear's roar was like thunder. It stood up on its hind legs and swung down with one of its giant paws. With just a flash of Yue Bing's shadow, she suddenly appeared on top of the tall and skinny boy's head. While he was thinking that his plan had succeeded, she threw a roundhouse kick right into the boy's face. Boom! The tall and skinny boy flew out of the stage. Fresh blood flowed continuously from his mouth and nose. Aside from the people who knew Yue Bing's strength, everyone was shocked by the scene. Even Ye Kong and Fatty Hai didn't know that Yue Bing was this strong. Under Yue Yang's guidance, Yue Bing had truly become strong. Ye Kong and the others knew that. However, they did not know that even her combat techniques had improved significantly to the point where she could instantly kill her opponents. Haha! Yue Yang was laughing proudly. He knew that Yue Bing was kind and law-abiding. She would normally obey every single rule. Not only that, due to her pure heart, she easily trusted others due to her inexperience. This way, she would easily be ambushed or deceived mid-battle. To counter her weaknesses, he especially created a set of techniques that would allow her to strike fast and adapt to emergencies. Before teaching Yue Bing, Yue Yang would constantly remind her to watch the movements of her enemy at any point of time. Then, at the time when the enemy moves, there was no need to think, but rather to react with her body and counterattack. He trained her to the point where if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move, if the enemy moves, I'll move first was a natural reaction for her. Although Yue Bing was unable to meet Yue Yang's demands of being able to reach the level of moving later, but reaching first right now, mounting a sneak attack on her would already be an impossible thing to do. The strongest advantage that Yue Bing had was that she was obedient. Whatever Yue Yang said, she remembered it word for word. Hence, she would be able to use it whenever the situation required it. Yue Yang may not have been a good teacher, but Yue Bing was definitely a good student. Towards the result of the tall and skinny boy being KO'd by one kick from Yue Bing, Yue Yang was not surprised at all. Conversely, it was as he had expected. Ah! Ivy Academy's Yue Bing wins. The black-clothed referee was stunned for a while, but reacted quickly and hurriedly waved his hands to signal that Yue Bing had won. Impossible, she sneak attacked Xiao Lu. The group of students on the other side obviously could not accept this kind of result. Roar! The bronze-ranked level 3 black bear suddenly pounced towards Yue Bing with its mouth wide open, showing its razor-sharp teeth. It was in fact the tall and skinny boy who was not willing to fail, continuing to order the black bear to attack. The black-clothed referee was infuriated. He still wanted to violate the competition rules like this? He dared to challenge the dignity of a referee like himself? When he was preparing to punch the black bear down the stage, he suddenly saw Yue Bing's body move, easily dodging the black bear's bite. Boom! With a chain of 18 roundhouse kicks, she knocked back the black bear's giant figure. With a final kick, she sent the black bear flying 2 meters away, causing it to fall on the tall and skinny boy's body who was preparing to climb back up. The black-clothed referee's jaw dropped. It couldn't be possible. The crowds who was watching the match also almost popped out their eyes in surprise. Ye Kong and the others could only stare at Yue Bing, whose full power attack had caused her to be slightly short of breath and red in the face, dumbstruck. Was this still the Yue Bing they knew? She hit him with a surprise attack. It was a shameless sneak attack. The group of people supporting Yue Bing's opponent started to become anxious. They had never thought that Yue Bing was such a strong combat expert who could even roundhouse kick a bronze-ranked level 3 black bear off the stage. Linesman, chase these bunch of rowdy boys out. Also, arrest that fellow who had broken the rules of the competition and violated warriors' ethics. The black-clothed referee hated it the most when others challenged his authority and power in matches. Not mentioning the matter of that Golden Wolf Academy student mounting a sneak attack when the opponent was bowing, he had ordered his black bear to continue attacking even after getting knocked out off the stage. He was really seeking death. We can't accept this. She was obviously in the wrong. She only used combat skills. She didn't summon any beast at all. The tall and skinny boy immediately tried to argue with this point. That's right, this is not a combat skills match, this is a combined match. You are required to use a beast. Since she didn't have any, she violated the rules first. This match is invalid. The group of boys on the opposite side started a ruckus. When the black-clothed referee thought again, what they said seemed to be really true. The little lady in the arena really did not summon any beasts. Of course, this was not her fault. This was because she had not managed to summon her beast before her opponent mounted a sneak attack on her. Seeing the strong and obedient little lady, the referee couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He was about to forgive Yue Bing and not pursue this matter any further. Who could have guessed that Yue Bing would actually bow in respect, before nodding calmly and unhurriedly as she smiled, I have a beast, it's just that you guys couldn't see it. She lifted her hand slightly as a glowing ball of green light slowly appeared from her body. Finally, it took on a human form slowly. Of course, this was Yue Bing's second guardian beast, Green Light Tree Demoness. Yue Yang had seen how the mysterious beauty fused her element-type beast with her body just like a strengthening-type beast. Furthermore, after fighting a battle with Tu Cheng, Yue Yang had also learned how to fuse an element-type beast with the summoner's body just like a strengthening-type beast. In order to help Yue Bing fuse with her Green Light Tree Demoness better, Yue Yang had especially taught this skill to her. As a result, let alone normal people, even the black-clothed referee couldn't see through the fusion. Seeing this, the black-clothed referee felt ashamed of himself secretly, thinking that he had really made a blunder. However, he didn't show it on the outside and continued to put on his stern, angry look as he said, you guys have been deliberately making a commotion without reason and doubted my authority as a referee. Guards, arrest them all for me and hand them over to the tournament disciplinary office to be punished. Some of the silver-armored guards quickly thudded over to arrest the boys. The two linesmen even threatened to disqualify anyone who tried to retaliate. The Golden Wolf Academy's students couldn't do anything but follow the silver-armored guards to the small, dark hut outside and stay there till they were released. They could only pray that their academy teachers would come over quickly and bail them out. Otherwise, they might even miss their next matches. When Yekong and Fatty Hai walked past these dejected fellows, they stuck up their middle fingers to show their contempt. The Golden Wolf Academy students were extremely angry at the gesture, but they didn't dare to do anything under the watchful eyes of the black-clothed referee. If they dared to strike back, the penalty wouldn't be as simple as just being disqualified from their matches. They would probably need to crouch in the small, dark hut even longer and might even be reported to the tournament and lose their reputation. Thin monkey, fat pig, you just wait and see. The leader of the group of boys, Gu Qijin, sneered coldly and sinisterly. They would never forget this grudge. Did you think we would be afraid of you? If Fatty Hai were still the same person as before, he might be a little afraid. However, Fatty Hai had now gone through countless life and death battles, killed various monsters and gigantic monsters, killed mercenaries that had gone insane and undergone harsh training under the Hawk-Eyed Man for 2 whole months. Most importantly, under Yue Yang's guidance, he had focused on improving the hidden strength in his body and cultivating his guardian beast, Ironback Rhinoceros. Now, he was completely different from his old self. Something like being knocked out of the fighting arena within 10 seconds by his opponent would not happen again this time. Fatty Hai's combat power had greatly increased, and after experiencing life and death trials, he had become more confident in his own abilities. An opponent like Gu Qijin didn't even matter at all to him. Although he didn't say it out loud, Fatty Hai secretly wanted to fight against the 3 great killing stars to test his limits and capabilities. If he were still the same as before, he wouldn't even have dared to dream about this. The old fox who was spectating outside the arena immediately became smug. Yue Bing had really worked hard. She had instantly knocked her opponent out without even using any of her beasts. He thought evilly that if this little lady had actually summoned her bronze-ranked level 500 years old Treant Defender, her opponent would probably have wet his pants in fright. It was a pity that her opponent had been too weak. She hadn't even needed to summon her 100 years old Treant Defender and had only needed to use her combat skills to instantly knock him out. You seem to have a good student this year. Since her surname is Yue, is she a member of the Yue clan? One of the teachers asked curiously. It's a pity that that child is only proficient in combat. If she had a powerful beast, she would definitely be able to rank amongst the top 50. Another teacher purposely commented this way, wanting to test the old fox's reaction. The old fox had obviously seen through these fellows' thoughts, so he only revealed a cold smile to them as he pretended to be humble and replied sarcastically, how could our students have powerful beasts? She only had 2 bronze-ranked level 5 treants. They are plant-type beasts and trashy as hell. Her beast could never compare to your student's bronze-ranked level 3 black bear. Those people that had previously been ridiculing the old fox were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. They never thought that the old fox would really find a genius in cultivating plant-type beasts. They had really lost face. The uproar quickly died down as the secondary knockout matches continued on. 10 minutes later, it was finally Yue Yang's turn to fight on stage. Yue Yang was too lazy to fight. He put on the Gemini Golden Mask and immediately summoned an evil shadow to fight on his behalf. On the surface, the evil shadow only had half of Yue Yang's abilities and its summoning time was extremely short, it could only exist for an hour. However, it was more than enough to participate in this stage of the tournament. Yue Yang was afraid that others would easily see that the evil shadow was a fake because of its lifeless expression that lacked intelligence. Hence, he quickly put a wig and a black towel on the evil shadow, covering its eyes. In any case, the evil shadow fought with its instincts and didn't need to use its eyes at all. When the evil shadow showed up on stage, Noon realized that it was actually a copy. Everyone thought that this student called Titan was blind. The old fox could only gape in dumbfoundment. However, after observing for 10 seconds, he finally realized that the Yue Yang standing on stage was only a copy. However, it was extremely lifelike, it's just that there was no blood, flesh, or breath in its body. Don't you have any elite students other than that little lady just now? Why would you send a blind student to fight? Some of the old fox's friends started to laugh out loud. It was the old fox's turn to be speechless now. Who were the blind ones here? How could they, as knowledgeable teachers, not be able to discover that it was only a copy? How dare they call themselves teachers with that kind of ability? Weren't they afraid of teaching their students wrongly? Seeing that the old fox didn't reply, the old fox's friends all thought that he was lacking in confidence. Secretly, they sniggered even more. When it was Yue Yang's turn to compete, the referee was changed to a white-clothed referee. Due to Yue Bing's case, he didn't want to make the same mistake. So he demanded to check the two sides beasts right at the first moment. Yue Yang didn't want to summon the Reaper Mantis now. What a joke, summoning a gold-ranked beast in a secondary knockout match, it would be weird if he didn't make his opponents cry in fright. Hence, he sent the one of the quintet golden puppet mice. The whole audience was completely shocked by Yue Yang's actions. What could a small little puppet mouse do in a battle? The old fox's friends all immediately burst out laughing until tears formed in their eyes. They started patting the old fox's shoulders. This student of yours is really of top quality. With regards to their short-sightedness, the old fox only sneered in his heart. Were they looking down on him? They wouldn't even have the time to cry later on. As soon as the white-clothed referee waved his hand to signal the start of the match, before the opponent's wind leopard could even manage to charge forward, the evil shadow had already grabbed the wind leopard's jaws and torn them apart forcefully, splitting the wind leopard's mouth all the way to its neck. Such a forceful and bloodthirsty action shocked even the white-clothed referee. He had actually torn a normal ranked level 4 wind leopard's mouth with his bare hands. When the evil shadow, whose hands were dripping with fresh blood, walked step by step closer to the opponent who was utterly dumbfounded, that fellow immediately started crying and escaped from the fighting arena, completely horrified. This blind boy is also a combat expert? Where did you find so many combat experts? The old fox's friends were completely jealous. Ivy Academy students were usually the worst of the worst, getting knocked off the stage before 10 seconds even passed. This brat, the new world record setter, was also a joke that everyone had previously been discussing enthusiastically. Who could have known that the Ivy Academy would send out 2 extremely abnormal students this year? They were all such experts in combat skills. One was a little lady who could send a black bear flying with her legs, and the other was a blind boy who could tear a wind leopard's body apart with his bare hands. Isn't this too great of an overkill? Student Titan, you are in the wrong here. Didn't I tell you not to be so violent? It's wrong to make your fellow friends cry out of fright. The old fox's words was like a slap to his other friend's face. Don't be too full of yourself, let's wait and see at the elite tournament. The old fox's friends immediately brushed off their sleeves and turned around, feeling extremely depressed in their hearts. Alright, at that time, please tell your elite students to have mercy on us. Our Ivy Academy's students only participated for the experience, we don't have the capabilities to compete for the championship with you guys. Everyone, take care. I shall console the crying student first. Remember, please have mercy on us, ha ha ha. Seeing that student who was crying from fright and almost fainted from the evil shadow's killing intent, the old fox laughed out loud happily. Fortunately Yue Yang and Yue Bing had come back. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to clear the resentment in his heart. Yue Bing and Yue Yang's evil shadow had both won another match, they could finally return to the elite tournament's preliminary match. The old fox then smugly walked towards the box and sat down leisurely. He received the tea that Luohua City Mistress gave him as he glanced at Yue Yang and criticized, "Brat, those who don't know might think you came here to chase after girls. Aren't you leading a comfortable life? You don't participate personally in your battles, and even have beauties to accompany you here. Isn't this life too good for you? Where did you get that golden mask? Seems like it's quite the good stuff." Yue Yang pointed his middle finger at him and said, "I got it after a bloody battle in Gemini Temple where I almost died. Don't even think about it. I say, old geezer, don't even think about it, or I'll report you to the principal." The old fox burst out laughing, I didn't accept any bribery nor perform corruption, what are you going to report me for? Of course, Yue Yang had a way to deal with him as he whispered in his ears, I know of a certain someone who has a very nice colored illustration book, where there are a lot of pictures of beautiful women who doesn't seem to wear any clothes. I remember that a certain person said that he even had a picture of the current principal, although I don't know if that is really the case. If I give those pictures to the principal, I think she will be very happy to see the illustration of her naked self. I believe that she will change her opinion completely, with regards to a certain vice principal who did not accept bribery nor perform corruption. Pu. The old fox spurted out the tea he just sipped and hurriedly smiled apologetically, what do you mean by colored illustration? Student Titan, you have definitely misunderstood. By the way, I know of a restaurant that serves really good seafood. The dishes are of top quality, and the price is not cheap either. I was about to invite you and Yue Bing to eat there and celebrate your wins. Let's go, let's drink and forget the things of the past. Of course, I'm always forgetful. Yue Yang smiled and nodded, if a certain generous vice principal could also reward my sister and I with a space crystal staff, my forgetfulness will definitely act up again. When the girls heard this, they were really speechless. They had seen ruthless people before, but they had never seen such a ruthless person who would even wring his own teacher dry. After a few days of the elite tournament, Yue Bing had smoothly passed through her matches. This was because the opponents she faced weren't very strong and she hadn't even needed to summon her 100-years-old Treant defender to win yet. Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li clan brothers had also succeeded in entering the top 100 tournament. As for Yue Yang, he had also managed to enter the top 100 by sending the Evil Shadow to participate in the matches for him. This year, the Ivy Academy team was really powerful. The academy, which had suffered complete defeat last year, had 6 people entering into the top 100 this year. With this kind of show of strength, the Ivy Academy had attracted a lot of attention. Other than the 3 top schools in Soaring Dragon Continent, Shangjing Academy, Fragrance Academy and Grey Wolf Academy, the Ivy Academy had also attracted the attention of the masses as the dark horse with the greatest improvement. The blind, bloodthirsty Titan was one of the students that was most hated by everyone. Privately, a lot of students thought that this Titan had only become so abnormal because he was blind and that was why he was so ruthless in his attacks. Of course, only a handful of people could tell that Titan was actually a copy, a beast-type shadow. I really look forward to fighting Student Titan one-on-one. The ice-cold Xuetan Lang seemed to know that Titan was in fact Yue Yang. He requested to fight Yue Yang at almost every single drawing of lots. He only has minor accomplishments. He's not worth your attention. The Prince of Xiaijin, who had the most odds of winning the championship, looked down upon Yue Yang instead. My rivals? I would really like to fight with the Shangqian Nu from the Fragrance Academy or the Prince of Tianluo in the finals. It would also be great if I could fight the Prince of Xiaijin. Sorry, you said Dragon Ambassador Qin Lan Yu from Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace? No, how could I forget about them? I think they would be my lifelong, formidable opponents. As for the 3 great killing stars, if they can have such famous reputations, then they must have great capabilities. I'm not very familiar with them, but I really want to try sparring with them in the tournament. Titan? Who is he? I've never heard of him before. The Floating Mist Sect junior elder called Bai Yunfei, although he was arrogant, no one could doubt his capabilities. In the short 2 months since he had come out of the mountains, he had defeated countless strong opponents. He was most famous for his shocking act of stopping an all-out punch from Tianluo's level 6 senior elder, Li Zhongtian, with only one finger. Li Zhongtian's all-out power was extremely frightening. Not only had he used it to kill a demon commander instantly, but he had previously also injured a demon marshal with it. However, he had actually been stopped by Bai Yunfei's single finger. When this shocking news spread to the world, the whole of Soaring Dragon Continent was in an uproar and was thoroughly shocked. If Bai Yunfei had not been a junior elder from the Southern Floating Mist Sect, the commoners would definitely not believe it. However, as a junior elder from one of the 4 great sects in this world, there was no reason for others to not believe this news. Within 2 months of coming out of the mountains, Bai Yunfei was already considered to be the most promising young warrior in Soaring Dragon Continent. The title of the most promising young warrior that was held by Xuetan Lang originally had been snatched away by Bai Yunfei. Not only him, but even Yan Pojun, the all-around most promising student, was defeated by the Prince of Xiaijin, whose fame had resounded through the whole world. The Prince of Xiaijin had appeared a few days after Bai Yunfei, but he had defeated many more warriors than Bai Yunfei. He knew how to speak 8 and write 6 languages. He was also said to have a vast collection of beasts. No matter if it was element type, strengthening type, or special type, he had it all. He was even said to have 5 gold-ranked beasts. Most frighteningly, the Prince of Xiaijin was also a combat genius, who was said to have defeated the Supreme Archer God in a 10-round archery competition and the Great Desert Storm in an 8-move sword competition. He had first worked with the Supreme Archer God and killed Gong Wenkei, a bandit that was said to be number 1 in archery in the whole of Disya. He had also worked with the Great Desert Storm to kill Bo Li Kuo, the leader of the Wolves Gang in Xiaijin Kingdom. However, people placed the Prince of Xiaijin below the junior elder Bai Yunfei. It wasn't because they thought his strength was lacking. Rather they just thought that Bai Yunfei was more of an expert. He had stopped Li Zhongtian's all-out punch with a single finger after all. That kind of capability was simply too frightening. With the two of them participating in the 100 Schools Elite Tournament, although the three great killing stars were famous and renowned, Bai Yunfei and the Prince of Xiaijin had become the most likely contestants to be the winner of the tournament in most people's speculations. Everything would depend on the ballots drawing for the top 8 contestants. Bai Yunfei and the Prince of Xiaijin were speculated to have the highest possibility of seizing the championship, followed by Xue Tanlang. He was after all the 3-time champion whose strong capabilities were well known. As for Yu Tian, Yue Yang, Xie Qianren and the others, people did not think that they would clinch the championship. However, they believed that these young warriors would be the greatest challenges for Bai Yunfei and the Prince of Xiaijin on their journey to the championship. As for Titan, the abnormal blind student from Ivy Academy, who the heck was he? Not a single one of the audience knew about him. Could he be stronger than the level 6 senior elder Li Zhongtian? Even if he had a capability like Li Zhongtian, what could he do? Li Zhongtian's strongest move had been stopped by a single finger of Bai Yunfei's. The most gossipy students also asked Sheng Qiangnu, whose body was completely covered in armor and even her face was completely covered with her helmet, on who she wanted to fight the most. Sheng Qiangnu gave them a simple and curt answer, Titan. Did you want to teach that abnormal blind student a lesson because you thought that his attacks were simply too cruel? Someone didn't understand the reason behind her answer and asked. You can say it that way. He looks like he deserves a beating. Sheng Qiangnu didn't quite agree with others' opinion of student Titan, but she had her own opinions that she didn't speak out. Bai Yunfei said that he hoped to fight with you in the finals. He seemed to be interested in you and had publicly displayed his love for you many times before. May we ask what's your opinion in this? Asked another person who wanted to dig out a scandal to attract others' attentions. Seems like I will disappoint Bai Yunfei again. I don't have any feelings for him at all. Sheng Qiangnu was completely blunt when she spoke, curtly rejecting Bai Yunfei's public display of love. The most disappointed person was actually the one who asked this question. Sheng Qiangnu's one sentence had completely dashed the audience's hopes away. After getting disappointed by her answer, the reporters immediately went to find the Tianluo Prince, who was considered to be the most handsome man on earth by the female students. May we ask who is the opponent you want to fight the most? Could it be one of the 3 great killing stars, Junior Elder Bai Yunfei, or the Prince of Xiaijin? Do you think you can clinch the championship in the end? Bai Yunfei and Prince of Xiaijin had always said that they couldn't compare to your handsome looks. What do you think about this? The Tianluo Prince, whose face was as white and smooth as jade, was indeed very handsome. Even if he was a man, he also had the elegance of a woman. Those extremely clear pair of crystal eyes that could probably see through people's soul revealed a tinge of sadness, a sadness that could make others feel sad for him. Even the most arrogant girl or the most boorish guy in the world would not be able to resist his charm. His voice was as smooth as spring water flowing through rocks. Even though it was a male's voice, it was similar to a sound of nature, pleasing to the ear, making others feel intoxicated in its presence. If this perfect Tianluo Prince could be said to have a weakness, there could only be one thing, and that was that he didn't smile enough. Almost 1,000 girls grouped themselves into his supporting cheerleaders, singing and dancing for him. They only hoped that they could lessen the bitterness in his eyes even by a little bit. None of them understood why this Tianluo Prince was filled with so much sadness. However, no one could ask him about it, afraid that they would hurt him even more. No girl in this world could resist Tianluo Prince's smile. No one would doubt this statement, not even Yue Yang. This morning, Yue Yang had coincidentally seen the picture of the Tianluo Prince when Ye Kong was looking at the tournament news, but he didn't tear or burn the newspaper like Ye Kong and Fatty Hai had thought he would. Instead, he had hugged the picture in his embrace as if it was a very precious thing. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai had sighed secretly. They were finished. Even Yue Yang couldn't resist the Tianluo Prince's charm. Seemed like his sexual preference would turn to a different direction. Are you really interested in anal? Fatty Hai was curious. Didn't Yue Yang only like beauties? It depends on the person. Yue Yang replied evilly. Really? You pervert, Fatty Hai and the others started sweating out of fright. What kind of expressions are you guys having? Go and die, my sexual preferences are perfectly normal. Yue Yang kicked Fatty Hai in a towering rage. Ye Kong and the others immediately felt relieved at this. They had thought that if Yue Yang really liked men, he would not be able to bear injuring the Tianluo Prince, a man who had incomparably handsome looks. It seemed like he had only admired something beautiful and didn't fall in love with him. The tournament today started extremely early in the morning. They had to reach the venue before 7 a.m. Luo Hua City Mistress was still in bed having her beauty sleep, but Princess Qian had already woken up to have her morning sword practice, trying to break through a new realm in her combat skill. They all thought that Yue Yang would win for sure, that it would be alright even if they didn't go to support him. Yu and Yu Bing on the other hand, had woken up earlier and helped Yue Yang to draw the competition ballots. When Yue Yang, Fatty Hai, Ye Kong and the Li clan brothers arrived at the tournament arena, they discovered Yu and Yu Bing running towards them, a little out of breath, as if there was an army chasing after them. Yue Yang hurriedly tried to calm them down saying, "Don't be too anxious, I woke up on time today, I didn't come late." Yu shook her head, but just as she was about to speak, Yu Bing chimed in ahead of her, "Brother, not good. Your opponent today is the Tian Luo Prince. I never thought that I would pick him when I drew the ballots." Ah! Fatty Hai and Ye Kong were immediately frozen when they heard that, thinking in their hearts that the situation was not good. Yue Yang might really have mercy on the Tian Luo Prince. Why did he have to face the Tian Luo Prince out of all opponents? Really? Isn't that a good thing? Yue Yang seemed to be delighted. What do you mean good? Right now, the girls who supported the Tian Luo Prince have picked up their weapons and are chasing after us. They are preparing to kill you, brother. To prevent you from harming their beloved Tian Luo Prince, those girls have really gone insane. When Yu Bing said this, Fatty Hai and Ye Kong sweated even more. They were definitely finished. That Tian Luo Prince had thousands of fans, and when those crazy Fang girls become mad together, their herd force would be as frightening as the force of 300,000 bulls. Are you kidding me? Yue Yang was also dumbfounded. From a distance, countless women carrying frightening-looking arms were charging towards them like thousands of galloping horses. There were some riding their beasts, some flying in the sky, some carrying clubs, some carrying huge blades with demon engravings. In a short while, even those few silver-armored guards who wanted to stop them had been trampled over easily like flies. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai would rather fight 100,000 demons in the demon abyss than face these crazy Fang girls. Even the quiet, expressionless Li clan brothers were wiping off their sweat at this situation. Yue Yang realized that he would really face a tragic fate if he didn't start running now. He immediately pulled Yu Bing and Yu, turned around and ran. Before he escaped, he had even pointed to Fatty Hai and shouted, "Catch him, he is the fat sex fiend of Ivy Academy, Titan. Everyone, charge! Teach him a lesson and uphold the law. Are you for real? Where's your loyalty?" Fatty Hai let out a miserable scream. "What is loyalty? I don't have that, but I have fart for you. The situation is not good right now and you are the boss. If you don't step forward bravely, how could you still be a good boss?" When Yue Yang saw that Fatty Hai had run after him, and furthermore, that he ran extremely fast, almost overtaking himself, Yue Yang immediately kicked Fatty Hai down and continued to pull Yu Bing and Yu, escaping from that place in a hurry. When Fatty Hai crawled back up with great difficulty, he realized that he had been surrounded by the thousands of crazy Fang girls. It was too late for him to think of escaping. He could only reveal a bitter smile and ask, "Beauties, could you at least spare my face?" His reply was hundreds of beautiful women's legs trampling on him mercilessly. When Ye Kong and Li clan brothers saw this scene, they immediately escaped frantically in fright. If they continued to stay, they would also lose their lives. Li Ji asked Ye Kong, "Ye Kong, is it really okay if we run away just like this? Then do you want to stay?" Ye Kong rolled his eyes in annoyance. In a situation where they were heavily outnumbered, the most important thing was to protect themselves and conserve their strength. As for Fatty Hai, he would die for sure. If they tried to save him, they would also have a tragic fate. Li Ji shivered, but before he managed to answer, Li Qi immediately interrupted, "No, I think we should think of a way to take back Fatty Hai's corpse later." "Oh no, those crazy girls had divided their forces, they are chasing after us now. Run!" Yue Yang led Yu Bing and Yu to run one whole big round before sneaking into the tournament arena secretly in the end. Countless Tian Luo Prince's supporters surrounded the stage. There were girls and guys. They seemed to want to use their bodies to protect their beloved Tian Luo Prince from being injured by the abnormal blind student. "Handsome Tian Luo Prince, awesome Tian Luo Prince, long live Tian Luo Prince. Of course we are Tian Luo Prince's fans. All three of us siblings had decided to come personally to protect Tian Luo Prince. Every one of us has tightened our surveillance. Let's see if that abnormal blind guy would dare to enter here and seek death." The shameless Yue Yang had disguised himself as one of the Tian Luo Prince's fans as he shouted and blended himself into the crowd. Although his face was unfamiliar, his catchphrase was loud and clear, as if he was truly one of the crazy fans. Furthermore, he had also brought his two sisters along. It didn't seem like he was a bad person. The crazy Fang girls of the Roses fan group didn't see through his disguise. The Tian Luo Prince Roses fan group fans were all busy looking for the figure of that abnormal blind guy, not realizing that Yue Yang had approached closer and closer. Then, Yue Yang suddenly leapt up onto the stage. That red-clothed referee who was waiting helplessly immediately waved his hand, "This student over here, I have allowed you to shout below the stage, why are you even trying to come on stage? Go back down. The red-clothed referee then turned towards the Tian Luo prince who was waiting calmly on the stage. Your Highness, you have waited for more than 10 minutes. Please don't wait anymore, that abnormal blind guy would not come for sure. Didn't he already come? The Tian Luo prince pointed to Yue Yang. Ah! The red-clothed referee was dumbfounded. He pointed at Yue Yang and asked surprisedly, you are that abnormal blind guy? Ah, I mean, you are that titan? Are you really student titan? Your eyes, aren't you blind? Are you really student titan? Yes, you are right. It's a pity I can't give you a reward for your correct answer. Yue Yang revealed a bright smile. Ah! The Rose's fan group below the stage was completely driven mad. This bloodthirsty, abnormal blind guy was actually not blind, and he had actually shamelessly disguised himself as one of the Tian Luo Prince's fans, blending into the crowd before jumping onto the stage. Would there be anyone more shameless, more wicked than this person on earth? The answer is no. Seeing that Yue Yang was smiling, the group of girls were even more enraged. Was this a joke to him? If it weren't for the Tian Luo Prince stopping them, the 100 overfang girls would have rushed up the stage and tore Yue Yang into pieces. Tian Luo Prince extended his hand to stop their uproar, making them all silent immediately. He looked at Yue Yang with his lake-like eyes and said with a voice as smooth as the night wind blowing through willow trees, you are late. I apologize, there's a traffic jam. Yue Yang patted his shoulders leisurely, but in the eyes of those crazy fang girls, he simply needed a spanking. Hope to fight with you. This is my wish. Tian Luo Prince's words shocked everyone present, including Yu Yu and Yu Bing. Had this Tian Luo Prince known Yue Yang before? In his previous matches, Yue Yang had been ordering the masked evil shadow to fight on his behalf, so how did the Tian Luo Prince know that the evil shadow was actually Yue Yang's double? Yu Yu frowned her brows as she started to think. Yu Bing, on the other hand, didn't think too much. She only knew that her brother was extremely powerful, so she didn't feel the least bit anxious for him in her heart. When the Tian Luo Prince finished speaking, he turned towards the red-clothed referee and nodded, I concede defeat in this match. He can immediately move on to the next stage of the competition. Please get down from the stage. I need to fight him with all my power and not limited by the rules of the competition. He then turned towards his Rose's fan group below the stage and waved his hands, signaling them to quieten down. Everyone, please move 100 meters back so that you won't get hurt. I don't want anyone to stop me from fighting him. Everyone, if you want to support me, please let me fight an all-out battle with him. Seeing the Tian Luo Prince's sad eyes and listening to him plead with his nature-like voice, everyone's heart almost broke for him. The Fang girls tried to keep their tears in as they slowly fell back step by step. The red-clothed referee wanted to speak, but he understood the determination in Tian Luo Prince's heart. He sighed slightly and waved his hand, signaling the linesmen and silver-armored guards below the stage to fall back. Yue Yang also looked at Yu Yu and Yu Bing who were standing below the stage, nodding to them sternly and seriously, you guys should also retreat to a safe place. Later, no matter how intense the battle gets, you shouldn't come near. Alright. Yu Bing had never seen her brothers so serious before. She obediently pulled her second sister and left the arena quickly. When everyone had retreated 100 meters away, Yue Yang and Tian Luo Prince suddenly summoned their grimoires at the same time. Yue Yang summoned a silver grimoire, while the Tian Luo Prince summoned a platinum grimoire. With the additional strength from 2 giant phantom shadows and with the fire ability from his Yang pole skill, Yue Yang first released a strength that was lower than but almost approaching innate strength. His aura was like a demon king, exploding all of a sudden. The shockwave impact from his chi could even thoroughly shook the red-clothed referee who was 50 meters away. The red-clothed referee immediately paled. The two linesmen had it even worse. They were knocked back a few steps by the shockwave of Yue Yang's aura. As for the more than a dozen silver-armored guards, they were blown away by Yue Yang's hurricane-like aura. 100 meters apart, the Rose's fan group went pale out of fright. A few of the flower protection ambassadors who was standing right in front collapsed to the ground from the shock. Yue Yang who was holding his Huijin magic blade was as cold as a demon king. Purple flames burst out from his hand that was holding the blade. His other hand was forming a fiery wheel that looked like the world-exterminating wheel. In front of Yue Yang, the Tian Luo Prince had turned himself into a crystal doll-like figure, making his whole body transparent. He closed his eyes under the bright, radiant light illuminating his body, as he summoned bursts of colorful lights that entered into his body and increased his strength. Behind his back, a pair of crystal wings that looked like a butterfly's wings had also slowly formed. Those crystal wings were transparent and flawless. It looked like it was without substance, but it was actually extremely powerful. Every time they flapped beautifully, the whole area seemed to shake. A fairy that was only as big as a person's thumb was summoned by Tian Luo Prince. It flew towards his forehead and entered into his body. In an instant, the Tian Luo Prince's body started to form weird-shaped, silver-colored runes, a little similar but different from the dark golden rune that had appeared on Yue Yang's body before. Then, the Tian Luo Prince slowly and beautifully opened his arms as the light emitting out from his body radiated out even more brightly. Countless crystals quickly condensed around him and covered his body, forming a flawless, incomparably beautiful crystal armor on his body. More amazingly, the silver ancient rune on Tian Luo Prince's body had seeped through the crystal armor, forming new, more complicated and profound runic circles. Everyone watched dumbstruck. No one could imagine that bloodthirsty titan was actually this strong. The energy he had released was at least at the level of a level 7 overlord. The thing that others found it hard to believe was also the fact that Tian Luo Prince was actually this strong. He actually had a platinum grimoire, crystal wings, and crystal armor. He could even turn his beast completely into a set of armor. What realm was he at? It was said that only level 7 overlords could cultivate beast to armor transformations. Furthermore, even level 8 emperors could only cover 30% of their body with beast to armor transformation. Most people wouldn't be able to complete the beast to armor transformation their whole life. At most, they could only transform their beast to look like a weapon. Apart from the special beasts that were designed to turn into armors, other beasts would never be able to transform into armors completely. Only if the summoner managed to grasp the concept to awaken the strength of beasts that was described in ancient times would the beast be able to match its summoner and turn into armor. Right now, other than the Tian Luo Prince's perfect, flawless face, his whole body had been covered with a crystal armor. He even had a pair of beautiful crystal wings. People had never heard of beasts that could transform into wings before. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, everyone would probably not believe it at all. Your Highness, all the members of the Rose fan group were brimming with tears and excitement. They loved him, supported him, completely because of his handsome looks, not because he was strong. His looks made others unable to not fall in love with him. Because of this point, everyone felt a faint feeling of regret right now. The surprise that the Tian Luo Prince had given them was simply too sudden. It turned out that he was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than what people had imagined him to be. Seeing the prince who was wearing a crystal armor and possessed crystal wings, how could they not cry in happiness? My crystal battle armor is not yet perfect. It's a pity that I didn't have the time to perfect it. The Tian Luo Prince sighed with a tinge of regret as he put away his platinum grimoire. Let's start. I'm really looking forward to fight with you. Let's have a good battle. Yue Yang also put away his silver grimoire. He raised his Huijin magic blade as he charged towards Tian Luo Prince, shouting loudly. Flames burst towards the sky. Far away, people could see that the purple flames had formed a frightening giant blade in the sky. An extremely powerful, unavoidable slash struck at Tian Luo Prince's chest. In that instant of the strike, killing intent, fire ability, and sword blade all fused together to form a huge vortex of explosion, releasing a light that was as strong as a sun, emitting from Yue Yang's hands. The red-clothed referee's expression changed. He had the added defense from his beast and was a level 6 junior elder. However, even when standing 70 meters away, he was still pushed by this huge shockwave of energy from the impact of the strike a few steps back. He completely couldn't imagine the level of power and strength packed in that blade point, at the center of the fighting arena. That was definitely a destructive, fatal attack. A slash capable of splitting mountains and rivers first slash, earth-splitting slash. The red-clothed referee immediately knew whose famous sword skill was this. Yu Qiu, this was the Yu clan's genius warrior, Yu Qiu's creation. Since Yu Qiu had died, then the one who was using it must be his descendant. The red-clothed referee didn't recognize Yue Yang, but he felt that this slash wasn't any weaker than Yu Qiu's. It was even infused with a scorching fire ability. Boom! The loud impact sound almost deafened the crowd. Everyone heard buzzing in their head that lasted for a long time. However, the scene on the arena had shocked everyone. Tian Luo Prince had stopped Yue Yang's first slash, earth-splitting slash with just a single hand. My god, the red-clothed referee started to question if he had already gone insane. How could this be? It was such a frightening slash, yet the Tian Luo Prince did not even need to avoid it, he had received that destructive slash with a single hand. The defense of that crystal armor was simply too frightening. He knew about beast to armor transformation and had seen their super strong defense before. However, he had never seen such a strong defense like the Tian Luo Prince's. The crystal armor that the prince had awakened, what kind of beast and how high was its level actually? The Roses fan group started screaming in excitement, feeling wild with joy when their highness the prince had managed to block the heavy slash with a simple move. Yu and Yu Bing's expression took a huge turn as they muttered, impossible, one more time, second slash, heaven and earth collapse. Yue Yang didn't use Huijin magic blade, he immediately condensed a fire wheel on his left hand and used it to attack the Tian Luo Prince. At the same time, he unleashed second slash, heaven and earth collapse, fusing the fire wheel with his blade. The explosion power from this move was much more than his previous one. This time, everyone could see clearly the Tian Luo Prince extending his hand and stopping the rotating fire wheel in front of him. The Tian Luo Prince had stopped the fire wheel. However, he was also pushed back to the edge of the stage from the momentum of the fire wheel. The Rose's fan group was immediately anxious. He had indeed stopped the wheel, but once he went out from the edge, according to the rules, he would have already lost. Hiss! The rotating fire wheel continued to revolve furiously, but it slowly disappeared. The Tianluo prince's right leg had already been pushed out of the stage, but his left leg stopped at the edge of the stage. He walked forward and started to walk towards Yue Yang again. Due to the crystal armor's protection, there was almost no scars on his palm at all. When the red-clothed referee saw this, he had a feeling like his knees were about to give out. This was really unimaginable. That crystal armor really had an impregnable defense. Perhaps, even an innate ranker or a level 8 emperor at full strength could barely put a scratch on it. No attacks would be of any effect to that armor. That revolving fire blade wheel was definitely an attack that could kill himself instantly. However, that mighty attack did not even manage to harm a strand of the prince's hair. Third slash, Lord of Rivers and Mountains. Yue Yang's hand slowly moved and formed the level 2 yin and yang mysterious sphere, condensing his purple flames to its limits before turning it into a giant dragon. With thousands of blades as its scales and a power as strong as the heaven and earth, the dragon charged towards the Tianluo prince ferociously. Crystal Dream. The crystal wings on the Tianluo prince's back immediately gathered to protect its master. His body also emitted a rainbow-like crystal barrier. The purple flame dragon collided ruthlessly into the crystal barrier. Raging flames engulfed the whole stage, no one could see clearly the battle situation amidst the flame and smoke. The sparks that shot out from the collision made the red-clothed referee who was protecting the Rose's fan group battered and exhausted. As for the two linesmen, they were even more tired than the referee. With all their power, they could only block a part of the sparks. If not for Yu and Yu Bing jumping to the front, summoned their grimoire and erected their shield on time to block the sparks of purple flames, the audience today would have been heavily injured, the consequences would be far too horrible to think of. When the smoke and fire dispersed, everyone could see that the Tianluo prince was safe and sound. He didn't seem to be injured at all. On the contrary, Yue Yang was already out of breath, his face showing the exhaustion of a fierce battle. The three great slashes had exhausted his innate chi and stamina. He understood that his opponent was someone with an extremely high defense, but he didn't know that the defense of this crystal armor would be so abnormal. I really want to fight with you on your strongest state, it's a pity that I don't have much time. The Tianluo prince raised his hand and showed that there was a small hole on his palm, although he had the protection of the crystal armor. Fresh blood dripped down from that hole, forming a small stream of blood, flowing through the Tianluo prince's arm and elbow. The fresh blood and crystal contrasted each other perfectly, looking extremely enchanting. This was the result of Yue Yang using his innate invisible sword chi from the purple flame dragon's tongue that he shot towards the Tianluo prince just now. Only that skill could break through Crystal Dream and shot through the crystal armor, injuring the Tianluo prince's palm. On the Tianluo prince's flawless face, a smile suddenly surfaced. That smile was as clear as a morning snow, it felt as warm as sunlight. It was light, yet it had the ability to penetrate through a person's deepest heart and illuminate their whole mind. Yue Yang had seen many beautiful smiles before, including Luo Hua City Mistress' unique laughter, Princess Qian's pouty, angry smile, Yunan's joyful, but bashful smile. They were all smiles that could bring down kingdoms and steal others' soul. However, at this moment, this slight smile had actually eclipsed all of their smiles. Yue Yang was dumbstruck. Do you still have strength? The Tianluo prince smiled slightly as he gently asked, his voice sounded like wind blowing through a lake, as if it had the capability of causing a ripple in people's heart. I can still unleash my fourth slash, Universe Reverse. Yue Yang nodded and said determinedly, this slash would have a power that is 10 times more than my third slash. If you can receive it, then I could only admit defeat. Not bad. I also had the last bit of energy left. Although I had not fought you in your optimal condition, I have no more regrets. The Tianluo prince suddenly summoned his platinum grimoire, and then called forth a burst of rainbow-colored light. Like a radiant, lustrous meteor shower, the balls of light entered his body one by one. The hole in the Tianluo prince's crystal armor slowly disappeared. Furthermore, as more crystals condensed in his hands, it slowly formed a giant, transparent crystal shield. The Tianluo prince placed the shield beside him as a silver runic circle appeared in his eyes. The crystal armor and crystal shield immediately glowed with the silver runic circle too, even the crystal wings on his back was also covered with silver runic circles. In such a strong defense, Yue Yang felt that even if it was an innate ranker like Tu Cheng who was delivering his strongest blow, he wouldn't be able to shatter the crystal shield. Yue Yang didn't know if he could break that crystal shield if he lifted the ban on his innate strength and unleashed Nirvana's flame and world exterminating wheel. A tinge of regret seeped through his heart. It was a pity that he couldn't lift the ban on his innate strength now. Yue Yang couldn't unleash Nirvana's flame and world exterminating wheel in front of the audience, otherwise the audience wouldn't probably be able to survive. Even Yu and Yu Bing would also be in grave danger. It's the last slash. Yue Yang had to force himself to unleash the fourth slash, universe reverse right now, because he had not fully comprehend the sword skill. However, this was not important, because Yue Yang knew that the fourth slash would also not be able to penetrate through the crystal shield. The only thing that would have any effect is his innate invisible sword chi. The fourth slash was just a cover, the move that he was going to use against his opponent was actually the innate invisible sword chi which cuts through everything. Yes, this is the last battle. The Tian Luo Prince's eyes that was filled with silver runic circles flashed with a trace of sadness. Although this sadness holds no power at all, it was more formidable than the innate invisible sword chi. When it was released, Yue Yang felt a strong pang of pain in his heart. The Tian Luo Prince's smiling and scowling expression was the world's number one, like a short-lived beauty, that would inspire many sad songs in the future. Yue Yang suddenly roared, violent like a mad tiger. He jumped high up from the ground. The raging flames that emitted from his body followed Yue Yang's figure as he soared to the sky. As Yue Yang reached a height of around 10 meters up in the sky, he suddenly shot down with a very quick speed. The purple flames and Yue Yang morphed into a godly dragon that had the power to destroy the universe, plunging down towards the Tian Luo Prince who was holding his crystal shield in the fighting arena. Ah, idiot! Stop quickly! Luo Hua City Mistress and Princess Xian suddenly appeared, the two girls looking extremely worried. Princess Xian even released her greatest strength, unleashing countless sword chi and shooting forward like a comet, intent on stopping the two people's decisive battle. The head of the godly dragon and the crystal shield clashed against each other, it gave out a magnificent and bright light like the explosion of the galaxy. Although the purple flame and sword blade were very strong, they still failed to incur even a slight damage to the crystal shield. Only the innate invisible sword chi could bring out the impact. When Yue Yang brandished his innate invisible sword chi upon the crystal shield, a few ancient runes appeared immediately on the crystal shield. These ancient runes formed a whole new runic circle when it fused with the silver runes on the crystal shield. The Tian Luo Prince who was raising the crystal shield to defend against Yue Yang's attack with all his might suddenly smiled again. His smile was brimming with relief as if a person who was seriously ill and about to die was feeling perfectly satisfied after he had fulfilled his last will. The crystal shield disintegrated in silence as he smiled. It was broken into countless pieces and swirled in the air. The pieces then immediately transformed back into colorful, radiant balls of light and returned into the body of Tian Luo Prince. Yue Yang's finger was pointed at Tian Luo Prince's forehead, but in the end, he decided to take back his sword chi and not kill his enemy. Princess Xian rushed forward with a speed that was even faster than the lightning, holding her sword as she burst through Yue Yang's residual purple flames and sword blades. In mid-air, as her body passed by Yue Yang's, she waved her fist and punched Yue Yang who was pressing his fingers on the Tian Luo Prince's forehead. Yue Yang was flown away due to the impact. Luo Hua City Mistress was pulling Yu Bing and Yu along, as the three of them rushed to the fighting arena swiftly at the same time after the shock wave from the explosion subsided. Tian Luo Prince covered his mouth with his hand. Blood was seen between his fingers. Blood was dripping on the crystal armor in front of his chest. It was a fearsome sight. Princess Xian hurriedly carried Tian Luo Prince as soon as she landed. Yue Yang had already teleported and rushed right before Princess Xian and reached out his hands to carry Tian Luo Prince who was about to collapse. He sighed and asked, "Why are you doing this? Although I don't like to battle but battling against you is my wish." Tian Luo Prince's blue eyes were smiling but his lips was covered with blood. "Stop talking already. We got to leave now. You guys are acting too recklessly." Princess Xian launched a silver teleportation scroll quickly. When the teleportation portal rose up, Princess Xian turned and brought Yu and Yu Bing who had leapt onto the fighting arena into the portal. Luo Hua City Mistress also followed hurriedly while she hinted at Yue Yang to hurry up. As Yue Yang, who was carrying the Tian Luo Prince entered the portal, the old cunning fox appeared suddenly. He lifted a crystal staff. Memory removal. A bright light which was as bright as the sun sparkled on everyone. The girls from the Rose Fan group as well as the red-clothed referee, linesman and silver-armored guards fell onto the ground. When they awakened after a while, they noticed that the fighting area had been raised while the unique and good-looking Tian Luo Prince was standing on a shallow concave at the center. Even the most careful person would not be able to tell the difference between this Tian Luo Prince and the Tian Luo Prince whom Yue Yang carried. The only difference between the two of them was that this Tian Luo Prince's eyes weren't sorrowful. This Tian Luo Prince summoned a golden grimoire and summoned a light ball which had a fairy's illustration hidden in it. He then tossed the light ball to the sky until it reached the top of the cloud. Countless dim white light raindrop fell. The white light raindrop comforted everyone who suffered from headaches and helped to ease their pain. Tian Luo Prince paid his respect gracefully to everyone. "Thank you for your support. However, I am regret that this is where I stop for the top 100 tournament. If all of you don't mind, I will be in audience with you. I suggest that all of us go to take a walk at the seaside and enjoy the comfortable sea breeze in the days without any tournament." The girls from the Rose Fans group had already started to cheer excitedly before Tian Luo Prince could finish his sentence. This was something rare. The previous Tianluo prince who always looked distressed would never suggest to bring everyone to have fun. Even when everyone invited him to various type of events, he would always reject them indirectly and politely and continued to refuse to attend those events. However, his pressure seemed to have disappeared and his mood gotten better after he gave up competing in the top 100 tournament. Instead, he had taken the initiative and suggested everyone to take a walk at the seaside with him. How could they not be in exhilaration? Everyone was happy, except the red-clothed referee who had the most capability. He faintly remembered the Tianluo prince had used a platinum grimoire. How did it become a gold grimoire instead? Moreover, this prince seemed to be a little. The red-clothed referee slapped the back of his head. He was probably thinking too much. How on earth could the prince be a fake? He must have had suffered from concussion due to the blast wave after the great explosion. That's why he was confused. The old cunning fox stood beside the red-clothed referee and observed his eyes. He suddenly smiled when he saw that the red-clothed referee wasn't feeling suspicious anymore. The prince has let our Ivy Academy's student win. Please announce the result immediately. Oh, the place is destroyed. It has to be cleared. The next match will be delayed. We have to repair the battlefield first. Has Student Titan gained victory? My battle records, the red-clothed referee was confused. How come he couldn't remember anything about the fight that he had watched? This was bad. If anyone knew that he had lost his memory of the whole tournament just now due to the concussion, he would probably have to leave his position as a referee. The old cunning fox smiled and handed over a record book. Is this the one you're looking for? You dropped it on the floor. The red-clothed referee was in exaltation when he saw that it was his handwriting. Luckily he had recorded down the whole battle process. He roughly went through the battle record and found out that the battle between Student Titan and the prince was marvelous. Both of them had summoned Lion, Tiger, and Golden Eagle. At the end, Student Titan had won the match with his fantastic skill. He used the skill which had been handed down in his family, first slash, earth-splitting slash to push the prince out of the fighting arena, hence gaining him victory. This record made the red-clothed referee felt a sense of déjà vu and puzzlement. He couldn't remember anything about the Lion, Tiger, and Golden Eagle but he could slightly remember the first slash, earth-splitting slash. Sigh, forget it. Anyhow, he had gotten back his record. The red-clothed referee signed his name on the record and marked the victory symbol on Titan's name. The old cunning fox smiled as he looked at it. He smiled like a fox which had successfully stolen some chicks. Tianluo Prince who was leading the crowd of people to leave seemed to turn his head inadvertently towards the old cunning fox's direction while he asked the girls from the Rose fans group to follow him. Both of them nodded their heads to each other in a far distance and left respectively. Yue Yang carried Tianluo Prince whose crystal armor and wings were disappearing gradually as he followed Princess Xian and Luo Hua City Mistress to enter a beautiful world which was full of butterflies and flowers through the portal. The soft wind was blowing on the land and the sounds of nature could be heard indistinctly as it seemed to echo from the bottom of the heart. It seemed like thousands of floral fairies were singing together. Princess Xian was leading the way at the front. Luo Hua City Mistress indicated Yue Yang to follow them. They reached a small manor after walking for a short while. A nice and mind-refreshing sweet scent could be smelled when they entered the manor. The sweet scene gave a refreshing effect on them. What place is this? Yue Yang was curious. The place was full of spiritual qi. It was a good place to cultivate. Why wasn't there anyone staying here? Stupid. This is the garden that leads to the heaven stairway. We are right inside the valley of butterflies and flowers, it is a whole other dimension. It is a little similar to the dimension of Dual, but much larger. It is around the size of 1/10 of the Soaring Dragon Continent. To be exact, this is the entrance to the heaven stairway. Princess Xian scrambled to open the door and entered familiarly. Yue Yang also followed behind her and put the person whom he was carrying in his arms on the bed. Yu Bing cried out in fear as she looked at the person. How did the prince become an elder sister? She is not the prince. Yue Yang knew who she was once he looked at her. No one would have such glance like hers in this world. You knew it was her, right? Then why did you fight with her? Princess Xian was very angry. It's me, I am the one who asked him to launch his attack. I've always wanted to fight with him. It is meaningless for me whether I could live for few more days or less. The seal rune has always been my biggest will. My guess wasn't wrong, I don't have any regrets now. The Tianluo prince who laid on the bed gradually transformed into a beauty with soft black hair who looked pale but splendidly beautiful even with her weak body. Her appearance was even 10 times more gorgeous than her appearance when she was cross-dressing like a man. She was indeed so devastatingly beautiful that people could hardly breathe looking at her. Her eyes were so lovely and appealing that people could get heartbroken just from looking at them. She had a beautiful and fair neck as well as a pair of sparkling, translucent arms. Her tiny fingers were covered in her blood but it didn't affect her charisma. It was so breathtaking for Yue Yang to think that beauty had always been disappearing at her most beautiful moments. Couldn't you start sealing after you are recovered from your illness? Both of you are really reckless. Princess Xian wanted to blame them at first, but she managed to control and stared at Yue Yang angrily. Enough, Xian. You have to calm down. Luohua City Mistress appeased Princess Xian immediately. Yue Yang, can you please go out for a while? I need to say a few words to them. A special smiling expression could be seen in her eyes. She reached out her fair hand and hinted Yue Yang not to say anything first. Her voice was like the heavily scented cold breeze outside the garden, making people hard to reject her request. Just for a while. You go out first. If Wu Xia comes, tell her to wait outside for a while. Yue Yang nodded his head lightly. When he walked to the small living room outside, he noticed that the mysterious beauty who loved reading was already standing outside quietly. The mysterious beauty seemed like she was waiting for him, but also seemed to wait for the beauty in the room to call her in to meet her. Both of them were looking at each other without saying anything. After a long while, the mysterious beauty started the conversation. I've seen it, but I won't blame you. The only thing that we have to do now is to think of a way to save her life. Yue Yang muttered to himself irresolutely and asked softly, Nirvana's flame. This is the only solution that I know. Does it work? The mysterious beauty didn't answer, but she agreed tacitly to Yue Yang's solution. What is the relationship between all of you? The relationship between the mysterious beauty, Princess Xian and Luohua City Mistress really confused Yue Yang. They certainly knew each other, and they had obviously known each other since they were young. They were not sisters, but they were as close as if they were sisters. Maybe they were relatives. However, their real statuses were actually so different that had made Yue Yang even more confused. Why do you want to bother about this? Just mind your own business. The mysterious beauty glanced at Yue Yang. The expression in the mysterious beauty's eyes was very similar to the sickly beauty's inside. The only difference was that the mysterious beauty's expression was more energetic and active. On the other hand, the expression of the sickly beauty inside the room was more serene and elegant. It showed the hidden sadness when she was lonely. In fact, Yue Yang wanted to ask the mysterious beauty about her identity, but he was worried that the answer would make him disappointed. I think I can help you a little with the Virgo Temple trial. You should finish the 100 Elite School tournament first. As the 4 great clans are gradually rising in power all of a sudden, the 4 major sects are worried that their influence will get smaller. Therefore, the 4 major sects will definitely take the 100 School Elite Tournament as an opportunity to improve their standing. So I am not going to participate in this tournament. You must defeat the Junior Elder and Prince Xian and send them back home. Then, suddenly, the mysterious beauty whispered to Yue Yang. Can you do me a favor? I want you to be a bad person for a while. What? Yue Yang sweated as he heard her. This girl was acting mysteriously. Did she want him to rob the bank or assassinate the king? Stop pretending to be dumb. The mysterious beauty thought that he was acting confused, while he understood what she meant as she looked at his stunned expression. She was so angry that she picked up a book and got ready to hit him to send him flying to an unimaginably far place. However, she stopped all of a sudden when she discovered that Yue Yang really didn't understand. She warned and hinted Yue Yang with a very soft voice, never tell anyone that this is my idea. You just have to admit that you are a bad guy and you are the one who wanted to do bad things, understand? Honestly, what are you trying to say? Yue Yang really couldn't understand a word. I've seen so many idiots, but I've never seen someone who are as stupid as you. The mysterious beauty was about to lose control. Don't tell me that you want me to, Yue Yang realized it all of a sudden. He was immediately dumbstruck by the mysterious beauty's idea. If I really do that, then wouldn't I be doomed to be a sinner throughout all ages? He beautiful sickly person asked Yue Yang to enter, but she only continued to look at him without speaking. Yue Yang felt a little bit guilty under her stare. He actually didn't have a guilty conscience, but after hearing the mysterious beauty's suggestion that was as beguiling and tempting as the snake in the Garden of Eden, Yue Yang continued to have this bad thought in his head that continued to haunt his mind. Furthermore, the sickly beauty seemed to have eyes that could see through people's hearts, hence he felt quite guilty. What did Wu Xia tell you? The sickly beauty asked. She said something about the floating mist Junior Elder and Prince of Xian. Yue Yang wouldn't tell the truth in normal times. Even if he said the truth, that would mean that he was trying to hide an even bigger secret. Anything else? The sickly beauty looked at Yue Yang with a hint of amusement. We talked about your condition. We were discussing about the way to cure you. Yue Yang was pretending to be an obedient child now. In reality, he was thinking about what the mysterious beauty said, I want you to be a bad person for a while in his heart. What she meant by bad person, Yue Yang of course understood it. The sickly beauty's doe eyes that was covered with beautiful, long eyelashes flashed open, and she quickly blurted out thoughtlessly, it's useless to do that, it would only make matters more complicated. Don't listen to her. Yue Yang didn't understand, what? The sickly beauty lightly shook her hands, have you learned beast to armor transformation? Hearing that she had changed the topic, the heavy burden in Yue Yang's heart was finally lifted. He hurriedly shook his head and said, I have understood some parts of it, but I would probably need to fumble and research longer to practice armor transformation in reality. Furthermore, I don't know which beast transformation would be best for me. The sickly beauty replied him with the best answer. A humanoid beast with the highest potential and wisdom would have a higher chance of fusing successfully. A beast with higher combat power would have a higher difficulty of fusing. You can try with a lower level beast first. Actually, your spirit has already awakened well, you just don't know how to use it. Maybe you need someone to guide you. Come again when I recover after a few days. Oh, right, Xian, and the others said that every word from your mouth is lies, but I think you are actually very honest and frank. You just like to pretend that you are a cheater. It's not very good for you to continue closing your soul like this, it will affect your cultivation. That's why you'll encounter strong enemies in the Virgo Temple. If you could understand this point, Virgo Temple would actually be the easiest trial to go through. Yue Yang was stunned when he heard it. Come again after a few days, I'm too tired right now, the sickly beauty closed her eyes exhaustedly. Yue Yang covered her with a blanket slowly, and as he prepared to turn around and go out after tucking her in, the sickly beauty suddenly asked without opening her eyes, don't you think Wu Xia and I look similar? What? Yue Yang didn't understand why she asked that. Was it a test? It's nothing, you can go. The sickly beauty didn't open her eyes, but there was a hint of smile on her mouth, as if she was laughing secretly. This made Yue Yang become even more confused. What did she actually mean by asking him these random questions? After all that, she had even laughed secretly. She was really puzzling. When he went out the door, the mysterious beauty was waiting outside. She didn't wait for Yue Yang to speak, her eyes shone with the same glint that the sickly beauty inside the room had as she asked Yue Yang with a soft voice, let's go and take a walk? Yue Yang obviously agreed happily. Princess Xian and the others didn't cause any problems, they were all sitting in another room discussing something. Seeing Yue Yang and the mysterious beauty going out, Luohua City Mistress, Princess Xian and Yu all looked at them absent-mindedly. After accompanying the mysterious beauty while walking around the garden quietly for a while, Yue Yang was preparing himself to ask about her identity as he really was very curious about her. However, the mysterious beauty suddenly turned towards him and asked, you actually know who I am, right? No, I don't know. Yue Yang hurriedly pretended ignorance. Then how do you explain that matter? The mysterious beauty had immediately switched to another question. What matter? Yue Yang's heart suddenly jumped. It was here, the time had finally come. He had not finished investigating that matter thoroughly, hence he couldn't answer at all. Forget it, we were not acquainted at that time. Even if it was true, I wouldn't blame you. Moreover, that matter was fake. The mysterious beauty didn't seem to want to continue the topic. Yue Yang immediately felt relieved. Fortunately she didn't want to pursue the topic anymore. However, the mysterious beauty's next words almost made Yue Yang's heart jump out of his throat, as she asked, who do you like more, Sister Luohua or Xian? This question was a trap. It wouldn't lead to a good ending if he answered any one of them. Yue Yang could only pretend not to hear the question. If it was possible, Yue Yang wanted to tell her that he actually liked the mysterious her more. Yue Yang opened his mouth, but in the end, the words were stuck in his throat. Now was not yet the time to say it. He was someone from another world, his identity was constantly at risk. If Yu Chu really did not die, or if the pitiful guy's mother really came back, would he be able to hide his identity from the pitiful guy's parents? At that time, what would his relationship with these girls be? Unless they really liked him for who he was and not for his identity as Yu Chu's son, Yue Yang wouldn't be able to promise them anything. This was also the reason why Yue Yang was more willing to accept Yinan. Yinan liked him for who he was, her feelings had not had anything to do with his status. The two of them had not known each other, they were complete strangers who met accidentally and had slowly fallen in love with each other. Although their feelings towards each other weren't so strong that they could move heaven and earth, Yinan was definitely in love with him. Even if he wasn't the pitiful guy, even if he didn't have the 4 great clans as his ancestor and even if he didn't have his status as Yu Chu's son, she would still like him. Yue Yang definitely believed in Yinan. On the other hand, if there was a day when the others found out the truth about his identity and he wasn't the pitiful guy anymore, would Princess Xian, Luohua City Mistress and the mysterious beauty still treat him like this? They might, but Yue Yang wasn't 100% sure. He had too little time to interact with them after all. He had to spend more time with them, experience new things with them before he feel assured for their feelings for him. You are thinking too much. Actually I'm not what you think I am, the mysterious beauty's voice slowly drifted off, barely audible, we are all simple girls, we don't involve ourselves in politics and we don't wish for fame. Other than cultivating, we don't have anything else. We are all loners like you. Maybe we got together because of that, because we felt we had the same circumstances. No matter if it was Luohua, Xian, or me, we are not good in expressing ourselves. We are all clumsy with our feelings. Of course, you are the same. We are both guarding ourselves against each other, afraid of hurting the other party, yet afraid of being hurt at the same time. Let's not talk about this anymore. We still have a long way ahead of us. Let's take a step each time. Actually, I have my own reasons. Yue Yang knew that the mysterious beauty was hinting at him that as a man, he was not initiative enough. Actually, Yue Yang was extremely initiative. For example, he spared no effort when he was chasing after Yinan. However, Princess Xian, Luo Hua City Mistress and the mysterious beauty all had very extraordinary identities. There might not be any problems being with them right now, but in the future, when they knew the truth, Yue Yang could not imagine the consequences that would happen. He could not say that he was not from this world, that he was only replacing someone's identity in this world. If he said this, he would be done for. When the mysterious beauty heard it, she looked at Yue Yang with her eyes that was as clear as spring water, before letting out a giggle that was as smooth as flowing stream of water. A secret. Who doesn't have secrets? One day you will understand that those things are not important at all. Let's go back, you still have a match in the afternoon. Yue Yang could better understand the mysterious beauty's heart now. She was secretly hinting at him that no matter what secret Yue Yang had, she would not care about it at all. However, would she not even care if he told her that he was a guy from another world and was actually replacing someone else's identity here? Yue Yang really did not have confidence at all when he thought about it that way. He looked at the mysterious beauty's face that was covered with a veil. Looked at her forgiving eyes, Yue Yang felt a warm feeling in his heart. There were a lot of beautiful girls in the Soaring Dragon Continent, but she was the best girl he had seen in his life. She had this chemistry with him, they could understand each other's hearts without communicating. She had experienced life and death situations with him. Seeing her like this, Yue Yang felt a special kind of feeling, as if she was someone that he was destined to be with even in their past lives. But because of that, Yue Yang was even more afraid of losing her, afraid that she would leave his side. Hence, he would rather keep the secret that he was a guy from another world to his grave, he would not tell her the truth even if he die. When the time is ripe, he would bring her, Princess Xian and Luo Hua all to Tongtian Tower, and leave the Soaring Dragon Continent. He would abandon his former identity and lead a brand new life. Of course, that was under the assumption that he would already have a very strong power. You are not saying anything, but I know what you are thinking. The mysterious beauty nodded as she waved her hands at Yue Yang. I'll go first. Go and keep Xian and the others company. I shall go back and think about ways to let you pass the Virgo Temple trial. Can I call you Wuxia? Yue Yang asked her before she went into the teleportation gate. Your mouth belongs to you alone, can I even stop it? The mysterious beauty smiled as she turned around. Her smile was like a ray of sunlight peeking through the cloudy skill, completely illuminating Yue Yang's heart. It untangled the burdens in his heart, making him feel relaxed and brimming with confidence. Yes, he would definitely have this girl who liked to read books. It did not matter what identity he had, he would never let her go. She belonged to him alone. She had even given him her permission to chase after her. Why would he hesitate then? He should just give his all to have a romantic love affair with her. To hell with his identity. All that matters was he liked her. He would not care about her identity or how the people around would react. He would receive divine punishment if he let such a good girl just pass him by. He would definitely not let go. Since he liked her, he must succeed in taking her down, keeping her as his for her whole life. Until forever. As the conflict in Yue Yang's heart was resolved, his face recovered his leisured smile as he waved to the mysterious beauty. Girl, just wait patiently. I'll say it to you one day. Looking at Yue Yang who had recovered his confident and easygoing smile, Princess Xian felt a pang of jealousy in her heart. She pulled Yue Yang to one side and asked, what have you guys been talking about? Do you want to know? Yue Yang asked for a condition, if a certain tigress girl can kiss me gently for a bit, I can consider telling you. Dream on. Princess Xian felt an itch on her teeth again, wanting to bite and beat this brat into a pulp. However, Luo Hua City Mistress Yu and Yu Bing were all secretly watching them, so she couldn't do it. She could only warn him in a very small voice, stinky brat, don't give me a chance or I would definitely thoroughly beat you up. Yue Yang laughed when he heard her, Your Highness, other than you attacking me, I'm not afraid of anything. Luo Hua City Mistress burst into laughter seeing Princess Xian whose face was completely red, driven mad with anger. Her shoulders shook as she laughed. Secretly, she gave Yue Yang a thumbs up. Princess Xian and Yu stayed behind to take care of the sickly beauty and to master the awakening for beast to armor transformation. They didn't follow Yue Yang back to the Champion Island. Luo Hua City Mistress was extremely generous, she said that as a good city mistress she should be present to support her personal bodyguard on his matches. Hence, she accompanied Yue Yang back. Yu Bing, who had not realized that she was the third wheel, had also followed them back. Yu Bing had displayed her good luck once again when the ballot she drawed allocated her in Group D that had almost no strong opponents. However, Yue Yang's luck was bad. Amongst the 4 groups A, B, C, D, he had picked Group B, which was dubbed the Deathly Group. Amongst the 10 people in Group B, there were Xue Tanlang from the Xue clan, Floating Mist Sect Junior Elder Bai Yunfei, Western Lion Pagoda's #1 disciple Prince of Xian, Dragon Ambassador Qin Lan Yu from Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace, Xia Qianren from the Xia clan and Lai Ban from the Lai clan. When this deathly group lots was drawn, all participating contestants inadvertently sucked in a breath. Fighting in this group would probably be harder than the finals. The audience, on the other hand, went wild with joy. The more experts fighting, the more exciting the match would be. The first match that Yue Yang drew was to face Xia Qianren from the Xia clan. If he won, he would face the winner between Xue Tanlang versus Lai Ban. Luohua City Mistress laughed out loud as she patted his shoulders. I think I know what's going on. Qian's curse must have worked on you, ha ha ha. After Group B's drawing of lots, Yue Yang was matched with his love rival Xue Qianren in the 5th battle. Yu Bing was placed in the 4th battle with Group D. However, her opponent wasn't strong, so Yue Yang was not worried that she would lose. Instead, he and Luohua was about to watch the match between the Floating Mist Sect's Junior Elder Bai Yunfei and Prince of Xian, to see how strong they were. Unexpectedly, before they left the box, they saw Yekong and Fatty Hai walking over dejectedly, with expressions as if they were a widow losing her only son. Yue Yang curiously asked, "What happened to you, boss? Weren't you really pumped up about having a fight with the Junior Elder or the Prince of Xian? He doesn't have a chance anymore." Yekong shrugged his shoulders. He drew Yan Pojun with his stinky hands for his first round. Really? Yue Yang felt sorrow for Fatty Hai already. If the opponent wasn't Yan Pojun, perhaps Fatty Hai might still be able to fight 2 more rounds. However, no matter how hard Fatty Hai worked, he would never be able to match up to Yan Pojun, one of the 3 great killing stars. Behind, the Li brothers added, even if Fatty Hai didn't fight against Yan Pojun, he wouldn't pass the next round either, because the next round would be against the Dragon Spear Lady. Yue Yang suddenly realized the reason behind Fatty Hai's deadpan expression. Turned out he was in despair from being placed in the group of death. Fatty Hai's backbone seemed to be taken out of him. He sat paralyzed on the chair, talking dispiritedly, "You don't know that I'm preparing to woo a cute girl, I even give her tickets to watch my competition. If she sees that I'm beaten up to a pulp by Yan Pojun, that cute girl will probably never look me in the eyes again. As your boss, it's really not easy, it wasn't easy for a cute girl to be willing to accept my ticket, I can't believe that my fate would be so cruel. This If you use the hippo meteor punch that I taught you, perhaps." Yue Yang starting talking, then stopped abruptly. "Perhaps I might be able to defeat Yan Pojun." Fatty Hai jumped up like a bullet and asked, surprised. "Perhaps you might lose a little slower." With Yue Yang's words, Fatty Hai's huge body fell onto the floor, lying straight on the floor unconscious. In order to soothe that broken heart that Fatty Hai had, everyone decided to watch his match and support him. Of course, Fatty Hai felt that everyone was just there to see him fail, and vehemently refused. With a big shake of Yue Yang's hands, they set out. Fatty Hai's vehement refusal was completely ignored by everyone. This caused him to fall deeper into despair, especially when he saw that cute girl with a bunch of other girls crowding around Yan Pojun for his signatures. Their excited squeals were as if they were climaxing, causing Fatty Hai's tears to roll down his face. Before they even fought, he had already utterly lost. Of course, the reason why Yan Pojun was so welcomed was because Tian Luo's prince had already been eliminated early on, bringing his Pink Rose group back to Tian Luo's imperial capital. Otherwise, Fatty Hai would not be the only person crying, Yan Pojun would also be crying. Now that Tian Luo's prince had left, not every single girl could follow the Pink Rose group and leave like that. They could only find another handsome guy to support. Since Yan Pojun was one of the 3 great killing stars, the girls would definitely squeal excitedly when they saw him. "Everyone, let me enter the stage for my competition, I'll give out my signatures later." Yan Pojun waved his hands elegantly to the girls. "What's there to compete against a fat pig? Hurry up and turn him into roast pig, we can't wait." The little girl who was given a pass by Fatty Hai was trying to suck up as much as possible to Yan Pojun. Fatty Hai fell onto the ground spitting white foam, his legs convulsing. Seeing this, Luohua City Mistress was a bit worried. She told Yue Yang to advise Fatty Hai to get over it. Yue Yang shook his hands saying, "Don't worry, he has been rejected by girls on an average of once a day. This kind of blow is nothing to him. Don't bother about him, we need to find a place to sit to watch the match." Luohua City Mistress was curious. "Does Fatty Hai still want to compete?" Yue Yang laughed and nodded. The more this happens, the more he can display his abilities in battle. When Luohua City Mistress looked again, Fatty Hai was really like those crazy gamblers who lost all of their family's assets while gambling. His eyes were bloodshot and rushed up to stage. He rubbed his palms, prepared to stake his life against Yan Pojun. It was as if he was a mad dog, who wanted bite off a piece of Yan Po Jun even if he could not defeat him. Yan Po Jun went up on stage with the dozens of girls cheering for him. When he found out that this opponent was Fatty Hai, he elegantly raised his finger and pointed at him. Against you, I only need to use one move. You'll be dead in 10 seconds. Is that so? Fatty Hai was not angry, but rather laughed. He summoned his bronze grimoire and his halo shield went up. Instantly, Yan Po Jun's expression became distressed. He didn't expect Fatty Hai to possess a grimoire. In the past, Fatty Hai's speed of summoning his grimoire was extremely slow that Yan Po Jun's brother could knock Fatty Hai off in 10 seconds. This also broke the record for the fastest match. Yan Po Jun did not expect that in such a short period of time, Fatty Hai had such a drastic improvement. The speed of him summoning his grimoire was extremely close to his. However, Yan Po Jun did not summon his grimoire. He only took out 2 summoning stones and summoned a blazing lion and a raging leopard. He did not feel the need to use his true strength. He felt that 2 bronze-ranked level 3 beasts were more than sufficient against Fatty Hai. If it were before, these beasts would definitely be able to roast Fatty Hai alive. What about now? Yue Yang slightly grinned. If Fatty Hai used his full strength, then Yan Po Jun would have quite a problem in his hands. Luohua City Mistress saw Fatty Hai summoning a strengthening type iron-skinned rhino, and then another strengthening type little hippo. With both of them strengthening him, Fatty Hai's body bulked up in a short moment of time. His muscles flared and even the bulging stomach of his had huge amounts of muscles pop out. Luohua City Mistress asked Yue Yang surprisedly, "You taught him how to use double strengthening?" Shiro, for those who have already forgotten, after defeating thousands of mercenaries and ant soldiers, Fatty Hai's bronze grimoire evolved from beginner rank to intermediate ranked. The ancient code had also gifted him with a young female hippopotamus beast. Yue Yang shook his head. He still hasn't learned the true double strengthening. At the very most, this only counts as strengthening stacking. If double strengthening could allow him to use 10 times his power, this can only at most allow him to use twice of his power. He still has a long way to go. That's still not bad. Stacking 2 strengthening types would normally cause negative reactions in ordinary warriors. Being able to eliminate those influences is already pretty good. Luohua City Mistress praised him. Little girl, that's because I taught him well. Yue Yang reminded her to praise himself as well while at it. On stage, Fatty Hai's body was like a rhinoceros. His entire body was full of muscles bursting with power. At this time, his body grew even larger, as if he were a giant animal. He looked like a bloodthirsty giant with his imposing manner. Although Yan Po Jun looked relaxed on the surface, alarm bells were ringing inside. With the referee's signal, the match officially began. Fatty Hai put away his grimoire. Before the blazing lion and raging panther leapt in front of him, he jumped high up like a toad, smashing his body towards Yan Po Jun. Yan Po Jun's gaze grew slightly colder. Innumerable blazes of fire rushed up to the air as if a volcano were spewing it. Hippo Meteor Punch. Fatty Hai roared as he used the momentum from his giant body to increase the strength of his punch. Just like a meteor, he smashed down with great force. This must be a tortoise's sissy punch, right? Yan Po Jun sneered. How could such a slow punch hit anybody? He nimbly somersaulted backwards to dodge it. In the soaring flames, the raging panther's speed was the fastest. It had already soared up into the sky, pouncing straight towards Fatty Hai in midair. It fiercely went for Fatty Hai's throat. With its strong bite, it could easily break a bison's leg. Yan Po Jun felt that as long as this fatty was caught by it, the battle would be over. That was not even mentioning the even more powerful blazing lion following on the panther's heels. However, Fatty Hai suddenly moved his hands. His hands pressed down on the head of the raging panther with astounding speed and clever timing. The acceleration of the body was truly like a meteor. With just a 10-meter distance, he instantly caught up to Yan Po Jun, who was flipping backwards. His fist, which had stored up enough energy, planted itself onto Yan Po Jun's little stomach with a force that could not be stopped. Boom! A huge explosion was heard. Yan Po Jun's entire body was like a human cannonball being flung out. With a single move, he had shot out to the edge of the stage. The blazing lion and the raging panther turned around and pounced. However, Fatty Hai, using the ordinary mercenary's skill bison punch, easily punched them both to midair. Looking at this scene, everyone could not believe their own eyes, including the referee on stage, who was dumbfounded. Yan Po Jun was actually defeated by a nameless fatty? How could this be possible? Yan Po Jun was one of the 3 great killing stars, one of the competitors for the crown. How could he lose to the likes of a fatty? Yan Po Jun waved his hands in midair, causing flames to spread. His entire body was floating. In that few instances where he nearly fell to the ground, he flew back up. Yan Po Jun rode his flames and flew back onto the stage. Before Fatty Hai could rush over, Yan Po Jun took the opportunity and summoned his silver grimoire first. Some spectators who did not know what was happening still thought that Yan Po-jun had easily returned to the stage, and was cheering for him. However, those warriors whose eyes were sharp understood that Yan Po-jun at this instant had already lost his ability to battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't need a summoning grimoire to raise a barrier and protect himself. As much as possible, Yan Po-jun was trying to hide this fact by swallowing the fresh blood that came into his mouth. However, there was still a trace of fresh blood flowing down his mouth. It dripped onto the silver grimoire. Everyone was stunned as they looked. Did the force of a single punch from Fatty Hai manage to deal severe injuries to Yan Po-jun? Inside the box, Yue Yang was smiling. This tactic was something that Yue Yang developed meticulously. At first, it was not specifically tailored towards Yan Po-jun. However, Fatty Hai altered it slightly so that he could use it against him. Because Yan Po-jun underestimated Fatty Hai, he fell for the trap and lost big time. It was regrettable that Fatty Hai could not use double strengthening at this point of time. Otherwise, Yan Po-jun would be even more heavily injured. This Fatty is really crafty, but tactics like these can only be used once. It won't work the next time. That's right, the previous bison punch that he used to hit the lion and panther just now seems rather different. It doesn't require him to turn his body, right? Not only that, its power isn't that strong either. Is it a new move that you made up? Luohua City Mistress's eyes were sharp. She immediately saw that Fatty Hai's new move, although it seemed ordinary, was actually brimming with power. With the level of stupidity that Fatty Hai had, she was doubtful that he had the capability to improve on this move like that. Therefore, she was 90% certain that it was improved on by Yue Yang. That move is called Full Moon Rhinoceros. Fatty Hai's right hand holds the power of a rhino, while his left holds the power of a hippo. The effectiveness of this move was so-so. However, if he's able to merge their powers into one, I believe that the effectiveness of this move would increase tenfold. If the Raging Panther and Blazing Lion were hit by the double-strengthened fists, it's definitely an instant kill. Yue Yang was happy that Fatty Hai had learnt the techniques pretty well. However, the amount of time taken to practice it was too short. It did not reach the standard that he expected. Only after a full 2 minutes did Yan Po-jun finally recovered fully. First, he summoned his guardian beast Raging Lion King, then chain summoned an explosion elemental and fire-spitting snake, buffing himself with one each at his sides. Then, he coldly stared at Fatty Hai and snorted. I didn't think that Student Hai would be as good at deception as the Yu clan's third young master. Yan Po-jun almost lost this battle. This lesson I learnt from underestimating my foe, I will remember for the rest of my life. After which, I request that Brother Hai to take good care of me. The Raging Panther and Blazing Lion which Fatty Hai had injured hobbled back to their master's side, letting out a low roar towards Fatty Hai. When everyone thought that Fatty Hai would be tortured to death by Yan Po-jun whose embarrassment had turned into rage, they suddenly saw Fatty Hai jumping down from the stage and land with a paw sound onto the ground. Then, he used the same gesture that Yan Po-jun had just now. This young master admits his loss. Student Po-jun, you can go on and perform at your own pace, Yan Po-jun's face contorted with anger. The little girls spectating all jeered, scolding Fatty Hai for being despicable and vulgar. However, Fatty Hai immediately shoved his middle finger up as an answer. Wasn't this Fatty really timid before? How would he dare to do this? I bet you brought him up the wrong way as his boss. Luohua City Mistress could not stop laughing heartily at this scene. She was laughing until she felt weak and needed to lean on Yue Yang's shoulder for support. Yue Yang hurriedly hugged her, taking advantage by holding onto her slender waist while correcting her. He's the big boss, that is, if we're going by weight. Wait. Fatty Hai had originally wanted to fight Yan Po-jun to the death. However, as he released his punch, his mind had cleared of his anger. He realized that fighting Yan Po-jun to death at the moment was meaningless, as there would be team matches later on. After all, he knew that Yue Yang would definitely exhaust his strength when fighting against Bai Yunfei and Prince Xiaijin later. Moreover, Yue Yang would still have to trial the Virgo Temple afterwards. Whether Yue Yang, Princess Xian and the rest could participate in the team match was uncertain. Therefore, he himself, Ye Kong and the rest would have to fight harder in the team match of the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. The reason as to why the Li brothers had given up on their individual matches was to preserve their strength for the team match later on. When Fatty Hai thought of this, he certainly knew when to stop. Hence, he gave up on fighting with Yan Po-jun to the bitter end. If everyone had fought to the bitter end and reached their limits in their individual matches, then Yu Bing would be the only one with the energy to fight during the most difficult and challenging team match. Wouldn't that be ridiculous? Although everyone looked down upon Fatty Hai, he still remained smiling as he returned to Ye Kong and Li brothers in a good mood. He started to brag once he opened his mouth. What do you think about my hippo meteor punch? Is it cool? I also can't help but to start adoring myself. Haha. Even Yan Po-jun, one of the 3 great killing stars, was sent flying away after he got hit by my punch. What a nice feeling. There's nothing better than this feeling. You're nothing if Yue Yang didn't teach you. Ye Kong scorned Fatty Hai as he thought to himself, last time you were just a good-for-nothing fella. Let's go. As the big boss, I should treat you guys to lunch. Where is Yue Yang, that brat? Fatty Hai magnanimously decided to treat all of them to a great lunch. He is flirting with Luo Hua City mistress and enjoying their own good time. Don't say that I didn't warn you. You'll be throwing your life away if you disturb them now. In Ye Kong's opinion, not only would Yue Yang get mad, if this fatty disturbed him while he was having his sweet moment with his girlfriend, he would definitely kill Fatty Hai. Then it's fine. He might probably forget that he has to eat since he has a beauty with him. Fatty Hai corrected himself as he trembled. Just as Fatty Hai finished speaking, Ye Kong and Fatty Hai saw Yu Bing running towards to them with a blushing face. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai thought Yu Bing was being harassed by other guys. They got angry immediately and asked, "What's going on? Which blind fella is so daring to make fun of you?" Yu Bing shook her hands hurriedly. "No, I just knocked down my opponent and wanted to share the good news with elder brother, but I didn't expect that sister Luo Hua and him were." When Yu Bing said this, Fatty Hai's saliva was dripping out from his mouth. He started become nosy and asked, "What are they doing? Are they kissing?" Yue Yang has improved a lot and becoming more expert in picking up with girls with my guidance. I never thought that it will be this fast for him to make Luo Hua City mistress his. A teacup was smashed on his head before he could finish feeling proud of himself. Fatty Hai saw the blushing Luo Hua City mistress staring at him angrily when he raised his head. He begged for her forgiveness immediately. "Madam, you can hit me, but can you please not hit my face?" Aurora Light. It seemed that Luo Hua City mistress was preparing to kill Fatty Hai in an instant with Aurora Light. "I'm going to pass out." Fatty Hai was so scared that he was about to go into shock. "Fatty, do you have a last wish? As your brother, I will try my best to help you to fulfill them." Ye Kong didn't help Fatty Hai but give him another blow when he was down. "We didn't see anything." Li brothers also decided to stand by the sidelines without lending a hand to save Fatty Hai, who was in crisis. "Luo Hua elder sister, please don't," only the kind-hearted Yu Bing little girl plead for leniency for Fatty Hai. Of course, the evil Yue Yang had already taken out his silver dagger and handed it over to Luo Hua City mistress. "It will be too comfortable for him to die if you kill him with Aurora Light. I think you should slowly stab him with the dagger and cut his flesh into pieces one after another. After his blood drain out completely, you can apply some honey on the bones to attract 2 nests of ants to gnaw at his bones slowly. He will die in a more perfect way like this." "Mommy." Fatty Hai, who was pretending to have lost consciousness, quickly bounced up and scampered away. His running speed was 10 times faster than when he launched Hippo Meteor Punch in the arena. When Yan Po Jun looked at Yue Yang, his lips were moving. It seemed that he wanted to say something. However, he didn't say anything in the end. On the other hand, Shui Tanlang walked from the audience to Yue Yang and nodded his head to Yue Yang. Bai Yunfei will be battling with Prince Xiaijin in the first round of Group B's round-robin match. It is said that Bai Yunfei has decided to give up on the match. He is reserving his strength to deal with Kang Lan, you and me. If you don't mind, I will give up on the match with you, but you will have to battle against Bai Yunfei later. What do you think?" Of course Yue Yang agreed with Shui Tanlang. Battling with Shui Tanlang wasn't his aim. His real purpose was to defeat Bai Yunfei and Prince Xiaijin. In Yu Bing's opinion, it was too early to talk about this. After all, Yue Yang had not even battled against Xie Qianren for the first round of knockout matches to determine the top 20. "Elder brother, let's wait at the arena." Yu Bing insisted to drag Yue Yang to stand by on the arena as she was worried that her elder brother would be late again. However, she noticed that Prince Xiaijin, who was the first to fight, was actually still fighting. He smashed the floor and decimated the whole fighting arena cockily as he heard the crowd cheering for him. Seeing this, Yue Yang felt that what Prince of Xiaijin was doing was senseless as he yawned and retreated back. The top 20 knockout match for Group B would not end tomorrow at this rate. Look at that sissy. What a disgusting fella. Although the arrogant Prince Xiaijin was an eyesore to Fatty Hai, he couldn't deny that Prince Xiaijin was very strong and he had the means to act arrogantly. You haven't seen that Bai Yunfei yet, or else you would realize what the most disgusting thing in the world is. A man who stood next to Fatty Hai groaned agreeably with Fatty Hai. "Brother, I can tell that you are a person with sense of justice when I first saw you. As a friend of justice, let me introduce myself. My name is Hai Dafu. Everyone call me Master Hai. I am their big boss. May I know how should I address you?" Fatty Hai immediately had a strong feeling that the person knew him well. He shook his hand with the person and hugged the person several times like old friends. Both of them communicated with each other enthusiastically. The scene gave Yue Yang and the rest goosebumps. All of them decided to return to the warriors inn to rest. Otherwise, they felt like they would vomit if they continued to watch it. Fatty Hai came back happily after quite a while. Although everyone looked down on him, he wasn't angry at all. He even brought news back for Yue Yang. According to that young fella, Bai Yunfei had given an ordinary level 7 mammoth and a level 6 bronze saber-toothed tiger to Xie Qianren. Hehe, I think I bring this news to you in time. Is it true? Luo Hua city mistress was really doubtful. Even if it was the young junior elder of the floating mist sect, he couldn't possibly simply give out level 6 bronze beasts to anyone. Is Xie Qianren brainless? Don't tell me that Xie Tao and Xie Tu didn't tell him that Yue Yang is an innate. Giving him a level 6 saber-toothed tiger will not help. Isn't he going to throw his life away since Yue Yang could even kill the level 6 Golden King beasts like Cancer and Leo, which were from the 12 temple zodiacs? Does he think that he can stop Yue Yang from getting to the next match? He must have eaten some stupid stuff. Ye Kong got really angry when he heard what Fatty Hai said. If he knew that Xie Qianren was such a ungrateful wretch, he would have persuaded Yue Yang to kill the whole Xie clan during the family assembly. Then they could have avoided seeing such an ungrateful rubbish. Luo Hua city mistress slightly knitted her beautiful brows and shook her head. No, Xie Qianren is very smart. He knows that he can't beat Yue Yang, that's why he accepted the gift from Bai Yunfei and pretends that he wants to have a death fight with Yue Yang. If Xie Qianren reveals Yue Yang's real identity as an innate, do you think Bai Yunfei will still battle against Yue Yang? He will definitely withdraw from the match. He won't even give the two powerful beasts to Xie Qianren. Since Xie Qianren received the beasts, it proves that Xie Qianren not only didn't reveal the truth that Yue Yang is an innate. Furthermore, he also wanted to confuse Bai Yunfei by showing his loyalty and pretended that he wants to fight Yue Yang to the end, so that Bai Yunfei will underestimate the Yue Yang's strength. He is a very treacherous person. If I am not mistaken, he wants Yue Yang to battle against Floating Mist Sect. As for Bai Yunfei, Xie Qianren is just using him to achieve his goal. Ye Kong and Fatty Hai gasped as they listened to Luo Hua city mistress. Obviously, Xie Qianren was extremely cunning. It is useless if he doesn't have the strength, even if he is very good in plotting his conspiracy. No matter how wise an ant is, it will never get to trick a tiger. Yue Yang waved his hands in dismissal, signaling to the others not to worry about this problem. What does Xie Qianren even worth? The fact that the Thousand Goblins sect leader did not do anything even after watching me kill his disciples Tu Cheng and Kuangzhan with his own eyes is the scary thing that we should be afraid of. What Yue Yang said gave Luo Hua city mistress a shudder. The Thousand Goblins sect leader was indeed a frightening threat. If one were to compare Xie Qianren with the Thousand Goblins sect leader, Xie Qianren was just an insignificant ant. With a breath from the Thousand Goblins sect leader, the whole of Xie clan would be devastated, let alone Xie Qianren. Fortunately, he couldn't attack in the Soaring Dragon Continent due to the restriction of innate contract. He also did not dare to attack Yue Yang lightly, or else all of them would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Of course he couldn't launch the attack himself, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't try to stab Yue Yang in the back. Perhaps he would take the 100 School Elite Tournament this time as an opportunity for him to rise a revolt. If he supported someone surreptitiously, it would be a problem since the Thousand Goblins sect's power was only slightly lower than demonic palaces and their strength were way too strong. The situation would turn into chaos even if they simply sent one of them to come by. Moreover, it was believed that the demonic palace would make their move too since the Thousand Goblins sect was here. No one seemed to have a clue as they were currently hiding themselves behind the dazzling light of the three major sects. On the surface, people only saw the mighty side of Bai Yunfei and Prince Ziaijin, but no one knew that the strength of the demonic palace and Thousand Goblins sect were actually as strong as the four major sects. Since they didn't have any matches the next day, all of them were preparing to look for a place to have a great meal. Suddenly, the mysterious beauty came by. Ye Kong, you guys stay here. Please bring Grandma Wu Tang to the 12 Zodiacs Temple if we don't come back tomorrow night. Bing this time, as we trial the Virgo Temple, you would play a very important role. Therefore, you must also come along and be strong. I will tell you what to do later. Older sister Luo Hua, please follow us as well. I've passed level 5. Luo Hua city mistress wished to help too, but she and Princess Qian couldn't enter the temple anymore. If we still don't come out the next morning, Qian and you have to use Heart's Cry. This is also the last thing that she insisted on. That's enough talking for now. Let's go. When the mysterious beauty talked about the sick beauty, her eyes indistinctly showed sorrow, but she resumed to her usual self very quickly. Yue Yang also thought that passing the trial of inner heart's demons at the Virgo Temple was extremely important. He must got through this trial or else he couldn't improve himself after he reached a certain level in the innate realm. As they rushed to the 12 Zodiacs Temple in Star's domain, Yue Yang was startled when he found out that not only the thief disguised Yinan was there, the sick beauty who covered her face with light muslin was also there. Could it be that Yinan would also be one of them who played a crucial role in assisting him to overcome his inner heart's demons? Yinan's eyes showed happiness when she raised her head and looked at Yue Yang. However, she lowered her head bashfully, feeling shy. She was so different from the usual tomboy Yinan. Bing and Yinan, both of you play the most crucial role. It is a must to pass the trial of Virgo Temple or else Yue Yang will never pass the trial as he is worried about both of you. Both of you come here. Let me tell you the way that I've thought of to complete the trial. At first, there's no need for us to rush, but something might happen tomorrow. We must pass the trial of Virgo Temple by today, or else Yue Yang will get more obstructed by his inner heart's demons. The mysterious beauty didn't tell Yue Yang what would happen the next day, but Yue Yang was pretty sure that the incident must be related to him. So what was the incident that would happen tomorrow, but he had no clue of at the moment. The mysterious beauty looked at Yue Yang. Her beautiful eyes were heartwarming, although she didn't comfort Yue Yang verbally. However, her silent support had explained her attitude. She would always support him. Yue Yang realized this, and his confidence was higher now. He nodded his head to her. The mysterious beauty started to explain her solution to unravel the challenge to the ladies. Bing Er and Yinan, both of you will be in a death-like coma state when you enter the Virgo Temple. You must remember that what you will be seeing is just a dream and it is not real. I don't know what your inner demons are, but both of you can only walk away from the Virgo Temple after you defeat your inner demons. If the two of you don't pass the challenge, it will make it even more difficult for Yue Yang to pass the challenge. Both of you are going to pass the challenge in a death-like coma state, while Yue Yang and I will make our moves to pass the challenge. Yue Yang, your mission is to go forward. Everything is fake regardless of what you see and hear. You don't have to bother about anything, you just need to bravely charge forward and go with your instincts to the rear hall of the Virgo Temple and pass the challenge according to your reaction as long as you advance bravely. As for me, I will stay behind to look after Yu Bing and Yinan. Understood. Yu Bing and Yinan answered together. They had the confidence if they were not required to battle in a sober state. Come here please. The sickly beauty waved her hand to Yue Yang. She cut her fair finger slightly and drew an ancient rune on Yue Yang's left arm. Then she summoned an rainbow-colored light and let it enter Yue Yang's left arm, which was stained with blood. The crystal armor which appeared on her body last time was covering up Yue Yang's arm slowly and became a unique crystal arm. The sickly beauty smiled at Yue Yang. No matter how the inner demons influence you, you must never forget who you are. Just recall your identity when you look at the crystal arm. Yue Yang hugged her as he felt touched. Princess Xian hugged them from the back tightly. You must not lose yourself. Always remember that we will always wait for you outside. Luo Hua City Mistress held Yue Yang's cheek and kissed his lips softly without bordering about the girls beside him. She didn't say a word, but her eyes were so gentle that they could melt Yue Yang's heart. The girls pretended that they didn't see anything. Although they also wished to do something special to encourage Yue Yang, but they weren't as daring as Luo Hua City Mistress. They could only felt envy of her in their hearts. As Yue Yang used body fusion to put Yu Bing and Yinan into death-like coma state, he carried Yu Bing on his back and entered the Virgo Temple once more together with the mysterious beauty who carried Yinan in her arms. Their goal was to pass the challenge. When Luo Hua City Mistress saw the four of them disappearing into the teleportation gate, her tears dropped as she couldn't hold her tears any longer. To overcome the challenge of inner demons in the Virgo Temple was the toughest challenge. It was even scarier than the duplicated shadow of Gemini Temple. Let alone ordinary warriors, even super strong Innate wouldn't be able to overcome their inner demons. Towards ordinary warriors who couldn't overcome their inner demons and couldn't advance, not passing the trial would not be of any matter to them, because they were unable to reach that state yet. However, it would become the biggest obstacle on Yue Yang's path of cultivation if he couldn't overcome his inner demons. One could only become the most excellent warrior after they cast off their old self completely by overcoming their inner demons. Yue Yang could only advance to the peak of innate level after he could eliminate his flaws, break through his heart as a mortal, and cut off his ordinary feelings as he got to overcome his inner demons completely. It is still too early to challenge the Virgo Temple. However, Yue Yang and Wuxia will succeed no matter how tough it is. The sickly beauty eyes were as warm as the spring. Unfortunately, Luo Huasis and I are unable to help them, said Princess Qian as she sighed regretfully. Qian, you still have chance all the time to help him in the future. There's no need to care so much on this trifling Virgo Temple. There might be lots of tougher challenges awaiting for all of you. It will not be too late for you to help him at that moment. The sickly beauty reached out her hands and stroked Princess Qian's head softly. Her voice was as soft as the breeze at night. Wu Hensis, you will definitely get better. Just let Yue Yang try it with his Nirvana flame. We will stay together with each other forever, just like those happy years at Valley of 100 Flowers. Isn't this good? Why do we have to separate with each other after we have grown up? Luo Hua City Mistress couldn't stop her tears from dropping. It was my fault for being too eager to win in those years. My body was affected due to the research of ancient runes. I should have been realistic in advancing myself like Qian and Wuxia. Luo Hua, I also miss those times. When Qian and you were chasing after each other in the garden, and Wuxia, who has liked reading since young, was reading her books quietly under the tree's shade. Since I was slightly older than all of you, I would rather act like the adult and took care of Yinan, who was still a baby then, instead. I would carry her nice scented, soft and tiny body and kissed her as I walked, as the Valley Mistress and the Night Empress would smile as they watched over us. More than 10 years seems to pass in a blink of eyes. Even Yinan, who had not learned to speak and only knew that she wanted to drink milk and cry, has grown up now. When I look at her, I feel like I am going back to my childhood. Luo Hua, if God ever let me choose all over again, I will never want to give up such a cheerful and wonderful life. A glimpse of sadness could be caught deep in the sickly beauty's eyes, but it disappeared after she gave them a warm smile, as if the storm was over. Meanwhile, in the Virgo Temple, the mysterious beauty and Yue Yang looked at each other and hugged together as a form of encouragement. At this moment, the scene appeared before them wasn't the warm little house in Whitestone City but the little garden at the Valley of 100 Flowers. The mysterious beauty nodded her head and said, "Close your eyes and set off according to your instinct. I will take good care of them." Yue Yang, once you have left the teleportation area, anything that you hear and see are not real. I will only be here. The mysterious beauty summoned her grimoire and raised a protective shield to protect Yu Bing and Yinan after Yue Yang blindfolded his eyes and set off. Several blurred shadows suddenly appeared in front of the mysterious beauty right after she summoned the grimoire. As the shadows walked nearer to her, the mysterious beauty discovered that they were Princess Xian, Luo Hua City Mistress and the sickly beauty. The mysterious beauty's expression didn't change at all. She spoke calmly, "My inner demons are unexpectedly a lot fine. What do you want to say? Wuxia, I never deny the fact that you are the smartest among all of us." Princess Xian that was transformed by the inner demon stepped forward and raised her fists fiercely. "But what I want to say is you cannot have him as yours because I love him more than you. Is this my inner demons? So do I have selfish intentions to have Yue Yang as mine alone? Or am I just jealous of Xian?" The mysterious beauty laughed and asked the Luo Hua City Mistress that was transformed by the inner demons. "How about you?" This Luo Hua City Mistress also laughed heartily in her unique way. "Wuxia, although you've been trying hard to pretend to be calm and not care about anything, stop lying to yourself already. Did you think that you are very strong? No. Wuxia, I know you. Actually you're the weakest, emotionally, amongst all of us. That's why you have always isolated yourself and read your books quietly. You're just avoiding your problems and concealing yourself, trying to protect yourself. It's useless, it's completely useless. So I am the weakest." The mysterious beauty nodded her head slowly and asked, "What other weaknesses do I have?" "No. Wuxia, I'll give you my blessing. In those years, the Valley Mistress and Night Empress said that you have the greatest potential among all of us. I couldn't accept that. That's why I started to study the ancient runes. I've surpassed you all these years but I am not happy at all. I've even paid my life as the ultimate price for doing so. If possible, I wish to go back to that little garden and watch you reading your books under the tree quietly. I would carry Yinan who was still a baby and watch over Luo Hua and Xian who were chasing after each other happily. I would sit at your side and boast to you about how I know about taking care of a child. I would tell you that Yinan never cries when I carried her." The sickly beauty that was transformed by the inner demon slowly walked towards the mysterious beauty, seemingly reaching out her hands to caress the mysterious beauty's beautiful face gently. The mysterious beauty sat still as if she hadn't heard what the sickly beauty said. The sickly beauty that was transformed by the inner demons took out an exquisite dagger. Her hands were trembling as she pricked it into her heart. She then fell down weakly in front of the mysterious beauty. She smiled with relief while she was withstanding the pain. "Wuxia, I used to compete with you those days. I've always wanted to surpass you no matter how, but now I know that I was wrong. I don't want to get in the way between you and him anymore. I give you my blessing. I love this exquisite dagger that you gave me as my birthday present last time. It is good to use it to end my life since I won't live any longer anyway. If there is a next life, I wish I could still be your elder sister, but this time I will definitely not try to compete with you." The mysterious beauty trembled as she watched the scene. However, she regained her usual expression very quickly. "Please allow me to correct you. You're my elder cousin but not my elder sister. I purposely hypnotized myself about your identity as my elder sister before I entered the Virgo Temple." As expected, the inner demons of the Virgo Temple would magnify the challenger's weaknesses exaggeratedly. "I admit that I am a little jealous of Xian because she has always been one of the most formidable opponents in my life. I also did ignore Luo Hua a little because she has always liked flowers and plants since young and never has any conflicting views with me. As for Wu Hen elder cousin, she is my role model. Transforming this way to knock me down was indeed heartbreaking for me, but you're wrong if you think you can influence me with this alone. You're right. The one that you are concerned about the most is me." A man's voice was heard behind the mysterious beauty. "No. The one that I am concerned about isn't you. You're just a shadow that duplicated that person's appearance. What do you want to tell me, my biggest inner demon?" An inner demon who had transformed into Yue Yang stood outside the protective shield 3 meters away behind the mysterious beauty. "You will cry in despair if I say it out." The Yue Yang that was transformed by the inner demons sneered. "Why don't you just say it out?" The mysterious beauty raised her brows as she answered calmly. "You don't need me to say, don't you? You've long suspected that the Yue Yang you know is fake. The Yue Yang inner demon said coldly. Do you think I will believe the inner demons that was created by the Virgo temple? The mysterious beauty laughed. I don't think you will still remain calm after you see the proof. Do you want to see how the man you love lies to you? Come on. Have a look at this. You will see his evil and ugly face immediately. As the Yue Yang inner demon waved his hands, the little garden in front of the mysterious beauty disappeared in fragments. The scene that appeared right in front of the mysterious beauty was the warm little house in Whitestone City. Two Yue Yang were standing opposite each other in the garden while Fourth Mother was burying her face in cries as she held the little girl. So this is what he was worrying about? He is indeed a fool who likes to trouble himself. The mysterious beauty smiled unexpectedly as she watched. In front of the mysterious beauty, two Yue Yangs were quarreling. However, her eyes were locked only on the one whose arm was a crystal arm. Within her eyes, a tender expression formed. However, in front of Yue Yang, there were only 3 inner demon shadows of Yue Yang, Fourth Mother, and the little girl. The mysterious beauty, Yu Bing, and Yinan shadows were not present. The inner demon who had transformed into Yue Yang stood in front of him while Fourth Mother hugged little Shuang Er, who was covering her face and crying. Yue Yang knew well that all these were fake, they were just a figment of his inner demon. However, it was still difficult for him to control his own emotions. He really wanted to soothe Fourth Mother's broken heart, telling her that he did not have any evil intentions when lying to her and that it was all just a misunderstanding. Just kill me. You can only take over my identity completely after killing me. The inner demon Yue Yang was laughing coldly. Get lost. You're just an hallucination. Did you think you can stop me from passing the Virgo temple with just this? Yue Yang was angry. He did want to kill the enemy. However, Yue Yang eventually endured it. After all, the person in front of him was merely an hallucination. If he admitted the existence of the enemy, he would be unable to break through the inner demon. I do not deny that I am an hallucination, but what are you? You're an imposter, a liar, someone that falsely his own identity as me. Did you think you could hide this fact from everyone by not saying anything about it? Impossible, no matter what, there would bound to be people with inherent skills in this world that can see through your existence. In the bottom of your heart, it's also impossible for you to deny this truth. You're not me, you'll never be me. The inner demon Yue Yang hit the bullseye in his heart. San Er, how could you deceive me? Fourth Mother was crying, heartbroken. Despicable baddie, return my brother Xiao San back to me. Shuang Er was crying while hitting Yue Yang. Yue Yang's hands were trembling. He lightly caressed Shuang Er's head and suppressed his emotions. With a voice so soft that it could not be heard, he said, Shuang Er, I'm your brother, Xiao San, do you still remember catching butterflies and riding the wooden horse in the garden? Do you still remember the red sugar glutinous rice cakes that I bought for you? I didn't lie to you, I'm really your brother Xiao San. Suddenly, he saw Shuang Er throw the red sugar glutinous rice cakes on the floor and trampled on it while crying, I don't want it, I hate these, I hate you. Fourth Mother covered her face while crying, San Er, just go, and don't ever come back. Yue Yang slowly turned around and took a deep breath. Fourth Mother, Shuang Er, you're all hallucination-s. You're all my hallucination-s from the inner demon. This isn't what the real person is saying, I won't be mindful of it. I'm Yue Yang, I'm your Xiao San and brother Xiao San, this point is undeniable. You need San Er, and I'm him. I'll restore and bring the Yu family to glory, you need a brother Xiao San, and I'm him. I'll protect the both of you so that you aren't bullied by bad people. I'll bring you glory and hope. You have to believe me, I'm your kin. The inner demon Yue Yang pounced in front of Yue Yang, grasping his collars with both of his hands and roared, you're fake. You're a liar. All those things that you said it should have been me. You impersonated me, stole away my relatives and even stole away my future wife. Did you think that nobody in this world would know about it? One day, people will know the truth. In the end you'll have nothing at all. You're just an imposter, but you have the audacity to call yourself San Er. Pay. He spat on the ground. Disappear, I'm not going to care about the shit that an hallucination says. Go to hell. With a shove from Yue Yang's hands, he forced the inner demon Yue Yang to fly 10 meters away. The inner demon Yue Yang fell on the floor, coughing blood violently. Fourth Mother and Shuang Er cried with misery as they went to his side, trying to save the inner demon Yue Yang while blaming Yue Yang on the other. Yue Yang shook his head. No matter what you say or do, I won't sway. You're all hallucination-s. Suddenly, the mysterious beauty appeared in front of Yue Yang. Her beautiful face was completely cold and unfeeling as she sneered, I'm not an hallucination. I've seen it all, this truth that you have been hiding. I was right after all, proposing to go through the Virgo temple with you. You were really an imposter. Yue Yang's body trembled slightly, but he grinned at the very end. You're also an hallucination too. Wuxia isn't like you at all. Perhaps my inner demon hallucination joined with Wuxia's. Whatever you hallucinations say were on purpose to show her right. Then you'd show her reaction to me. Guardian of Virgo Temple, you're really amazing. Perhaps you don't have any power, but you can easily cause people to go mad or kill each other. But, I would like to say, Guardian of Virgo Temple, you're going to be disappointed. We can pass this test. This Virgo Temple, we can definitely pass through it successfully. As Yue Yang finished his speech, the mysterious beauty in front of him, the crying fourth mother and Zhuang Er along with the inner demon Yue Yang vanished in an instant. Everything returned to pitch black darkness. In front of the mysterious beauty, Yue Yang's figure had disappeared. The only one in front of her was the inner demon Yue Yang. As if he was slightly intrigued, the inner demon Yue Yang looked towards the mysterious beauty. Why don't you say something since you've seen the hidden truth? There was no hidden truth. You're just an hallucination, I won't trust your words. Furthermore, even if this was the truth, why would it matter? The guy I like is him, I will live and die with him, fight with him on the battlefield. One of us will be attacking, and the other defending, as if we are a pair made in heaven. What I like about him is not his identity, but rather because he is different from the others. Love, unlike fame and wealth, is not a product, but an amazing feeling that can't be expressed through words. Let alone the words from you, inner demon, even if there is another Yu clan third young master who told me that he was my real fiancé, I will tell him that the guy I like is him, the idiot who would fight to the bloody end for our lives, the good son who would stake his life to battle his way up the Yu clan castle while pulling a carriage bathed in blood, the innate rancor, who's also a good brother that would carry his younger sister ride on his neck and bought her red sugar glutinous rice cakes. I don't care who he is or what he is. I like him. There doesn't need to be a reason for someone to like another person, nor is there a need to doubt. You're just a shadow full of negativity, you'll never have his other side of kindness. You'll never understand what kind of person he is, nor will you ever understand my heart. The mysterious beauty slowly closed her eyes. You can disappear now. Whatever you say won't sway my heart. You'll regret this one day, especially when you realize that the one he loves the most in his heart is not you. The inner demon Yue Yang sneered. I won't regret it. If the person he likes the most is not me, that proves that I'm the one that is not good enough, that I have to work even harder. The mysterious beauty answered with a steady voice. If the person he likes the most isn't me, then I'll work harder and do better until he likes me the most. The inner demon Yue Yang suddenly shattered into a million pieces and vanished. Everything returned to pitch black darkness. Yinan felt someone lightly patting her own face. When she opened her eyes, she found that the mysterious beauty was crying out with joy. Sister Wuxia, did you and Yue Yang successfully defeat the inner demon? We can pass the Virgo Temple? Where's Yu Bing? Yu Bing can go, but you have to stay. The reason is that I won't allow a rival in love to stay at my side. His fiancé could only be me alone. The mysterious beauty pointed her index finger towards Yinan. Suddenly, Yinan felt her darkness shrouding her vision and she fell onto the ground unconscious, again. Only this time, she was not completely unconscious and could still hear her voice. She heard the mysterious beauty's footsteps going further away with Yu Bing. Tears flowed out from her eyes without end. Yinan was grieving right now. Suddenly, hot raindrops fell drop by drop onto her face. 2 of the drops went into her mouth. A bitter taste entered her mouth, causing Yinan's heart to have a great shock. This was tears. She had not woken up yet, that was only a inner demon hallucination. What happened just now was fake, Sister Wuxia didn't take Yue Bing and leave, one of them was even crying. Wake up, I need to wake up now. Yinan was anxious. However, after exhausting all her efforts, she was still unable to wake up. While she was still panicking, she heard a faint voice crying beside her ear, Brother, don't leave me behind, no. This was Yu Bing's crying voice, Yu Bing was still around. Everything that happened just now was fake. With such a thought, the darkness in front of Yinan shattered with a resounding boom. Everything disappeared in a flash in front of her eyes. Finally, she woke up with an ah, and opened her eyes. She found out that she was sleeping in the arms of Sister Wuxia. Aside from herself, Yue Yang, Yu Bing and Sister Wuxia were still in deep sleep. Everyone was snuggled up against each other. Beside her, Yu Bing was crying in Yue Yang's arms. Her tears fell drop by drop, and in the end they fell onto her own face. She seemed to still be under the control of the inner demon and was unable to free herself. As for Yue Yang and Sister Wuxia, a wound would appear from time to time on their bodies. They seemed to be suffering the attacks of the inner demon right now. Everyone, hurry up and wake up. We're all dreaming, everything there is fake, hurry up and wake up. Yinan patted their faces, but nothing happened. There was no reaction at all from the 3 people. I did not think that your inner demon would be this weak. However, there is no use doing anything. It is impossible to ever get out of the inner demon's world. An unknown voice resounded in the dark space. Yinan was frightened when she heard it at first, but she understood it after a while and laughed. Is that so? Yinan immediately summoned her grimoire. A beautiful hallucination butterfly was summoned from it. A hallucination butterfly was the evolution of the confusion butterfly. Its ability to control minds was even stronger. Although it was unable to control humans, but there was definitely no problem to disturb the thoughts of humans. As Yinan was controlling the hallucination butterfly to disturb Yue Yang's dream world to make him wake up, a huge wave of mental strength locked down Yinan's thoughts, causing her to have a headache and unable to concentrate. She was unable to solidify her commands. In the inner demon's world, the mysterious beauty had already awakened. She was currently carrying Yinan, and was trying to escape along with Yue Yang who was carrying Yu Bing. Behind them, the gold-ranked level 6 inner demon Yue Yang was chasing them. She wanted to retaliate, but found that she was completely unable to attack the enemy, and could only run for her life. After defending against the inner demon Yue Yang's first slash, earth-splitting slash, the mysterious beauty suddenly put Yinan down from her back, and muttered to herself. So I still haven't truly woken up, I'm still dreaming. What? The inner demon Yue Yang's Huijin magic blade was right above the mysterious beauty's head, but stopped in bewilderment. If I believe that you don't exist, then I wouldn't be hurt at all. It was only because I affirmed that your attack was effective so my body would be hurt. It must be either Yinan or Yu Bing who woke up. Your power of control is failing, I have a real sensation of pain right now. The mysterious beauty raised her hand and pulled her sleeves up. A small wound with blood flowing out was present on her arm. She grinned. You'd never have thought of what use the wound I made before I entered the Virgo temple had. It's a hint, a sign for us. My cousin and I suspect that previously, Yue Yang had only been dreaming the whole time. This is because, with his strength, a golden ranked level 6 guardian beast would not be able to inflict serious injuries. Only the power of the mind would cause that kind of hurt. Besides, there is more than one kind of beast like you who use mental attacks to kill people. In the Valley of Butterflies and 100 Flowers, there are at least 10 kinds of beasts that could unleash mental attacks on humans and make them commit suicide. Disappear, despicable inner demon world, this dream is really boring. With these words, the inner demon Yue Yang and the darkness shattered with a bang. Opening her eyes, the mysterious beauty found that Yinan was holding on as hard as she could. The formless mind battle was almost causing Yinan to be completely defeated. You can end the game now, Guardian of Virgo Temple. The mysterious beauty jumped midair and summoned her grimoire. She gathered a storm, with each of her hands holding ice and lightning. Then, she mercilessly let loose against the darkness in front of her. Cracks formed all over the darkness in front of them, as if it was a crystal wall. It had lost the mind battle by a huge part. Yinan was jubilant as she prepared to fly above and help. Suddenly, a crystal arm extended out and embraced her. Yinan, you did well. I'll do the rest from here on. It was Yue Yang who had just awoken. Like a meteor, he shot towards the pitch-black crystal wall. With the force of 1,000 suns, the crystal arm smashed onto the dark crystal wall. The whole area was shaking uncontrollably. Even larger cracks formed all over the dark crystal wall, but it still did not fall, blocking their exit. Brother, I knew that brother wouldn't abandon Bing Er. Yu Bing was the fourth to awaken. With pleasant surprise, she crawled back up, jumping towards Yue Yang who had rebounded back. The fresh blood that dripped from Yue Yang's and the mysterious beauty's body had already mixed and smeared all over the ground before Yu Bing even woke up. In that instant when Yu Bing was jumping towards Yue Yang, a rainbow-colored light flashed, and a pure fire that was like Nirvana's flame appeared. It was as white as snow, soaring and raging ferociously towards the sky. Along with Yu Bing, the pure fire ignited upon Yue Yang, Yinan, and the mysterious beauty's body. Among them, Yue Yang and the mysterious beauty's flames burned the brightest. Having caught fire in such a bizarre manner, the three girls were greatly shaken. They rushed to hug Yue Yang together. Even if they died, they hoped that they would at least die together with Yue Yang. However, the flames did not burn them. It was quite the opposite. It continuously purified their bodies. In this pure and gentle flames, the four of them had a feeling of rebirth. Their clothes were completely destroyed, turning into ashes. Not only that, Yue Yang and the mysterious beauty's wounds had also disappeared quickly. Following this, countless runes appeared on Yue Yang's body. Slowly, they expanded towards the white flames. Finally, they extended to the arms, shoulders, back and chest of the three girls. The bloodstains on the dark crystal wall formed from Yue Yang's and the mysterious beauty's wounds burned as well. The dark crystal wall that was full of cracks turned into nothing as if it was a light fog that had been dissipated by the white flames. Dozens of meters away, a crystal mirror adorned with gold and jewels appeared. 100 meters behind the crystal mirror, there was an enormous war god statue in the rear hall. At the foot of the war god statue, there was a goddess statue with a forlorn expression. She was holding different ball of lights in both of her hands. Those 2 points of light seemed to be as crystal clear as Yue Bing's tears that were shed just now. The Virgo Temple, which the world has dubbed as the hardest temple to pass, was finally cleared with the combined efforts of Yue Yang and the 3 girls. Even after changing into Yue Bing's clothes, Yinan still felt very embarrassed, keeping her head low and not daring to look at him. Especially when she thought about that embarrassing scene, she really wanted to dig a hole and hide herself. All along, she had appeared in front of him with the identity of brother Yinan. She had even pretended to be her own brother to give him her necklace on behalf of his sister as a personal token to signify the promise of marriage. Instead, her identity as a girl was exposed to Yue Yang here. She really didn't know what to do. Yue Bing was also blushing. She was his sister, yet her clothes was completely burnt in front of her brother. Obviously, she was extremely embarrassed. The thing that made her restless the most was that it seemed like this ridiculously big fire was started by her. As to how that happened, she had no clue at all. Taking the chance as Yue Bing and Yinan went somewhere to put on their clothes, Yue Yang approached the mysterious beauty, whose body was wholly covered in ice. Just now, what inner demon did you face? Did you see an inner demon like me? What did he say to you? He mentioned some nonsense. The mysterious beauty revealed a gentle expression in her eyes, her voice soft and tender. That nonsense might be a little secret, but I don't care about it at all. If you are worried about it, I could tell you what it was about. It is a secret that only you and I will know. In the future, there will never be a third person who would know about it. You don't have to be worried about this secret anymore, just treat fourth mother and your sister well. Did you suspect it from the beginning? Happiness filled Yue Yang's heart, before he asked her again. Everyone will have their own secrets. If you can't share your secret with me, I will not be curious about it. Even if I knew about it, I will also bury the secret deep in my heart. The mysterious beauty's eyes that was as clear as lake water revealed a smiling expression that was unique to her alone. Yue Yang, there might not be many people who are worthy of your trust, but you could try trusting me. Thank you, Wu Xia. Yue Yang felt that his heart was lifted from a very heavy burden that had been weighing on his heart since the first time he was transported into this world. He felt extremely relieved and relaxed. His mental state also started to change without him knowing. Faintly, he felt that there was an opportunity for his cultivation to break through to a new realm. If it wasn't for him wanting to see the reward for clearing Virgo Temple, Yue Yang would have tried to break through the 5th stage of innate invisible sword chi. After defeating his inner demon and relieved from his heart's burden, Yue Yang felt like he was born anew. Right now, he started to believe that he had the capability to climb the ranks and become a top innate ranker. When he had a lot of troubles in his heart, he couldn't give his 100% concentration in cultivating. How could he climb onto the peak of innate realm like that? The mysterious beauty's smiling expression was like a crystal clear spring water, completely melting Yue Yang's heart. Although you are a stupid idiot, but I think, you are more or less okay. Yue Yang was delighted. Really? I have some time tomorrow, would you like to row a boat with me on the lakeside? No, rowing boats might suit Xian, but that's not what I like. The mysterious beauty immediately rejected him. Then I can accompany you to read some books under the 1,000 years oak tree. Yue Yang's reaction speed was extremely fast. Just reading books? The mysterious beauty asked in cautiousness. I guarantee that we will only be reading books. I will definitely not cause any trouble. Hearing that there might be a chance, Yue Yang immediately pretended to be a good boy as he patted his chest and gave her a guarantee, hoping that she would agree. No, the mysterious beauty still rejected him in the end. Why don't you want to go? Yue Yang showed his sincerity. Girl, give me a chance. It's rare for me to pretend to be a good boy, you know. Let me think about it. The mysterious beauty smiled gently. When Yue Yang heard it, he excitedly jumped in exhilaration. In one's life, if he meets such a girl, how could he not pursue her as his wife? Yinan and Yue Bing were quietly returning to them. Yinan, whose clothes were extremely tight as she had borrowed Yue Bing's clothes that were too small for her, hid herself behind Yue Bing, afraid that Yue Yang would see her. Yue Yang was afraid that she would feel too distressed, hence he did not pay any attention to her. Instead, he reached out his hands to caress Yue Bing's head. Bing let's go. We should collect our reward for clearing the trial. As he said that, he also patted Yinan's head and signaled her to follow along. Although he had discovered the truth about her, he was still so calm and normal. Yinan felt completely embarrassed. With a blushing face, she hid behind his back and quietly followed along. The crystal mirror that was adorned with gold and diamond looked like a precious mirror on the surface, but with Yue Yang's level 4 divine vision, he could see that it was actually a beast. It was a special type beast. When Yue Yang and the 3 girls walked closer to it, the figure of a compassionate goddess appeared on the mirror's surface. That faint, indistinct voice resounded once again, young fellow and pure maidens, congratulations to your team on clearing the Virgo Temple of the 12 Zodiac Temples. You have unconditional trust towards each other. It was much more difficult to win against your inner demons in a team than coming here alone. As the guardian of the Virgo Temple, other than congratulating you on your success, I would also like to give you all a special reward. Light shone out from the crystal mirror, the pure light illuminating the whole space incomparably, blinding Yue Yang and the others. In the moment when the light was at its brightest, 4 balls of crystal clear light floated towards and entered into Yue Yang, Yue Bing, Yinan, and the mysterious beauty's forehead. At the same time, the 4 people felt like there was new information that bloomed inside their heads. A skill called Inner Realm appeared in their minds, just as if it was an inherent skill that was given to them the moment they made a grimoire contract. Afterwards, cracks quickly formed on the surface of the crystal mirror as it broke into pieces. A pillar of light shot out from Yinan's body and streaked across the sky, forming the figure of that compassionate goddess. She smiled towards Yinan and said, "This girl has the best affinity with me, hence, I shall give you the spirit mirror. My job is done here, goodbye." The compassionate goddess figure turned into a pillar of light that shot through the sky, finally disappearing into nothingness, as if she had never existed before. Only the pieces of broken crystal mirrors scattered on the ground were left to prove that they had cleared the trial, that they had created a record in the history. Yue Yang kept the pieces of crystal mirror. He realized that there was actually still some use for these broken pieces of the mirror. The rune pattern that was engraved on them looked completely unfamiliar to him. If he could duplicate it, he could probably make another crystal mirror that had inner demon mental power. If he could use such a weapon to fight his opponents would probably die miserably. When Yue Yang was tidying up those broken pieces of crystal mirror, Yinan impatiently summoned her grimoire and opened it. She realized that on an initially empty page, a new beast had appeared. Spirit Mirror, Special Type Beasts. Gold Ranked Level 1. Has a spiritual, illusionary body. Has no spiritual knowledge. Special skills, Spirit Transformation, Spirit Absorption, Spirit Mirror Fusion. The mysterious beauty and Yue Bing were very happy for Yinan when they went over to look. It was not the gold ranked level 1 beast that made them all very happy, it was the fact that the compassionate goddess had given Yinan a path for her cultivation, and that is the path to cultivating mental power. With this spirit mirror that had the most affinity with Yinan, her future would be unlimited. Especially when she managed to reach the realm where she was able to create an inner demon world. Her unlucky opponents who couldn't manage to overcome their inner demon would probably meet their miserable ending. Just as what those ancient peak rankers had said before, what beast is the best? It's the beast that is most suited to yourself. Yinan didn't know what beast best suited for herself before. However, not only she knew what beast suits her the most right now, she also owned a beast called the Spirit Mirror which was best suited for her cultivation path. Congrats, Sister Yinan. Yue Bing immediately congratulated Yinan. She could finally call her sister Yinan publicly, not having to worry if Yue Yang would hear her. Hence, her voice was extremely delighted and loud. Thank you, Bing Yinan was thanking her with her mouth, her eyes were checking out Yue Yang's reaction. Seeing Yue Yang's smiling face looking back at her, she immediately lowered her head, afraid that he would make fun of her. Hearing him congratulating her, a kind of sweet feeling surfaced on Yinan's embarrassed heart. With Spirit Mirror, it seemed like she would be able to help him in the future. She would be happy even if she could only help him a little, it would still be better than being a burden. Seeing Yinan looking at her worriedly, the mysterious beauty smiled and said, "This Spirit Mirror is very good. Yue Yang has never given you any presents before, you should ask him to give you a beast that you could use for Spirit Mirror fusion. When your Spirit Mirror finally possesses spirit knowledge, I believe that you will not be far from the inner demon world." Yinan's voice was softer than an ant's, "There's no need for that," although she said no need, she actually wished that Yue Yang could give her a beast that could be used for Spirit Mirror fusion. She didn't care when he would give it to her, as long as he gave it to her himself. Yue Yang didn't say anything, he only reached out and patted Yinan's head as a reply. Of course, Yinan understood Yue Yang's silent reply. She felt embarrassed yet happy at the same time. She wanted to act like a wise and virtuous lady on the outside, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but to curl up in delight. In front of the compassionate goddess statue, those 2 hands were holding balls of sparkling, translucent lights that looked like pearls of tears. Yue Yang observed it with his level 4 divine vision and immediately shouted in surprise, "This is Goddess Tears." The Goddess Tears, a legendary item written in the medicine encyclopedia that could revive a dead person, was actually these 2 little things. The hardest challenge returned the most rewards. The mysterious beauty was the one who was most excited. With this Goddess Tears, her cousin could be saved. Goddess Tears. It was not known how it was made, but one could only acquire it from higher floors in Tongtian Tower. Thousands of years ago, it had been recorded in the medicine encyclopedia that the Goddess Tears was the most important ingredient needed to create the godly medicine that was also called Rebirth Pill. The first person to consume the Rebirth Pill was a figure that was as famous as the Starlight Princess, who was called the Sweet Sleeping Princess. The common folk often called her Sleeping Princess. It was said that she was poisoned by someone and placed into a crystal coffin where she slept for hundreds of years. In the end, after consuming the Rebirth Pill, she woke up slowly, as if she had just woken up from her sleep. Her appearance had not changed at all from the time when she was poisoned hundreds of years ago. Her face was glowing as all the poison in her body was dispersed. Furthermore, after consuming the rebirth pill, she had maintained her youth for 200 more years. If it weren't for some evil warriors who were jealous of her youth and wanted to kill and snatch the rebirth pill from the sleeping princess, she would probably still be the most beautiful woman in the whole of Soaring Dragon Continent for hundreds of years to come. The most important ingredient that gave the rebirth pill this power was the goddess tears. Even if the pill refining process was successful, a rebirth pill without goddess tears wouldn't be much different from a normal healing pill. It was said that even without refining, a girl would have eternal youth even if she only consumed the goddess tears alone. In the list of rarest and most precious herbs in the medicine encyclopedia, the goddess tears was ranked the 5th. The only herb that could match it was the god's blood that was said to be able to advance a man's cultivation to 100 years worth of time. No one thought that such a rare, high-quality treasure had actually appeared as a reward inside the Virgo temple. Furthermore, there wasn't just a drop, there were actually 2 drops of goddess tears. No wonder the Virgo temple was dubbed as the hardest trial to clear. The rewards for clearing the trial was even more rewarding than the Gemini temple. This 2 drops of goddess tears would definitely be the most sought-after goods amongst the girls. Most importantly, Yue Yang could only leave it up to this thing to save the sickly beauty. If he could refine a rebirth pill with the goddess tears, the sickly beauty would have hope for recovery. Yue Yang and the 3 girls continued their victorious journey and rushed into the Libra temple. It was different from the previous temples before it. The Libra temple had a sight limitation enforced by the ancient law. Even Yue Yang, who had the night vision skill and level 4 divine vision, couldn't see anything with his eyes in this place. Under the situation where they couldn't see their enemies, it was really difficult for Yue Yang and the 3 girls to clear the Libra temple. Fortunately, with Fei Wen Li, Barbarian Cow Shadow and the Thorny Flower Demoness working all together, they managed to clear the Libra temple successfully. Yue Yang received a golden scale as an artifact. Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman and the Thorny Flower Demoness also received the reward of intelligence. As for Fei Wen Li, after she managed to break the Guardian of Libra Temple's cutting evil gold-ranked sword, her weapon, dual icicle blades, had absorbed the power of the sword and rose from its platinum dark gold rank to diamond rank. Platinum rank was called dark gold rank in Demon Abyss, a little different from what it was called in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Scorpio Temple. The 8th temple, Scorpio Temple, was located in a desert, surrounded by countless bronze-ranked and silver-ranked scorpions all hiding in the sand. Furthermore, the Scorpio Temple itself was buried underneath a sand dune. Due to the disadvantageous location, Yue Yang was unable to kill the guardian of the Scorpio Temple, the Golden Scorpio. However, he was successful in injuring it fatally, and managed to acquire the gold-ranked artifact, Scorpio Gloves. Yue Bing received the most reward in this trial. Her intense poison inherent skill had leveled up, and furthermore, she had acquired a new skill, Anti-Aris. If beasts under gold rank were attacked by this skill, there would be almost no cure for them. If warriors under level 6 Elder were attacked by this skill, they would also immediately lose their lives. Fortunately, it was the kind Yue Bing who possessed this skill. If it were another person who acquired such a terrifying skill, the whole of Soaring Dragon Continent would probably be swept up in a storm. After resting for 2 hours, Yue Yang led the 3 girls and entered Sagittarius Temple. The 9th temple, Sagittarius Temple, was located within a mountain forest that was filled with countless centaurs. Arrows, javelins, battle axes. The centaurs attacked rapidly without stopping from the moment Yue Yang and the others stepped into the grounds. After going through hundreds of battles and raids, Yue Bing and Yinan, who couldn't afford not to summon their grimoire, couldn't help but to level up continuously. Yinan had leveled up to level 5 Grandmaster while Yue Bing to level 4 Hero. Only Yue Yang was still the same old level 2 Braveman. When Yue Yang led the 3 girls into the Sagittarius Temple, a golden centaur king, whose body was as humongous as a building, was waiting for them inside. In order to help Yue Yang last longer in their battles, the mysterious beauty took the initiative to charge forward and fought a great battle with the Golden Centaur King. With Yue Yang's help, after a difficult battle, the 3 girls finally ended victorious against the strong enemy. The Golden Centaur King had turned into a huge stone statue after it died from serious injuries. Its soul turned into golden light that shot up to the sky. At first, Yue Yang thought that they would acquire the golden bow in the Golden Centaur King's hands. Who would have known that it would turn into stone too? On the battle floor, there were only 4 small, exquisite golden horse hoofs left in the end. As the leader in the fight, the mysterious beauty decided to give the fortune-bringing golden horse hoofs to Yinan. In the end, after acquiring the golden horse hoofs' fortune and luck and the intelligence reward from clearing the trial, Yinan's Pegasus had leveled up from its silver rank to gold rank. It could be said that although the mysterious beauty had fought the hardest, the fortunate Yinan had become the person who reaped the greatest rewards in clearing the Sagittarius Temple. We have stayed inside for far too long. Xian and Luo Hua would definitely be worried about us. We are also already far too exhausted with our battles. Yue Yang, you should continue to advance. I will go out and update Xian and Luo Hua about it, so as to avoid them from waiting and worry. The exhausted mysterious beauty decided to go out and give Xian and the others news about their well-being. If that is so, I will also return with Sister Wu Xia. I have reached my limit. Yinan really hoped to be able to fight by Yue Yang's side, but she was completely exhausted by the Sagittarius Temple. If she still continued to stay, she would only become Yue Yang's burden. Yue Yang might still be fine if he only needed to protect Yu Bing, but it would definitely be strenuous for him to protect her too. Hence, Yinan decided to leave. The 12 zodiac temples were filled with abnormal battles, not a single temple was easy to clear. Virgo Temple was originally the hardest to clear, but the tanker for that wasn't her, hence she managed to clear it even without giving her all. She didn't need to fight in the Libra Temple, so it wasn't counted too. However, it was only at the Scorpio Temple and Sagittarius Temple that Yinan realized how tormenting clearing the temples was. If it weren't for Yue Yang clearing them together with her, she would have longed withdrew from the trial. Although the rewards from the trials were extremely rewarding, how could she continue to fight if she lacked the capabilities to? It was already a miracle for her to persevere until now. Yu Bing, on the other hand, was a little reluctant. She still had some strength left, but since the mysterious beauty and Yinan all wanted to leave, she also quietly said, I will also go back. Yue Yang thought that this girl still had some strength, hence he advised, Bing how about going back after the next trial? If you are tired, I can carry you on my back. The mysterious beauty and Yinan also advised Yu Bing to stay. They felt that Yu Bing had unlimited potential. She still had a huge room to improve, hence she should stay and train with Yue Yang. No, it's fine. If I stayed behind, I wouldn't be able to help brother. Instead, I will only just be his burden. Furthermore, I had already leveled up a lot just now, I haven't fully digested all the improvements that I've made. Yu Bing's real thoughts were actually if she were to stay behind and receive the rewards from clearing trials, she would definitely snatch away her brother's share of rewards. If her brother could acquire all the rewards for himself alone, then her brother's powers would definitely rise greatly. Yu Bing felt that the most important thing was to increase her brother's powers. She had already received plenty of rewards, she should know when to be satisfied. Under her determination, Yue Yang couldn't force her to stay. Anyway, they could still do the Sky, Earth and Humanity 3 Shrines quest when they cleared the 12 zodiac temples and went up to the Tongtian Tower 2nd floor. After the 3 Shrines quest, there was still the World's Tree quest in Tongtian Tower 3rd floor. As for the 4th, 5th and 6th floor, there were even more, countless quests waiting for them. There was no need to worry for missing a cultivation opportunity. The mysterious beauty couldn't oppose Yinan and Yu Bing's decision when she saw their determination. She quietly said a few words of caution to Yue Yang, that he should be careful, and that if he couldn't beat the opponent, he should come out first and fight again in the next opportunity. After all, the hardest temples, Gemini and Virgo temples, had already been cleared. Yinan also wanted to speak to Yue Yang alone, but she was a little embarrassed. She kept her head low, her eyes unable to meet with Yue Yang's. Soundlessly, with a blushing face and heated ears, she pulled on Yu Bing's hands and chased after the mysterious beauty to leave the place together. After sending the 3 girls off, Yue Yang advanced into the Capricorn Temple. The Capricorn Temple was located in a giant river that was infested with mermaids, frogmen, lizardmen and water monsters that continuously swarmed and attacked Yue Yang. Xia Wen Li did not need to fight at all, the stone Medusa and storm mermaid were more than able to fill the river with corpses of mermaids and water monsters. The thing that made Yue Yang felt most surprised was the fact that the stone Medusa had even summoned a gold-ranked tiger shark. She ordered the tiger shark to throw the mermaids and other water monsters all above the waters. Facing a pincer attack from below and above the water, the mermaids and the water monsters were completely defeated and suffered countless casualties. In the huge palace near the riverside, the guardian of the Capricorn Temple resided. It could switch its appearance from a mermaid into a golden sheep back and forth, furthermore, it had a terrifying ability of summoning sorcery. Its special summoning sorcery could turn its opponent into a sheep that had 0 fighting abilities. At first, the gold-ranked tiger shark was extremely powerful. However, after the guardian of the Capricorn Temple summoned its skill sphere of sheep's shadow, it immediately turned into a harmless little sheep. It, who was originally the king of the seas, had almost drowned to its death. The guardian of the Capricorn Temple provoked Xia Wen Li's anger. She personally led the stone Medusa, storm mermaid and thunder naga and pursued the guardian of the Capricorn Temple underwater, finally inflicting fatal injuries on it. The guardian quickly returned to the riverside. When it had only just turned into a golden sheep, it was unfortunately stabbed by the bloody queen with her gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger who was lying in ambush. It almost met its miserable end. If Yue Yang fought personally, it would definitely die even if it had 2 lives. But Yue Yang was restricted by the ancient law, hence he couldn't fight personally. The guardian who had turned into a golden sheep was almost killed by the bloody queen's attack, but it successfully escaped in the end. Maybe it had already accepted the fact that Yue Yang had successfully cleared the trial, hence, in the moment when the Bloody Queen was about to swoop down and kill the guardian, it immediately turned into a pillar of golden light and disappeared, only leaving a bunch of golden sheep wool on the floor. Does golden sheep wool also count as a gold-ranked artifact? Yue Yang was greatly astonished. Under his level 4 divine vision observation, he realized that this soft golden sheep wool really was an artifact. Maybe it was because the Bloody Queen's last attack had almost killed the guardian of the Capricorn Temple. She had received the Guardian's skill Sheep Transformation Sorcery skill as a reward. Of course, her new skill reward was only level 1, it still couldn't compare to the Guardian of Capricorn Temple's Sheep Transformation skill. The Bloody Queen's current Sheep Transformation could only be used against beasts under gold rank level 6. Although it was physically weak, Yue Yang felt that this skill was actually pretty good. It had a lot of potential. In the future when its level had risen, he could perhaps use it on his opponents and finish his battles very quickly. Just think about it. His enemies had spent a huge effort in summoning a strong beast, but the Bloody Queen could immediately turn it into a harmless sheep in an instant. Wouldn't his enemies cry to their death? After acquiring the Capricorn Temple's power, Yue Yang continued to charge into the 11th temple, the Aquarius Temple. The monsters guarding outside the Aquarius Temple and the Guardian were not really strong, its difficulty would only be average at most compared to the other 12 zodiac temples. However, the beast summoned by the Guardian who had a humanoid appearance almost tired Yue Yang to death. The first beast that the Guardian of the Aquarius Temple summoned was a shadow goddess that was holding a golden pitcher. Whenever Xia Wen Li, Aman, Thorny Flower Demoness and the others spent their effort to injure the Guardian of Aquarius Temple fatally, that shadow goddess would use the powers of the pitcher to heal its master completely. Furthermore, it would increase its master's abilities to twice of its original. Yue Yang felt that this situation was as if he had met a tanker with large reserve of HP and a healer in a game. They could really make their opponents die of depression. Unfortunately, the shadow goddess was immune to all kinds of attacks. It really drove Yue Yang mad. Finally, they won because of a skill that Yue Yang had never used before, Blue Die Double Kill. Shiro, Chapter 201 Blue Die Double Kill. When Doom's Eyes is triggered to kill an enemy, there is a small chance that a related enemy will be killed too. This skill will not work on non-living beasts or undead beasts who don't have souls. It was only at this moment that Yue Yang realized the abnormal strength of the Blue Die Double Kill. The barbarian cow Shadow Aman had unleashed Doom's Eyes and it had triggered Blue Die Double Kill by chance. Although the Guardian of the Aquarius Temple did not immediately die, its soul was gravely injured. Hence, the ancient lore recognized the death of the Guardian. Blue Die Double Kill had immediately killed the shadow goddess that was immune to any attacks. Yue Yang immediately grabbed the golden pitcher that fell from the sky, his face sporting a smile so wide that a fist could be stuffed inside. He never thought that the Blue Die Double Kill would have such a fantastic effect. He had always thought that the Blue Die Double Kill could only be used when the barbarian cow shadow glared twice. He never thought that the shadow goddess would also die even when it was not glared at, just because its master had been. Although this abnormal skill would need a lot of luck to be triggered, the moment it appeared, their enemies wouldn't even have time to cry, they would die immediately. Just imagine, if barbarian cow shadow managed to kill a beast with its Doom's Eyes and triggered Blue Die Double Kill by chance, then the beast's master would really be unlucky. Of course, Aman had never tried whether she could really kill the beast's master when she killed the beast. It was only Yue Yang's guess at this time. If it were really possible, then that skill would become the number one amongst all abnormal skills. What is abnormal? This skill is abnormal. Other than receiving the reward for clearing the trial, Aman and the Thorny Flower Demoness also received intelligence reward. Furthermore, Yue Yang had also received the golden pitcher. Inside, there was a smaller pitcher that contained godly nectar that could heal someone completely with just a single drop. Originally, the Guardian of the Aquarius Temple would only die after the godly nectar was completely consumed. Instead, as it was killed by the Blue Die Double Kill, the remaining godly nectar that wasn't consumed became Yue Yang's spoils of war. What is overabundance of luck? This is an overabundance of luck, a great explosion of luck. Yue Yang really wished to clear the trial of Pisces Temple in one go in order to complete all trials of the 12 Zodiac Temple. No one knew what would happen after one had cleared all the trials of the 12 Zodiac Temple since no one had completed the 12 Zodiac Temple trials in the past 10,000 years. Based on the ample rewards given after clearing each temple, there must be a surprising reward that he would acquire after clearing all the trials due to the great difficulty of the 12 Zodiac Temples. As a result of clearing the trials of the 6 temples continuously since he completed the trial of the Virgo Temple, Yue Yang's mental was extremely exhausted though his body still had the energy after he defeated the Guardian of the Aquarius Temple. Since he also worried about Luo Hua, Xian and the rest, he had decided to leave and take a rest before he continued with the trial of the Pisces Temple. Most importantly, Yue Yang couldn't wait to share his happiness and excitement of getting the goddess tears and godly nectar with all the girls. They could save the life of the sickly beauty with the goddess tears and godly nectar. Yue Yang noticed that the mysterious beauty and the sickly beauty were missing besides of Luo Hua, Xian, Yu, Yinan and Yu Bing after he got out from the teleportation gate. Princess Xian was the first to approach Yue Yang as soon as he got out from the teleportation gate. She did a gesture to Yue Yang without asking him regarding the battling process. Quick! We have to leave now. What is happening? Yue Yang was curious. Could it be that what was told by the little girl, Wu Xia, was real? She said something hideous might happen on the next day and he won't be able to clear the trial of the Virgo temple as it would arouse his inner demons if he knew it. One day had already passed, which meant the incident that was mentioned by Wu Xia might had happened today. Princess Xian pulled Yue Yang and left without answering Yue Yang's question. When they were back to the Wind Qi Min, Yu and Yu Bing's eye sockets were reddish. They looked at Yue Yang as if they had something to tell him, but they didn't say anything. Yue Yang was puzzled. Could it be that something bad happened to Fourth Mother? This was quite impossible because Yu Bing would definitely cry if something bad happened to Fourth Mother. Furthermore, Jun Wuyu and the old cunning fox had promised him that they would send Fourth Mother to an absolutely safe place where the enemies wouldn't be able to find her. If nothing happened to Fourth Mother, then what else could have happened? Yue Yang looked at Luo Hua City Mistress, hoping that she would give him an explanation. Luo Hua City Mistress didn't try to hide it from Yue Yang, she walked towards Yue Yang and sat beside him. Someone wrote to Jun Wuyu and the old Marshal Yu disclosing that the substitute clan master, Xian, is a puppet possessed by a demon. Are you kidding me? Yue Yang was startled. Although Uncle Xian was very treacherous, his body and aura didn't seem like a demon. He might not be able to sense it as he was not close with Xian, but it was impossible if Elder Yu Hai did not know about the changes with his own son. In addition, it was impossible for Xian's wife, who had been sleeping with him on the same bed and staying with him all the time, not to notice about the changes in her husband's body. Yue Yang also didn't think that his sons and daughters like Yu Tian, Yu Ting, Yu Yu, and the rest were unable to tell that their father was being possessed by a demon. If Xian was possessed by a demon, it would be impossible for the Heavenly Imperial Guardians and the Innate Rankers not finding out that he was a demon, since Xian used to enter and leave the palace as he was serving for the Xia Empire. As Yue Yang thought about it, he really couldn't believe in such a ridiculous speculation. Yue Yang would have believed it if someone said Xian was an extremely treacherous hypocrite or he was the murderer who had killed Yu Qiu, the tragic guy's father. However, in Yue Yang's opinion, if Xian was said to be possessed by demon, it was impossible for none of them to notice about it unless all the warriors from the Soaring Dragon Continent were blind. Yue Yang didn't believe in this kind of disclosure. The person who revealed this must be lying. Yue Yang would approve if someone wanted to smear Xian's reputation. He wouldn't object no matter who that person was. However, that person had actually used such a method, he was really speechless. This would only make more people to sympathize with Xian. Hearing this news, Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai would probably comfort Xian after knowing this. It looks like Xian's position as a substitute clan master would not be shaken in this short period of time. Yue Yang asked curiously, which dreary person wrote this kind of letter? Yu Yu's lips trembled as she answered. It was third uncle. He came back yesterday. The answer was like a bolt from the blue. Yue Yang trembled after he heard the answer. Oh my god! It was actually the tragic guy's father who came back. Yue Yang had no interest in exploring the truth on whether Xian was a demon or not. He started to worry about himself. If Yu Qiu happened to notice that he wasn't his son by any chance, it would be over. When did he come back? Yue Yang realized that his voice was a little stuttering. Don't get too stirred up. Princess Xian held Yue Yang's hands as she sat beside Yue Yang. We still can't confirm whether he is the real Yu Qiu for the time being. After all, your father had died in the war for 15 years. Now just as you started to help Yu clan to rise in power, he suddenly came back out of the blue. Most importantly, everyone thought that the mysterious expert who taught you combat skills was your father, and that the one who came back now is a fake. The old Marshal Yu had shown a fake portrait of you which had been slightly altered from your father. In the end, he nodded his head and said that you look just like him. That means he couldn't even recognize his own son. Of course, it was just a portrait, it couldn't explain anything. However, this is enough to make him suspicious. At the moment, we hope that you can stay calm. It will be best if he is the real one. If he is a fake Yu Qiu, then we will definitely investigate this matter. Did you mean that you want me to identify whether he is the real Yu Qiu? Yue Yang cried in bitterness in his heart. The mysterious expert who taught him combat skills wasn't Yu Qiu at all, it was the heavenly sword goddess. It would be fine if he, a guy from another world, had met the fake Yu Qiu. He would definitely be done for if the Yu Qiu that he was going to meet was the real one. No. It is the opposite from what you think. We hope that you don't meet him at the moment in order to prevent him to know everything about you. If your father is the one who taught you the combat skills, then it is impossible for him to not know what you are expert in. We don't have the proof now. We need to find more proofs to prove that he is the fake one. Princess Xian hinted Yue Yang to stay calm. I know you want to meet your father very badly. However, this guy, who had never came back before, had suddenly accused his own elder brother being possessed by a demon right after he came back. Something was definitely wrong. My father and old Marshal Yu are suspecting that this fake Yu Chu is actually a demon in disguise. In other words, there might be a demon king or a lich king who used some kind of secret method to transfer another soul into your father's body after he died in the war, before releasing him back to Yu clan. Now the elders were suspecting that the target of the fake Yu Chu is you. Can't we expose him? Yue Yang was anxious. He wished to prove that this Yu Chu was the fake one. He would be safe then. If he was the real Yu Chu, the one who was out of luck wouldn't be the hypocrite Yu Xian alone, but himself too as well. Yu Yu's eye sockets were reddish and her tears was about to drop. I heard that the person looks exactly like third uncle. His appearance, voice, beasts and combat skills are exactly the same. He could also tell the various battling experiences. I hope that third uncle could come back, but I hope that what he said isn't true. Although my father loved power and authority, he is not a demon. I am really confused with this matter. Yu Bing had the similar thought. She was even worried that the fake third uncle would kill her elder brother. Yue Yang felt a little fidgety. That means he is the real one. Princess Qian waved her hands as she disagreed with Yue Yang. No. As I see it goes the opposite way. He took initiative to talk about the past to gain the trust of everyone. What does it means? This means he wanted to prove that he is the real Yu Chu. There's no need for him to do so if he is the real one. Moreover, if the substitute clan master is the fake one, why is he so anxious to expose him? Why don't he expose him after he gathers more proofs? There are also a few of doubtful points. First, he said that he had been taken as prisoner of war in the Demon Abyss for the past 15 years. It was only after gaining the trust of a Demon Abyss Countess that he managed to escape the Raging Inferno prison and escaped back to the Soaring Dragon Continent. Your father is an upright and outspoken person, I don't think he would sell himself for his life. Second, the one who most probably has been teaching you the combat skills since you were young was your father. If he had been in the abyss all these years, how could he teach you that? Furthermore, the most suspicious thing is that he was anxious to see you once he is back. He did not even mention about missing your mother, so what do you want me to do? Confront him directly. Yue Yang still felt that he was in danger. Even if they could prove that this Yu Chu was the fake one, maybe they would also uncover the truth that he was actually from another dimension. The mysterious beauty knew his secret. At least she knew what was his inner demons. Where did she go at this moment? She seemed to know about this yesterday and wanted him to clear the Virgo temple immediately. This showed that she was supporting him. It seemed that she was willing to keep his secret. This wuxia little girl, what was she thinking about in her heart? Yue Yang felt that he had to ask her about this if she was here now. So that his heart wouldn't be in a mess and in confusion like now. Luo Hua City Mistress pressed her hands on Yue Yang's arm lightly. We have discussed about it before. We also think that you shouldn't go back to meet him. If he is the real one, it shouldn't be a problem for you to meet him later. He won't blame you for that either. If he is the fake one, you should not go back to meet him so the enemy doesn't have any chance to take advantage on you. Anyway, it will not be too late for us to go back until elders finished investigating the matter in secret and everything becomes clear. Alright. Yue Yang felt extremely happy in his heart though he seemed to agree about the suggestion in reluctance on the outside. Princess Qian and Luo Hua City Mistress felt relieved when they heard Yue Yang promise that he wouldn't go back to Yu clan. They were worried that his bad temper would act out again, that he would refuse to listen to their advice and went back to investigate the matter instead. Everyone would be very worried if thing happened this way. It was still not the time to fight the fake Yu Chu at the moment. Moreover, they didn't have any proof yet. As for the things such as the fact that Yue Yang was actually the fake one, they had never thought about this at all. Only the mysterious beauty seemed to doubt about Yue Yang's identity before. But she didn't seem to perform any deep investigation about it. She even decided to support Yue Yang unconditionally by helping him to overcome his inner demons and cleared the trial of Virgo Temple successfully. This meant in the Soaring Dragon Continent, only Yue Yang and her knew about this little secret. Even the mysterious beauty was unable to be certain of Yue Yang's real identity. It was just that the inner demons had exaggerated the suspicion that had brushed across her mind. They could only clear the Virgo Temple because the mysterious beauty had long chosen to forget about Yue Yang's real identity and gave him her 100% of trust and support. She also didn't concern herself about this question anymore. We could just pretend that we don't know anything about this. Now we should go to participate in the 100 School Elite Tournament. After we complete the tournament, we should search for the ingredients to refine the rebirth pill. Then we can explore the God's ruins after we cure Wu Hen's disease. Princess Qian looked at Yue Yang. This was the first time she looked at him with a pleading gaze. She didn't want something bad to happen to Yue Yang. If that was the fake Yu Chu then the enemy must be coming for Yue Yang. He was just promoted to be an innate not long ago. The rankers from the abyss would not have the chance later if they didn't make their move before Yue Yang grew stronger. As long as they gained more time over this period now, Yue Yang could advance to a higher level. It would be difficult for the enemy to succeed even with their treacherous tricks. In conclusion, Yue Yang needed time because the enemy was preying on Yue Yang. Yu handed over a letter to Yue Yang. It was jointly written by Junwu Yu and Elder Yu Hai. There were just a few sentences in the letter, but Yue Yang could feel their love and protection. San you don't have to worry about the family. Although there are many riddles in this world and it is hard to distinguish clearly between right and wrong, the truth will be unveiled one day. Please take good care of yourself. Do not easily trust what you hear no matter what is happening in the family. The most important thing is to take care of yourself regardless of any circumstances. Since Junwu Yu and Elder Yu Hai had told Yue Yang not to go back to meet Yu Chu, of course Yue Yang was willing to follow their instruction. Yue Yang didn't care whether Yu Xian or Yu Chu was the demon. If Yue Yang analyzed the whole incident without bothering about his identity, there were indeed many doubts in this matter. Let's go. Since we are unable to take care of those matters, let's concentrate on the tournament. At first, Princess Xian was not interested in the tournament, but now she just wanted to drag Yue Yang to participate the 100-school elite tournament so that he didn't have time to think about his father's matter. After they went back to the Champion Island, Fatty Hai and Yekong were happy to see Yue Yang. Quick! It will be too late if you don't come back. We rather you lose to anyone but not Xie Qianren. Yue Yang just remembered that he still had another knockout match. By the time Yue Yang rushed to the battlefield, Xie Qianren, who had been waiting on the battle arena, had given up on the battle immediately. This was because he had suffered a serious injury from the team match with the disciple of the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace, Dragon Ambassador Qin Lan Yu. He was only waiting on the battle arena hoping that Yue Yang would absent from the match so that he could advance to the next level. Since Yue Yang had rushed and managed to get there in time, Xie Qianren had decided to give up on the match after he exchanged his glance with Bai Yunfei, the junior elder of the Floating Mist sect. Finally Yue Yang got to see the appearance of the tragic guy's former love rival, Xie Qianren, and new formidable enemy, Bai Yunfei. Xie Qianren didn't he really looked identical to his father, Xie Tao. Instead, he looked more like with his uncle, Xie Tu. Although he was as wise as Xie Tu, he was not as experienced and stable as Xie Tu. His eyes and brows looked fierce. He seemed to hold a grudge against Yue Yang. Under the battle arena, Bai Yunfei was the center of attraction. Although he was not the one who stood on the battle arena, the people just couldn't help but look and pay attention to him. The presence of Bai Yunfei in the crowd was like a bright moon surrounded by the stars. He was emitting the light that was hardly ignored by others. Each and every of his movement were attracting others' attention. As for his appearance, he had the handsome appearance that was envied by many men. The way he wore his white clothes with a silver belt and purple jade on his slender body was full of sense of nobility. Even the princes from all over the world would feel inferior if they look at him. The other thing that people couldn't help but notice was the golden dragon, which had shrunken its body into a smaller size with some secret magic. The grandeur dragon race, the king of the dragon race, which was supposed to soar in the sky arrogantly, was unexpectedly resting tamely next to his legs, waiting for his order. One of the beasts of Bai Yunfei was the level 7 gold-ranked golden dragon king. This was an existence that made others despair upon the thought of fighting him. Most of the warriors couldn't even get a gold-ranked beast in their life, let alone a level 7 gold-ranked golden dragon king. The referee hinted Yue Yang to go up to the battle arena. Although Xie Qianren had given up the match, he still had to carry out his duty to record information about Yue Yang's participation in the match, such as the beast that he used and so on. He was shocked when he saw Yue Yang summoning the quintet-seeking golden mice. These puppet mice did not have any battle strength. How could this brat had the nerve to summon it? Was he really supposed to report to the top management that this brat had defeated Xie Qianren with the puppet mice? Would others suspect that they faked the match? The blue-clothed referee really wished that Yue Yang had summoned a stronger beast. If he didn't have a gold-ranked one, at least a silver-ranked or a bronze-ranked one would do. Summoning the puppet mice would only make others suspect that they were cheating in the match. He couldn't report it to the top management with this. The referee hurriedly asked Yue Yang when he saw that Yue Yang was getting ready to go down from the battle arena. "Student Titan, can you please summon a stronger beast? The puppet mice isn't in the combat category." Yue Yang then summoned a normal ranked level 1 spitting thorny flower. The referee was about to vomit the blood and die. Puppet mice and spitting thorny flower. Was this brat actually a lunatic lover of rubbish beasts, a madman whose life goal was to collect all those rubbish beasts? The audiences outside the battle arena were roaring with laughter. They had seen many bizarre beasts summoned in the 100-school elite tournament before, but they had never seen a contestant who summoned rubbish beasts like the puppet mice and spitting thorny flower. Especially when these beasts were to compare with the majestic golden dragon king of the junior elder, Bai Yunfei, they appeared to be even more unsuitable and insignificant. "Don't you have other combat-type beasts?" The blue-clothed referee asked patiently for the last time. "I do have some, but the thorny flower is considered better if compared with the rest of my beasts. Moreover, I am just a level 2 braveman. I have already reached my limit to summon 2 beasts today." Yue Yang shrugged his shoulder, pretending that he wanted to help but was unable to do so. The audiences laughed even louder after Yue Yang said so. The blue-clothed referee was speechless. Level 2 Braveman? He doubted how this brat could even enter the top 20 group round-robin tournament. Could it be that he was just a lucky bastard who advanced to the group match with his bunch of rubbish beasts since each of every opponent gave up on the match all the way? As the referee looked over his record, to his surprise he found out that this brat had actually defeated Tian Luo Prince. His heart was a little relieved. So this brat was a warrior who was major in combat skill. No wonder he could enter the group match just with those rubbish beasts. Bai Yunfei, who was outside the battlefield, smirked a little. He didn't think that the third young master of the Yu clan whom Xie Qianren was afraid of only had 2 rubbish beasts. Although everyone had called this Yu clan third young master a loser last time, during the clan's New Year tournament this year, he had defeated a lot of strong warriors. He had even defeated the 2 disciples of the Floating Mist sect. How could Xie Qianren be so fearful of him if he was only a fool who cultivated in combat skill? In Bai Yunfei's opinion, the Yu clan third young master didn't want to reveal his strength. He smiled. So he is the Yu clan third young master? Not bad. Bai Yunfei thought to himself, you know how to hide your strength and your strongest trump card. Same goes for me as well. Revealing my Golden Dragon King is just a tactic to exert pressure and divert people's attention. A shadowy figure in a private box was watching the whole scene through the narrow slit of the window at the other side. Bai Yunfei knew that it must be Prince Ziyijin. Although Prince Ziyijin looked arrogant, this fellow was definitely a careful, smart, and formidable opponent. In Bai Yunfei's opinion, if he had to choose which opponent was the strongest and most formidable, he would have chosen the Prince Ziyijin first, followed by the Yu clan third young master and the Dragon Spear Lady. The audience didn't leave even though the knockout matches for Team B had ended. This was because there were other kind of matches later on, including the team matches, which was everyone's favorite show. Unlike the hot-blooded individual match, the most interesting part of the team match was the excitement of the intense battle and the difficulty of predicting the winner of these matches. Teamwork was very crucial in team matches. No matter how strong a single individual was, he could sometimes be eliminated mercilessly in team matches. There were 2 different styles of team matches. Both teams must have mutual agreement on the battle style, otherwise, the referee would toss the gold coin to decide on the battle style. The first style was unrestricted battle. At the beginning, both teams would have to report 5 participants for the battle. Then, each team would need to send 1 contestant to fight a 1 versus 1 battle. If a contestant was strong enough, he could continue to fight the next contestant after he won the 1 versus 1 battle and defeat all 5 people on the opponent's team, therefore achieving victory. In unrestricted battle, both teams could change their contestant whenever they wished. However, the team that won the first 5 rounds would win. If the battle turned out to be long drawn, there would be a chance that the score would end as 5 against 4. In that case, both teams would really have a hard time. The other style was the restricted battle. Both teams would have to assign 5 participants to battle, but they had to enter the battle arena strictly according to their sequence. For example, Vanguard could only fight against Vanguard, General against General, and Marshal against Marshal. They could only substitute participants when it was the second participant's Deputy General and the 4th participant's, the Deputy Marshal, turn to fight. This kind of restricted battle was more intense and cruel. A team had to win 3 battles over 5 battles to gain victory. It would be a tragedy for a strong contestant if his or her rubbish teammate lose 3 times in a row. Usually, the teams with a single, extremely strong contestant would decide to pick the unrestricted battle, while the team who were good in strategizing and had average strength amongst the team members would pick the restricted battle. Shiro, order from first to fight: Vanguard, Deputy General, General, Deputy Marshal, Marshal. The audiences prefer the second type of battle if compared with the first one. This was because the second type of battle with restriction was more intense and cruel. For instance, if Bai Yunfei's teammate were all very weak and he picked the second type of restricted battle, wouldn't his life be very tragic? This kind of restricted battle could also reflect on the strength and strategizing ability of a team even more, because the contestants who would be assigned to battle on the arena wouldn't be leaked before the battle. For Bai Yunfei's team, if their opponent could guess which order Bai Yunfei would be fighting in, they could simply assign the weakest contestant as his opponent. That way, they could simply throw the match against Bai Yunfei, use their stronger team members to fight against the weaker participants in Bai Yunfei's team. Of course, expecting Bai Yunfei's teammates to be a pile of rubbish was definitely just a fantasy. Among Bai Yunfei's teammates, 3 of them were disciples of the Floating Mist sect. They were extremely strong. The last team member was Xie Qianren, while their reserve team member was a mysterious person who had yet to appear on the stage before. However, people believed that the strength of this reserve team member was only second to Bai Yunfei. When Bai Yunfei's team fought against the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace's team that was led by Dragon Ambassador Qin Lanyu, besides Dragon Ambassador Qin Lanyu, who had inflicted heavy injuries on the weakest member, Xie Qianren, the other 3 teammates had been defeated completely. Bai Yunfei's team gained victory even without Bai Yunfei participating in the battle. It was Team Yue Yang's turn to battle. Before this, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers had been the ones who battled all the way. Today, Fatty Ha's stinky hand drew the jackpot again. The Shangjing Academy team, which consisted of powerful enemies such as Yan Pojun, Yu Tian, Yu Yan, Lai Ban, Feng Qixia and the others would clash against the Ivy Academy team, which consisted of Fatty Hai, Ye Kong, Li Qi, Li Ji, and Yu Bing. This was indeed an inevitable clash between two sworn enemies. If Yue Yang wasn't there as their reserve team member, all of them would definitely suffer a complete defeat. The result wouldn't turn out so bad if Yu Bing didn't end up having to fight Yan Pojun or Feng Qixia. If she had to battle with either of them, it would be hard to guarantee that she could win the battle, but she probably wouldn't suffer a crushing defeat. However, it would be a tragedy for Fatty Hai and Ye Kong because it would be really tough for them no matter who they would have to battle with. I am not going to enter the battle arena this time. I am so exhausted after coming out from the 12 Zodiac Temple. I haven't replenished my energy yet, so you guys just fight to the best that you can. Just let me know if you guys lose the battle. I would inform the eagle-eyed teacher to settle with you guys. Yue Yang was very merciless. He had not only refused to participate in the battle, he had even threatened to punish them if they lost. No worries. I will definitely try my best in the match. Other than Yu Bing, who was maintained a strong fighting spirit, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the rest were dispirited. Goodbye, beauties of the Soaring Dragon Continent. I hope to see you in my next life. Fatty Hai was the vanguard of his team. Since they would be fighting the second style of battle, the restricted battle, after the referee tossed the gold coin, Fatty Hai as the vanguard of his team would have to battle with his old enemy, Yan Pojun. Fatty Hai knew that he was done for. He was utterly, completely and unconditionally done for. Not mentioning Yue Yang's refusal to participate in the battle, even if Yue Yang agreed to fight, according to the rules, he wouldn't be able to replace Fatty Hai because he was the vanguard. Bai Yunfei and Prince Xiaijin didn't leave but observed the strength of Yue Yang's team quietly. Bai Yunfei, especially, sneaked many glances at Princess Qian, who was sitting beside Yue Yang. His eyes seemed to glitter in a strange light that seemed like greed and bloodthirst. Princess Qian remained calm as she ignored Bai Yunfei's stare. Luohua city mistress, on the other hand, disliked such a gaze. She covered up her side by drawing one of the curtain in the private box. Fatty Hai was trembling in fear as he entered the battle arena, where Yan Pojun had already stood on standby. We meet again, classmate Hai. Your hippo meteor punch is really unforgettable. Hopefully you won't give up on the battle today so that we can have a good fight. Yan Pojun was smiling on the surface, but he really wished that he could burn Fatty Hai into a roasted pig in his heart. He had never been so humiliated before. On top of that, Bai Yunfei and Prince Xiaijin's powerful strength had set him back, making him feel dejected and depressed for the past 2 days. He couldn't hold his head up as people were wagging their tongues behind him. I had nothing to lose. Do you think I will be afraid of you? I am just a useless person. It won't be embarrassing if I lose, but you are different. You are a noble. I bet you were crying miserably when I beat you up previously. Fatty Hai went beyond everyone's expectations, deciding to fight a bloody battle instead of giving up the match. The bloody battle was divided into 3 rounds. Each round lasted for 3 minutes. In between the 3 rounds, 1 minute would be provided for the contestants to rest and arrange their tactics. The contestant was not allowed to give up on the battle unless they were on the verge of dying or losing his or her consciousness. Yan Pojun saw Fatty Hai choosing the bloody battle, which people would not choose under normal circumstances. His look changed a little, but a touch of irony was seen on his lips. He appeared to compliment Fatty Hai with modesty, but in his heart he was thinking that Fatty Hai was courting death. You have a bold spirit, as expected. I will definitely try my best in the battle since I admire your choice for picking the bloody battle. Choosing a bloody battle instead of giving up? Ye Kong and the rest who were waiting outside the battle arena were shocked by Fatty Hai's ridiculous decision. All of them were stunned and shared the same thought that Fatty Hai must have taken some kind of stupidity pill. Yue Yang and Princess Qian begun their bet. The bet seemed to be related to running around naked. Other than Yue Yang, nobody else would probably think highly of Fatty Hai. Everyone all felt that this Fatty Hai would die in a very miserably way. Although Yan Pojun was under the influence of Bai Yunfei and Prince Xiaijin, the 2 new stars, and that the glorious 3 great killing stars were already a history, he was still one of the former 3 great killing stars. He was someone that a normal person wouldn't be able to hope to defeat. Before this, no one knew who Fatty Hai was. It was only after he used the hippo meteor punch to ambush and got the upper hand of Yan Pojun that people realized that the existence of this wretched Fatty. As for Fatty Hai's record of being the fastest person to be knocked out of stage previously, it had also become a hot topic of discussion. There was even someone who wanted to gather all the materials from the 100 school elite tournament records and wrote a book about Fatty Hai. A failure like Fatty Hai who had such an embarrassing record of being knocked out within 10 seconds would probably not be able to climb up the top rankings. Furthermore, there might be a chance that he was ranked within the top 10 of the ranking board. Yan Pojun didn't have the thought to defeat Fatty Hai in an instant this time. He planned to bully and torture this Fatty in front of the audience. He would definitely turn this fatty into a roast pig. Start! The blue-clothed referee signaled. Fatty Hai didn't manage to summon his grimoire before Yan Po Jun pounced on him. His blazing flame exploded right on top of Fatty Hai's head. Fatty Hai didn't have the control ability of summoning his grimoire in an instant. Summoning grimoire had always been his weakness. After going through special training, he had become much better, but he was still slower than Yan Po Jun's lightning-fast grimoire summoning speed. Fatty Hai's whole body lighted up on fire, but it was not a fatal injury. Yan Po Jun was not in a hurry to unleash his ultimate move to kill him in an instant, he wanted him to die a slow death. With the rhinoceros and little hippopotamus support, although Fatty Hai was howling miserably, he wouldn't end up being beaten up by Yan Po Jun continuous and unable to retaliate. He was charging his hippo meteor punch again. Yan Po Jun's kicks were lightning fast, hitting Fatty Hai's face, head, shoulder, back continuously in a rain of kicks. The fire from the blazing flames continued to burn on Fatty Hai's skin as he continued to prepare his punch. In the instant when Fatty Hai unleashed hippo meteor punch, Yan Po Jun, who had already prepared for the attack, retreated like falling leaves, completely avoiding Fatty Hai's brute punch. Fire crane dance. Yan Po Jun summoned a fire crane to buff his body. His arms that were as graceful as cranes extended out as flames soared up to the sky. Fatty Hai's body was completely engulfed in flames as he unleashed hippo meteor punch into thin air. Mommy! Fatty Hai was roasted to the point that he was calling out for his parents. However, no matter how much he rolled on the ground in pain, he was unable to put out the raging flames on his body. The audience laughed as they watched Fatty Hai, thinking that he had overestimated his own abilities to have the nerve to fight against Yan Po Jun. Within a minute, Fatty Hai was set on fire by Yan Po Jun's blazing flames at least 10 times. Amongst that, 8 were head-on attack and 2 were barely avoided. Fatty Hai had also unleashed his hippo meteor punch thrice, but none were fatal, all of them hit onto empty air. If it weren't for the fact that he had successfully summoned his grimoire and erected his protective shield, Fatty Hai would have already been turned into a roasted pig. When the blue-clothed referee saw Fatty Hai erecting his protective shield, he immediately ordered the timing to be stopped. He also went over to Fatty Hai and warned him that he couldn't put up his protective shield for too long, he was not allowed to be inactive in this competition. Fatty Hai only came out of his protective shield after putting out the fire on his body with great difficulties. His face had already beaten up beyond recognition. His face was more or less the same as Miner's, blackened with ashes. His clothes were also torn to shreds. In the first round, during the 3 minutes, Fatty Hai was knocked down at least 20 times. His face was beaten up to the point that it was heavily swollen, just like a pig's head. His head, chest, and arms were all charred. The smell of burning flesh could be smelled in the air. If it weren't for Ye Kong who carried him down from the fighting arena, Fatty Hai wouldn't be able to walk down alone. Have you gone insane? Why don't you give up the match? Ye Kong really wanted to slap Fatty Hai awake. He knew that Fatty Hai wanted to become strong, and that he had already put in all his effort to cultivate. However, he would be dreaming if he wanted to defeat Yan Po Jun with only a few months of training. Previously, his hippo meteor punch could only hit Yan Po Jun because his guard was down. It was not because of Fatty Hai's own abilities. Nonsense, I am the big boss, how could I give up my match? Although Fatty Hai's face had already been beaten up to the point that it looked like a pig's face, he still had his cheeky mouth even in the face of death, reluctant to admit his mistake. Yu immediately condensed 2 healing water balls in her hands. Otherwise, Fatty Hai wouldn't be able to recover if he used the little healing powers from the rays and healing crystals. Even after being healed by healing water balls, Fatty Hai's skin was still charred black. However, it looked much better than just now. At the very least, his life was not in danger. In the second round, Yan Po Jun beat him up even more ruthlessly. Right before the round ended, in order to humiliate Fatty Hai even more, Yan Po Jun interlocked his fingers with Fatty Hai's and unleashed his blazing flames. Fatty Hai's fingers were burnt to the point that his flesh was exposed. His fingers were also broken from trying to struggle free from Yan Po Jun's grasp. However, Yan Po Jun still did not let go, until the blue-clothed referee charged forward and shouted, "Time's up. Let go immediately." Yan Po Jun only let Fatty Hai go then, as he pretended to be refined and courteous and bowed to Fatty Hai. Of course, even an idiot could see the contempt in his eyes. What? You still want to fight? Ye Kong felt that Fatty Hai had gone completely insane or he himself had gone mad and delusional. I still have my final move. If I didn't land a single punch on him, I will never give up. I am your big boss, so I must act like a big boss. Even if I won't be able to win, I will still try my best. Otherwise, how could you all, as my subordinates, respect me as your big boss? I am the big boss. Fatty Hai gasped for breath as he vomited blood. Yan Po Jun had also crushed his ribs. Because you are the big boss, you shouldn't die. If you die, we won't have anyone to bully anymore. Yu who was in charge of healing Fatty Hai almost fainted when she heard Ye Kong's words. Luo Hua City mistress was also unable to bear the situation. She pulled on Yue Yang and said, say something to him so that he will admit defeat and stop fighting. It's not right for him to be beaten up like this. Yue Yang stood up in his private box and revealed half of his body out, raising his thumbs up high into the air. Fatty Hai had been looking at the private box all along. When his eyes that was swollen from bruises to the point that he almost couldn't open his eyes saw Yue Yang's thumbs up, his bruised mouth suddenly revealed a smile. A light that eerily seemed like a dying flash appeared on his face, making Yu Bing and Yinan really worried about him. They thought, this fatty wouldn't die just like this, right? Princess Qian looked at Yue Yang with a complicated expression, do you still think he would be able to defeat Yan Po Jun? Yue Yang laughed, if he loses, I'll immediately strip naked in front of you. Luo Hua City mistress chuckled, then if Qian loses, she would also strip naked in front of you. Haha, I'm starting to hope that Fatty Hai would create a miracle. Princess Qian immediately blushed, but she didn't believe that Fatty Hai would be able to win in this kind of disadvantageous situation. She humped at Yue Yang and shook her head, that's impossible, Fatty Hai will definitely lose. In any case, I never asked you to strip naked, just forget about that matter before. You can't do that, this and that are different things. Luo Hua City mistress helped Yue Yang to argue, opposing Princess Qian with all her might as she said, you haven't honored your promise when you lost previously. If you guys lose this time, you will strip naked. I'll be the judge. Before she even finished her words, Princess Qian had already pounced on her and pinned her down, forcefully stripping Luo Hua City mistress clothes and said, why don't you strip naked first? If your highness the princess needs a hand, I am more than willing to offer my help for free. Yue Yang gulped down his saliva as he watched the two girls fooling around playfully. Pervert. The two girls retorted at the same time as they pounced on Yue Yang altogether, pinning him down and stripping his clothes. A pervert has met two female perverts. My dear two heroines, could you be gentler with me? It's actually my first time on a threesome. Yue Yang decided not to resist them. Wasn't this a threesome? He would welcome a fierce threesome anytime. Seeing his perverted face, the two girls couldn't help but to feel an itch on their teeth as both of them pounced on him and bit him at the same time. Afterwards, they didn't wait for Yue Yang to react as they jumped up and returned to their seats beside the windows gracefully like virtuous ladies. No matter how thick-skinned Yue Yang was, he wouldn't dare to try strip the two girls' clothes when the crowd of audience could see them from the window. It would also be impossible for him to bite them back. Although the two girls succeeded with their trick, Yue Yang didn't want to be at a disadvantage. He settled himself in between the two girls, looking all respectable and good as he watched the competition below, but below, both of his hands were hugging at the two girls' waists. Towards Yue Yang's perverted action, Princess Qian's immediate reaction was to slap his wolfy paws away. Luo Hua City mistress, on the other hand, only trembled slightly as she hurriedly held Yue Yang's naughty hands that was inching down. She held Yue Yang hands down on her slender waist. As long as his hands obediently stayed on her waist, she didn't mind being held by him. Seeing this, Princess Qian mouthed some words to Luo Hua City mistress. Luo Hua City mistress also mouthed some words in reply. Yue Yang didn't understand at all. Did these two girls knew how to read lips? When he looked at Princess Qian with an inquiring look, he noticed her face was a little gloomy, as if she was seething in anger. He couldn't help but to caress her face, wanting to comfort her. But Princess Qian's reaction made him jump in fright. She was glaring furiously at him, as if saying, you dared to touch my face when I'm angry at you. She immediately caught his hands on hers. Yue Yang wanted to struggle free, but Princess Qian was afraid that Yue Yang would not behave again, hence she determinedly held his hands down, refusing to let go. Seeing this scene, Luo Hua City mistress laughed out loud as she hit Yue Yang's chest lightly with her hands. The happier Luo Hua City mistress looked, the gloomier Princess Qian's expression became. But she still did not let Yue Yang's hand go. In the end, she simply looked down to the fighting arena, not caring about the other two anymore, paying attention to the next round of match. She could guarantee that Yue Yang's hand gesture just now was not to praise Fatty Hai for his courage. It must be some kind of signal to execute a combat technique, or a counterattack technique. Afterwards, Fatty Hai would definitely counterattack. They would have to see if Yue Yang's counterattack strategy was effective. Yan Po Jun charged forward again, with blazing flames in his hand, punching Fatty Hai hard on the nose. The heavy punch broke Fatty Hai's nose as the fire from blazing flames ignited and poured into his mouth and nose. Fatty Hai's eyes rolled up as he fell to the ground with a thud. Princess Qian was stunned. Was this the combat technique that Yue Yang signaled to Fatty Hai? Trying to pretend to be dead after being hit? Or had Fatty Hai exhausted all of his strength? She looked at Yue Yang and realized that the scoundrel was actually smiling. His expression was like a little fox who managed to steal a chick. She immediately calmed down. Seemed like there was still hope. Maybe tricking the enemy was included in the secret counterattack plan. Indeed, when Yan Po Jun saw Fatty Hai unmoving, his face broke out into a smug smile. He was not in a hurry to throw Fatty Hai down the fighting arena, intending to humiliate him even further. Yan Po-jun stepped on Fatty Hai's head and said to the referee, "He is already on the verge of death. If you don't announce my victory, I will kick him off the stage." However, just as the blue-clothed referee was about to announce Fatty Hai's defeat, there was a sound from beneath Yan Po-jun's feet. "Who says I'm on the verge of death? I just fell asleep for a while. I won't even have a problem sleeping with 7 girls tonight, what do you mean I'm on the verge of death?" Fatty Hai's hands grabbed onto Yan Po-jun's legs, lifting it up from his head inch by inch. His bloodied pig face revealed a strange smile as he said, "Student Po-jun, did you have fun beating me up? Now it's my turn to pay you back 10 times greater, dream on." Yan Po-jun never imagined that this Fatty Hai could still say something so firm even with 1 foot inside his grave. He suddenly felt furious and ignited flames beneath his feet. Within the blazing flame, Fatty Hai lifted Yan Po-jun and smashed him down on the ground hard. Yan Po-jun felt a little pain as he immediately shot up and summoned a flaming lion for support. A presence like a lion king's exploded as blazing flames shot through the sky. Fire exploded everywhere, even to the point of reaching the audiences. Even the audience outside the arena all felt the blazing heat. The blue-clothed referee was also cornered to the sides of the fighting arena from the heat, almost falling off the arena. However, Fatty Hai was still pouncing towards Yan Po-jun in the midst of the blazing flame. His bloodied and swollen face was calm. "It's no use. My guardian beast is a water type, do you understand? Did you think you can roast the great Master Hai with this little, insignificant fire?" Fatty Hai reached out his hands, and under the gaze of the astonished audience, received Yan Po-jun's incoming punch on his palm easily. A loud boom resounded as he swung Yan Po-jun down, smashing him to the ground the second time. His flying body was like a big rock crashing onto the ground. Boom! The whole audience felt a strong quake. It was the first time Yan Po-jun showed a pained expression on his face. When Princess Xian saw this, she happily grabbed onto Yue Yang's arms. "You were the one who taught him, definitely. What secret move did you taught Fatty? Normal attacks wouldn't work on Yan Po-jun, but it's very effective now. What kind of secret move is that?" Yue Yang acted all strange and mysterious as he smiled without answering. Looking at this brat smiling so smugly, Princess Xian was deeply enraged. She reached out her hands, wanting to pinch his cheeks. However, the moment she raised her hands, she felt that this gesture was too intimate, thus she withdrew her hands quickly. On the fighting arena, Fatty Hai was giving his all in fighting Yan Po-jun. Before, he had allowed Yan Po-jun to beat him into a pulp, but it was different now. He had started to counterattack and returned Yan Po-jun's punches. Yan Po-jun had the support of his element-type fire crane, that gave him the ability to avoid attacks easily. Even if he was hit, he would be able to cancel the effects off with his fire. However, at this time, all of Fatty Hai's attack had struck him completely without missing Yan Po-jun at all. Yan Po-jun's element-type fire crane's defense had completely lost its effect. Under the setback, Yan Po-jun could only make use of his Fire Lion King's vitality to fight Fatty Hai to the end. This Fatty Hai's beast is the direct opposite of Yan Po-jun's. Furthermore, he had a special trick that could infuse the power of his water attribute into Yan Po-jun's body. Bai Yufei's eyes lighted up, as if he had seen through Fatty Hai's power. "Does your honor think that Yan Po-jun will lose?" Xie Qianren asked in astonishment. "No, even if this Fatty is Yan Po-jun's direct nemesis, he still loses to Yan Po-jun in terms of beasts and abilities. It is difficult for a cup to defeat a vase, he was only fighting him in a deathly struggle. The only good thing he had was that secret trick that could infuse Yan Po-jun's body with water. If I didn't guess wrongly, this method should have been taught to him by the Yu clan third young master. I heard that there was some kind of combat technique that had been lost for 1,000 years in the Yu clan, called step-siblings beating cows. I suspect that the secret trick is this said step-siblings beating cows. The light in Bai Yunfei's eyes become even deeper when he talked about the step-siblings beating cows. A skill lost for 1,000 years, step-siblings beating cows. Xie Qianren swept a glance to Yue Yang who was sitting inside his private box on the opposite side. Seeing Yue Yang's smiling expression, he felt a little shaken. Right now, he understand a little why Miss Shui still rejected his proposal even after being turned down from her engagement with Yu clan third young master. They were far too different. Yu clan third young master was an innate, and he had also managed to revive a lost combat technique, the step-siblings beating cows. How about himself? He couldn't even defeat Dragon Ambassador Qin Lan Yu. He was practically heaven and earth compared to Yue Yang. No wonder Miss Shui would look down on him. However, the stronger this Yu clan third young master was, the better it would be. The junior elder of the Floating Mist sect Bai Yunfei was extremely arrogant. He would definitely not accept the fact if he was defeated by the Yu clan third young master. He would most likely find ways to exact revenge. Fight, you both. It would be best if this arrogant Bai Yunfei be killed by the abnormal Yue Yang. If that happened, the floating mist sect's experts would definitely come in full strength to attack the Yu clan castle. If the floating mist sect fought a war with the Yu clan, the Xia clan would only stand to benefit. No matter if it was Bai Yunfei or Yue Yang, if either one of them dies, it would only be a good thing for himself. It would be best if Bai Yunfei could do his best and drag Yue Yang down with him. Xie Qianren remained calm and collected on the outside, but his feelings were actually in turmoil. Fatty Hai received at least 10 punches, or maybe more, from Yan Po-jun whenever he landed one punch on him. But he continued to fight to his end relentlessly. Time passed by the seconds. When there was only a minute left on the third round, Yue Yang suddenly extended his hands out the window and made a hand gesture of an X with both of his arms. At this time, Yan Po-jun's back was facing Yue Yang as he fought Fatty Hai ferociously. He didn't see Yue Yang signaling from the private box, but Fatty Hai, who had been keeping his eye for Yue Yang's hand gesture, saw it. His expression changed, and he became even more confident and determined. He made the same gesture as Yue Yang, crossing his arms on his chest. Below the stage, Yu Tian and Yu Yan, who had also seen Yue Yang's hand gesture, immediately warned Yan Po-jun, as they thought that the situation was not good. Po-jun, careful, he's going to counterattack. The two guys' warning was Yan Po-jun's nightmare come true. He thought that Fatty Hai didn't have any reason to wage a bloody battle with him, unless Yue Yang had some secret trick that could make Fatty Hai come back from the dead. Even in the first 2 rounds where Fatty Hai had received his beating obediently, Yan Po-jun never once let down his guard. In the third round, Fatty Hai, who was beaten to a pulp, had still wanted to fight him again. He had even used a secret trick to break his defense. This made him really suspicious. As he quickly retreated, Yan Po-jun used a 1/10 of a second to glance at Yue Yang, who was sitting in his private box. He realized that Yue Yang was making the same gesture as Fatty Hai did, and was immediately alarmed. This was bad. Yue Yang had signaled to Fatty Hai to use some kind of secret move. Hippo Meteor Punch. Fatty Hai used his useless Hippo Meteor Punch again. This time, no one was laughing at his slow punch. Previously, Yan Po-jun could beat Fatty Hai down before he managed to use Hippo Meteor Punch. However, Yan Po-jun had retreated right now, and Fatty Hai could utilize 100% of the power of Hippo Meteor Punch. His punch accelerated from slow to extremely fast. Even faster than lightning. Just as Fatty Hai leapt high up into the sky, smashing towards Yan Po-jun with his meteor-like fist, even Feng Qi, who was below the stage, was shaken. Fatty Hai's punch's speed was already close to one of his fastest sword skill, 7 killing sword slash. Bai Yunfei frowned. Xia Qianren took in that fact and realized that it was the first time during the tournament that he saw this junior elder frowning. Xia Qianren was secretly delighted. Hehe, when he faced against that abnormal Yue Yang, he wouldn't be simply frowning. There would be much more hardships coming your way, Your Honor. If only you knew that he was an innate. I'm looking forward to see you cry. Danger! Yu Tian and Yu Yang shouted in alarm. If such a meteor-like punch was to really hit someone, it would be really dangerous. Yan Po-jun twisted his body and let out an explosion of flames that soared up high to the sky. In the 1,000th of a second before Fatty Hai's punch landed on him, he had narrowly escaped. His figure grazed against Fatty Hai's punch. When Yan Po-jun was feeling relieved, having escaped the danger by a hair's breadth, he realized that his face stung. As he wiped his hands across his face, he realized that Fatty Hai's punch had actually created a blade of wind that cut his skin and made it bleed. It was really fortunate that he wasn't hit by Fatty Hai's punch. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to imagine the consequences. Fatty Hai's punch hit empty air. Unable to stop in time, he smashed hard onto the ground. A loud explosion resounded as his punch crushed a portion of the fighting arena ground to pieces. Broken pieces of rocks flew everywhere as dust covered the whole place. Yan Po-jun landed back to the ground, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead in alarm. If he hadn't retreated and created a distance between them previously, he would definitely be hit by Fatty Hai's punch. Even if he wouldn't be injured fatally, he would still be smashed onto the ground. Many people in the audience sympathized with Fatty Hai, who missed the punch that he had been saving up for a long time. However, Fatty Hai being able to fight against Yan Po-jun to this level had already exceeded everyone's expectations, especially when he made Yan Po-jun so miserable at the last part. The audience really felt ashamed for ridiculing Fatty Hai previously. Fatty Hai lied within the cloud of dust, not moving a single inch, as if he had fallen unconscious. Even so, a lot of audience still took the initiative to give Fatty Hai a standing ovation. In an instant, the whole area shook with a thunderous applause. Only 30 seconds was left from the round. The blue-clothed referee was looking at the time and felt that it was more or less time to end the round. However, suddenly, Feng Qi, who was below the stage, shouted a warning, "Move back." Yan Po-jun froze when he heard the warning. As he leapt back, he looked at the direction where Fatty Hai was lying down in alarm. He was shocked to see a 5-meter-tall monster suddenly leaping out of the cloud of earth and dust. It had an enormous head, a pair of legs that were as thick as tree trunks, and steel-hard giant arms. Its sharp, incising teeth traveled down its mouth, making it look extremely sinister and terrifying. Its black claws were as sharp as daggers, and its evil red eyes shone with horrifying killing intent. It leapt high up the ground, its strong claws slashing on the position where Yan Po Jun had been standing before. The rock-hard ground of the fighting arena was easily smashed into pieces with its sharp claws, as if it was made of tofu. What is this monster? Did Fatty Hai summon a beast? Or was this a monster from the demon abyss? Yan Po Jun's eyes twitched. That slash, if it weren't for Feng Qixia warning him in advance, he would have been fatally wounded. Behind you. Yu Tian and Yu Yan realized that that monster had suddenly vanished upon its onslaught. There was a dark shadow that was moving so fast as if it was splitting air, pouncing straight towards Yan Po Jun's back as it roared loudly. It wasn't that Yan Po Jun didn't know that his enemy had ambushed him from behind. It was just that he couldn't run fast enough. He didn't care to even look back, escaping forward as quick as possible. The sharp claws slashed through empty air, missing Yan Po Jun's back by just a hair's breadth. Yan Po Jun's flames burned out as his back was lacerated from the blades of wind that came from the powerful slash of the claws. Blood splattered all around, the fresh blood that spilled all over Yan Po Jun's wounds shocking everyone in the audience. If he was a fraction of a second later, the audience thought that Yan Po Jun would have been cut into half from that sharp claws. The Prince of Xian, who was watching from within the narrow slit of opening from his private box window, immediately opened his windows wide and leaned his whole body out. His expression showed that he could hardly believe what he was seeing. As for Yu Tian and Yu Yan, who was standing below the stage, they felt a strong gush of wind blowing towards them and braced them with their arms. Feeling a sharp pang of pain, they realized that the sharp wind created from the strong slash of the claws had even cut through their arms, making them feel numb. This abnormal monster, could this monster be Fatty Hai? Or was it his secret trump card of a beast? What kind of secret trick did Yue Yang use to turn Fatty Hai into a monster? Bai Yunfei, Feng Qixia and Prince of Xian all shifted their gaze towards Yue Yang's private box. Inside the private box, Yue Yang had ignored everyone's stares and made another hand gesture of an X with his arms. At the same time, his voice was as loud as thunderclap as he shouted, "Look here! Cross your arms on your chest, meteor style 1. That hideous monster had actually wanted to pursue and attack Yan Po Jun. However, when it heard Yue Yang, its whole body suddenly froze and the red glint on its eyes were greatly reduced. It was as if it had regained its senses. It followed Yue Yang's gesture, but it continued to roar in anger, as if it wasn't able to completely control its body. Yan Po Jun didn't dare to imagine what would happen if a monster who had such a terrifying power and powerful claws hit him with a hippo meteor punch. Feng Qixia, Yu Tian and Yu Yan were all so nervous that they were squeezing their fists. Bai Yunfei and Prince of Xian had a dark expression as they looked back and forth between Yue Yang and that monster, trying to figure out the relationship between the two. After around 5 seconds, that hideous monster finally finished charging its most powerful power. It crossed its arm and started to pounce forward. Its sharp claws were slow-moving at first and gained speed afterwards. It continued to gain speed as the momentum from its body added an explosive force on its charge, making it look like a meteor as it shot ferociously towards Yan Po Jun. Its pair of claws glinted with a bright light as it turned into a terrifying, life-stealing meteor. Yan Po Jun's expression became twisted as he saw a dying flash in his eyes. At this moment, his heart felt extremely cold, as if he had drowned in ice. Without thinking at all, Yan Po Jun summoned his grimoire on instinct and erected his protective shield. The terrifying meteor exploded on the protective shield, causing it to shook unstably. The impact of the attack spread out to the surrounding, sending a blast of wind to the diameter. Roar! The hideous beast seemed to possess unlimited strength as it furiously attacked on Yan Po Jun's protective shield. Although Yan Po Jun was safe, he was dripping in cold sweat. He had already been absolutely terrified by this monster in front of him. Stop, the match has ended. Stop immediately. The blue-clothed referee and the 2 bodyguards summoned beasts with extremely strong defensive abilities before they worked together to pull the hideous monster away. However, that hideous monster was completely enraged. With a red glint from its eyes, it swatted the referee and bodyguards out of the fighting arena instead, completely out of control. Ye Kong and the Li brothers quickly got up on the stage, but even after spending all of their efforts, they were still unable to stop the hideous monster's onslaught of attack. With a sweep of its gigantic arms, Ye Kong and the others all fell onto the ground. The hideous monster started to raise its claws, prepared to attack Ye Kong and the others. Yu Bing quickly flew up to the stage and spread her arms, protecting Ye Kong and the Li brothers, blocking right in front of the hideous monster. Don't injure anyone, turn back quickly. You can't go out of control like this. The hideous monster seemed to have lost all reason as it swung its claws down upon Yu Bing's head. Fatty, have you gone insane? Ye Kong and the Li brothers were so shocked their hearts were about to explode when they saw Fatty Hai attacking Yu Bing. They hurriedly jumped to stop him, but no matter how fast their speed was, they wouldn't be faster than the hideous monster's claws. Stop! Yu and Yinan who were below the stage went deathly pale as they shouted at the same time. However, Yu Bing didn't avoid at all. She looked at the hideous monster, her gaze filled with trust. This was her friend. She believed in him. She believed that he would not harm her. Roar! That hideous monster's claws that were swinging towards Yu Bing's head, suddenly stopped in mid-air. It howled in pain as it turned around, raising its claws once again, and was about to charge towards the audience. Yue Yang flew out from his private box, reached out his hands and lightly grabbed the nape of the hideous monster. He lifted the hideous monster from the ground, before smashing it hard onto the ground. He continued to beat it up and scolded it, "Idiot, you are so slow and wasted all the time. You can't even handle a few seconds properly, and you dared to lose control of your senses. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't let you fight and make a fool out of yourself. I've never seen an idiot like you who couldn't even differentiate between friends and foes. What purpose do you have to still be alive? I'm gonna step on you to death." The hideous monster slowly recovered under Yue Yang's beating, turning smaller and smaller. Its sharp claws disappeared as its body turned back into Fatty Hai. Ye Kong and Li brothers also angrily pounced forward and stomped on Fatty Hai. They were completely merciless. They stomped of Fatty Hai to the point that he howled in pain continuously. "Your team member has violated the rules," the blue-clothed referee walked over looking a little miserable as he gave them a warning. Yue Yang shook his hands, "We admit defeat in this round. Ye Kong, drag this damn fatty back and bury him alive. He actually dared to attack Bing Er, he must be tired of living." The whole audience were completely silent. Everyone was shocked by Yue Yang's hidden strength. They knew that there was a very strong contestant from Ivy Academy that had defeated Prince Tian Luo called Titan, who was also nicknamed the Abnormal Blind Student. Everyone knew that he was bloodthirsty and possessed abnormal abilities. However, they never thought that this Titan would be this abnormal. A hideous monster that had almost pulverized Yan Po Jun was rendered helpless in his hands, collapsing with just one attack from him. This was what normal warriors had seen. However, experts like Bai Yunfei, Prince of Xiajin, Feng Qishan and the others did not only see that. They could see through the secret trick and move that Yue Yang had used. Only Bai Yunfei and the others knew that actually, Yue Yang had awoken Fatty Hai's consciousness that was sleeping within the hideous monster the moment he hit it. In other words, Yue Yang's beating afterwards was only a cover-up. Fatty Hai wouldn't be able to turn back to normal within a short period of time, he still needed Yue Yang to beat him awake. Yue Yang flying down to the arena wasn't because of something as simple as stopping Fatty Hai from attacking the audience. He had also woken him up from his monster state. Today, although Fatty Hai had lost because of the rules, if they were truly fighting without a time limit, would Yan Po Jun be able to snap Fatty Hai out of his monster state? The answer was, even if it was Yan Po Jun himself, he wouldn't be able to guarantee it 100%. Most importantly, this Fatty Hai still had a lot of potential to be cultivated. Even Bai Yunfei, Prince of Xiajin and Feng Qishan all felt that Fatty Hai had not fully shown the potential of his hidden ability. Maybe the Yu clan third young master had warned him against it, otherwise, why would he have told Fatty Hai who had turned into a hideous monster to use Meteor First style? This Fatty Hai's monster's body was indeed a little abnormal. However, Bai Yunfei and the others knew that the Yu clan third young master who knew how to train and control Fatty Hai's monster's state was the real monster. In comparison, Fatty Hai was only a weapon that was controlled by the Yu clan third young master. He didn't participate in the battle himself, but he had completely controlled the battle contestant. This was why the Yu clan's third young master was frightening. If Fatty Hai didn't lose control just now and attacked a few seconds earlier, the defeated one would have been Yan Po Jun. If Yan Po Jun was defeated, rather than saying that he was defeated by Fatty Hai who had turned into a monster, it should be said that he had lost to the Yu clan's third young master who was controlling Fatty Hai while not even participating in the battle. The Yu clan's third young master could defeat Yan Po Jun without participating in the battle. This was the hidden ability of the Yu clan's third young master. Bai Yunfei, Prince of Xiajin, Feng Qishan and the others were looking at Yue Yang in a different light when they looked at him again. Beads of cold sweat formed on Yan Po Jun's forehead. His heartbeat had still not returned to normal even after returning back to Feng Qishan's side. "Qishan, are you next? Be careful, that girl, Yue Bing, is completely different now. You must learn from my battle, don't try to hide your abilities from Bai Yunfei. Our greatest enemy here is that abnormal third young master." Yan Po Jun had actually had a last trump card that he had not used. But he admitted that even if he had used that trump card, he would still be defeated by Fatty Hai who had turned into a hideous monster. Previously, because he was afraid that Bai Yunfei and Prince of Xiajin would know all his cards, he had not fully used his capabilities. In the end, he had almost been instantly killed by that hideous monster. Fatty Hai's last attack just now was completely devastating. If he had not summoned his grimoire in time and erected his protective shield, the consequences would be too horrible to be considered. "Po Jun, our enemy is still Bai Yunfei. That Yu clan third young master, I don't think we could even catch up to him," Feng Qishan knew that Yue Yang was an innate. He looked at Yue Yang, shook his head, and then looked at Yue Bing and realized that she was completely confident. It was as if she was 100% confident that she will win. Feng Qishan couldn't help but to feel shaken. Even trash like Fatty Hai could stand on his ground fighting Yan Po-jun after being instructed by Yue Yang. How much improvement would his own sister Yue Bing had? He knew that no matter how brazen, how rude this abnormal third young master was, it couldn't be denied that he loved his sister. During the New Year's, he had even attacked the Yu clan castle for his stepmother and 2 sisters. This Yu clan third young master fought his way through the Yu clan castle, drenched in blood as he pulled the horse carriage, bringing his stepmother and 2 sisters back to the Yu clan castle. Although the 4 great clans did not publicly support him, they have secretly set him as an example for such a moving, filial gesture. Many of them often taught their children or grandchildren to learn from Yue Yang, putting filial piety above everything else. Feng Qishan believed that Yue Yang definitely would do his best to help his sister improve. Hence, Yue Bing's combat power was definitely not any weaker than Fatty Hai's. However, how much improvement could Yue Bing, who could only use plant-type skills and beasts, have? Feng Qishan believed that he would find the answer to this question very soon. 3 crews who own beasts that specialized in restoring the fighting arena recovered the ground that had been pulverized to pieces within a few minutes. Although there were still some cracks, it was still much better than its state just now. Afterwards, a green-clothed referee walked up to the stage. Feng Qishan and Yue Bing bowed towards each other. Previously, no one believed that Yue Bing could defeat Feng Qishan. However, Fatty Hai had fought a bloody battle with one of the 3 great killing stars, Yan Po-jun. He was at a disadvantage at first, but he was winning towards the end. Although he had lost because of violation of rules, he was the true winner in the audience's hearts. Fatty Hai's comeback had made their blood boiled with excitement. Now that a little girl was representing Ivy Academy as a contestant, the audience were really looking forward to watch an exciting match. Seeing that Yue Bing had chosen 3-round bloody battle just like Fatty Hai did, the crowd couldn't help but to cheer her on. Clap clap clap. A thunderous applause resounded. Even the cold Xuetan Lang who had been sitting calmly on his seat was clapping his hands. It was unknown if he was supporting his fellow team member, the great killing star Feng Qishan, or the courageous little challenger, Yue Bing. Bing spin. Yue Yang stood below the arena and gave pointers to his sister as he made a hand gesture of spinning his hands. Feng Qishan grumbled in his heart secretly when he saw this. His combat skill and strengthening type beast demon war shell had fused perfectly, almost as if they were one body. With the addition of a gold-ranked artifact, demon devouring sword in his hands, his combat power was greatly increased. However, he understood his weaknesses. His 7 slashes combat technique could only chop, slash, prick, hack and cut, these 5 main techniques. He didn't have spin. Originally, the 7 slashes combat technique also had a spinning combat technique. However, the 2 later and most important techniques, spin and defend, was lost through the generations. In other words, if the biggest weakness in his 7 slashes combat technique was that he didn't have spin. The Feng elders, and even the combat technique instructors in his academy, had all said that if he could master the spin technique, his combat abilities would break through a new realm. Feng Qishan had been researching on the spin technique all these years, but he didn't have seen much improvement. He still couldn't understand spin. Right now, when he heard Yue Yang said spin, he knew that Yue Yang had already seen through his weakness. Start. The green-clothed referee started the match after explaining the rules. Feng Qishan didn't immediately attack his opponent like how he usually fought. Instead, he cautiously retreated and summoned his grimoire, erecting his protective shield. Just as his protective shield was erected, he suddenly heard a rumble. When he turned around, he discovered that Yue Bing had actually appeared behind him and attacked, without him knowing. Yue Bing was sending a spinning kick upon his protective shield. Feng Qishan froze as he thought, so fast. If he had not summoned his grimoire, he would have received a sneak attack at the back of his head. When Yue Bing's kick missed, Feng Qishan actually had a chance to counterattack. But he gave it up. An example of someone who had underestimated his enemy, Yan Po-jun, was right in front of him. He must not let the name of 3 great killing stars become 3 great jokes. He summoned his demon war shell that had defensive abilities and fused it with his body. An armor made of sharp demonic bones appeared and protected his whole body. He also raised his demon devouring sword and raised his killing intent. As Yue Bing was summoning 200-years-old treant defenders, Feng Qishan continued to summon 2 black balls and inserted one to his demon devouring sword and the other to his own body. Feng Qishan's demon devouring sword immediately ignited with demonic flames, while his body was also filled with demonic aura, as if a demon had descended. When Feng Qishan put his grimoire away, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. Even the bodyguard who was nearest to him was pushed a few steps back from the impact, unable to stand his ground. Bai Yunfei and Prince of Xiaijin looked at each other. Although they did not say anything, they still acknowledged the power of the 3 great killing stars. No matter if it was Yan Po-jun who was thwarted just now, Feng Qi-she who was fighting now, or Xue Tanlang who was as cold as ice, they were all talented geniuses. Their reputation weren't for nothing. On the other hand, Yue Bing who had summoned 200 years Treant defenders was condensing 2 balls of green light on her hands, before adding them onto the Treant's bodies. Immediately, the Treants glowed with green lights as their leaves sprouted at an unimaginable rate. Feng Qi-she felt that if he tried to chop the Treants down, he might not be able to defeat them even after exhausting all of his energy. Furthermore, the Treants had become stronger after receiving buffs from Yue Bing. However, it would be easy to knock Yue Bing, who didn't have any protective shield. The only thing that made Feng Qi-she worried was the fact that Yue Bing had managed to learn combat techniques. Furthermore, it was a combat technique that was aimed to attack his weakness, spin technique. He knew that Yue Bing was a very strong opponent, yet the thought of slashing down an obedient little girl was quite difficult for Feng Qi-she. Like a gush of wind, he pounced forward, aiming his punch towards Yue Bing's stomach. As long as this punch hits, Yue Bing would definitely faint and collapse to the ground. He decided not to use his demon-devouring sword, and used his fist instead. Chi. When Yue Bing saw him, she didn't retreat. Instead she charged towards Feng Qi-she's powerful punch bravely as the crowd watched in alarm. Let alone the audience, even Feng Qi-she was completely stunned. He was afraid that he would injure Yue Bing fatally, hence he reduced the strength of his punch by a whole lot. Who would know that in the instant that Yue Bing was about to get hit, she mysteriously turned, her body gracefully avoiding Feng Qi-she's punch. Spinning once, her knees had even brushed against Feng Qi-she's face. Feng Qi-she was completely astounded this time. If he had not relented and decreased the speed of his punch just now, he would have been hit by Yue Bing. Fortunately, in a flash, he immediately grabbed his demon-devouring sword and resisted Yue Bing's knee. It was too late for him to turn around. He only used the corner of his eye to see that Yue Bing's knee had stopped, and her snow-white hands were resting on his sword. A burst of force exploded, making Feng Qi-she felt that he had lost control of his demon-devouring sword. Feng Qi-she forcefully grabbed hold of his demon-devouring sword and unleashed his demonic qi, with the purpose of blasting Yue Bing away from the shockwave. The whole audience could clearly see Yue Bing spinning beautifully as if she was in slow motion. She floated back down to the ground as her left leg kicked across Feng Qi-she. Her body was dainty and exquisite, and her legs were slim and tender. However, her kick had actually pushed Feng Qi-she, who was as stable as mountain, back a few steps. Yue Bing pressed both of her hands onto the ground as her body turned like whirlwind, her left leg kicking upwards. Feng Qi-she noticed her in the last minute and avoided Yue Bing's surprise attack at the last moment. Although he looked confident on the outside, he was completely and utterly shocked. That was close. Fortunately his reaction speed was quick enough, he was able to avoid her kick. Otherwise, he would have been hit. He raised his right leg and was prepared to counterattack and kick Yue Bing, however, to his surprise, he found that his right leg had already been bound by tree vines. Behind him, the 100 Years Treant defender's giant arm smashed down on him. My god! Feng Qi-she slashed the tree vines on his leg and leapt high up into the air. He only turned a somersault and landed on the ground when he was sure that there was no enemy on the ground, preparing for the second round of attack. Careful, your legs, Yan Po-jun suddenly shouted out loud. Feng Qi-she realized that there were small tree thorns waiting for him below his feet. Using his demon-devouring sword as prop, Feng Qi-she leaped high up from the ground again. This time he couldn't care about Yue Bing being a little girl anymore, he had completely taken her as his enemy. His demonic qi exploded as his sword flew towards Yue Bing in mid-air. Yue Bing quickly retreated as one of the 100 Years Treant defender in front of her raised its giant arms and blocked the attack. In the moment that the demon-devouring sword pierced right into the Treant's shoulders, the Treant's body suddenly glowed in a green light and grew quickly. It had actually grew and swallowed the demon-devouring sword that was pierced into its body whole. Feng Qi-she was frozen with shock. As he was trying to pull his sword out without avail, the other 100 Years Treant defender suddenly whipped his body ruthlessly with its giant arms. Due to the distance, the Treant could only whip Feng Qi-she with the tip of its branches. Furthermore, the strength of its whip was not very strong, hence it was not able to cause any injury to Feng Qi-she, who was wearing his demon war shell. Amongst the 3 great killing stars, Feng Qi-she was actually the best in terms of physical defense. It was just that Feng Qi-she fell into deep trouble with that one whip. Countless tree vines started to coil around his body as the 2 Treant's 4 tree arms fiercely whipped at Feng Qi-she. Feng Qi-she received continuous hits. Although he had the defense from his demon war shell, he was beaten to the point that he had a headache and was seeing stars. When he just managed to pull out his demon-devouring sword out from the tree vines, a slender leg suddenly entered through the gaps between the tree vines and kicked at his forehead. Feng Qi-she was completely hit. The impact from the kick made his vision dark and his head felt like it was split open. His spine had almost snapped. Retreat! Quickly retreat! In the 2 seconds that Feng Qi-she was trying his best to retreat, he felt Yue Bing kicked him at least 10 more times on his face. Furthermore, the more frightening thing was that each of her kicks was stronger than the previous. Theoretically, this feat was impossible in combat techniques. It was already unbelievable that she could continue kicking him 10 more times, but she could even increase the speed and strength of her kicks under the condition that the distance between them was increasing as he was retreating. How could her kicks be more powerful each time? Although he was beaten a lot of times, Feng Qixua's mind was clear. In his pain, he still thought of a problem. This combat technique that allowed the user's attack to be more powerful each time, could it be the spin combat technique that he had not been able to master all this time? Posted by Shiroi Okaniko. This chapter is sponsored by Adalberto Barajas and Yaya Aish. Chapter 237 Bing Er, Don't Cry. Translated by Shiroi Okaniko. Edited by Shiroi Okaniko. TL said by Shiroi Okaniko. As the saying goes, while the connoisseur recognizes the artistry, the layman simply enjoys the show. Normal people wouldn't understand what combat technique Yue Bing had used. But they could see it clearly. They could see that Yue Bing was spinning continuously. With each kick she instantly turned around, causing the strength of each kick to be added to the next. With her profound spinning technique, she slowly built up the momentum of her kicks. Hence, the power of her kicks increases with every kick. Normal warriors enjoyed the show, because Feng Qixua was pushed back helplessly from the onslaught of kicks. Only Bai Yunfei, Prince of Xiaijin, and some others who understood combat techniques were frowning their brows. In their eyes, Yue Bing wasn't actually performing her combat technique properly, it was a little rough, and maybe too simple. It was obvious that she had not managed to completely grasp such a profound spinning combat technique. She was only copying instead of grasping the essence of the technique. With regards to this point, they did not feel that something was wrong, because based on their research, Yue Bing's strength had never been in combat techniques. Her strength was plant-type beasts. However, she could actually push Feng Qixua back relentlessly with her combat technique skill. This was really surprising. However, Bai Yunfei and the others thought about another problem. While Yue Bing had not been able to grasp the essence of this combat technique, how about that person who taught her combat techniques, also known as the combat techniques genius Yu Clan Third Young Master? If he had mastered this type of combat technique that could increase the force of his attack each time, what would happen if he unleashed it? If the person fighting right now wasn't Yue Bing but her brother, Yue Yang, would Feng Qixua still be able to last this long? Bai Yunfei, Prince of Xiaijin, Yan Po Jun, Dragon Ambassador Qin Lan Yu and the others all looked towards Yue Yang, their gazes conflicted. Whoever disliked this Yu Clan Third Young Master that was nicknamed the abnormal blind student by ignorant common folks, they could probably only bite their thumbs in exasperation, unable to lay their hands on him. The cold Xue Tanlang was not looking at Yue Yang. Instead, he observed Bai Yunfei's and the others' expressions. He didn't say anything. But a smirk appeared on his mouth. With regards to Yue Yang's power, he understood it more than anyone else. However, when he saw Bai Yunfei's and the others' expressions, he knew that they knew nothing about Yue Yang's power. On the fighting arena, Yue Bing kicked Feng Qixua 17 times altogether, kicking him back right until the edge of the arena. She had almost kicked him out of the arena. If it were another person, Feng Qixua would probably be kicked out of the arena already. However, Yue Bing had a kind heart. This match was a match to their death, and the Feng and Yu clan had always maintained a good relationship with each other. Hence, she didn't continue to kick her 18th kick, which held the most power out of all her kicks. Instead, she turned around and landed back in the middle of the arena, asking Feng Qixua, who was whizzing in pain and concern, "Are you okay?" She was worried that she had kicked her opponent's face too much. Feng Qixua felt indignant and amused at the same time. If it was another person who did this, he would probably explode in anger. But the one who did it was this little girl with a kind heart. Although he had a high defense, it was still painful for him. Feng Qixua, who couldn't release the anger in his heart, covered his face with his hands and rubbed it hard, trying to calm his temper before he replied, "I'm okay. However, if you only had this much power, you wouldn't be able to defeat me." Golden Fierce Tooth. Feng Qixua decided to reveal his last trump card and stopped hiding his abilities. Otherwise, he would really lose this match. Bathed in golden light, he reached out his hands and summoned a gold-ranked level 4 strengthening type beast to fuse it with his body. Immediately, the thorny bones on his body changed its appearance, the black-colored armor turned a shade of gold, mixing together and forming a dark golden color. "Is that a gold-ranked iron armor beast?" Bai Yunfei frowned when he saw this. This Feng Qixua could actually fuse two different type of armor-type beasts together perfectly. "No, I heard that the Feng clan managed to bring back a young gold-ranked beast who had a very strong defense from the Tongtian Tower 6th floor. Feng Qixua had not contracted this beast for very long, hence he still had not managed to cultivate it to an adult. He wouldn't be able to utilize its full abilities in this short period of time." Xie Qianren reported everything about Feng Qixua to Bai Yunfei. However, he still kept the strongest fact about that gold-ranked beast from him. Feng Qisha's gold-ranked beast possessed a special skill switch. It had the ability to switch its opponent's ability to its master's. However, he wouldn't be able to completely switch his abilities and there was a limit to the switch. This switch ability would be a deciding factor between warriors on the same level. Xie Qianren heard about this secret intel from Yan Pojun, because he had almost received a crushing defeat from Feng Qisha's gold-ranked beast's switch ability. Xie Qianren knew about Feng Qisha's secret, but he would definitely not divulge this precious information to Bai Yunfei. Feng Qisha, who was fighting on the stage, had not only summoned a gold-ranked beast, he had also summoned a bronze-ranked level 5 giant mammoth. The giant mammoth was summoned to fight against Yu Bing's treants. It might not be able to match against the two treants, but due to its large physique and strong power, the two treants would not be able to do anything to it in a short period of time. Only when the two treants were lured away would Feng Qisha be able to fight Yu Bing with all of his strength. First slash, landslide. Feng Qisha leapt high up to the sky, his demon-devouring sword suddenly multiplying into thousands of blades, all swinging down towards Yu Bing. However, only one of the blade was real. The whole crowd was shocked. Those who knew Feng Qisha well all knew about the terror of his landslide. Everyone cried out in alarm immediately. However, in the next moment, the whole crowd was so surprised that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. When Feng Qisha's sword swung down, strangely, the person that was thrown down was actually Feng Qisha himself. In the midst of countless sword copies, Yu Bing had easily jumped out and avoided the attack, completely unscathed. On the other hand, Feng Qisha, who initiated the attack, was actually covering his face with his hands as he was in pain. Bai Yunfei and Prince of Xiaijin was extremely astonished. They had seen how Yu Bing had used a method that was so dangerous and daring that even they would not have done themselves. In the moment that the demon-devouring sword was about to slash down, she had coincidentally avoided it with her spin. As she spinned her body, she kicked right at Feng Qisha's lower chin. Feng Qisha, who was slashing down, added more momentum to Yu Bing's kick. If he didn't have a strong defense, if it were another person, he would have fainted from the shock already. Direct physical attacks wouldn't have any effect on this little girl. Bai Yunfei quickly made an analysis. A glint of light flashed on his eyes. However, there is still a way to defeat her. As long as we can make use of that point, victory will come easy. What point? Xie Qianren froze when he heard it. If Yan Pojun could substitute Feng Qisha, he would probably win already. Do you still not understand? Bai Yunfei laughed. His laugh was filled with arrogance and conceitedness. Xie Qianren looked at him in contempt, but quickly lowered his head and humbly shook his head. Qianren is stupid, he still does not understand. I hope that Junior Elder would enlighten me. On the stage, Feng Qisha released his power, unleashing the second slash of his 7-slash sword technique, Earth Split. However, the result was still the same. Yu Bing easily avoided the attack and counterattacked at the same time. Feng Qisha was alert this time and was not kicked by Yu Bing again. He reached out towards Yu Bing's flying kick immediately, with the intent of grabbing hold of her feet. Unfortunately he missed. That's impossible. Seventh sister couldn't be so strong. Yu Tian and Yu Yan couldn't believe that Yu Bing could fight on the same level as Feng Qisha. Actually, this must be third young master's idea. Yan Pojun was more observant of Yu Yang. He realized that every time Yu Bing received Feng Qisha's attacks, Yu Yang's expression became more serious and focused. This was different from worry. His focus was so intense, as if he was the one participating in the battle himself. Yan Pojun had a feeling that this abnormal third young master might even have some kind of secret trick that could control Yu Bing's body, who was fighting on the stage, helping her sister to counterattack Feng Qisha. Otherwise, how could Yu Bing counterattack Feng Qisha's landslide and earth split, those moves that even he himself would not dare to face? Of course, they only thought that Yu Yang was only whispering his instructions to Yu Bing on how to fight. They didn't know that when Yu Yang and Yu Bing cleared the Gemini Temple, they had actually acquired the Gemini inherent skill. They could use spiritual telepathy and vision exchange with each other. Furthermore, in the Virgo Temple, they had also acquired the inner mirror ability. As long as Yu Bing relaxed her body and fused her mind with Yu Yang would not even need to participate in the battle, he could control her body as he will. The only thing that Yu Yang couldn't do was to use his mind to control Yu Bing to use body fusion, otherwise Feng Qisha would have an even harder time. Yu Yang didn't control Yu Bing normally, he only kept a close watch on Feng Qisha's moves. For example, when facing against dangerous attacks such as landslide and earth split, Yu Yang would help Yu Bing to avoid it and counterattacked. However, when they were fighting normally, Yu Yang didn't control Yu Bing at all. He didn't even give any pointers to her, trying to make her learn from a battle experience on her own. In the end, Feng Qisha's earth split was only an empty move. Although it was well known for its power, it couldn't unleash its full potential at all. Yu Yang was alarmed. If Feng Qisha had caught Yu Bing's leg just now, the battle would have ended then and there. He didn't know that Feng Qisha was so cunning. The situation is quite bad. Feng Qixia should have guessed Bing Er's weakness. Princess Qian, who was sitting in the private box, frowned as she said to Luohua city mistress, Sister Luohua, why don't you advise that pervert for a while? Make him admit defeat and bring Yu Bing back. It seemed like Bing Er is still not Feng Qixia's match currently. If they continued to fight, it wouldn't be beneficial for her. Bing Er is as stubborn as her brother. We should just watch at the side first. With Yue Yang supporting her from backstage, her life wouldn't be in danger. Luohua city mistress shook her head. The people from Yu clan are really troublesome. Princess Qian sighed helplessly. At this time, Feng Qixia put away his demon-devouring sword and suddenly said to Yu Bing, you have shown tremendous improvement. However, you are still not my match right now. Just give up the match. Yu Bing turned around and looked at her brother. She then turned back at Feng Qixia and stubbornly shook her head. Yu Yang's mouth moved a little, but he didn't ask Yu Bing to give up the match. Her fight this time was also to prove the efforts of her training. Maybe she might suffer a crushing defeat later on, but she still wanted to persist on. Wasn't this a test for her perseverance? Yu Yang did not advise her to give up the match, and he had also signaled to Yu and Yekong not to say anything to Yu Bing. He wanted everyone to just watch the battle in silence. Feng Qixia pulled out his sword, his demon-devouring sword flashed with thousands of sparkles. For a moment, it looked as if it was the stars in the night sky, sparkling brightly. This was not one of his famous 7 slashes, it was a mercenary combat technique called Starry Sky. It was an extremely beautiful combat technique that mercenaries usually use for performances. In reality, its combat power was extremely limited. Its only advantage was to unleash bright reflections of the sword as if it was thousands of stars in the sky. Normal warriors looked down upon this beautiful combat technique as it couldn't be used to kill people. Furthermore, in urgent situations, using this combat technique would be equivalent to seeking death. Of course, the difference was this kind of skill could actually wield a decent amount of power when used by Feng Qixia. Although it couldn't be compared to the 7 slashes, it had 100 times more power than if a normal warrior was to use it. The thousands of beautiful stars filling the whole sky sparkled brightly. Suddenly, Yu Bing collapsed to the ground. To the audience's surprise, this kind of party trick skill had actually knocked her down. Fresh blood flowed out from Yu Bing's body. I understand now. Her attack power and reaction speed are all top-notch, but she was limited by her weak body. Her defense is lacking. Xie Qianren suddenly realized. Not only that. Defeating her is very easy. You don't have to attack her with your strongest skill, as long as you rain your attacks on her, even the weakest attack could kill her. Feng Qixia possessed a weapon while she was unarmed. Under the limitation of the fighting arena space, getting hit by his attack would be unavoidable for her. Just now, Feng Qixia had seen through something. That is, he could actually injure her using a normal mercenary skill. On the other hand, his 7 slash was actually useless against her. Her brother had probably only taught her how to deal with strong opponents, and did not teach her how to deal with weak combat techniques. Hence, she wasn't able to avoid that mercenary combat technique. Bai Yunfei chuckled slightly, this little girl is not afraid single attack combat techniques, but she had difficulties to fight against multiple attack combat techniques, and that is her weakness. If the person on the stage is not Feng Qixia but Yan Po Jun who controls fire, she would be defeated even faster. Your team member has already fainted. Would you like to give up the match? The referee was in dilemma. Yu Bing was far from dying, hence he couldn't announce her defeat. But she had indeed lost consciousness and was bleeding out from her injury. According to the rules, the decision to give up the match should be given to her team members, otherwise, Feng Qixia could just kick her out of the fighting arena and win the match. No. She will stand again. Yue Yang stopped Fatty Hai who wanted to give up the match, his gaze determined as he shook his hands. The referee was speechless. She was already beaten up to this point, do they really want to continue to fight? However, when he turned around, he realized that Yu Bing who was covered in blood had actually crawled back up. Blood flowed out from her arms, shoulders, thighs, legs from the blade's attack that she received just now. Blood drenched her black clothes and even dripped down from her fingers onto the stage. Although she was in so much pain that her body was trembling, Yu Bing's gaze was still as determined as ever. Yue Yang made a hand gesture. Yu Bing immediately ran towards one of her treant and leapt onto her treant's shoulders. Under her treant's protection, she pulled herself together once again and store up strength to attack. Feng Qixia who had seen through Yu Bing's weakness did not have mercy on her anymore. The demonic qi on his body exploded. The black flames that shrouded his demon-devouring sword ignited 100 times brighter. Feng Qixia sacrificed his attack power in order to unleash multiple attacks. His sword flashed as if it was made of thousands of blades. Fire exploded from his sword, turning the whole stage into a sea of black flames. The shockwaves from Feng Qixia's sword was weaker than normal, but Yu Bing's body was unable to withstand the strength of the area attack. When Feng Qixia slashed his sword 10 times, creating shockwaves from his blade, Yue Bing, who was not even hit by the sword and had the protection of the treants, had fallen from power of the shockwave by the second slash. She was struggling. However, due to losing too much blood, she had no strength on her limbs. She wanted to crawl away multiple times, but was unable to do so. Feng Qixia's mouth moved slightly, as if he wanted to tell her to give up the match. However, seeing Yue Bing's resolute expression as she was struggling to crawl, he put his sword away and waited silently, patiently waiting for her to get back up. Bing, you have done enough, let's just give up. Yue Yang couldn't bear to continue to watch. He knew that Yue Bing had a kind heart, so she wouldn't use her intense poison on Feng Qixia. Otherwise, Feng Qixia would already have fallen long ago. It could be said that it was already very good for her, who was still not familiar with combat techniques, to fight against Feng Qixia until this far. She had already surpassed his expectations. No, brother. I promised you that I will do my best. I can still fight. Yue Bing hated herself for not being resolved. When she heard her brother telling her to give up the match, she felt like she was about to cry. However, she had a stubborn personality. Hence, she clenched her teeth and stopped any of her tears from falling as she forced herself to stand up. Her black clothes was drenched with blood, her whole body was trembling in pain. However, she still stood up determinedly and got into her fighting pose. Feng Qixia wanted to brandish his sword and made his move, but he hesitated and gave up. Finally, he relaxed the sword that he was grasping tightly in his hands. Yue Bing, if you can't receive this last move of mine, give up the match. No, I will defeat you. This is my resolve, I will not disappoint, brother. Yue Bing's pale face shone with determination. Her body had started to sway as her knees and body became weak. Her eyes showed signs of fainting, but her hands was still sharp with the intent of attack. Countless weird runes suddenly appeared on her shoulders that was revealed beneath her torn clothes. Faintly, the dark golden ancient runes also appeared on her arms. A badly damaged, yet a similar-looking rune to World Exterminating Wheel runic circle slowly appeared on her hands. When this World Exterminating Wheel-like rune appeared, Bai Yunfei, Prince of Xiaijin and Yan Po Jun all were completely shocked, dumbfounded. Although they didn't recognize what this rune was, as a strong ranker, their instinct told them that this was an extremely frightening thing. It holds an unparalleled destructive power. It would exterminate everything it touches. Feng Qixia was so alarmed that cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Facing against this runic circle, he felt a kind of terror, as if he was going to be completely exterminated by his opponent. If Yue Bing really unleashed the power of this runic circle, forget about getting killed in an instant, he was afraid that his whole body would also perish and turn into ashes. Yue Bing's eyes was already lifeless, she had almost completely fainted. She only had a strand of consciousness left, stubbornly holding on to her battle intent. Her body slowly collapsed. In the end, the World Exterminating Wheel condensed in her hands did not manage to be unleashed, and that was because Yue Yang tried to calm her heart in every possible way. Seeing that destructive World Exterminating Wheel, Yue Yang was also greatly shocked. He quickly tried to calm her mind using spiritual telepathy, helping Yue Bing to relax. This World Exterminating Wheel is not something that Yue Bing could control now. It was an extremely frightening skill that could completely destroy her enemy, but it could also destroy her own body. Yue Yang jumped onto the stage and carried Yue Bing's weak body, shouting towards the referee who was drenched in cold sweat due to fright, "We admit defeat." "Brother, I'm sorry," Yue Bing mumbled as she collapsed into Yue Yang's embrace and fainted. Her pale face due to extreme blood loss really made Yue Yang felt sad for her. It was only until the last moment, right before she fainted, that Yue Bing lost control and let a tear drop out of the corner of her eyes. Yue Yang hugged his sister and gently wiped away her tears, whispering tenderly, "Bing don't cry. You have done well. I know that you have done your best. This is enough, it doesn't matter if you lose or win." The World Exterminating Wheel runic circle shattered into countless pieces of runes that slowly returned back into Yue Bing's body. Bai Yunfei and the others were almost scared to death. Normal warriors, however, did not understand what was happening. They whispered to each other in confusion, "What's happening? What was that just now?" This Yue Bing, she is not a good contestant for the tournament. She might be more of an expert in real battles. Bai Yunfei frowned as he sighed, if it weren't for the tournament, if she was facing an enemy with the same level of abilities as Feng Qixia, the result would have been completely different. The Yue clan third young master had taught his sister Yue Bing a lot of killing techniques, but they are not suitable to use in a tournament. You are saying, Yue Bing's real combat abilities is actually greater than this? Xie Qianren's heart jumped a little. Other than that extremely dangerous runic circle, that Yue Bing must have other types of killing moves. Firstly, she was certain that she could win against Feng Qixia in the end. This meant that she had not displayed her full combat strength. She still has some killing moves left. Secondly, when she lost control of herself, she had actually chosen that runic circle. This meant that other than that runic circle she must have other killing moves that could kill her opponents instantly. It's just that she was too kind-hearted, she still didn't want to use those killing moves on Feng Qixia although she was about to faint. This Yue Bing had a fight-to-the-death fighting style, so the effects of the tournament rules was very huge on her. If she met an enemy who had the same abilities as Feng Qixia that she must kill, she might not even need to use that runic circle to injure her enemy fatally. However, her kind character became her greatest weakness. If she doesn't try to fix this weakness, she would never be able to climb onto the rankings of top warriors. Bai Yunfei's last sentence was spoken with a low voice. Although he was seated far from the fighting arena and that their conversation would not be heard unless they were shouting on top of their lungs, he was kind of afraid that Yue Yang and the others could hear that he had seen through Yue Bing's weakness. Hence, he had lowered his voice and changed his volume into a whisper. Xian Ren couldn't help but to admire this arrogant floating mist sect junior sect leader. Although Bai Yunfei was extremely arrogant, he truly had an insightful analytical mind. With regards to Bai Yunfei's analysis, Xian Ren didn't oppose a single thing. At the same time, Xian Ren also didn't tell Bai Yunfei about the real truth. If they could turn back time to a year ago, they would be able to see that Yue Bing's combat power was a tenth, or maybe even lower than that, of Feng Qixia's. However, in just a year, she was able to improve to the point that she could stand against one of the three great killing stars, Feng Qixia. With such a quick growth in combat power, who would doubt that Yue Bing would someday join the ranks of the strongest warriors? Other than her own natural talents, she still had an abnormal brother who had even reached the innate realm. Under her brother's guidance, her growth, her future, how could they be something that Bai Yunfei could imagine? Yue Bing, don't die, Fatty Hai cried until his snot was running down his nose. She's fine, she's only fatigued. You guys should continue to fight. Winning or losing doesn't matter, just make sure to do your best so you won't have any regrets. Yue Yang realized that the shattered world exterminating wheel inside Yue Bing's body had magically fused together again. Other than consuming a huge amount of energy from her body, it didn't cause any other effects. It was completely different from the rumors that he heard about how difficult it was to control world exterminating wheels. When he found out that Yue Bing was fine, he felt a huge burden was lifted off his heart. As he encouraged Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others, he quickly brought Yue Bing back to his private box, channeling his innate qi to her along the way, trying to replenish the exhausted energy in her body. Yu and Yinan didn't care about the tournament anymore. They quickly followed Yue Yang. The students they passed on the way had even stood up and clapped for Yue Bing. Although Yue Bing lost the match, she had fought against Feng Qixia. She had even beaten Feng Qixia up so miserably. She had completely won everyone's respect. How many people on Earth had the ability to fight against the three great killing stars? Furthermore, she was still a teenager, a little girl. Let's have a 3-on-3 match. Seeing Yue Yang carrying the unconscious Yue Bing back to the private box, Ye Kong felt a burst of fury that couldn't be contained. With fury in his heart, he challenged Yu Tian, Yu Yan, and Lai Ban to a 3-on-3 match. Just what I wanted. Yu Tian, Yu Yan, and Lai Ban looked to each other and asked permission from Yan Po Jun and Feng Qixia before he agreed to Ye Kong's challenge. Actually, they didn't have to agree to Ye Kong's challenge. They would only need to defeat Ye Kong, who was going next, in order to win the match. However, the arrogant Yu Tian didn't want Yan Po Jun and Feng Qixia to hog the limelight on their own. Of course, the most important thing was that as a member of the Yu clan, he would definitely not endure Yue Yang and Yue Bing becoming more famous than himself. Even Yue Bing had almost defeated Feng Qixia. He, as the son of the first mistress, would definitely not lose out. Yue Yang was an abnormal in cultivation and growth. No matter how much effort he put into chase after him, he would definitely not be able to surpass him. However, Yu Tian and Yu Yan would definitely not let a little girl like Yue Bing to take over them, becoming stronger than them. During the New Years, a lot of their beasts had been killed by Yue Yang, hence their abilities had decreased greatly. They might not be able to win against the three great killing stars or Bai Yunfei, Prince of Ziyijin and the others, but they still had confidence to defeat Ye Kong and Li brothers who did not have any reputation to their name. The 6 people get on the fighting arena at the same time. The 3 people on the left was the 3 unknown nobodies, Ye Kong, Li Qi, and Li Ji. The 3 people on the right was the reputable and respected Yu clan member, the son of the first mistress Yu Tian, the talented fire controller from Yu clan Yu Yan, and the most talented member of the Lai clan, Lai Ban. Yu Tian and the others could enter into the top 10 strongest in Shangjing Academy, even with the 3 great killing stars included. Their powers were well known to everyone. Everyone felt that Yu Tian and the others were talents that were just right below the 3 great killing stars. A white-clothed referee and 6 bodyguards stepped up to become the judge. Before they announced the start of the match, they repeated the regulations of the match to the contestants again. They warned them not to beat each other too hard, and especially warned them not to kill each other. Right now, even a blind person could see that Ye Kong and the others were filled with rage. The 2 sides were a little out of control. If they did not suppress their anger and fight, this battle could easily turn into a revengeful one. The Old Fox and Shangjing Academy teachers who came late had also arrived. Although their expression were calm, they were secretly on alert as they stored their energy, prepared to save their students if anything should happen. Although the Ivy Academy and Shangjing Academy were rivals in the tournament, they were definitely not either you die or I die enemies. Furthermore, both academies were from the Xia kingdom, hence they were like brothers in arms, limbs from the same body. No matter who injured whom, it would still be Xia's lost. Yue Yang, and Li Ban also didn't dare to let down their guards. They had seen Fatty Hai and Yu Bing's example previously after all. Yue Yang was an innate, even by teaching his friends a little, he would be able to turn Fatty Hai and the others into Yue Yan's, and Li Ban's headache. Yue and Yue Yang, especially, after getting most of their beasts killed during the New Year's clan tournament, they had become extremely alert. Yue and the others summoned Golden Tiger, Flaming Lion, Wind Leopard, Battle Eagle, and other beasts one by one. The audience clapped excitedly, cheering for them. In their hearts, the majestic-looking Flaming Lion, Golden Tiger, Wind Leopard, and Battle Eagle were symbols of power. Other than these, Yue and Yue Yang had also summoned a puppet-type beast. Yue had summoned a silver-ranked level 4 Silver Tiger while Yue Yang summoned 2 silver-ranked level 3 Battle Axe Centaur. Isn't the Yue clan one of the 4 great clans? Why isn't there anyone else other than Yue clan third young master and the little lady? Bai Yunfei ridiculed them in contempt, what pitiable worms, they didn't even have a single gold-ranked beast. How could they enter into the top 10 strongest amongst the younger generation with that kind of strength? They are practically frogs inside their wells. His words made Xia Ren roll his eyes. He thought that if it weren't for the fact that Bai Yunfei was the Southern Floating Mist Sect junior sect leader, having a bronze-ranked beast would already be a miracle for him. Forget about silver-ranked or gold-ranked beasts, you have a Gold King beast, but you didn't acquire it with your own strength. Why are you so damn arrogant? Of course, Xia Ren didn't oppose him out loud. He didn't want to tell this arrogant junior sect leader that not only the 4 great clans, even the normal clans wouldn't normally give their strongest beasts to the younger generation. The younger generation would have to catch it and cultivate it themselves. Although the beast's growth would be slower this way, their foundation would be secure. At the same time, the younger generation could also learn how to achieve things from their own hard work, so it would be beneficial for their own growth. A person like Bai Yunfei who had immediately gotten a gold-ranked level 5 Gold King beast as a present for contracting his grimoire, he was completely raised with a silver spoon. His training method greatly differs from the traditional 4 great clans training method. Although Xia Ren hated Yue Yang, he respected the abnormal third young master's process of growth. He didn't receive any help from his clan at all, but he could reach the innate realm with his own power. He was even more successful than Yue and Yue Yang who had received support from their clan. What did this mean? Success was greatly related to each individual's own efforts. It was not as simple as contracting the strongest beasts. Of course having a strong contracted beast was a good thing, but it did not mean everything. Bai Yunfei had a Gold King beast because of his identity. Not everyone was born with a silver spoon on their mouth, and not everyone could become a Floating Mist Sect junior sect leader. Bai Yunfei might deserve people's admiration for having a Gold King beast, but it doesn't give him the right to ridicule others. At the very least, he might not be as hardworking as others. Xia Ren lowered his head, a faint smirk appearing upon his expression. Say what you want now. Not long later, you'll be bullied by that abnormal Yue Yang until you cry in pain. WAWA, the audience suddenly burst into an uproar. Bai Yunfei and Xia Ren looked over and discovered that the 2 unknown nobodies, Li clan brothers, had both summoned a gold-ranked beast. Although they were only 2 gold-ranked ant soldiers, the audience couldn't help but to burst into an uproar. How could these 2 actually possess gold-ranked beasts? Even the top 10 strongest Yue and Yue Yang didn't have a gold-ranked beast. Yet, these 2 guys that they completely did not recognize actually had a gold-ranked beast on their arsenal. Could they be experts from some secret sect? Ye Kong also started to summon his beast, a bronze-ranked level 5 King Kong demon ape. However, due to the appearance of the gold-ranked beasts, his beast didn't cause much surprise to the audience. However, when Ye Kong summoned the Herculean rhinoceros beetle, even Bai Yunfei and Prince of Xiaijin had to rub their eyes to make sure they were seeing correctly. The Herculean rhinoceros beetle was a defense-type beast. When it leveled up, it would become an existence that even a giant dragon couldn't injure. Fortunately this Herculean rhinoceros beetle was not that high-leveled, it was only a normal ranked level 5. However, its body was as big as a hill, it had taken up almost a third of the fighting arena space. Forget about the Flaming Lion, Golden Tiger, Wind Leopard, and Battle Eagle, Bai Yunfei felt that even if they had his Gold King beast instead, it would be extremely difficult to fatally injure that Herculean rhinoceros beetle. If this Herculean rhinoceros beetle could evolve into bronze-ranked or leveled up to level 6, Yue and the others wouldn't even need to fight. A King Kong demon ape and a Herculean rhinoceros beetle? Wouldn't this be the strongest attack and the strongest defense combo? Furthermore, the other two had gold-ranked ant soldiers and was twin brothers that had strong rapport with each other. This battle. Yan Pojun and Feng Qixie who were below the stage all felt sorry for Yu Tian and the others who are fighting on the stage. Indeed, none of the people on the Yu clan third young master's side was a normal person. Everyone was a freak. Xue Tanlang's expression did not change at all, it was as if he was thoroughly made of ice. His gaze wasn't looking down on the fighting arena, but was observing the expressions of Bai Yunfei, Prince of Ziyijin, Dragon Ambassador Qin Lanyu and the others instead. He had been constantly observing the reaction of his future enemies. His cold gaze finally settled on the last person, and that was Yue Yang. Perhaps, in Xue Tanlang's heart, he would only recognize Yue Yang as his lifelong rival, a target that he would want to fight an all-out battle with. Before he fought with him, Xue Tanlang glanced back at Bai Yunfei and the others. Maybe these people would be his best stepping stones. Hey, third young master Yu, don't you agree with me? Agree with me? Ye Kong and the Li brothers versus Yu Tian, Yu Yan and Li Ban's 3-on-3 match didn't take long, but it was extremely intense. No, accurately speaking, it should be extremely desperate. Yu Tian and the others had achieved the final victory, but it was acquired with great difficulties. In the end, Yu Tian and Yu Yan were both heavily injured to the point that they were vomiting blood, collapsing unconscious outside the fighting arena. However, there was still Li Ban, covered in blood, who still endured until his last breath and stood in the middle of the fighting arena. On the Ivy Academy side, the Li brothers had been burnt to charcoal. Even after receiving healing from the old fox and the bodyguards, they were still unconscious from their injuries. Ye Kong was still clear-minded, but his whole body was filled with thousands of cuts and bruises. His blood flowed out like waterfall as he forced himself to knock Yu Tian and Yu Yan out of the fighting arena. At the end, he actually still had the last bit of strength left to defeat Li Ban. Unfortunately, at this crucial time, Yu Tian's Silver Tiger had suddenly knocked him out of the fighting arena. The Ivy Academy had lost the 3-on-3 battle not because of their lack of strength, but to the tournament's rules. The Shangjing Academy had achieved victory, but they had paid a huge price for this battle. Their Flaming Lion, Golden Tiger and Wind Leopard had all died in the battle, while the Battle Eagle was heavily injured. The two silver-ranked puppet centaurs had also been crushed to pieces by the Herculean rhinoceros beetle. Yu Tian and Yu Yan who were previously famous and respected amongst the younger generation, had been beaten up by Ye Kong to the point of vomiting blood and greatly lost their reputation. Although they had put up a good fight, Ye Kong had endured with shocking endurance, finally kicking Yu Tian and Yu Yan out of the fighting arena. After this battle, Ye Kong and Fatty Hai had been both shortlisted into the audience's top 10 strongest warriors list. Maybe their strength was still somewhat lacking, but they had already challenged some of the most powerful top 10 strongest warriors. Even the Li brothers, who were unknown nobodies but had shown great fighting and sacrificial spirit, had been shortlisted to the top 30. Without the Li brothers' selfless contributions and perfect teamwork, Ye Kong wouldn't be able to defeat Yu Tian and Yu Yan. These brothers had rather played the supporting role and took in more than 80% of the close-ranged attacks on Ye Kong's behalf, in order to gain victory in this battle. Clap clap clap! The audience had all risen from their seats, giving an enthusiastic standing ovation to the defeated team members of the Ivy Academy. The Ivy Academy, which had always been perceived as weak in the people's minds, had completely changed their impression. This year's contestants were all courageous and unyielding. First, there was Fatty Hai and Yu Bing, and then there was Ye Kong and the Li brothers. This team's tenacious struggle to win had left a deep impression on the audience's minds. It should also be noted that they were fighting against the champion team from the last year's tournament, the Shangjing Academy team, which consists of Feng Qixie, Yan Pojun, Yu Tian, Yu Yan, Li Ban, and the others. Even if there were new players such as junior sect leader Bai Yunfei and Prince of Ziyijin, the Shangjing Academy team was still the audience's favorite. Who would have guessed that they would be beaten up so miserably by the Ivy Academy, whom everyone had looked down upon? It can be said that the Ivy Academy was more than qualified to win, but they had really bad luck, losing all 3 matches to the tournament's rules. Other than having very strong abilities, the Shangjing Academy's tournament experience had also played a big advantage to them. When Ye Kong knocked Yu Tian out of the fighting arena, if it weren't for the fact that Yu Tian ordered his Silver Tiger to shake the fighting arena grounds and knock Ye Kong, who had lost his balance, out of the fighting arena, then it would be difficult to say who would win this 3-on-3 match. Although Li Ban, who was on the stage, could still muster up the strength to stand, everyone thought that if Ye Kong had not lost his footing at the last moment, Li Ban would definitely lose against him. Li Ban didn't have the undying fighting spirit that Ye Kong had. Yu Tian and Yu Yan also didn't have a sacrificial fighting spirit like the Li brothers had. Their average abilities might be a little above the Li brothers, but they were completely beaten up by Ye Kong and Li brothers, who worked together as if they were one body. Ye Kong and Li brothers had also initiated a classic 3-on-3 battle style, and that was the Holy Trinity. 2 members would sacrifice themselves for their strongest team member to allow him to defeat their enemies in his optimal condition. At the same time, the 2 members would also block all the enemy's attacks and preserve their strongest team member's strength until the end. Not everyone would be willing to sacrifice themselves and only play a supporting role in the battle. However, as long as the Li brothers did that, their team would be able to display 100%, or even more of their strength. What an interesting battle! Bai Yunfei revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth and said, I have actually not much interest in team matches initially, but now I have changed my mind. Let me be the one to defeat the Shangjing Academy. I must become the champion this year. Then, I can wait for the Ivy Academy's challenge next year. Did you say Shangjing Academy? Don't think that the strong enemies are only Shangjing and Ivy Academies. The Grey Wolf Academy's representative, Prince of Xia, humped out as his eyes glinted with a smirk. The old fox quickly brought Ye Kong and the others to be treated. Yue Yang looked at him and realized that this old fox was actually giddy with happiness. Yue Yang sweated in speechlessness. But that was not surprising. Normally, the old fox would return in miserable defeat every time he brought his army of students here. This year, however, Fatty Hass, Ye Kong's and the Li brothers' performance had completely changed the Ivy Academy's impression and brought honor to him. The old fox finally had the chance to show off and blow off his steam, so obviously he was delighted and happy. The second day, the small group round-robin tournament started. During the match between Xue Tanlang and Yue Yang, Xue Tanlang took the initiative to forfeit the match. Afterwards, Xue Tanlang fought against Prince of Xia while Yue Yang fought against the Floating Mist Junior Sect leader, Bai Yunfei. Although it was only a small group round-robin tournament, the deathly matches in Group C had become the highest priority in the tournament. In order to allow more audience to watch this intense matches, the Champion Island had decided to hold the round-robin tournament in the championship stadium that would normally only be used for the final competition. It was a ring-shaped stadium constructed within rocks and a huge mountain, with the fighting arena right at the bottom of the mountain valley. There were more than 50,000 seats constructed, and more audience could sit on the rocks in the mountain. Although they wouldn't have any seats and their distance to the fighting arena would be too far, it was also a form of enjoyment to be able to watch the match from high up above. Most importantly, the audience without any seats could watch for free. This arrangement was really suited to the mercenary soldiers' tastes. Of course, being able to watch for free meant that they had to come voluntarily on their own. The organizer wouldn't guarantee their safety. If these mercenary soldiers accidentally injure themselves or was injured from the contestants' beasts, the organizer wouldn't take any responsibility. Blame it on their bad luck. I hope that the audience will pay attention to safety first. During the deathly Group C round-robin match between Yue Yang and Bai Yunfei, 7 referees were assigned to look over the match. 4 referees were stationed at the 4 corners of the fighting arena. Other than being in charge with observing the situation of the battle, they were also in charge of ensuring the audience's safety in case of emergency. As for the other 3 referees, one was the head referee while the other 2 were vice-head referees. Other than the finals, it could be said that this was the first time that 7 referees were assigned to judge in a small group round-robin tournament. Over 100 silver-armored guards were scattered all around the edges of the fighting arena, ensuring the audience's safety. Various kingdoms' kings, queen consort, prince, or princesses had arrived on the stadium. Although the Xia, Tianluo, and Xia emperors did not come to the match, they had sent over their representatives. Before Yue Yang and Bai Yunfei even got up to the stage, the whole stadium was already filled with audience. There were probably more than 100,000 people present on the stadium. This was a record in history. There had never been so many audience coming to watch the 100 Schools Elite Tournament before. This includes the previous year's finals. At the very most, there would only be around 70,000 present in the finals. The current, shocking record of at least 100,000 people coming to watch this match was unprecedented in history. I chose the unrestricted battle. Yue Yang raised his request, and Bai Yunfei completely agreed. Unrestricted battle meant that there would be no time limit, no timeouts, no rest time, no restrictions on the type of beast summoned and the type of technique used. In brief, other than killing the opponent, before the opponent admit his defeat, the contestant would be able to attack his opponent with any kind of method he chose. You have 3 minutes to prepare for battle. You can choose to prepare below the stage or on the stage. After 3 minutes, I will announce the start of the match. Only then would you be able to start fighting. The head referee stepped onto the stage and indicated the 2 contestants to bow to each other before preparing for their battles. I'm Bai Yunfei. Please take care of me. The Floating Mist Junior Sect leader Bai Yunfei pretended to be refined and courteous as he cupped his hands together and bowed, but his tone was arrogant. There's no need to stand on ceremonies, we should rely on our own strength later on. Yue Yang casually cupped his hands in reply and jumped down the stage to greet the old fox. In order to support Yue Yang, the old fox, the eagle-eyed Xia Wen Li and the death class students had all came. Even the Thousand Dried Bones General Feng Kuang, who had always followed Jun Wuyu, the State Grand Master, the Whitestone City Master and the others all came down to support. Have a good fight, you have to beat that fellow up until he have to find his teeth all over the ground. Princess Xian motivated Yue Yang, which was an extremely rare occurrence. However, the magnanimous Luohua city mistress who had always been there for Yue Yang had actually chosen to sit far away from him, as if she was pretending not to know him at all. The reason was because her father, the Eastern Sky King, had come and couldn't stop shouting son-in-law, son-in-law, to Yue Yang. This made her feel extremely embarrassed, hence she decided to hide further away. Yinan was more or less the same. Her aunt had come, hence Yinan had obediently pulled Yu Bing along to watch the tournament with her aunt. The Tian Luo prince had also brought his Pink Rose fan group, those crazed Fang girls to support. Only then did Yue Yang realize that there was really a Tian Luo prince in this world, and he was actually Luohua's younger cousin, Shiro, or to be exact, younger male cousin from her father's side. Most surprisingly, this Tian Luo prince who had an extremely handsome and elegant appearance was actually the son of the Western Sky King. Yue Yang really couldn't understand. The Western Sky King looked even more like a barbarian than the Eastern Sky King, so how could he had such a beautiful son? Even the fact that the Eastern Sky King could have such a beautiful Luohua city mistress as a daughter was still a mystery that Yue Yang could never understand. The Tian Luo Emperor, Hua Suri, had only had daughters and no sons, hence this Tian Luo prince was probably the next in line to the Tian Luo kingdom's throne. Tian Luo prince looked at Yue Yang and smiled, igniting an outburst of displeasure from his Pink Rose fan group. He was different from the ice-cold sickly beauty. This Tian Luo prince smiled easily, and there was no melancholy in his eyes. It was as if he was a sunshine prince. However, the thing that made Yue Yang feel delighted was that, in a corner of the mountain, away from people's eyes, the mysterious beauty who liked to read books, Wu Xia, and the sickly beauty were sitting side by side. Both of them wore a thin veil to cover their faces and a long gown on their body. They had even draped cloaks over their body and sat at the corner of the mountain, trying very hard not to attract anyone's attention. However, Yue Yang could spot them amidst the crowd immediately. She was his most beloved girl, of course he wouldn't mistaken her for someone else. When the sickly beauty realized that Yue Yang was looking at them, she waved her hands in reply. The mysterious beauty Wu Xia, on the other hand, did not move the slightest and continued to read her book quietly, as if she did not notice Yue Yang at all. Yue Yang's only regret was that because of enemies tracking them, Fourth Mother and the little girl couldn't come to his match. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. The two contestants, you have 1 minute left. Please come to the stage to start the match. The head referee was actually reminding Yue Yang, because Bai Yunfei had been on the stage from the beginning. He had summoned a gold-ranked level 7 Gold Dragon King Beast. Those who came to support him all cheered with excitement. In the hearts of normal spectators, the blind abnormal student Titan would never be able to fight against Bai Yunfei. That gold-ranked level 7 Gold Dragon King Beast alone would be enough to destroy him to smithereens. They had come in order to watch Bai Yunfei oppressing his opponents. This was because in his previous matches, Bai Yunfei liked to play with his opponents as much as he liked, especially bullying them. His opponents even had to thank him for giving pointers to them. This was what the audience wanted to watch the most. This blind abnormal student, would he be like Bai Yunfei's previous opponents, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy in tears in front of Bai Yunfei at the end? Yue Yang stepped onto the stage as he took out the golden mask that he acquired from the Gemini Temple, slowly putting it on. His suppressed demonic chi suddenly flared up from his body. When the audience saw his half-crying, half-smiling mask and felt the intense demonic chi coming from his body, they couldn't help but to shiver in fear. This abnormal blind student was indeed someone not to be trifled with. It would probably be difficult to see him kneeling on the ground begging for mercy in tears. 50 seconds left. Student Titan, you can summon your beast first. I will remind you again when there's only 10 seconds left. You can make your final preparations now. The head referee reminded Yue Yang again. He didn't want to see Bai Yunfei's Gold Dragon King Beast kicking Yue Yang out of the fighting arena with one move. He wished that the two young UNS would fight a great battle, the more intense it was, the better it would be. What kind of beast should I summon? Yue Yang seemed to be a little troubled. Ha ha ha. A lot of the audience started laughing out loud. Indeed, no matter what kind of beast he summoned, he wouldn't be able to fight against a gold-ranked level 7 Gold Dragon King Beast. Furthermore, the funnier thing was that this Titan had only summoned a Thorny Flower and Puppet Mice before. Although he was an expert in combat techniques, this abnormal blind student was a joke in beast summoning. Idiot, this is not a place for you to come. Bai Yunfei's fellow sect disciple stood up and shouted with a loud voice, ridiculing Yue Yang for coming to the wrong place. If Yue Yang had participated in the individual combat techniques tournament, he might get a good position in terms of ranking. But in this individual overall tournament, you would have to fight with both your beasts and your combat techniques. He, who was only good in combat techniques, would be a joke if he wanted to fight against Bai Yunfei, who was an expert in both combat techniques and beast summoning. In individual overall matches, it was compulsory to summon a beast. So Yue Yang had really summoned the quintet puppet mice again. The audience almost died laughing, many people was gasping for breath from excessive laughter. How could he even think of defeating a gold dragon king beast with 5 puny puppet mice? This might just be the biggest joke in the history of 100 Schools Elite Tournament. Student Titan, are you sure you don't want to summon your thorny flower? Thorny flowers are quite strong. Bai Yunfei tried his best to maintain a humble tone, this way, his sarcasm would be more strongly heard. When the audience heard it, they laughed until tears formed in their eyes. Alright, this is not a joke, this is Group C's round-robin tournament. Let's watch a fight between puppet mice and thorny flower versus a gold dragon king beast. There's no need for that. It's only a lizard who can spit out fire, I don't have to summon my thorny flower yet. Yue Yang remained calm and collected as he summoned the gold-ranked level 3 Reaper Mantis, who had just grown from young to an adult beast. Although it was still far from being mature, it could still fight in battles. The audience froze. This blind abnormal student actually had a gold-ranked beast too? Reaper Mantis? Not bad. Bai Yunfei was also slightly shaken, but he quickly recovered. Although the gold-ranked level 3 Reaper Mantis was his dragon's nemesis, the difference in their levels were too much. His gold dragon king beast was gold-ranked level 7, even the slightest slash from its claws was not something that the Reaper Mantis could endure. Bai Yunfei's eyes flashed slightly as he summoned another beast, a gold-ranked level 5 killer bee. The killer bee's poison was one of the most deadly poison amongst insect-type beasts. Although the gold-ranked killer bee was not the Reaper Mantis nemesis, it would be able to defeat the Reaper Mantis with its quick flying speed and poison. Bai Yunfei's choice of beast had completely crushed Yue Yang, he meant to show that he did not need his gold dragon king beast to completely defeat Yue Yang's beast. It was as if he was proclaiming, you dare to compete with the floating mist junior sect leader in terms of beasts? It's like a beggar trying to compare with a millionaire to see who had more money. Killer bee? Why do you summon such a powerful beast? You are going to make me die of fright. Yue Yang then waved his hands below the stage, seems like I would need to call for external help. 2 mysterious people who wore cloaks over their bodies jumped up to the stage. The head referee quickly stopped them, wait a moment, this is not a 3-on-3 match. You cannot participate in this battle. Time out. You two, quickly get down from the stage, otherwise I will disqualify Student Titan for violating the rules of the tournament. Get down now, right now. The audience started to laugh again. This Titan didn't even know the rules of the tournament, and he dared to come to fight? Suddenly, one of the mysterious person took off her cloak and revealed an enchanting, almost sinful, beautiful face. Her cherry lips moved as she spoke, her voice had a heaven-like quality to them. Her pronunciation was a little inaccurate, but it was sweet-sounding nevertheless. All beasts that belong to Master are able to participate in the battle, right? The head referee was dumbfounded. Of course beasts are allowed to participate, but you are human. He suddenly realized in that moment and shouted, are you two beasts? That enchanting, almost sinful, beauty tore her cloak to shreds and spread her platinum wings. She soared up to the sky before landing back down to the ground like an angel. She held a gold dragon slaying dagger in her left hand and a silver eye destroyer dagger on her right. She, who wore a whole body of platinum armor, knelt in front of Yue Yang, respectfully speaking to him with her beautiful voice, I am indeed. I am a bloody queen who had been contracted by Master. My name is Red Dot. When she said that, the whole arena became completely silent. A humanoid beast that could speak? What rank is this beast actually? Shiro, guess who is the other mysterious cloaked person? PLA. Platinum ranked humanoid beast. The floating mist junior sect leader Bai Yunfei felt like his head had been hit by a blunt weapon. Platinum ranked and gold ranked beasts were two entirely different things. Normal warriors might not know it, but how could a floating mist junior sect leader like him not know about it? A beast would only have the chance to be thoroughly reborn and become a holy beast when it reached the platinum rank. Although normal ranked, bronze, silver, and gold ranked beasts could all evolve into holy beasts, the process would take at least thousands of years, or even 10,000s of years. Furthermore, not all beasts had the potential to become holy beasts. A beast could only evolve into a holy beast if the timing and conditions were right. Then that lucky beast would probably need to cultivate for many years before it could evolve into a holy beast. That kind of long years of cultivation was not something that a human warrior's life could wait for. In comparison, a platinum-ranked beast's evolution would be 100 times slower than a normal-ranked beast. It would be 10 times, or even many times slower compared to bronze, silver, and gold-ranked beasts. Platinum-ranked beasts would normally need a few decades, or at most a century to evolve into a humanoid appearance. Afterwards, it would need to learn knowledge and raise their wisdom before they could evolve into a holy beast. A gold-ranked beast would need at least some 100 years, at least 200 to 300 years to evolve into a holy beast. Hence, its master would have already become old and senile waiting for his beast to evolve from gold rank to holy beast. Their bodies would also have exhausted all of their potential, hence they wouldn't have much improvement. This is an intelligent humanoid platinum ranked beast. The head referee was shocked out of his mind. In all of the previous 100 schools elite tournament, students with a gold-ranked beasts were hard to find, but there were some abnormal students who indeed had gold-ranked beasts in their possession. However, as a qualified and experienced referee, he had really never seen a student possessing a platinum-ranked beast before, let alone a humanoid and intelligent beast at that, which were the foundation to become a holy beast. A beast with such a high intelligence like this bloody queen, even if she wasn't a holy beast yet, it wouldn't be long until she turned into a holy beast. At the start, the head referee had thought that Bai Yunfei, who possessed a gold-ranked level 7 Gold Dragon King beast, was an existence that was strong beyond compare. But he was nothing compared to Student Titan who possessed a platinum-ranked Bloody Queen. Gold Dragon King beast? The Bloody Queen is a holy beast, a platinum-ranked holy beast. The head referee was deeply astonished as he looked at the other mysterious beast that was still hiding its body under its cloak. This beast was also humanoid. Did it mean that this Student Titan actually had 2 holy beasts? The 100,000 audience in the championship stadium was completely silent for a very long time, before they were finally able to react. Some of the audience immediately cheered excitedly, and more people followed suit. The cheers were like a giant wave of tsunami that engulfed the whole championship stadium. The audience all stood up to get a better look at the fighting arena, locking their gazes onto the Bloody Queen. Countless of people wanted to look for any signs to prove that she wasn't a beast, that she was a human, but even the most suspicious person was left disappointed in the end. This was because they could see that in that enchanting and alluring face of the platinum-ranked Bloody Queen Red's forehead, there was a small tattoo that signified that she was a contracted beast. That was only something a beast would possess. A human wouldn't have such a tattoo on their forehead, because a human wouldn't be able to contract another human. Grr. Bai Yunfei felt a wave of jealousy bursting in his heart. That kind of feeling was as if he was a beggar who had starved for 3 days, was so hungry that his stomach was rumbling with hunger and his eyes were about to turn dark, and he saw a rich man eating a sumptuous meal right in front of him. The feeling bursting from his heart was not envy, but hatred, 100% pure hatred. A destructive kind of jealousy swept across his heart. He couldn't endure the feeling of falling into hell straight from the heavens. Bai Yunfei felt that the whole audience would start mocking him in the next moment. This was because his attitude just now was just like a frog sitting at the bottom of the well, looking up to the sky and still felt smug about himself. The only way to get rid of such feelings was to destroy Yue Yang. Eliminate this enemy forever. Only then would he truly be able to become the strongest hero in the Soaring Dragon Continent. With Bai Yunfei's order, the Gold Dragon King beast spread its wings and soared into the clouds. It used the strongest strength from the momentum of its flight and the destructive power of a dragon's breath to destroy Yue Yang and the Bloody Queen, whose existence was like a dagger piercing through Bai Yunfei's heart. Bai Yunfei thought, why does this beautiful and intelligent beast belong to another person? Since you are not mine, you shall not belong to anyone else. I will definitely kill you. The gold killer bee flew like a flash of lightning towards the Bloody Queen Red, revealing its poison needle in a thousandth of a second. As long as it could prick the Bloody Queen once, that beautiful beast would become a corpse immediately. Die. You would only be beautiful if you die. Bai Yunfei looked at Red's beautiful face and clenched his fist, his heart filled with hatred deep to his bones. If this beauty had belonged to him alone, then he would definitely cherish her forever. But she doesn't belong to him, so she must die. The feeling he had right now made Bai Yunfei think about his younger times. His dad had brought him to the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace, and he saw an extremely beautiful precious crystal vase over there. When he thought about how the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace refused to give him the precious vase, all he wanted to do was to secretly push that precious crystal vase and make it shatter into pieces on the ground. This was what he really wanted to do. Bai Yunfei gritted his teeth as blood pooled in his eyes, making his eyes glint with a red light, displaying the hatred from the bottom of his heart. Kaya! An extremely sharp, piercing shriek shook through the souls of everyone present in the stadium. The sound waves emitted from the Bloody Queen Red's mouth rippled out to her surrounding, as if it had substance. Everyone felt their eyes turn dark. Spectators watching from far away felt their ears buzz while those nearby felt like the back of their heads were struck by hammers. This kind of terrifying scream was impossible to avoid, it could directly attack one's soul. In that thousandth of a second when the gold killer bee was about to prick the Blood Queen with its poisonous needle, Red had suddenly disappeared. She had reappeared on the Gold Dragon King Beast's head. The Gold Dragon King Beast's pressure as a member of the dragon race and a king beast had no effect on her at all. Red was also a king beast, furthermore, she was currently platinum ranked, hence she had won by a whole rank. If it wasn't for the fact that the Gold Dragon King Beast was already gold rank level 7, Red would probably be able to pressure it with her presence. A dragon race would be an extremely terrifying existence for ordinary beasts, but for the Bloody Queen who had high intelligence, its existence was just like a big lizard who could spit fire. It wasn't a terrifying enemy, it was an opponent that must be killed. The gold dragon slaying dagger in Red's hands was the butcher knife prepared just for the Gold Dragon King Beast. Red's banshee scream which she unleashed right in front of the gold killer bee had reached the Gold Dragon King Beast's head before a thousandth of a second had even passed. When the Gold Dragon King beast was about to turn its head to spit fire on Red, it was paralyzed from Red's banshee scream. At this moment, the dragon-slaying dagger had slashed across the Gold Dragon King beast's eyes. Even the Gold Dragon King beast, which was impervious to swords and spears, couldn't endure the sharpness of the dragon-slaying dagger. A long bloody scar had appeared on its eyes. The Gold Dragon King beast reacted with its instincts, its body writhing madly in order to avoid its enemy's fatal attack. At the same time, its giant dragon wings dealt a heavy blow to Red's slim body. The dragon wings were extremely powerful, there would be no saving someone who had been hit. Even if it didn't hit, the dragon wings could still sweep a tornado that would blow its enemies away. The platinum wings on Red's back flapped as she flew straight up to the sky. The gold dragon's wing attack that was as fast as lightning was like a snail compared to Red's wings. The bloody Queen Red soared up to the sky and avoided the gold dragon's wing attack, then it turned its body in midair and chased after the gold dragon, which was flying straight towards her master. With an X slash from both of the daggers in her hands, the dragon scales that were as hard as shields shattered to pieces. A bloody X-shaped scar formed on the dragon's neck, one of the slash deeper than the other. The dragon's blood dripped, sprinkling the ground as it flew in the air. On the stage, the gold killer bee's narrow body part where its thorax and abdomen joined had suddenly been split apart, its thorax separated from its abdomen. Its abdomen still shot forward from its momentum, but its thorax and head floated in the air. The Gold Dragon King beast in the air unleashed a strong gust of wind as it flew back to its master's side. The bloody Queen Red also returned and descended behind Yue Yang, not a single feather on her wings unruffled. There was a respectful look on her enchanting, almost alluring, beautiful face, making others feel jealous like crazy. She, who was so intelligent and strong, was supposed to receive her master's worship and love, treated like a queen. Who would know that she would actually humble herself in front of Yue Yang, kneeling on one of her knees to show her respect. This really make everyone want to vomit blood. The gold killer bee's abdomen wasn't able to prick its target. It dropped right in front of the second mysterious cloaked person. The second mysterious humanoid beast, who was still hiding underneath its cloak, suddenly revealed an almost human leg from within its cloak, with the cow's leg from the knee downwards. With one stomp, it turned the gold killer bee's abdomen into a bloody pulp. Rumble. That stomp had actually caused a tremor throughout the whole stage. An invisible shockwave spread out through the whole stadium. The audience seated within 100 meters radius all felt dizzy and nauseous. That killer bee who had lost its abdomen went completely out of control as it hissed crazedly and flew towards that mysterious humanoid beast. However, before it even managed to open its mouth to bite, suddenly, the whole audience could all see clearly that the mysterious humanoid beast underneath the cloak had started to spit out a golden flame from its nose and mouth. The mysterious humanoid beast's eyes that were hidden underneath the cloak suddenly lighted up brightly. Even those seated behind the mysterious humanoid beast felt as if someone was watching them. It was as if their minds had been pricked ruthlessly. The audience who could see that flash of light all started to shiver uncontrollably. It was as if a deathly shadow had appeared right before them. Fortunately, the target of this glare was the gold killer bee, who had gone out of control. The stadium was engulfed in silence. Everyone present could see very clearly. The gold killer bee had actually lost its life in the next second. Its previously energetically flapping wings had suddenly stopped, and the gold killer bee, who only had its head and thorax left, suddenly dropped to the ground. Bai Yunfei didn't manage to unsummon it in time, and the gold killer bee finally lost its life. Heavens, that's Doom's Eyes. It's barbarian cow's Doom's Eyes. Warriors who were familiar with Beast's abilities couldn't help themselves but to shout out. Doom's Eyes. The moment it was unleashed, it became an unavoidable existence. One would immediately die with a single glare. Of course, normally, only weaker beasts would die from the barbarian cow's Doom's Eyes. For a gold-ranked beast, even if Doom's Eyes was unleashed, it would probably not die. Maybe its soul would be thoroughly wounded, but it wouldn't be destroyed. Right now, what rank would this almost completely humanoid barbarian cow have to be to kill a gold-ranked level 5 killer bee instantly? This is impossible. Bai Yunfei, whose face was all smiles just now, had turned lifeless. He completely couldn't believe the facts laid before his eyes. His gold dragon king beast was unable to counterattack while his killer bee had been instantly killed. How was this possible? Bai Yunfei shouted no, loudly. Before Yue Yang and the Bloody Queen could take a single step, he immediately summoned his gold grimoire and summoned all his strongest beasts without any care at all. His purpose was to defeat his enemy with numbers. Silver ranked level 7 Metal Python, Silver ranked level 7 Thunder Eagle, Silver ranked level 6 Purple-Eyed Lightning Leopard, Bronze ranked level 8 Stone Lizard all came out one by one. Finally, Bai Yunfei had also summoned a gold ranked level 6 Strengthening type Guardian Beast, a black-tailed Jiaolong, and fused it with his own body, turning it into a Jiaolong armor to increase his combat power. https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/Jiaolong. Are you trying to compete in terms of number? Yue Yang's voice was emotionless, no one could discern if his tone was ridiculing or disregarding. However, after Yue Yang waved his hands, the mysterious cloaked humanoid beast suddenly revealed a Medusa's head full of snakes that were all ignited in flames. The Medusa held a gold bow in her hands as it moved towards Yue Yang. Similarly, it bowed down respectfully behind Yue Yang, just like the Bloody Queen. The audience immediately gasped in surprise. There wasn't just one humanoid beast hiding underneath the cloak. Very quickly, the audience fell flat on the ground. This was because they had just seen another beauty, a golden-haired mermaid whose beauty could bring down a whole kingdom, coming out from within the cloak, holding a weird-looking conch in her hands. Just how many beasts were hidden underneath that cloak? When the third beast, a thunder naga, came out from within the cloak, the audience all wanted to vomit blood. How could this be a competition? This was obviously bullying. Shiro, I haven't edited this, sorry if there's any mistakes. Kill. Yue Yang pointed his finger towards Bai Yunfei, imitating what Bai Yunfei had done just now. He was about to massacre his enemy. The Bloody Queen Red's speed was extremely fast. When Yue Yang commanded his order, she had already appeared on top of the Thunder Eagle's head. Her soul-shattering banshee scream exploded once again. In the midst of their dizziness, the crowd could see that the Medusa, whose head was covered with flaming snakes, raised her golden bow. She placed 2 arrows on her bow and shot the arrows towards both of the stone lizard's eyes. The stone lizard, which was an expert in petrifying its opponents, had actually turned into stone itself, starting from its eyes. The purple-eyed lightning leopard moved as fast as lightning as it charged towards the golden-haired mermaid in an instant. The golden-haired mermaid smiled lightly as she raised her tender hands and summoned 2 tornadoes, sweeping both the purple-eyed lightning leopard and metal python, who was slithering on the side, right into mid-air. In the air, 2 streaks of lightning flashed, one accurately striking on the metal python's body and the other on the lightning leopard's head. On Yue Yang's body, everyone could see a shadow that looked exactly similar to him rushing out from his body. The shadow's body was filled with purple flames that raged across the sky as it charged towards Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei was terror-stricken by the terrifying scene in front of him. He didn't dare to face against the shadow. He immediately avoided and hid behind the gold dragon king beast. The golden-haired mermaid blew her conch and summoned a storm tornado that engulfed the whole fighting arena. Thick, dark clouds surrounded the whole sky as torrents of rain fall onto the ground. Lightning and thunder flashed across the sky. The whole place turned into a pool before 30 seconds even passed. Waves of water rose as strong winds blew. Numerous tornadoes appeared like giant dragons and fused together with the lightning, creating electric tornadoes that could probably tear one's soul apart. The whole audience immediately turned pale. Everyone was completely horrified as they watched the whole scene, dumbstruck. Everyone was so terrified that they didn't know what to do. After around a minute, the black clouds dispersed and the lightning disappeared. The tornadoes slowly subsided, revealing the thunder leopard and metal python, whose bodies had now turned completely black in mid-air. They fell straight down to the fighting arena, which had been flooded with water, causing splashes of water. The thunder eagle spread out its wings and floated above the water, its head bobbing up and down. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. As for the stone lizard, which was hidden underneath the water, it had long turned into a petrified stone statue. Other than the strongest beast, the gold dragon king beast and the black-tailed white Jiaolong, who had fused with Bai Yunfei, all of Bai Yunfei's beast had been completely killed on the spot. Bai Yunfei stood on the fighting arena in a daze, his face deathly pale as if he was a zombie. In front of him, Yue Yang, who was submerged under the water until his waist, still had not moved from his spot. As for the shadow, who looked identical to him, it was still fighting relentlessly against the gold dragon king beast. Everyone was fixated on the match as they saw the Medusa, mermaid, and Naga suddenly disappearing from the fighting arena, as if they had never appeared before. Even that second cloaked mysterious beast had also disappeared without any trace. Many warriors with sharp senses could immediately sense that this might be the Yu clan third young master's only weakness, and that was having a limited time to summon his beasts. Other people would at least be able to keep their summons for an hour, but this Yu clan third young master's beasts could probably only fight for a minute. Of course, even a minute was enough to completely decimate his enemy. The corpses laid all over the fighting arena had soundlessly proved the Yu clan third young master's abnormal strength. In just a minute, Bai Yunfei's metal python had turned into roasted snake's meat, while his lightning leopard was charred. Its skin was also cut mercilessly by the sharp wind blades. His stone lizard had turned into stone, while his thunder eagle had been instantly killed by the bloody queen's dragon-slaying dagger that pierced straight to its head. The water quickly subsided, and when the bloody Queen Red's figure finally descended behind Yue Yang beautifully, the water on the fighting arena was only as high as Yue Yang's knees. The evil shadow had already separated from the gold dragon king beast. It had exhausted its abilities, hence it had silently disappeared. The gold dragon king beast descended beside Bai Yunfei, its large body swaying a little. It forced itself to stand properly, but it finally collapsed onto the ground with a loud boom. After struggling for a long time, it finally forced itself to spread its wings and stood up. Its body was filled with cuts and bruises, a lot of its scales had been torn off. Its body and wings were all covered in wounds, and it looked extremely miserable. Its blood dripped drop by drop onto the water, drawing a stream of blood onto the quickly subsiding water surface. Although it had fought with the evil shadow and won after enduring until the last moment, it had already been heavily injured by the evil shadow before the evil shadow disappeared. The evil shadow was just a shadow, hence it wouldn't die from injuries. The Gold Dragon King beast was defeated even though it had won. Because it was a beast, every injury it suffered was equivalent to a step closer to death. Previously, the platinum-ranked Bloody Queen Red had not even participated. If Red had colluded with the evil shadow and fought the Gold Dragon King beast together, then the Gold Dragon King beast would definitely lose in an instant. Although the audience didn't understand why Red didn't participate in the battle, everyone could see the same ending. What kind of fight could the Gold Dragon King beast that had been heavily injured put up against Red, who was a platinum-ranked Bloody Queen wielding a gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger? Perhaps, there would only be death left. Seeing all these happening right before his eyes, Bai Yunfei suddenly kneeled on the ground powerlessly. His hands propped himself powerlessly as he OTL on the fighting arena. His whole body was trembling. Most of his beasts dying had already been a painful blow to him. Mistaking his opponent's strength and his misplaced arrogance had also completely made him lose his honor and reputation. If this Yu Clan third young master was another person, he who still had his Gold Dragon King beast and his black-tailed white Xiaolong would definitely fight until the end. However, right now, he had powerlessly kneeled on the ground, unable to continue to battle. His last thread of fighting spirit had been scared away by the scene laid before his eyes. For the very first time, Bai Yunfei felt the shadow of death looming over his heart. He was terrified of death, so terrified that he didn't dare to continue to fight against this horrifying Yu Clan third young master. That abnormal was not someone he could win against. Bai Yunfei wanted to quickly escape from this place and end the battle. I lost, I admit defeat. If someone had told Bai Yunfei 3 minutes ago that he would kneel on the ground and admit his defeat, he would think that that person was insane. If it were another person instead, nobody would also believe that an extremely arrogant person like Bai Yunfei could actually kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. However, this was the truth. Yue Yang hid his expression behind the Gemini mask, but his voice was extremely smug. It was practically asking for a beating. Floating Mist Junior Sect Leader, you, who are known as the #1 hero in this world, and you, who felt like he was the smartest person in the whole world, what did you say again? Say it louder. I'm just a trash who have a hearing problem, I didn't hear you just now. Hey, Junior Sect Leader who possessed a majestic gold rank level 7 Gold Dragon King beast, what exactly did you say just now? Say it louder. When the audience heard it, they all embarrassed for Bai Yunfei. A lot of people thought that Bai Yunfei would get angry and charge towards Yue Yang demanding an either you die or I die battle. Unexpectedly, as the audience watched with their eyes almost popping out of their sockets, Bai Yunfei bitterly plunged his head right into the water, and when he had cleared up his mind, he shouted out his reply loudly, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. You won this battle. This reply deeply distressed the audience. Everyone all felt like bashing their head onto something hard. What kind of floating mist Junior Sect Leader was this? Wasn't he just a plain coward? A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. He still had his gold rank level 7 Gold Dragon King beast and gold rank level 6 black-tailed white Xiaolong. Why did he admit defeat before even trying to fight? Although the abnormal blind student titan was indeed abnormal, his summoned beast had all disappeared. He only had the Bloody Queen left, so Bai Yunfei might still have a chance. Although he might still lose in the end, his loss was honorable. How could he kneel on the ground, beg for mercy and admit his defeat halfway through the fight? Bai Yunfei had been bullied by the abnormal titan. Everyone had initially sympathized with him, but seeing him begging for mercy now, they couldn't help but to look down on him. It didn't matter if he lost, he would be just like Fatty Hai and Yekong previously. Yu Bing the little lady had also lost, but no one felt that they sucked. It was normal not to be able to compare in terms of skills. They were all still young, as long as they continue to train hard in the future and learn their lessons, they could still challenge their opponents again. However, if one kneeled and begged for mercy because they saw that the situation was not in their favor halfway through the battle, that was really the most despicable thing to do. This floating mist Junior Sect Leader Bai Yunfei, was he still a man? If he didn't dare to fight even with his gold rank level 7 Gold Dragon King beast and black-tailed white Xiaolong, he should just bash his head with tofu and die. Seeing Bai Yunfei's act, the whole audience went into an uproar. Countless people who once worshipped Bai Yunfei all went into fury. They all became like Yekong and Fatty Hai, imitating their hand gesture, raising their middle fingers up high towards Bai Yunfei, showing their highest form of contempt. It turns out that this arrogant and condescending Bai Yunfei was actually just a coward who liked to bully others. When the audience thought about how they worshipped that junior sect leader previously, they really wanted to vomit. They wouldn't know if he didn't lose out a fight. Junior sect leader, please stand up. We must have a fighting spirit that would rather die than admit defeat. Xie Qianren jumped onto the fighting arena, shouting out loud. He had purposely done that, because the more he did that, the more embarrassment Bai Yunfei would suffer. It would be more difficult for him to get down from the stage. Stand up. Let's fight to the end with him. Almost every single floating mist sect's disciples hoped that Bai Yunfei would stand up and fought until the end with Yue Yang. Otherwise, how would the floating mist sect maintain their dignity if he simply admit defeat just like this? Only the mysterious disciple didn't say anything, his eyes faintly showing support for Bai Yunfei's decision to admit defeat immediately. Maybe he is right doing that. Feng Qixia, Yan Pojun and the others who had fought against countless formidable opponents knew much more and much deeper than normal warriors. Feng Qixia, Yan Pojun and the others knew that if only there was 1% chance of winning, Bai Yunfei wouldn't kneel and beg for mercy at Yue Yang. He was definitely left with no way out. He was definitely unable to continue to fight. Otherwise, how could such an arrogant person such as Bai Yunfei, unless he was left with completely no other way, prostrated himself before his enemy? Furthermore, he was kneeling right in front of 100,000 audience. How much courage would that take? If it were Feng Qixia and Yan Pojun instead, they would rather die than kneel. Especially kneeling to an opponent like Yue Yang. This was because this abnormal Yu clan third young master's heart was not made of tofu. He would definitely humiliate his opponent until the ends of the earth. Kneeling to him is equivalent to asking him to oppress them. Feng Qixia and Yan Pojun had noted that on Bai Yunfei's right ankle there was a fine golden thread that was linked to Yue Yang's right ankle. They didn't see when Yue Yang had connected that golden thread on Bai Yunfei's right leg, but they could immediately sense that it was definitely because of this golden thread that Bai Yunfei had desperately kneeled and begged for forgiveness. It definitely was. Although they didn't know what this golden thread was for, it was definitely because of its appearance that this arrogant floating mist junior sect leader Bai Yunfei would be forced to kneel in front of a large audience. Dragon Ambassador Qin Lanyu and the Prince of Xia Jin both frowned. They had obviously noticed the existence of that golden thread too. This fine little golden thread, what exactly was it used for? It had actually made Bai Yunfei choose to be humiliated by the Yu clan third young master. Could it be that this golden thread was a godly tool? Posted by Shiroyo Kaneko. This chapter is sponsored by Alan Bowen and Flavian Imbert. Chapter 242. Next opponent, Prince of Xia Jin. Translated by Shiroyo Kaneko. Edited by Shiroyo Kaneko. TL said by Shiroyo Kaneko. Only Princess Xian, Luo Hua City Mistress and the other girls knew that this golden thread was actually the artifact Pisces ribbon that Yue Yang had just acquired after clearing the Pisces temple through the night. As long as it was attached to an enemy, the enemy wouldn't be able to leave on his own free will. No matter what kind of escape method that the enemy would use, they wouldn't be able to struggle free from the Pisces ribbon. Unless the enemy's capabilities far exceeded the owner of the Pisces ribbons and he was successful in defeating the owner, then he wouldn't be able to struggle free from it. More frighteningly, Yue Yang could use his inherent skills through the Pisces ribbon. Just now, the barbarian cow Shadow Aman and Xiao Wen Li who were hiding underneath the cloak had returned to Yue Yang's body along with the storm tornado. Bai Yunfei had bitterly tried to recall all his summons many times, but he was stopped by Yue Yang's binding chains. Under the situation where he wasn't able to summon his grimoire and protect his body, even if Bai Yunfei was an idiot, he knew that Yue Yang was planning to bully him in public. Bai Yunfei had thought correctly. Rather than bearing the shame of letting Yue Yang beat him up black and blue in front of 100,000 audiences, he would rather admit defeat dishonorably. Bai Yunfei knew that Yue Yang wanted him to lose control and fight him in a fit of fury. If that really happened, his gold dragon king beast would be killed miserably on the spot. His black-tailed white Jiaolong would also be beaten until it disappeared. As for himself, he would probably be beaten until he was half dead. Maybe he would even still kneel and beg for mercy at the end. At that time, the humiliation that he would suffer would be much greater than this. Although he was arrogant, he was definitely not a fool. Of course he would choose to admit defeat. As long as his gold dragon king beast was still alive, he still had hope in the future. Although he might not be able to catch up to this abnormal Yu clan third young master, compared to Feng Qixia, Yan Pojun, Prince of Xia Jin and the others, he still had a greater advantage over them. The moment the gold dragon king beast was killed by this Yu clan third young master, his position as the second strongest in this tournament would probably drop until he was out of the top 10 strongest. At that time, he would end up even more miserable. Kneeling down? That wasn't his own choice. It was the result after his whole body was dragged down by this Yu clan third young master when he unleashed binding chains. However, did he even had the right to oppose him now? If he didn't take the advantage to kneel right now, he might even be crippled by this Yu clan third young master whose eyes were filled with killing intent. Student Titan, student Bai Yunfei had already admitted defeat. You look, the head referee who was drenched from head to toe rushed onto the stage and became the middleman. He secretly signaled to Yue Yang that he had humiliated and bullied his enemy enough and that he shouldn't overdo it. More importantly, he shouldn't kill his opponent, otherwise the floating mist sect would definitely harbor a grudge in their hearts and would put the blame on the Yu clan. Look at what? The junior sect leader kneeling down and begging for mercy. I haven't even started to fight, why would he admit defeat? Even if this junior sect leader wanted to let we win, he shouldn't do it this way. What if others think I am cheating? Head referee, I tell you, I'm not very close with the junior sect leader. He was the one who wanted to kneel and admit his defeat, it's none of my business. Yue Yang put up an exaggerated act of innocence, that even made the head referee felt an impulse to beat him up. Bai Yunfei was originally brazen enough, but he was nothing compared to this outrageous brat. Make him kowtow, otherwise we won't accept his surrender. Kill. Kill his gold dragon king beast and make him cry a river of tears. Fatty Hai suddenly jumped out, adding disorder to the chaos. Right, make him kowtow to admit his defeat. Ye Kong was also stirred up, his blood boiling with fury. Kowtow, most of the audience started to create an uproar. In any case they would support the winner. As for losers, they would gladly jump down to the stage and gave them a kick or two. That bastard floating mist junior sect leader, what gave him the right to be so brazen? Wasn't he riding on the coattails of his floating mist sect and bloodline? If he wasn't the floating mist sect junior sect leader, he was not even worth as much as a poop. Those mercenary soldiers who were there to join in the fun all stood up and started making a ruckus. They would cheer for whoever was the winner. Furthermore, they detested outstanding young people such as Bai Yunfei and Prince of Xiaijin who came from large and influential families. They were jealous of them. Right now, seeing Bai Yunfei being humiliated so miserably had made them feel even more delighted. Hence, their cheers became even louder. Other than giving Yue Yang a thunderous applause and a deafening cheer, they had even jeered at Bai Yunfei, as they pointed their middle fingers and chanted kowtow, kowtow, kowtow. Yue Yang suddenly signaled for everyone to be quiet. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he had immediately offended those people who jeered at Bai Yunfei and supported him. You are all fools. He is an honorable floating mist junior sect leader, it is already very difficult for him to kneel down and beg for mercy. Yet you guys still wanted him to kowtow. Are you guys fools? Do you think kowtowing, begging for his life, is something that a junior sect leader can do? You guys can keep on dreaming. The first sentence of his speech had made all the mercenary soldiers choke in shock. However, as they continued to listen to his speech, they thought, this brat was actually making a sarcastic remark. Immediately, their cheers for Yue Yang became even louder. It seemed like in the whole history of the 100 School Elite Tournament, this was the first time that the audience clapped and cheered another time after being called a fool. When Bai Yunfei heard it, he almost fell headfirst onto the fighting arena grounds. He almost vomited blood from anger as he tried to hold it in with all his life. If he really turned against Yue Yang and started a battle with him, then he would have really fallen into his trap. Furthermore, it would probably not end as simple as humiliating him with words. Bai Yunfei was afraid that this abnormal Yu Clan third young master would trample him with his feet. At that time, he would probably suffer so much humiliation that he wouldn't be able to raise his heads anymore in his life. Junior sect leader, I accept your prostrating your defeat. Stand up, you are an honorable junior sect leader, if you kneel too much, you might even give me bad luck in the future. I can't bear that burden anymore, so just stand up now. Yue Yang still pretended to be a good person as he put the golden ribbon away and helped Bai Yunfei up. He acted as if he was someone who couldn't bear Bai Yunfei kneeling before him. Tisk. Bai Yunfei couldn't bear the humiliation and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. You are really the junior sect leader. Even the way you spit is noble and natural. I respect you. Yue Yang cupped his hands together in respect, but his exaggerated pretentious manners was really annoying. The floating mist sect's disciples rushed onto the stage at top speed as they supported Bai Yunfei who had fallen unconscious on the fighting arena and vomiting blood from a fit of anger. If their glares could kill people like the barbarian cow Shadow's Doom's eyes, Yue Yang would have been killed multiple times. Yue Yang coolly stood on the fighting arena. He still didn't go down the stage even when the floating mist sect's disciples miserably brought Bai Yunfei who had completely lost his honor down the stage. Suddenly, Yue Yang turned towards the Prince of Xiaijin, his voice extremely friendly as he said, Prince of Xiaijin, I heard that you are very close to the junior sect leader. I don't really know, but do you have the same hobby as the junior sect leader who likes to kneel and beg for mercy? If you do, why don't you show it to the others so we can all enjoy the show? Although we will only fight in the next match, I really couldn't wait to see the majestic appearance of your highness the prince prostrating himself. The whole audience's attention were all fixed towards the Prince of Xiaijin. They wanted to know how he would react. Would he decide to fight Yue Yang? Or would he kneel and admit defeat like Bai Yunfei? If the Prince of Xiaijin was thick-skinned, he could reject to answer. There were many reasons, such as it wasn't the time to battle yet. He could also forfeit the battle. But if he did that, then he wouldn't be much better off than Bai Yunfei. At least Bai Yunfei still fought halfway. Although he admitted defeat the moment he realized that his skills were nowhere near Yue Yang's, he had kneeled and admitted defeat in order to protect his gold dragon king beast, to protect his most powerful weapon. If the Prince of Xiaijin didn't dare to battle, he might be immediately labeled as a coward. If the Prince of Xiaijin didn't retaliate even after being provoked so much by Yue Yang, could he still raise his head up high in the future? All the other students who had been bullied by the Prince of Xiaijin as his battle opponent before all started shouting out their jeers, coward, bastard, jerk, worm, and other insulting words. Everyone had readied their middle finger, prepared to raise it up high towards the arrogant prince when he wanted to speak of forfeiting the match. Would the Western Lion Pagoda's favorite disciple be just as trashy like the Floating Mist Sect junior sect leader? Or would he even be worse off than Bai Yunfei? Previously, the Tianluo prince had fought with Student Titan before, and he had put up a good fight, even destroying the whole fighting arena. Prince of Tianluo was defeated with one move, but his defeat was honorable. Right now, it was Prince of Xiaijin's turn to choose. He could choose to be like the Prince of Tianluo, who welcomed Student Titan, the abnormal opponent, or he could choose to be like Bai Yunfei who had knelt and begged for mercy. I heard that Brother Titan's combat technique is unrivaled. Chu Fenglei is willing to fight Brother Titan on combat techniques to determine who is stronger. Prince of Xiaijin thought for a long time before finally deciding to suggest a competition of combat techniques between him and Yue Yang. If they compete in terms of beasts, then he was afraid that Yue Yang would summon those extraordinary beasts such as Medusa, Mermaid, and Naga whose real levels couldn't be seen. There was also that mysterious, terrifying beast under the cloak who could kill the Gold Killer Bee with just one glare. It was not a strength that his beasts could fight against. The only hope to defeat him was in terms of combat techniques. Although Yu Clan Third Young Master was renowned for his combat techniques, Prince of Xiaijin still had confidence that if he compete with Yue Yang, even if he was defeated in the end, he wouldn't be defeated so miserably like Bai Yunfei. How could Yue Yang not understand this fellow's scheme? However, he was fine as long as Prince of Xiaijin agreed to battle with him. As long as they got up to the stage, he would get a chance to bully him to death. Fatty Hai, Yakong, and the others were overjoyed. Both of them shouted as they hugged each other. They knew that Yue Yang was the most terrifying in terms of combat techniques. In comparison, although his beasts were all godly, they were still far behind Yue Yang's combat skills. The Prince of Xiaijin was definitely seeking death. This bastard's miserable life was destined to start from this moment onwards. Prince of Xiaijin's ending would be even more miserable than Bai Yunfei. Amongst the audience, strong rankers such as Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao, Yan Qianzhong and the others sitting on VIP seats were all whispering to each other. In their minds, Prince of Xiaijin was as good as putting one of his foot into his grave. As for Yue Yang's extremely abnormal combat techniques, they were all extremely clear about it. Prince of Xiaijin trying to compete in terms of combat techniques against an innate ranker, what's the difference between that and a praying mantis who tried to stop a car? Just now, when Yue Yang had summoned so many strong beasts including the platinum-ranked Bloody Queen, Medusa, Mermaid, Naga, and the mysterious beast, they didn't thought that it was strange at all. This was because Yue Yang was an innate. It would be weird if he didn't have at least a platinum-ranked beast. As for the matter about Bai Yunfei kneeling down, they also didn't think that it was strange. However, with regards to the fact that the Prince of Xiaijin had persisted in fighting Yue Yang even after seeing Bai Yunfei kneeling and begging for mercy, this was way out of their expectations. A lot of people started to frown their brows, thinking that this Prince of Xiaijin was simply too impetuous and that he cared too much about appearances. He wasn't someone who would do great things in the future. In Feng Xiaoyun and Shui Wendao's eyes, Bai Yunfei, the junior sect leader who had willingly knelt down to preserve his strength, was so much stronger than the Prince of Xiaijin. Being able to endure humiliation was not something that a young person could do easily. Even if Bai Yunfei was not the Yu Clan Third Young Master's match, he was still an extraordinary warrior amongst the younger generation. In comparison, this Prince of Xiaijin really overestimated his own abilities. Could it be that he thought he could still win against the Yu Clan Third Young Master whose combat technique even surpassed his father, Yu Qiu? The old fox, Feng Kuang, Xia Li and the other Xia rankers were all nodding their heads excitedly. Yue Yang was an innate, so they were not worried that he would lose. However, seeing that Yue Yang had actually possessed a platinum-ranked beast, they all felt that Yue Yang's path of pursuing combat techniques alone had finally changed. Right now, he was cultivating both in terms of beast and combat techniques. They believed that it wouldn't be long until his strength would improve to a whole new level. The reaction of Tianluo rankers such as the Eastern Sky King and the others were even more intense. Especially the Eastern Sky King who had a Zhongfei-like appearance, he shouted towards the Western Sky King, old General Ma and the others as he waved his fists, "Did you see that? That's my son-in-law, my son-in-law. I said that there is nothing wrong in giving birth to a girl before, now I have proved myself right, don't I? Only a guy like that could barely match my precious darling, my little Luo Hua. Haha, having a daughter is a good thing, having a daughter is a good thing indeed. A daughter knows how to be warm and filial to her parents." His voice was extremely loud. When Luo Hua city mistress heard it, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide herself in. It was precisely because she had this kind of father that she wanted to hide herself in the Tongtian Tower 4th floor. Shameless! The crowd suddenly went into uproar. However, they were not shouting at the Eastern Sky King, they were reacting to Prince of Xiaojin's speech. Turned out that before Prince of Xiaojin went up on stage, he had summoned 2 gold-ranked level 6 strengthening type beasts to buff his body. He had also summoned a silver-ranked level 7 thunder armor beast and turned it into a thunder battle armor. Lastly, he was using a gold-ranked artifact, Moon Devourer Crescent Blade. He had promised Yue Yang to compete in terms of combat techniques, but he had actually summoned strengthening beasts before going up on stage. Although he wasn't violating any rules according to the competition rules, this method really made the audience unsatisfied. Countless middle fingers shot up amongst the crowd. Even if Prince of Xiaojin won, not many would have a favorable impression on him. After all, everyone liked to worship and idolize strong warriors and hated to see schemers who were experts in cheating. Student Titan, do you need time to prepare for the battle? You have 3 minutes to prepare. The head referee couldn't take it too. If the two of them had agreed to compete based on combat techniques and was allowed to summon beasts to strengthen their bodies, he wouldn't have any comments. However, Prince of Xiaojin had actually summoned strong beasts to strengthen himself below the stage and tried to fight Student Titan who didn't summon any beasts to strengthen himself at all. This wasn't very honorable. There's no need to. As a useless trash, I am used to being bullied by the others. I just hoped that Prince of Xiaojin wouldn't bully me too much, otherwise I might cry. Yue Yang waved his hands and ordered the Bloody Queen and Reaper Mantis to go down the stage. You two go down first. If Dragon Ambassador Qin Lanyu and Xuetan Lang would like to give me, this useless trash, some pointers later on, I will ask for your help again. Yaa, good. Good. The crowd was extremely excited. Although it turned out that this Student Titan wasn't a blind person, he was indeed abnormal. He had actually planned to defeat all his strong opponents in one day. It was a pity that the Dragon Spear Lady, Yan Pojun and Feng Qixia wasn't grouped in Group C, otherwise he would probably continue to fight them and acquired the championship after defeating every single person in the Group C knockout match. Dragon Ambassador Qin Lanyu's expression from the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace changed slightly, but he looked at Xuetan Lang and realized that this icy guy didn't change his expression at all. His gaze didn't show any bit of fear. Hence, Qin Lanyu also calmed down a lot facing against such a strong opponent. It would be such a pity if he didn't try his best to fight. What's wrong with losing? Prince of Xiaojin didn't change his expression on the outside, but he was extremely displeased in his heart. They had not even started fighting, but Yue Yang had already assumed that he would win. Nobody would know who was the winner and who was the loser until the very last moment. Prince of Xiaojin suppressed the anger in his heart and jumped onto the stage. Shiro, hey guys, sorry about this. I'm seriously, completely, thoroughly, dead tired from my trip. I'll try to release the next few chapters on time, haha. Prince of Xiaojin released a burst of his chi, and it was like as if a tornado had swept over the whole stadium. Even if he didn't know how to use double strengthening, that kind of high-leveled strengthening skill, his strengthening skill of combining 2 gold-ranked strengthening beasts, the Gold Wolf Kings, wasn't as simple as combining 2 normal beasts. Fusing 2 identical gold beasts wouldn't merely stack the strengths of each beast, it would multiply it instead. So, Prince of Xiaojin didn't only get 2 times additional strength, he got 4 times, or even more. It can be said that the Prince of Xiaojin was much more skillful in strengthening skills than Yekong and Fatty Hai, who had been trained by Yue Yang. The thing that grabbed Yekong and Fatty Hai's attention was that this Prince of Xiaojin could still equip a Thunder Beast armor afterwards, without affecting his previous strengthening. Prince of Xiaojin had indeed spent a lot of effort on researching strengthening beasts. Of course, the Xiaojin kingdom originally had a speciality, they were all experts in strengthening beasts. There was a saying in Soaring Dragon Continent, and that was strengthening at Xiaojin, elements at Tianluo. This saying described the specialties of the beasts in the 2 kingdoms. Tianluo kingdom warriors were experts in element-type beasts. As for Xia, due to the many generations of emperors like Jun Wuyu who placed more importance in combat skills, the rankers within the kingdom had slowly lost their specializations. Fortunately there were still support from the 4 great clans, otherwise the Xia kingdom would have been kicked out of the 3 great kingdoms in the Soaring Dragon Continent. However, in terms of each kingdom's warriors' combat power, Xia kingdom was the weakest. At the same time, Xia kingdom also had the highest number of bandits and robbers. That's really good. Feng Qixia praised the Prince of Xiaojin after seeing the effects of his beast strengthening. It's a pity that you can't survive just by cultivating strengthening beasts alone. Yan Pojun admitted that he couldn't compare with Prince of Xiaojin. Yan Pojun and Prince of Xiaojin were both proud disciples of the Western Lion Pagoda sect, but Yan Pojun was the disciple of one of the branch sect while Prince of Xiaojin was accepted as disciple by the sect leader himself. Hence their position and status were heaven and earth apart. However, Yan Pojun could finally see Prince of Xiaojin's weakness. He had only focused on cultivating a single skill. One must not simply cultivate in one single type of beast. Maybe they could improve quickly at the beginning, but they would not be able to increase their strength if they reached a bottleneck in the future. Furthermore, Prince of Xiaijin had not focused on cultivating his own guardian beast. This was his biggest mistake. Maybe Prince of Xiaijin's guardian beast was not a fighting type, or maybe it might not be the best kind of beast, but when he chose not to focus on cultivating his guardian beast, he chose to give up his advantage. Xue Tianlang glanced once and turned his head away. If Prince of Xiaijin had focused on cultivating his guardian beast like Princess Qian or Luo Hua City Mistress, then it would be worthwhile to focus on cultivating a single beast. Right now, if Prince of Xiaijin's beasts were killed, his combat strength would definitely plummet. In comparison to him, Xue Tianlang felt that Bai Yunfei was extremely clever. Maybe Prince of Xiaijin's guardian beast was a special type. I have a feeling that something is not right. The old fox quietly frowned. Are you saying that Yue Yang, that brat, will lose? How is that possible? The Eastern Sky King would never believe that Yue Yang could lose to Prince of Xiaijin even if he was beaten to death. I'm not saying that Yue Yang will lose, it's just that Prince of Xiaijin is not someone like Bai Yunfei who can endure until the end. He would definitely go crazy at some point. Even until today, the Western Lion Pagoda put a lot of importance on their reputation. If Yue Yang beat Prince of Xiaijin, the experts from Xiaijin Kingdom and Western Lion Pagoda might even come to pick a fight with us, the old fox had thought deeply and far into the future. Elder Nangong has already recognized Yue Yang. He even came personally to invite him to join the Innate Alliance. Even if the Western Lion Pagoda Innate rankers came, would they dare to touch Yue Yang? Feng Kuang asked. General Feng Kuang. You might not know this, but currently, Zhizun, Yue Yang's introducer, Knight Empress, Elder Nangong and a few other top Innate rankers have partied together to fight on the 10th floor. They may not come back for a few months. It can be said that now is the time when a few people will get restless. If that wasn't so, why would there be so many weird things happening nowadays? These few days, my reveal inherent skill had also given me a few senses. I have a feeling that something very troubling will happen very soon. The State Grandmaster's words made the other strong warriors in the audience freeze, as if they just had a realization. So Zhizun, Yeho, Elder Nangong and other top rankers had left the Tongtian Tower 6th floor and gone to 10th floor. It was no wonder that although the Soaring Dragon Continent looked calm, there was actually turmoil within. The State Grandmaster put his finger to his lips, signaling the others not to leak the secret to the rest of the people. On the fighting arena, Prince of Xiaijin gave a loud howl. Two several meters tall Gold Wolf King's shadow rose from the top of his head and hovered in the air. Hui Tai Lang, who had been sleeping on one side of the fighting arena out of boredom, suddenly opened its eyes. It was unsatisfied with the two Gold Wolf Kings in front of it who was showing off their power. As Yue Yang wanted to leave Hui Tai Lang to trick his enemies, he didn't bring it out during the whole of 100 Schools Elite Tournament. At first he had wanted to add Hui Tai Lang into the team and let it participate during the team matches, but afterwards, the fake Yu Chu had returned, so Yue Yang hurriedly took Hui Tai Lang out from the competition and decided to hide its abilities. Yue Yang would rather see Fatty Hai and Yekong lose the team match than reveal Hui Tai Lang's real strength. Hui Tai Lang's strength would decide a lot of things later on. First would be Yu Chu's identity. If this Yu Chu was fake and was part of someone's schemes from the Demonic Palace, then the people from the Demonic Palace would definitely know Hui Tai Lang's strength. This was because Hui Tai Lang had killed a sect leader level Lai Lai one-on-one before. Later on, it had also finished off the giant Xing Ming. All the top warriors in the Demonic Palace would definitely know Hui Tai Lang's strength. At least the Phoenix Beauty would be very clear about it. If the fake Yu Chu wasn't someone sent from the Demonic Palace, then he might be sent from the Thousand Goblins sect. Then they wouldn't know Hui Tai Lang's real strength. Towards the Hui Tai Lang who was bronze ranked level 3 on the outside, the fake Yu Chu would definitely let his guard down. Especially after Yue Yang summoned the Bloody Queen Red and other strong beasts on the fighting area just now. They would definitely think that Yue Yang had not contracted Hui Tai Lang because its powers wasn't strong enough. This point could give Yue Yang some clues to determine if the fake Yu Chu was sent from the Thousand Goblins sect or the Demonic Palace. If the fake Yu Chu didn't think much about Hui Tai Lang, that might mean he came from the Thousand Goblins sect, not the Demonic Palace. Yue Yang wouldn't even need to go back himself, he could ask Princess Qian, Yu Yu and the others to take Hui Tai Lang to meet the fake Yu Chu. With Princess Qian's sharp 6 records inherent skill, she would definitely be able to sense if something was wrong. If the fake Yu Chu was someone from the Demon Abyss, since Hui Tai Lang had absorbed quite a lot of Demon King Xian's demon chi, the fake Yu Chu might find its demonic chi familiar. Even if he didn't know about Hui Tai Lang, maybe he would be on guard with it or be interested with it. Following the same logic, if the fake Yu Chu had come from the Demon Abyss, Hui Tai Lang would also be able to sense something. If Hui Tai Lang could sense a demonic chi similar to Demon King Xian's on the fake Yu Chu's body, then he must definitely be an imposter from the Demonic Palace. Yue Yang thought that this was the most probable scenario. Escaping wouldn't always be the best idea. After calmly evaluating everything, Yue Yang decided to find the best time to reveal the fake Yu Chu's real identity. No matter what, the fact that he was a person from another world must never be revealed, he must keep the secret until the end. Otherwise, Fourth Mother would definitely be heartbroken if she learnt about this. The real Yu Chu would definitely not suspect his own son. Furthermore, only the fake Yu Chu would think of eliminating his own son or other people who suspected that he was fake. Awoo! Hui Tai Lang released a terrifying hell flame from its body. Its demonic chi exploded as its hell flame raged wildly. It bared its teeth and howled towards the Prince of Xia Jin. Hui Tai Lang was a scaredy cat before, but after going through countless bloody life and death battles with Yue Yang, it finally had an iron steel fighting spirit. As it learnt its way from its master's speech and manners, its intelligence and combat power improved day by day. Of course, it had also developed that kind of pride that could only belong to a Gold King beast. However, other than its master's scolding that made it feel comfortable and closer to its master, other warriors or beasts shouldn't be picking a fight with it easily. Otherwise, it would definitely teach them a lesson. It was still fine if beasts like the Gold Dragon King beast, which was from a different race, tried to show off its might in front of it. As long as it didn't pick a fight with Hui Tai Lang, it was too lazy to bother about it. However, those two Gold Wolf Kings on Prince of Xia Jin's body had actually dared to show off in front of Hui Tai Lang. They had even released their mighty king beast's chi that its master had told to Hui Tai Lang before, hence they really made Hui Tai Lang furious. Scram, you mutt! You have no business here. Yue Yang waved his hand to shoo Hui Tai Lang away. Now was not the time for it to show off its might. Woof woof. Seeing that things were not good and that its master was about to get angry, Hui Tai Lang hurriedly acted obedient as it trotted towards the audience seat, tamely sitting right next to Yu Bing's legs. It currently had enough intelligence to understand its master's character. It knew that its master loved his sister the most, hence it ran towards her to protect her. If it did that, Yue Yang would definitely not be angry anymore. Normal warriors wouldn't notice Hui Tai Lang's actions, but experts amongst the audience were incredibly shocked. Although there were a lot of clever beasts in this world, sensitive beasts like Hui Tai Lang were not many. Those like Feng Qixia and Yan Po Jun who knew about Hui Tai Lang fared better, but others such as the Floating Mist Sect and Western Lion Pagoda's disciples were all filled with jealousy and greed. Hui Tai Lang was a sensitive uncontracted beast. This was indeed an enticement that was hard to let go. Brother Titan, my Desert Storm skill has a total of 8 moves. Please give me some pointers. Seeing that Yue Yang did not summon any beasts and had decided to fight him with his own abilities, Prince of Xia Jin was extremely delighted. He felt that this Yu clan third young master was too honorable and wanted to uphold his end of the deal. With the support from 2 Wolf King beasts, the Thunder Battle Armor and the Gold Moon Devouring Crescent Blade, his combat power had increased to more than 10 times stronger. Even if he was to fight against Bai Yunfei who had a Gold Dragon King beast, he believed that he wouldn't lose. Right now, this Yu clan third young master had not summoned any beast at all. Did he think that he could defeat him with combat techniques alone? Yue Yang did not reply. He only took out his Huijin magic blade and released his innate chi. Purple flames and black smoke rose up into the air. With his ability to control fire, he shaped the purple flames behind him into a giant whirlpool of fire. When Prince of Xia Jin saw this, he felt a shiver down his spine. It wouldn't be good if he allowed Yue Yang to release all of his power. He couldn't care about any agreement or rules anymore. Immediately, he waved his gold crescent blade and released the first move of his Desert Storm skill, Wind Rising, towards Yue Yang. As his blade slashed down, the whole sky turned dark. It was as if dark clouds had loomed over the whole fighting arena, as strong winds stormed all over the stadium. The 100,000 audience felt like they had been placed inside the eye of a storm. There were strong winds blowing and dark clouds looming. Although people didn't like Prince of Xia Jin's sneak attack, they couldn't help but be shocked at his combat skill prowess. The Western Lion Pagoda sect disciples and Grey Wolf Academy students all cheered for Prince of Xia Jin. They all knew that the 8 moves of Prince of Xia Jin's Desert Storm was a non-stop combo attack. The moment it was released, the 8 moves would be unleashed non-stop one by one. If the opponent fell at a disadvantage right at the start, he would be pushed back more and more, and in the end, he would be thoroughly defeated under Prince of Xia Jin's combo attack without any chance to defend himself. Even the Marquis of Xia Jin, who was the strongest warrior in their country, had praised his nephew's self-created skill Desert Storm before. He said that it was one of the most exquisite, top-notch skill in the world. He pointed out that his nephew's only weakness was that he didn't have a sand and gale type elemental beasts for support. Otherwise, his power would probably multiply. The gold crescent dagger turned into a sandstorm that engulfed the whole sky, hiding the sky and covering the earth as it shot straight towards Yue Yang. With regards to this great sandstorm combat technique that had even made the 100,000 audience turned pale, Yue Yang didn't clash against it with his Huijin magic blade. Instead, he reached out his left hand and pointed his forefinger, meeting the attack with just a single finger. This move was identical to the story of how Bai Yunfei had stopped Li Zhongtian's all-out punch with only a single finger. When the audience saw this, they were dumbstruck. Could it be that this student titan wanted to be like Bai Yunfei, stopping an ultimate move with just a single finger? Shiro, hey guys, sorry for disappearing. I was away for a study tour to Japan last week. My classmates and I went around different companies in Tokyo to learn about their business models and strategies every day, from 9 to 6. Afterwards, as it was my first time in Japan, I couldn't resist traveling around Tokyo to visit various landmarks and tourist spots. In the end, I came back at around 10 p.m. every night. I was really tired during my trip, and after a few days of trying to translate at night after I get back to the hotel, I just gave up and slept like the dead until morning. I thought I'd be able to juggle traveling and translating at the same time, but it turned out to be beyond my physical and mental abilities. Haha. I will try to get more chapters stocked up before going for holidays so this won't happen again. Sorry for the inconvenience. The Floating Mist Sect Junior Sect leader Bai Yunfei had stopped a level 6 elder Li Zhongtian's ultimate punch with just a single finger. Although everyone didn't know if he had used a beast or an inherent skill, everyone knew one important point, and that was it would be impossible to replicate this move. Even if it was Bai Yunfei himself, he might not be able to do the same thing again. This was because even a high-leveled level 8 emperor wouldn't dare to only use a finger to receive a level 6 senior elder's ultimate move. It was indeed because Bai Yunfei had used a single finger to receive the move that he became famous overnight. This feat also earned him the name of the strongest young warrior in the whole of Soaring Dragon Continent, until he was defeated by Yue Yang, making him number 2. Even so, everyone didn't think that Bai Yunfei, who had a gold dragon king beast, was weaker than the 3 great killing stars. He simply couldn't compare to the extremely, abnormally strong titan. However, right now, did student titan really wanted to use a single finger to stop the first move of Prince of Xiaijin's Desert Storm? Was this even possible? Others might not know about it, but the Floating Mist Sect disciples all knew that that was an impossible thing to do. When Bai Yunfei stopped Li Zhongtian's ultimate punch, he did not rely on his gold dragon king beast nor his other beasts. He had also not relied on his own inherent skill. He had relied on an artifact. The Floating Mist Sect disciples could guarantee that this goddamned Yu Clan third young master who assumed the pseudonym of Titan didn't have Bai Yunfei's artifact, the gold dragon pearl, which could protect his life and body. That was an artifact that the previous generation of Floating Mist Sect leader, who was also Bai Yunfei's grandfather, gave to his grandson. With this gold dragon pearl, Bai Yunfei could easily stop an ultimate move which was 10 times stronger than him. Of course, it wouldn't be effective forever. The gold dragon pearl could only be used 3 times. After 3 times, it would shatter into dust. Li Zhongtian's ultimate move's power was extremely frightening. Even with the gold dragon king beast, Bai Yunfei didn't dare to face against it directly, hence he chose to use the gold dragon pearl to protect himself. In the end, from the spectator's point of view, that move became a scene where he had stopped an ultimate move with a single finger. The disciples from Floating Mist Sect obviously knew about it, but they didn't leak this secret out. Instead, they enthusiastically cheered for Bai Yunfei, increasing his publicity. However, right now, this Yu Clan third young master who had ruthlessly defeated their junior sect leader had actually dared to try stopping an ultimate move with a single finger. The Floating Mist Sect's disciples were both angry and happy at the same time. They were angry because this brat was really too obnoxious. How could he dare to face an ultimate attack without the protection of the gold dragon pearl? On the other hand, they were happy because they could see this brat's unfortunate future. Although he wasn't defeated by their junior sect leader, he would suffer defeat in the end. This would serve as a good lesson for him. When their junior sect leader recovered his strength, he might still be able to get back his initial prestige once he defeated the Prince of Xiaijin in the round-robin match. Not only the Floating Mist Sect's disciples were happy, the Western Lion Pagoda disciples and the Grey Wolf Academy students were also very happy. Fatty Hai, Yakong and the others clenched their fists hard. They had more than enough confidence in Yue Yang, but they couldn't help but be worried. Luohua City Mistress bit her lips. She was a little angry. If Yue Yang had been in front of her, she would have punched him. How could he be so daring? What would they do if he got injured? Princess Qian sighed, feeling a little headache. That brat is hopeless. And I thought he liked to be low-keyed. Who would know that he was actually an exaggerated show-off? When Prince of Xiaijin saw this, he was delighted. He never thought even in his dreams that Yue Yang would underestimate him and try to stop his attack with a single finger. That was equivalent to him seeking death. Immediately, instead of weakening the strength in his hands, Prince of Xiaijin increased it even more, intent on cutting Yue Yang with his crescent blade. Even if he couldn't kill him with one slash, Yue Yang would definitely be gravely injured. This was definitely a chance bestowed to him by the heavens. He must not miss it, or it might not happen again. If Prince of Xiaijin knew that Yue Yang would use a single finger to stop his move, he would have used the strongest move out of the 8 moves in Desert Storm, the Wind Destruction or the Total Darkness. A loud explosion resounded. The loud sound pierced the audience's ears. Yue Yang, who had withstood the attack with a single finger, was pushed many meters back, the purple flames on his body spluttering at the surrounding area. However, the deathly attack that others thought would instantly kill Yue Yang didn't happen. Yue Yang had only been pushed back. Prince of Xiajin secretly thought that it was unfortunate. The first move, Wind Rising, was just a starting move, the full strength of the skill was not unleashed yet. His opponent had erected a weird-looking fire shield right at the last minute and blocked his blade. When Prince of Xiajin saw that Yue Yang had only been pushed back by his attack, although he was very close to injuring him fatally, Prince of Xiajin started to brandish his gold crescent blade wildly and unleashed his moves even more quickly. The second move, the third move, the fourth move. The gold crescent blade became like a huge desert storm. Strong winds howled as the flaming hot sands pounced at Yue Yang like a menacing beast, wave after wave. The audience couldn't clearly see the battle situation, they could only see vaguely that the arrogant student titan was being pushed back step by step by the Prince of Xiajin. That Prince of Xiajin, who was like a godly hero, attacked countlessly non-stop, as if he was not giving any chance for student titan to counterattack. He's winning. The Western Lion Pagoda disciples and the Grey Wolf Academy students cheered for Prince of Xiajin. That's bad. He is attacking non-stop. The Ivy Academy students were extremely worried. They were actually all top-class experts and geniuses who were hiding their abilities, so they obviously knew the terrifying power behind the continuous attacks. Prince of Xiajin might become complacent too early. People like Feng Qixia and Yan Pojun, who were more highly skilled, could see through the battle situation more clearly and more transparently. He has already miscalculated when he missed the first attack, but he was impatient to advance and greedy to win, hence he has continued with the 7 other moves non-stop. This Prince of Xiajin has really been pushed to his limits by that brat. Bai Yunfei was watching the match secretly through the little window from his private box. Although his face was pale, his eyes showed a tinge of mockery. Of course, he hated the Yu clan third young master after losing to him. However, he couldn't help but to admire Yue Yang's abnormal strength. Junior sect leader, it's not that the Prince of Xiajin didn't want to stop attacking. He just couldn't stop attacking. A mysterious guy who had always been following Bai Yunfei slowly said. Really? Then, could it be that when Yue Yang used a single finger to block Prince of Xiajin's move, he was actually setting a trap for him? Bai Yunfei's lips shivered a little. The Prince of Xiajin increased his combat strength to his maximum as he unleashed the 8th move of Desert Storm with a loud roar. The gold crescent blade flashed with a golden light like a lightning, traversing through the distance between the two people. Cutting apart the space between them, Prince of Xiajin slashed towards Yue Yang's neck immediately, before retracting the crescent blade back to the scabbard on his waist. The crescent blade continued to shake within the scabbard, producing a buzzing sound. If it were last time, when Prince finished his 8 moves combo, as the crescent blade returned to his scabbard, his enemy's head would also fall from his neck to the ground, rolling beside Prince of Xiajin's feet. Most of them would have died with their eyes wide open in an expression of disbelief. Under the watch of 100,000 audience, Yue Yang's body slowly trembled. This was a sign that the attack had worked on him. The Western Lion Pagoda's disciples and the Grey Wolf Academy's students started to cheer out uncontrollably. So what if he had abnormal abilities? With the formidable 8 moves of Desert Storm, he had still fallen defeated in the end. Even the Prince of Xiajin, who was exhausted after unleashing his ultimate move, prepared to raise his hands to wave to the 100,000 crowd. At the same time, he mentally prepared his speech. Just as the corners of his mouth were about to turn up into a smile, Yue Yang suddenly raised his left hand. There was a little cut on his forefinger. There was a slit of blood, but it wasn't enough to form a drop of blood. Yue Yang started to blow on his finger in pain and sighed, I underestimated my opponent too much. That attack wasn't supposed to cut my finger. When Yue Yang said this, the Prince of Xiajin's eyes widened until they were bigger than a bull's. He was fine? His neck was chopped by the crescent blade. How can he be fine? That was really fast. If I don't have the reveal inherent skill, I won't be able to see it clearly. State Grandmaster Hwaxia laughed, this kid has improved once again. Even if he doesn't lift the seal on his innate powers, his current ability is very close to the innate realm. What an extraordinary kid. I think it took me around 200 years to reach his level, yet he had only lived for 20 years. It's a shame that His Highness could not come to watch the fight. He would definitely be delighted. He has condensed a flame shield in his finger. At first it was not very useful, Prince of Xiajin's first attack has destroyed the first one. However, every single fire shield afterwards was better than the previous. Furthermore, the speed of which he has condensed the flame shield has increased every single time. At the end, he was condensing it with ease. Haha, I think, if we gave a little more time to this brat, he could probably successfully research the long-lost martial art skill Godly Flaming Shield. The old fox rubbed his goatee pleasedly. Can a human use the Godly Flaming Shield that is a beast's speciality? Feng Kuang asked in surprise. Yes, but he must first learn to control fire. And he must be able to control it very well. State Grandmaster Hua assured definitively. Seems like it would be impossible for me to be able to do that. The eagle-eyed Xia Wen Li was troubled. Controlling fire was already very difficult, yet he was required to control it very well. What kind of realm did he need to reach to do that? Aren't you speaking nonsense now? Even I, the Sky King, who is an expert in both metal and fire abilities, couldn't do it. If you, brat, could do it, is there still justice in this world? Controlling fire abilities, do you think everyone could do it? Dream on, do you think playing with a little fire means you have control over fire? Forget it, I'm not talking to you anymore, so as to save you from feeling inferior. But this son-in-law of mine is really a genius, little Luo Hua has really married the right man. Haha, I really like this son-in-law who can control fire. That fire shield is really to my liking. The Eastern Sky King father-in-law acted like a mother-in-law, evaluating his son-in-law and liking him more and more the more he looked at him. On the stage, Prince of Xiaijin gritted his teeth and continued to charge towards Yue Yang, furiously pouncing at him like a mad, bloodthirsty wolf. This was because Yue Yang was shaking his forefinger that was slightly cut right at him. His attitude was not only looking down on him, but downright degrading. This was even more humiliating than mocking him with words. Did Yue Yang mean that his Desert Storm 8 moves could only cut his forefinger a little? If others knew about this, his reputation wouldn't be any better than Bai Yunfei's. Prince of Xiaijin raised his hand and exploded his qi. Without anyone knowing, he secretly ate a pill, the bloodthirst pill. The Prince of Xiaijin bitterly hated the Yu clan's third young master to the core. The audience couldn't see the Prince of Xiaijin taking the pill. All they saw was that a fierce qi suddenly exploded out from him. They even thought that the Prince of Xiaijin had been hiding his true abilities all this time. They were all shocked. They all thought that this guy was not so simple after all. It seems like he still have cards up his sleeve. In the next moment, when everyone was ready to watch a good show, they were all dumbfounded by the scene before them. This scene was even more shocking and more unfathomable than when Yue Yang's bloody queen appeared. What everyone saw was that the super abnormal student titan had condensed a flame shield with a single finger to block the Prince of Xiaijin's fearsome strike. This was the true definition of stopping an ultimate move with one finger. He didn't use any tricks. It was all his own strength. The Prince of Xiaijin's strike swept across the stage, split in two, destroying the fighting arena's tiles easily like they were made of tofu. However, this fierce attack was blocked by the flame shield like it was nothing. The power behind the strike disappeared like it was nothing. The thing that made the Prince of Xiaijin so scared was that when Yue Yang lifted his Huijin magic blades, he had unleashed his own first skill, Wind Rising. It looked exactly like the skill that Prince of Xiaijin had used before. No. It was even more spectacular than before. Yue Yang was about to strike his chest. The prince's armor broke and blood scattered. He was also forced back a few steps. When he looked over at Yue Yang, he noticed the second and third combo strike was coming. It was like a non-stop torrential downpour. The Desert Storm combo that Yue Yang just received. He was returning it all back to the Prince of Xiaijin. Of course, Yue Yang purposely held back a bit so he wouldn't die. In a few seconds, the Prince of Xiaijin turned into a bruised bloody mess riddled with scars. The moves that he was hit with was all from his own battle skill, the Desert Storm S8 moves. No. This is not possible. The Prince of Xiaijin did not believe that there was such a formidable opponent in this world. To steal his technique after only seeing it once. The Desert Storm skill that he spent countless years perfecting under his teacher's guidance. For it to be stolen and performed better. If the two of them were to be compared, it would look that he was the one who copied the skill. The prince's battle skill is worthy of praise. No matter the angle of the attack, the combo of the attack or the strength and the technique of the attack, all of them are very harmonized. I've learned the steel chopping technique before, but I found that your Highness Crescent Blade 8 move skill was far better than the one I have learnt. Yue Yang complimented. However, the spectators all began to laugh. This kid was making such an ironic comparison. To compare the prince's skill with the steel chopping technique. It seems like the prince's skill was really pitiful. One should know that the steel chopping technique is one of the worst sword techniques in the world. The steel chopping technique was so trashy that even low-level mercenaries wouldn't even want to train and learn it. Now that he was comparing the prince's sword technique to the steel chopping technique, he was basically calling the prince's skill no better than trash. Hearing this, the Prince of Xiaijin's chest started to ache. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Bai Yunfei sustained internal injuries because he was angry. However, that was not the case with the Prince of Xiaijin. He was injured by Yue Yang and then spat out a mouthful of blood due to anger. On the surface, it looked as if Yue Yang's usage of the prince's technique was on the same level as the prince. However, when it reached the Prince of Xiaijin's body, he realized that it was different. Every strike from the Yu clan's third young master was followed by a spin. Even though the wounds didn't look that bad, the area under the skin was fiercely struck opened. His injuries were very serious and painful, if it wasn't for the Thunder Beast armor's protection and the Bloodthirst Pill's effects, the Prince of Xiajin felt that he would have died. Go ahead and eat 2 more Bloodthirst Pills. I don't mind. I'll also guarantee that the judges won't interfere while you eat them. When Yue Yang talked again, the entire arena was in an uproar once again. Bloodthirst Pill. There was no one who didn't know about it. That kind of thing. It is used during a life and death battle. Its usage is definitely prohibited during a regular competition. Who would have thought that this Prince of Xiajin would dare use something like this under everyone's watchful eyes? Shiro, changing Extreme Region Realm to Outer Realm. Extreme Region Realm / Outer Realm had been mentioned a few times. On Chapter 86, Luohua City Mistress said that seems like the existence of the Heaven Realm is located at a place very far away from the Demon Abyss, it might even be located in the Outer Realm above the high levels of Tongtian Tower. It is also mentioned in Chapter 114 and 172. Basically, this is how I imagined the LLS world to be, there's Demon Abyss underground, maybe from B1B100, then Soaring Dragon Continent on Ground Zero, then the Tongtian Tower, LV.1 LV.10, then the Outer Realm above Tongtian Tower, and Heaven Realm above the Outer Realm. So if you stack it up, it should look like this, the Bloodthirst Pill was a kind of forbidden medicine. It could stimulate a person's potential for a short period of time and boost his combat abilities. However, it would cause the user to lose control more easily as well. A few of those warriors with weak minds might even become bloodthirsty beasts, killing everything in their path. If it was a battle to the death, taking the Bloodthirst Pill to kill their mortal enemy and secure victory was still acceptable. However, this was the 100-school elite competition. The Bloodthirst Pill was banned from consumption. Once a person lost control, he would kill the opponent. These warriors who flouted the competition's rules by using such underhanded methods to pursue victory and disregarding others' lives were people who would be cast aside by others. The main aim of a tournament was not to take innocent lives, but rather to let more people have the chance to train themselves. It was a platform for students to help each other to grow. Therefore, tournament competitions required a fairer starting point. As much as possible, everyone would spar against each other under the same conditions. At the start, the matches would start under a state of fairness. After that, they would have to rely on their fighting spirit, battle tactics, skills of their beasts and so on to defeat their opponent. The meaning of the tournament was to allow students to train themselves through battle. It was to allow students to learn others' merits during their battle, allowing themselves to grow stronger and improve continuously, before finally distinguishing themselves for the 1,000 other elite students and attain the final victory. This was what the 100-school elite competition was intended for. Using the green poison pill to poison the opponent or using the bloodthirst pill to increase one's strength was forbidden by the rules. Once it was discovered, the person would be immediately kicked out of the competition, and unable to join for 3 years running. It was already flouting the spirit of competition when the Prince of Xiajin summoned his beast secretly while he was below the stage. It had caused everyone to look at him with scorn. Now, he even dared to take a bloodthirst pill secretly. This was essentially the greatest insult to the word elite. Taking the bloodthirst pill to increase his strength under the crowd's watch, using this kind of underhanded method to defeat his opponent and attain victory, this act was practically equivalent to giving everyone in the 100-school elite competition a resounding slap in the face. Prince of Xiajin, please stop the competition, I want to check your blood. The main referee was extremely angry. The bloodthirst pill was a kind of forbidden medicine. It was expensive and ordinary warriors would almost have no chance to ever use them. However, it was not strange for the Prince of Xiajin to own this kind of forbidden medicine. According to some sources, the origin of these bloodthirst pills was from the Green Summit sect in the Xiajin kingdom. There were countless evil experts in the Green Summit sect. The current generation's sect leader, Duan Mu Longcheng, was not only Xiajin kingdom's heavenly imperial guardian, but also a great master of medicine. Although there was no proof that Duan Mu Longcheng created the bloodthirst pill, it was a fact that he had invented the Scattering Wolf, a short-term mass-produced medicine that would greatly boost the battle ability of troops for a short period of time. It was precisely because the Xiajin kingdom owned the Scattering Wolf that their troops were the wildest and most barbaric. They were addicted to battle as if their lives revolved around it, just like starving wolf packs. No, I didn't. I refuse to be checked. The Prince of Xiajin didn't think that Yue Yang could see that he had taken the forbidden bloodthirst pill. Of course, he could not let the main referee check his blood now. Otherwise, not only him, but the Wolf Academy that he represented, the Xiajin Kingdom, and the Western Lion Pagoda would lose a great deal of reputation. On the surface, the bloodthirst pill's effects could not be seen. However, a reaction could be found when checking a blood sample. This was especially true for the members of the 100-school elite competition who owned special beasts. With just a single sniff or a taste of the blood, they would be able to sense it. Don't be too hasty to deny it. Actually, even if you eat the bloodthirst pill as rice, I don't care either. Yue Yang shrugged in a carefree manner. I'll kill you. The Prince of Xiaijin was mad now. Everything that he had been destroyed by this third young master. Following this, what awaited him was not just a miserable loss, but also the ruin of his glory, as well as shame that he would forever be unable to get rid of. Eating a forbidden medicine was greater embarrassment than kneeling in front of the crowd like Bai Yunfei did. The only way to get out of this would be to kill his enemy and shut him up forever, in order to appease his own hatred. The Prince of Xiaijin did not realize that under the stimulation of the words of his opponent, he had started to gradually lose control of himself. He had started to become a bloodthirsty beast that was craving to kill others. The Prince of Xiaijin's eyes were dyed in red. He raised his gold crescent blade and sliced maniacally towards Yue Yang. Yue Yang raised his hands and a flaming tornado suddenly appeared right below the Prince of Xiaijin, causing him to be hurled midair without any chance to resist. While the Prince of Xiaijin tried to struggle out of the tornado, the flaming tornado suddenly vanished. With a stamp of his feet, Yue Yang caused another pillar of flame to explode from the ground, rushing towards the prince in midair. The flame pillar caused him to shoot up 10 meters midair before dissipating. The entire crowd felt a wave of hot air rushing towards them. It started to become difficult to breathe as well. In the sky, the Prince of Xiaijin seemed to have been knocked unconscious by the flame pillar that Yue Yang had controlled. As if he had lost the will to battle, his body fell down. The Wolf Academy and Lion Pagoda's disciples were crying out loud. Someone had even used his gold pheasant's cry skill to wake the prince up. This move was clearly effective. With the gold pheasant's cry, the Prince of Xiaijin's eyes which were shut closed immediately opened up. He somersaulted in midair and summoned his grimoire 10 meters above the ground. He summoned a strengthening type black wyvern, fusing it with his body. Huge dragon wings grew from his back. His fingernails also grew sharp dragon claws. With this, he landed easily back onto the stage. The crowd booed constantly. He had broken the rules one after another. It was originally a match that restricted them to only using combat techniques. What was going on with the summoning grimoire now? That student titan had not even summoned a single beast, and only used techniques to fight. Not only did the Prince of Xiaijin summon the Gold Wolf Kings from below the stage, he had even taken a bloodthirst pill on stage and summoned a black wyvern. Was this not too shameless? Could he really not give a damn about anything just to win this? Feng Qixia and Yan Pojun laughed. They knew that now that this Prince of Xiaijin was truly a failure. If Yue Yang wanted to defeat the Prince of Xiaijin, he wouldn't even need to use a finger to defend or mimic the opponent's techniques. Those were just methods to incite the prince's anger to cause him to go crazy and lose control. Bai Yunfei, the Prince of Xiaijin and Dragon Ambassador King Lanyu represented the 4 great sects in the 100 school elite competition. They were here for nothing more than to defeat the junior members of the 4 great clans and the respective schools' elites to boost their prestige and increase the influence they had in the Soaring Dragon Continent. As long as the opponent did not give up, Bai Yunfei and the Prince of Xiaijin would pretty much beat up their opponent Black and Blue, until their opponent was in despair. The warriors of Soaring Dragon Continent adored the victors, and the hearts of the citizens had started to gradually favor these 3 new stars. In comparison, the 3 great killing stars' fame had been overshadowed by them. If the 3 great killing stars were swept by Bai Yunfei or the Prince of Xiaijin in the finals, the 4 great clans' prestige would drop to the bottom of the valley, and the 4 great sects' fame would be raised to an all-new high. Yue Yang had defeated Bai Yunfei, then the Prince of Xiaijin. His goal was not as simple as to dispose of these 2 arrogant fellows. More importantly, he wanted to strike the decisive blow to the sects that they represented. The Prince of Xiaijin was more fond of victory than Bai Yunfei. He did not have Bai Yunfei's tolerance at all. Not only that, because he had never experienced a setback in his life before, he was overly confident of himself. He underestimated Yue Yang's true strength, thinking that he could defeat him using underhanded means. Finally, not only did the Prince of Xiaijin lose the competition, he had been forced by Yue Yang to use a forbidden pill and summon his grimoire, causing him to be pushed to the very edge of the loser's table. He's beyond hope now. Bai Yunfei, who was secretly watching the match in a box, shook his head lightly. With how aggressively Lion Pagoda shields their faults, I'm afraid there's an even better show to watch after this. The mysterious person that came with Bai Yunfei added. It'll be more exciting later on. In front of 100,000 people, how dare they make a mockery of this competition? How many rankers are sitting here? Are the fools in Lion Pagoda insane? But, this isn't bad either. The more chaotic the Soaring Dragon Continent is, the more advantageous it is for us. If they start fighting, we'll just stand at the side and watch. Looking at Yue Yang, who was going round in circles and attacking the Prince of Xiaijin, Bai Yunfei's mocking gaze became even greater. Suddenly, from the audience seats, State Grandmaster Huaxia, Feng Kuang and the old fox all stood up. State Grandmaster Huaxia had summoned his platinum grimoire. The blood flower map on his grimoire shone with a few spots of dazzling red. The eagle-eyed man and the Eastern Sky King, who was seated a little further from the State Grandmaster, looked over to his grimoire and shouted in alarm, "Enemies are attacking, the Xia Palace is under attack. How could this happen?" The old fox furrowed his eyebrows. This isn't a simple assault. You two, go back and assist them. I have to stay here. Perhaps this is a ploy to bait the strong warriors out. The elite juniors are all gathered here. If the enemy takes them all, that would be the greatest loss. Although His Majesty's safety is important, I can't be at ease with all the students here. Go. State Grandmaster was in deep thought. Originally, he wanted to stay as well. However, the blood flower map showed that there were even more enemies attacking the Xia Palace. With no time to think, he hastily took out the teleportation scroll. Along with Feng Kuang, Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendao, Yan Qianzhong, the eagle-eyed man and the others, they hurried back to assist the emperor. Even the Eastern Sky King had gone over to help. The old fox hurriedly beckoned to Princess Qian and Luo Hua City Mistress to his side. The situation isn't good. Hurry up and bring everyone out of here. Without even being able to finish his sentence, a black pillar of light suddenly shone down from the sky. Two men who were dressed in blood-red clothes and emitting a radiant light appeared from the sky. Immediately after they appeared, they joined their hands together her and harmoniously formed a giant black runic circle. A flood of fresh blood spewed out from the black bottles they were holding in their hands, splattering everywhere as if it were a shower of bloody rain. However, the bloody rain did not fall to the ground. Instead, it spiraled in midair with the force from their qi. Fresh blood continuously accumulated and formed into a whirlpool of blood. The black formation was concealed within the whirlpool of blood, looking more and more out of this world. That's not Lion Pagoda, Thousand Goblins sect, nor the demonic palace's people. Who are these two fellows? The old fox was certain that these two men were the enemy. Not only that, he was also 90% sure that they were targeting Yue Yang. The only thing he didn't know was their identities. Could it be that they were the evil experts from Green Summit sect? However, he had never heard of the Green Summit having these kinds of experts. Before the old fox could warn Yue Yang, seeing Yu Bing and Yi Nan worriedly running towards the stage, he flew over and stopped them. Hurry up and go, these two might be experts from the outer realm of the upper floors of Tongtian Tower. Qian, hurry up and activate the gold level mass teleportation scroll and take everyone away. The space has been sealed. Princess Qian discovered that her scroll could not be used. Her face paled instantly. Go, leave this place immediately. The enemy doesn't need a long time to open the connecting space. At that time, millions of outer realm demonic beasts will be teleported here. The old fox then roared as loudly as possible to Feng Qisha, Yan Pojun and the others who were releasing their qi preparing for battle. Are you insane? Hurry up and leave. Before the heavenly imperial guardians and innate rankers manage to get here as reinforcements, the only thing you need to do is run away. At this time, the entire crowd realized the changing situation and panic started to set in. They still did not understand what was going on. The two vice-head referees and head referee released their qi at the same time, raising their combat power to its maximum and hurled themselves towards the two strange men who were in the midst of completing the black runic circle. They were all level 6 elder rankers or greater. The head referee had even reached the strength of a level 7 overlord. However, the ultimate moves that they made was completely ineffective towards the two red-robed men. The two red-robed men neither summoned their grimoires nor raised a barrier to protect themselves. Rather, they took it with their bodies. Under the heavy blows, their bodies only shook slightly. Even the blood-red robes were not damaged. This. When the head referee saw that he had attacked into a tiger's den, his eyes reflected fear. He could not believe that this was the truth. The strength of you human warriors are really weak. If not for His Majesty saying that there were a few annoying human kids in your Soaring Dragon Continent, I wouldn't even want to come out of my way here. The man on the left took the blows from the head referee and one of the vice-head referee, sneering as he came out completely unharmed. So these two aren't humans. With his level 4 divine eyes, Yue Yang could see that these two red-robed men were similar to the dragon ladies that Elder Nangong brought with him. They were not humans, but rather the Eastern Goblin tribe that had taken human form. The two vice-head referees who were rebounded back onto the ground remained calm on the surface, but their hands had started to tremble on their own. Absolute fear exploded deep within their hearts. Although a normal warrior could not see this, but rankers like Yan Pojun would have no trouble in doing so. These two red-robed men seemed to have deflected the three referees' full power attacks with just their bodies. They did not even need to use techniques like Yue Yang. Wasn't this too terrifying? Who in the world were they? Why did they appear here? In the box, the mysterious person pinned down the frightened Bai Yunfei, saying, "Calm down, I'll send you out of here safely. I didn't think that the Western Lion Pagoda would incite the Eastern Goblin tribe of the Outer Realm, they've really done it this time. It's easy to invite a god, but not so easy to get rid of a god. The Eastern Goblin tribe isn't something that they can afford to provoke. They'll definitely regret this. Yunfei, calm down. Let's listen to what these two Eastern Goblin tribe people are saying." The shockwave from three referees' failed ultimate attack resounded throughout the whole stadium, The stadium was in chaos. Every single audience had all stood up in alarm. Right now, even a blind person could see that the two strange, red-robed men were enemies, super strong enemies. The old fox quickly gathered Princess Xian, Luo Hua City Mistress, Yue Bing, Yinan, and the Ivy Academy students together. Just like a mother hen protecting her little chicks, he stood in front of them, his face deadly serious. Yan Pojun and Feng Qisha also quickly commanded Shangjing Academy's students to come forward. The Prince of Tianluo also brought the Pink Rose Fan Group and Fragrance Academy students forward, coming together as one body. On the opposite side, the Grey Wolf Academy and Western Lion Pagoda's disciples also gathered into a group. The Floating Mist Sect disciples and Bai Yunfei's schoolmates also gathered together. The rest of the students gathered around the four referees. Although the stadium was already in chaos, there was someone who stood up in the end to bring order. Students who couldn't find their teachers could only go to the four referees temporarily. Hundreds of silver-armored guards rushed out and defended in front of the students. Their combat power was actually not any better than the students, but their responsibilities made them go to the front lines immediately and defend the students. Following the orders of each team leader, the silver-armored guards summoned their beasts one by one, prepared for battle. As for the mercenaries seated around the mountains or the individual warriors coming to watch the round-robin knockout match, they were completely dumbstruck. They stood frozen on the spot, not knowing what to do. Fight? Their combat power was not even worth it to be looked upon. Escape? There were no escape routes in the mountain. Yue Bing really wanted to ask her brother who was still on the fighting arena to return, because there were only him and Prince of Xiaijin on the stage. They were too obvious as a target. If the enemies attack, then they would probably target her brother first. Just as she was worrying about this, the mysterious beauty who liked to read books suddenly appeared behind Yue Bing and hugged her lightly, comforting her with a gentle voice. Bing don't be scared. Your brother will be okay. Right now you have to prioritize your own safety, don't worry about him. You and Yinan should stay here, and don't come out no matter what. Wu Hen, Qian and Luo Hua are ready to support your brother anytime. You and Yinan must stay calm, don't let others know your identities. When we can use the teleportation scrolls again, you guys should return to the little flower garden in the first moment. Wait for us there. At this time, the old fox was slapping Yekong, Fatty Hai, Yan Pojun and Feng Qisha, stopping them from trying to step out to fight with a thundering voice. Are you all sick of living? Don't you understand what's the meaning of crucial moment? Now is the time. You have to ensure your own lives, and you have to protect your friends and fellow schoolmates too. Yue Yang was already revealed since he was standing on the stage, there was no other way around it. But you guys wanted to rush out and seek death together with him. That is not helping him, on the contrary, you are harming him, do you understand? All of you just calm down for now. Right now, the most important thing for us is to not be disorderly. We must all unite together. The Dragon Spear Lady who was wearing a silver mask, the ice-cold Xue Tanlang and Dragon Ambassador Qin Lan Yu all quickly grouped together. The whole stadium all formed groups of all sizes based on their own schools or sects. Each group was headed by each academy's teachers or a member of the royal families. Otherwise, they were headed by the referee. Everyone, don't be scared. Actually, we didn't come here with evil intentions. The strange red-robed man on the right suddenly announced with a loud voice, right now, I ask everyone to calm down for a while. We have actually come here to find a few people. I guarantee that as long as you guys do not resist, and only watch calmly, none of your lives will be in danger. When that person said this, every single mercenaries immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that the people that person was trying to find would definitely not be them. Some people with a stronger mental state than the others had already started sitting back down and continue to watch the show. In any case, even if the sky collapsed, everyone would die together. Even those people of nobilities, princes and princesses weren't scared of the two strange men, why would they be afraid for their shitty lives? Not every mercenaries could calm down that easily. People who had the way of thinking even if the sky collapse, there are still tall people who will support the skies was not many. When they heard that the unwanted visitors had not come to kill but to find a few people, they become extremely at peace. When the old fox heard it, his heart dropped to the bottom instead. Indeed, they had come for Yue Yang and the others, all of these talented younger generations. Seemed like the ambush on Xia Palace just now was a trap. They had intended to make a move on the younger generations when the strong rankers had all left. They are from the Eastern Goblin tribe. They are not humans, they are more or less like the dragon ladies, they are a little different from them. Bing hide in the crowd for now, don't come out no matter what happen. Yue Yang comforted Yue Bing through his spiritual telepathy Gemini inherent skill. At the same time, he also asked her to hold Yinan, Yu and the others tight in order to prevent them from making rash moves. Tell him to be careful and not to care about us. We can take care of ourselves. Princess Qian hurriedly warned Yue Yang. In the skies. As the black pillar of light linked with the middle of the black runic circle, another 3 figures of people appeared. 2 of them wore black robes. They had a big and tall figure, it seemed like they were at least 3 meters tall. However, their huge bodies were as light as a feather as they floated in mid-air. The person in the middle who the 2 giants had been protecting was wearing a gold-colored robe. He wore a purple crown on his head and held a white jade scroll that had ancient runes written on it. The gold-robed man was an elegant, handsome-looking middle-aged man. He floated in mid-air as he bowed towards the Soaring Dragon Continent, courteously cupping his hands and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please forgive us for our uninvited visit. A month ago, a warrior from the Soaring Dragon Continent had recommended a talented youngster to our emperor. Our emperor loved talented people, and he has especially ordered us to come to the Soaring Dragon Continent to invite these honored guests sincerely with our hearts, to come to our kingdom's Rainbow Palace Hall to gather for a while. Following this, all the talented and elite warriors whose name I have called, please come up and gather on the stage. I guarantee that I will not harm any of you. After our emperor has finished entertaining you, honored guests, we will definitely send you all back here. I will definitely honor my words, please do not be uneasy with our sincerity." Then, he slowly opened the white jade scroll in his hands and read each names aloud, presenting our emperor's orders. "We invite these few honored guests to gather: Yu Clan 3rd Young Master Yue Yang, Yu Clan 7th Miss Yu Bing, Feng Clan Feng Chi Sha, Shui Clan Shui Tan Lang, Yan Clan Yan Po Jun, Floating Mist Sect Junior Sect Leader Bai Yunfei, Prince of Zi Jin Chu Feng Lei, Prince of Tian Luo Hua Zi Yu, Crystal Palace Dragon Ambassador Qin Lan Yu, and last but not least, Da Xia, Princess Xian. A total of 10 brilliant talented youngsters, please come up to the stage. Our emperor loved young talents like you guys, so he will definitely treat you as honored guests." I'm not going. When Prince of Zi Jin heard it, he shouted terrifiedly, "Didn't we agree that you will take them away, and not take anyone from the Western Lion Pagoda?" "No, I'm not going. Your Highness Prince of Zi Jin, you are one of the people our emperor hopes to see. Having an audience with our emperor is an honor to you. Please do not reject our emperor's magnanimity." The handsome-looking gold-robed man bowed courteously as he spoke calmly and unhurriedly. Even under the watch of 100,000 people, he remained calm and composed as he continued, "The other 9 honored guests, please come up to the stage. I don't want to waste too much of everyone's time. As long as we have all 10 people, we will immediately leave. We will not disturb your competition." "What the heck are you guys?" Yue Yang realized that he could see through the red-robed and black-robed men, but the only one he couldn't see through was the gold-robed middle-aged man. He couldn't help but to ask in curiosity. "We are not heck, we are the Eastern Goblin tribe. Please forgive us for our actions. We only wish to talk with our honored guests. May I ask if you are one of our honored guests?" The middle-aged man bowed and courteously cupped his hands. "Although I don't intend to go, my name is indeed stated above." Yue Yang observed the middle-aged man with his divine vision as he slowly replied. "May I ask, are you the Yu Clan 3rd Young Master that my emperor was interested in the most? Your abilities are way above the others although you are still very young. It is really rare to see a talent like you. My emperor has especially ordered us to bring you back no matter what. Seeing the Yu Clan 3rd Young Master showing himself on his own accord really make us happy. This ambassador is a fiery golden eyes beast, you can call me Jinjing, or Golden Eyes. This ambassador pays his respect to the 3rd Young Master of the Yu Clan." The middle-aged man observed Yue Yang from head to toe. His expression changed slightly and he bowed in respect. "Fiery golden eyes beast." Yue Yang was a little startled when he heard it. "Master Jinjing, why are you so courteous to this brat? Wouldn't it be extremely easy for you to take this brat away? Old Black, is enough to bring him down." The black-robed giant standing beside the gold-robed middle-aged man spoke out, his voice exploded in everyone's ears like a thunderclap. "Big Black, you must not be rude." The gold-robed middle-aged man scolded softly and bowed to Yue Yang once again. "Yu Clan 3rd Young Master, this rash and temperamental fellow over here is the leader of the Black Mountains warriors. The other giant is his younger brother. Both of them had a bad temper, but their hearts are kind. They are definitely not someone who is rude and vulgar. Most of the time, they will not start a fight on their own accord, rumble." Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, the Prince of Zi Jin who was trying to escape was suddenly caught by the younger brother giant who was standing on the left, held tightly under his grip. Prince of Zi Jin's whole body immediately entered into the ground. Not waiting for the Prince of Zi Jin to struggle, that black-robed younger brother seized his right leg and smashed the Prince of Zi Jin hard on the stage, just like an adult man smashing a little frog on the ground. As the Prince of Zi Jin screamed in pain, the black-clothed man crushed Prince of Zi Jin's head with his huge foot on the ground, shouting, "Annoying little human insect, you are freaking noisy." The whole 100,000 audience in the stadium all watched dumbstruck. Everyone simply couldn't believe the sight before them. Although Prince of Zi Jin was useless, he was still one of the 3 strongest warriors. How could he die in an instant? The weird thing was that these uninvited visitors seemed to have relations with the Prince of Xia. Why would they kill Prince of Xia then? Shiro, sorry guys, just started watching and got caught up with Game of Thrones. Is this what you mean by saying that you won't initiate attacking people? What great words you say! Yue Yang clapped his hands and praised loudly. Prince of Xia shouldn't have rejected our emperor's sincere invitation and tried to escape. His actions really made us furious. A good man shouldn't try to run away from things. Hey, or Second Black, has perhaps beaten him up a little roughly. I would like to apologize to everyone for that. Actually, as long as everyone cooperates, we guarantee that we will not harm anyone here. The gold-robed middle-aged man spoke in a refined and courteous manner. The whole stadium was silent. If they couldn't reject the invitation, how were they any different captives? Yu Bing, who was below the stage, felt anxious for her brother the most. If those Eastern Goblin tribe people started attacking her brother, what would she do? She wanted to help her brother, but due to her lack in power, she would only drag her brother down if she were to try to help him. This made her really hate herself. How good would it be if she had more combat power? It was a pity that she couldn't lend her brother a helping hand in battles. She could only watch her brother fighting all alone powerlessly. Different from Yu Bing, the mysterious beauty, sickly beauty, Princess Xian and Luo Hua City Mistress were all waiting anxiously, waiting for the right time to join Yue Yang and help him fight. The old fox had an even more serious expression. His mind didn't lie with helping Yue Yang if it comes to battle, but how to take all the students away to safety. Yue Yang had power, so he wasn't whom he was most worried about. Instead, he was worried about Yu Bing and the others. Once the enemies discovered them, Yue Yang would have more trouble instead. If you want to invite me, you can. But normally, I will only accept a strong warrior's invitation. Yue Yang, who was on the stage, brandished his Huijin magic blade and shouted, if you want to invite me, prove to me that you have the power. Wah! Countless audience started to gasp. They all thought that this brat must have gone mad. His enemies were so strong, even Prince of Xia was killed in an instant. He still wanted to challenge them to a fight? Since it's honored guest's request, we will definitely try to fulfill it. The middle-aged man called Fiery Golden Eyes Beast smiled slightly. The two black-clothed giants and the two red-robed men, all four Eastern Goblin tribes people gathered together. They all raised their hands, and started to have a game of rock-paper-scissors, more arrogant than any other. It was as if a simple, random strike from them could immediately beat Yue Yang up into a pulp. In the end, the red-robed man standing on the furthest left won the rock-paper-scissors and stepped out with a big step as Yue Yang's opponent. The middle-aged man called Fiery Golden Eyes Beast introduced him with a refined and gentle voice. This person is Mei Er, or Second Plum, of the Mei Hua, or Plum Blossoms, brothers. But he is not a deer, he is a leopard. His powers are Earth Goblin level 9, if converted to your Soaring Dragon Continent level, he should be at level 9 Saint. Of course, due to certain reasons, it was very difficult for normal goblins to break through the innate realm. Even if our strength had already reached that point, we wouldn't be able to advance into the innate realm. Hence, he is only a goblin palace guard who can never reach innate. This way, it wouldn't be counted as us bullying you humans too much. You clan third young master, as long as you can receive 10 moves of his, I will take back my orders and report to my king. My emperor would definitely be interested in sending you stronger envoys to invite you to his rainbow palace, just like how he had sent his envoys to the Xia Emperor Junwu. What? Yue Yang froze when he heard it. Aren't those Eastern Goblin tribes people a little too greedy? Not only the talented younger generations of Soaring Dragon Continent, they even wanted to kidnap the Xia Emperor Junwu. They had even dared to attack Junwu, who had the protection of 2 heavenly imperial guardians and a state grand master, all 3 innate rankers. This proved that the Eastern Goblin tribe who came from the outer realm outside the Tongtian Tower had an unimaginable power. Not only His Highness Junwu, we are also inviting Marshal Yu Hai, Commander Feng Kuang, Feng Xiaoyun, Shui Wendai and Yan Qianzhong, the 4 clan masters of the Great Clans, as well as Eastern Sky King and the Western Sky King from the Tian Luo Kingdom. The only regretful thing was that the great state Grand Master of Xia had refused our invitation, as he had to protect Xia and see to the country's affairs. We deeply respect State Grand Master Hua Xia's sense of responsibility and decided to respect his wishes, so we did not force the invitation upon him. The Fiery Golden Eyes Beast slowly said. His words were like thunder out of the clear sky, shocking the whole stadium. Almost every strong warriors in Xia and Tian Luo that was gathered here had been captured by them. What kind of strength do they actually have, to accomplish such a feat? The old fox felt like his heart turned to ice. Through their words, he understood that other than the innate ranker, State Grand Master, everyone had already been caught. The State Grand Master and the others had gone back to offer support, yet not even 10 minutes later only the State Grand Master was left. The whole army was annihilated. This Eastern Goblin tribe, their powers really made others feel despair. Without Jizun, Knight Empress and Elder Nangong to protect them. The Soaring Dragon Continent was just as weak as an unfortified village, invaded by the Eastern Goblin tribe this easily. It's just that, how did these people know that Zhizun, Knight Empress and Elder Nangong had all gone to the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower, that there was no one protecting the Soaring Dragon Continent? There is definitely a spy here. The biggest suspect would be the Western Lion Pagoda members. Furthermore, Prince of Xiaijin didn't deny his relationship with them, especially his words just now, they had revealed many things. It was highly likely that the Prince of Xiaijin and Western Lion Pagoda members had struck up some kind of agreement with the Eastern Goblin tribe to guide them here. Who would know that the Eastern Goblin tribe didn't act according to the agreement between them and Prince of Xiaijin and Western Lion Pagoda? Prince of Xiaijin was a talented disciple, so they also wanted to take him along, not giving a damn about Prince of Xiaijin at all. This is impossible. They must have wanted to bend our fighting spirit using trickeries. Yan Pojun couldn't believe the truth no matter what. How could the clan masters of the 4 great clans be captured? Jun Wuyu and the 2 Sky Kings of Tianluo Kingdom had also been captured? How was that possible? Kill. Let's kill all those guys and rescue those people back. Feng Qisha started to lose control of his sense, almost going mad. Xuetan Lang didn't say anything, he simply flew forward and jumped right beside Yue Yang, standing back to back with Yue Yang. He humped coldly at Yue Yang, I'll also fight with you. Don't show off, right now you are still not these Eastern Goblin tribes people's opponents. Yue Yang beat him down without any flattery. I will still fight even if I'm not their opponent. Yue Yang's words seemed to not have any effect on Xuetan Lang's fighting spirit. Perhaps, you are Xuetan Lang from the Xue clan? Not bad, you are extremely talented, worthy of your 3 great killing stars nickname, especially your fighting spirit. You are only second to this Yu clan 3rd young master. I really like you. If our emperor sees you, he might just bestow you with a Sky Goblin Ice Dragon. The fiery golden eyes beast spoke courteously with Xuetan Lang again. 3 great killing stars, they do not consist of Xuetan Lang only. Yan Pojun and Feng Qisha released their chi and flew onto the stage, standing beside Xuetan Lang. Welcome to you. The middle-aged man smiled a little and bowed to them. You are all fools. Yue Yang was speechless. Why couldn't they hide themselves obediently? Instead, they were running to their deaths. I have been very clever all this while, it's really rare to see me acting foolishly, Yan Pojun laughed out loud. He knew that it would be difficult for him to escape the enemy's power was unimaginable. Rather than being instantly killed like the Prince of Xiaijin, he preferred to give it a go. There are still Prince of Tianluo, Princess Qian, Yu Clan 7th Young Mistress Yu Bing, Floating Mist Sect Junior Sect Leader Bai Yunfei and Eastern Crystal Ocean Palace Dragon Ambassador King Lang. Please get up to the stage too. As long as anyone amongst you could withstand 10 moves from Meihua brothers or Xiong brothers, I will happily return to my emperor and ask for a stronger ambassador to invite you all. The conditions that the fiery golden eyes beast put up was that as long as one could receive 10 moves, then they could stay. However, these 10 moves, would they be easy to receive? The opponent had a power of a level 9 saint. Although he was not an innate, he had reached the limits of a ranker. It would be difficult to receive even 1 move, let alone 10. The old fox covered Yu Bing with his body. If the enemy noticed her, it would be the greatest attack to Yue Yang. He did not stop the 3 great killing stars from going up on stage, but when Princess Qian and Prince Tianluo was about to go up the stage, he scolded them with a hushed voice. Right now His Highness and the 2 Sky Kings are in trouble. Our nations are in perils. You are the roots of the kingdom. If you take another step out, wouldn't you be walking the path of your own destruction? Did you think that you, some children, could stop and resist the Eastern Goblin tribe whom even the Heavenly Imperial Guardians couldn't? Princess Qian covered her face as her tears dropped through her face. Father is not here anymore, why do you still care about this country? I want to save that old fellow. The sickly beauty flew forward, a radiant light shone from her body as she turned into the appearance of Prince Tianluo quickly in mid-air. Light as a feather, she landed behind Yue Yang and shouted, the Prince of Tianluo Huaziyu is present. The real Prince of Tianluo wanted to speak out, but Luo Hua City Mistress slapped him down as she hugged Yu Bing, preventing her from running towards the stage. The mysterious beauty who liked to read books also released a colorful light from her body and turned into Yu Bing's appearance. However, she was a head taller than the real Yu Bing. She floated and landed behind Yu Bing too. I'm Yu Clan Yu Bing. Yu Bing cried until she was completely confused, almost fainting in Luo Hua City Mistress' embrace. Yinan and Luo Hua City Mistress held her tightly, afraid that she would rashly rush forward to say that she was the real Yu Bing. The moment she was discovered, the deeper they would be in their trouble. The Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace Dragon Ambassador Kin Lang stepped onto the stage with great strides. His expression wasn't very good, but his eyes shone with determination. Very good, now only Junior Sect Leader Bai Yunfei and Princess Qian left. The fiery gold eyes beast nodded his head satisfiedly. The Soaring Dragon Continent indeed had talent all over its lands. I have gone to many continents before, but this is my first time seeing so many talented younger generations. Now we only need to wait for Princess Xian and junior sect leader Bai Yunfei to come up to the stage. Once we have the numbers, we would immediately leave this place. We will not take up so much of everyone's time. Bai Yunfei is here. The mysterious person in the reprobate box had changed his clothes with Bai Yunfei. After taking off his mask, it turned out that he looked very similar to Bai Yunfei, as if he was born to become Bai Yunfei's double. The Dragon Spear Lady muttered something to Princess Xian. She didn't have a face-changing ability like the sickly beauty, but she wanted to risk herself and pose as Xian, going up to the stage for her. Princess Xian quickly shook her head and hands, firmly rejecting her. If Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the others weren't caught by the Eastern Goblin tribe, she would definitely not step out. But right now, there was no meaning in hiding. Their enemies had caught their seniors with the intention of making them, the juniors, show themselves. It could be said that their enemies had already anticipated everything in their plot, making it impossible for them to refuse. Right now, there were only two ways. First was to beat up these few people, capture them and use them to exchange hostages. This method would not be able to be achieved unless a strong innate ranker was here. The second method was to give up, stop resisting and set off with the Eastern Goblin tribe. When they found their relatives who were held captive, they could wait for an opportunity to rescue them, but that was almost equivalent to reclaim the ocean with sand. Of course, it was not like there was no hope at all. As long as those innate rankers who protected the Soaring Dragon Continent could return from the 10th floor of Tongtian Tower, go to the Eastern Goblin tribe domain and rescue everyone, this method should be possible. Princess Xian knew that it would be best for her to stay and allow the Dragon Spear Lady to substitute her. It was just that if Yue Yang and her father was really captured, why would she stay here alone? Wouldn't it be better to be captured together with them? Hugging Luohua City Mistress, Yu Bing, and Dragon Spear Lady goodbye, Princess Xian wiped her tears away, walked down the audience seats bravely and stepped onto the fighting arena, her huge sword clanking loudly behind her back. In an instant, she recovered her tigress' formidable eyes, looking towards her enemy with proud, courageous eyes. What a great princess of Xia! Women are definitely not inferior to men, you have your father's might. The fiery golden eyes beast praised loudly. If you want to invite us to the Rainbow Palace, you have to prove your capabilities to us. Yue Yang decided to fight the enemies, but he also mentioned another condition: when strong warriors fight, the impact from the clashes can easily harm innocent lives. I request that you allow the audience to leave. In any case, you only have business with the 10 of us, and we have all gathered right in front of you now. No problem. The fiery golden eyes beast who had transformed into a middle-aged man finally agreed, we are only inviting our honored guests, we don't care about other human matters. They are all free to leave. However, if there are anyone amongst them who is willing to stay to watch the match, we will not stop them. It will be their choice. If anyone amongst them is willing to follow us to the Rainbow Palace to meet our emperor, we will also be happy to oblige. A lot of people sighed, full of relief, when they heard the middle-aged man's words. It was definitely best if they could leave. Who would want to stay here? Those who had no business here obviously wanted to leave, the faster the better. However, people like Yekong, Fatty Hai and the others on the other hand, were not willing to leave. They hoped they could stay, wishing that they could be of help to Yue Yang even for a little bit. Escaping on their own and letting Yue Yang fight alone was not something they could stomach. The old fox definitely understood their thoughts, but he shot an angry glance at Fatty Hai, Yekong and the others as he shrouded Yu Bing with a cloak to hide her body and whispered an order, everyone, leave this place immediately. This is an opportunity to escape that Yue Yang have acquired for us with great difficulties. Yekong, Fatty Hai, you two lead the way. Maybe there are some Soaring Dragon Continent traitors or enemies who will try to kill us on our way. If that really happened, you have to lead in front and open the way for the rest. Everyone pay attention, the moment we get out from the area of effect of this sealed dimension, you must immediately use your teleportation scrolls and teleport to a safe place with the fastest speed. Hiding yourself is the first priority. Yu Bing also didn't want to leave, but she knew that it was extremely crucial for her to leave. If she didn't leave, her brother wouldn't be able to concentrate on his battle completely. Due to her brother pampering her, she had slowly reverted to girlish personality previously, who cried and laughed easily. Her heart was not closed off like she was last time, but that did not mean she had become weak. When she encountered a critical situation, her stubborn and unyielding fighting spirit immediately returned, resurfacing from her heart. She looked at her brother meaningfully, then wiped away her tears and pulled Yinan and Yu out from the stadium. Yinan and Yu were not strong enough. Right now, her brother couldn't afford to pay attention to them, so it was her turn to protect them. Yu Bing didn't look for Luohua City Mistress. She knew that Sister Luohua would definitely not leave. If there was no opportunity to escape, Sister Luohua would stay to protect everyone. However, if there was an opportunity to escape, she would still stay because she would choose to fight by her brother's side. Sister Luo Hua's aurora after body fusion was one of her brother's secret weapon after all. I really hate this. I am the big boss, yet I have to escape and leave my little brother to fight alone. How could I face the others as the big boss this way? Fatty Ha's eyes turned as red as a wolf's as he dashed right to the front. He was ready to face any kind of things that might happen. Ye Kong and Li brothers also followed, opening the path in front for the others. If Yu Bing, Yi Nan, Yu and the others weren't there, Fatty Hai, Ye Kong and the others would never leave even if they were half dead. But right now, they must leave to protect the girls, until they reached a safe place. The whole stadium was in chaos. If they were allowed leave this place, obviously no one wanted to stay. There were some who summoned their flying beast and rode away, and those who couldn't fly also quickly ran towards the exit doors. The mercenaries were all panicked and terrified. It was the students, on the other hand, who were calm and more orderly, listening to their teachers and the referee's orders. They quickly grouped themselves and left the place in an orderly fashion. The old fox looked at Yue Yang and made a hand gesture for him not to worry. Then, he quickly rushed to Yu Bing's and the other's side to protect them. The person who wanted to stay the most was him, but he could never let a whole lot of people without a strong rancor leave without protection. What if there were enemies lying in ambush? There were actually quite a few who stayed. Some were mercenaries with more gut than the others, some were sect disciples like the Western Lion Pagoda disciples and Ji Jin Academy's students. Without Prince of Zi Jin, they couldn't leave. Otherwise, returning to the Ji Jin kingdom would only mean death. Amongst those who stayed, there were also some who were the organizers of the tournament. Most of them only possessed special type beasts, so they did not have much combat power. However, they were experts in healing and regeneration, hence they stayed behind in the hopes of becoming a help to Yue Yang and the others when they are needed. There were also Dragon Spear Lady, Luo Hua City Mistress and other secretly strong warriors waiting outside the fighting arena, storing up their energy in order to save Yue Yang and the others at any moment. Lastly, there was also Bai Yunfei who was hiding inside his private box, not letting out a single squeak. He didn't know why he did not leave and take advantage of the opportunity to escape. Instead, he had stayed behind. From within the middle of the black pillar of light that had fused with the middle of the runic circle, another man with a huge pair of tiger-striped wings appeared, flapping his wings. He shouted at the fiery golden eyes beast who had transformed into a middle-aged man, Jinjing, you are too slow. Get those targets and leave this place immediately. We need sacrifices to the thousand heads beast to maintain this passage, so you can't afford to be slow. Xiang and Mei brothers, capture those people immediately. As long as you don't kill them and violate our agreement, you don't have to worry about anything. Move. That fiery golden eyes beast's expression immediately changed when he saw the other visitor. He cupped his hand and bowed respectfully, greetings to the Flying Tiger Ambassador. Since you have said that, Jinjing will entrust everything here to the Flying Tiger. Jinjing asked for permission to be excused. Like the Flying Tiger Ambassador, the middle-aged man flew into the middle of the runic circle and disappeared. Before he left, it seemed like he glanced at Yue Yang for an instant. Hearing the Flying Tiger Ambassador's words, the two black-clothed man and two red-robed man dashed forward like lightning. Yan Po Jun, Feng Qi Sha and the others were already prepared beforehand, almost summoning their grimoires right at the same time. They blocked the four people's attack with their protective shield just in time. In midair, that Flying Tiger Ambassador condensed a terrifying ball of light in his hands as he shouted towards Yue Yang, stop resisting right now and be obedient. If you stop resisting and obediently leave with us, we might still allow you guys to keep your combat powers. Otherwise, if you resist, I won't stand in ceremony when I capture you guys later. Think about it carefully. I'm not like that Jinjing who likes to talk in a refined manner. I, the Flying Tiger, am an existence with much stronger powers that won't tolerate disobedience. Yue Yang realized that this Flying Tiger Ambassador was indeed much stronger than the fiery golden eyes beast. However, based on their wisdom and battle potential, that refined Jinjing was more terrifying. When Yue Yang saw that Jinjing had left and the Flying Tiger Ambassador was about to unleash his attack, he knew that he couldn't drag the battle out anymore. In the end, he still couldn't wait for the Heavenly Imperial Guardians from the different countries to come. Maybe the Heavenly Imperial Guardians were still battling, so they were too busy to come here. Fortunately Yue Bing and the others had already left this place. Although they had not gone very far, but if Yue Yang and the others fought now, they wouldn't be harmed from the impacts of the attacks. Listen, I will count to 10. If you guys are still hiding behind your protective shields, I will release a Radiant Tiger explosion wave every 10 seconds at those people who were escaping. I guarantee that those friends and fellow schoolmates of yours who had not gone very far will all die horribly. 1, 2, 3. The Flying Tiger Ambassador raised a ball of light into the sky. As long as he released it, no matter at which direction, the crowd of people outside would definitely be heavily injured. Since things have come to this, everyone, let's fight with all our might. Yue Yang knew that he couldn't drag the time anymore. He was the first to recall his summoning grimoire and started to turn his Reaper Mantis into an armor, turning it into an unusual-looking Reaper Mantis armor. It was a pity that he didn't learn much on transforming armors, he was not yet able to display that kind of power that the sickly beauty had. Furthermore, the Reaper Mantis wasn't counted as the best armor transformation beast at this period of time. Yue Yang could only cover up 30% of his body in the armor transformation. However, even that made the Flying Tiger Ambassador frown. The Flying Tiger Ambassador pointed at Yue Yang and shouted at the Xiang and Mei brothers, "Leave this human boy to me. Get the others quickly, we don't have much time." Yan Po Jun, Feng Qixia, Dragon Ambassador King Lan and the guy who substituted Bai Yunfei all started summoning their strongest beasts and attacked the oldest Xiang brother. They felt that they had the most chance of winning, fighting him 4-1. Xuetan Lang fought against the second Xiang brother alone. He knew that he would definitely not win fighting against a strong enemy alone, but he did that in order to reduce his other friend's pressure. Another person with the same thoughts as him was Princess Xian. She fought against the red-clothed Meihua Bao, the older brother of Meihua brothers, in order to give the opportunity for the mysterious beauty and the sickly beauty to fight the second Meihua brother 2-on-1. Dragon Spear Lady and Luohua City Mistress also gathered their strongest powers, prepared to help anytime. The weird thing was that Bai Yunfei, who was hiding inside the private box, was hiding his presence instead, as if he intended to stand by and not do anything. The Bloody Queen Red followed Yue Yang closely behind, rising into the sky together with Yue Yang as they flew towards the Flying Tiger Ambassador. The great battle commenced with the explosion of her banshee scream. Every single Eastern Goblin tribe people did not have summoned beast, maybe it was because their existence themselves was already like a summoned beast. When the banshee scream exploded, the Flying Tiger Ambassador divided himself into two bodies, one of them condensing the Radiant Tiger explosion wave, ruthlessly throwing it at Yue Yang. The other body moved 100 times faster than lightning towards the black-clothed Xiang brother who was fighting against Yan Po Jun and 3 others. His two hands condensed 2 tiger head-shaped ball of lights, separately shooting them towards Feng Qixia and Yan Po Jun's back. Dragon Ambassador King Lan had just turned around when he saw the Flying Tiger Ambassador releasing a tiger-like shockwave from his mouth, exploding it right at Dragon Ambassador King Lan's face. On the other side, the black-clothed older brother Xiang's fist was 1 meter apart from colliding onto the guy who pretended to be Bai Yunfei. However, Bai Yunfei's double avoided it and sent a heavy blow onto the older brother Xiang's chest. Alas, he was only pushed 2 steps back, there were no other reactions. Bai Yunfei's double was surprised to find that Feng Qixia and the other 2 people did not come forward to help him attack the black-clothed man. When he turned around, he found that all 3 of them had already fallen on the ground. Behind him, a fist that was flying towards him fast like a meteor suddenly appeared before him. Shocked, Bai Yunfei's double immediately leapt into the sky, trying to avoid the attack. A level 8 Emperor human. Not bad. It's a pity that you met me, Flying Tiger. Flying Tiger's body suddenly disappeared. He then reappeared right above Bai Yunfei's double who had leapt into the sky. His 5 fingers were spread out as he slammed his palm unavoidably onto Bai Yunfei's double's head. A terrifying shockwave ensued. The attack had created a pillar of light that slammed Bai Yunfei's double straight onto the fighting arena, buried deep into the ground. As Bai Yunfei's double struggled to crawl out in pain, one of the Flying Tiger raised his large hands and condensed another round of Radiant Tiger explosion wave, prepared to smash it towards Bai Yunfei's double. Bai Yunfei's double's eyes were filled with despair and terror. Rumble. Just as the Flying Tiger Ambassador was about to smash Bai Yunfei's double with his Radiant Tiger explosion wave, suddenly, a loud sound exploded in his ears. On the stage, a figure suddenly shot out like a meteor into the ground, smashing the tiles on the fighting arena into pieces. The Flying Tiger Ambassador was greatly surprised. This was because the figure which was blasted away was not of those little human children, it was the younger Xiang brother who was fighting against the guy whose appearance was cold like ice. That ice-cold guy actually had the ability to blast the younger Xiang brother away? But that brat wasn't even a level 7 overlord. The Flying Tiger Ambassador definitely would not believe it. When he turned around, he realized that the older Xiang brother behind him had also already been blasted away. His body smashed deep into the ground just like his younger brother. Only then did the Flying Tiger Ambassador found out that the one who sent the younger and older Xiang brothers away was not that ice-cold guy, but that other guy who was wearing the half-crying half-laughing golden mask. He had not only sent the Xiang brothers flying, he had even condensed a giant fire shield to block the older Meihua brothers' claws. He managed to deal with 3 out of the 4 Xiang and Meihua brothers alone. It was really unimaginable. This person, he obviously had to deal with the Flying Tiger's own copy, how could he have the time to assist the others? When the Flying Tiger Ambassador turned around towards Yue Yang, he froze again. In the sky, his other body had already been frozen completely. His hands were still making the Radiant Tiger explosion wave's gesture, making him look like he had raised his hands in surrender. His frozen body dropped towards the ground very quickly, and smashed onto the fighting arena, producing a loud, thundering sound. Shattered blocks of ice scattered all around. What happened? The Flying Tiger Ambassador was extremely confused. Even if that human child could see through that his other body only had a tenth of his main body's power, he shouldn't be able to freeze his copy into ice, should he? Furthermore, how could this young brother be defeated by warriors below the innate rank? Also, where did the Radiant Tiger explosion wave that his copy had unleashed just now go? Of course, Yue Yang wouldn't answer him that this young brothers were actually sent flying by the Flying Tiger Ambassador's own Radiant Tiger explosion wave. Ack! This young brothers howled loudly. They shook their bodies as they sent quakes all over the fighting arena. From within the smashed tiles, they suddenly shot forward. Although they were sent flying by Yue Yang's ingenious maneuver of the Flying Tiger Ambassador's Radiant Tiger explosion wave, their strong bodies only suffered light injuries. Only a small part of their skin was burnt black. The Eastern Goblin tribe had an unimaginably thick and tough skin. Although they were not innates, but they had strongly built bodies that had reached the peak of their training. Other than an innate ranker's attack, they could ignore every other attack. In comparison, a level 9 Saint human ranker would at least be internally injured when they received a round of Radiant Tiger explosion wave. Of course, although a human body was not comparable to beasts, goblins, and other races, their wisdom were higher than the rest. As long as humans could reach level 9 Saint, they would definitely become an innate ranker. That was not the case with the Eastern Goblin tribe. The younger Meihua brother slashed his mighty claws onto Princess Xian. Princess Xian didn't receive it physically, instead, she summoned her grimoire and raised her protective shield, blocking the attack. She was only responsible for holding up the younger Meihua brother, allowing Yue Yang, Wu Xia and Wu Hen to kill the older Meihua brother. Xiong brothers, take these few human kids away first. Meihua brothers and I will follow you after. The Flying Tiger Ambassador looked at the unconscious Feng Qixia, Yan Pojun and the others sprawling all over the ground, waved his hands and ordered the Xiong brothers to take those people away. Otherwise, in the upcoming huge battle they were going to have, these defenseless, unconscious people might get accidentally killed. The Xiong brothers were extremely furious, but they still listened to orders. One of them carried the heavily injured Feng Qixia and Yan Pojun, while the other carried the unconscious Dragon Ambassador King Lan and Prince of Ziyijin. They roared loudly as they shot towards the black pillar of light in the middle of the runic circle, disappearing without trace. The Flying Tiger Ambassador delivered a punch onto his copy that was frozen in ice, freeing himself from the trap of ice. Fusing together again with his copy, the Flying Tiger Ambassador recovered his full strength and charged towards Yue Yang. Yue Yang immediately summoned his grimoire and erected his shield. As the impact of the Flying Tiger Ambassador's punch caused ripples all over Yue Yang's protective shield and disappeared ineffectively in the end, Yue Yang unleashed binding chains on him to bind him on the spot. The bloody Queen Red Dove down from the sky and released a banshee scream on the Flying Tiger Ambassador's ears as she pierced the gold dragon slaying dagger and silver eye destroyer dagger into both of the Flying Tiger Ambassador's eyes. Yue Yang then followed with a shameless attack. He used his maximum power to swing his first slash, earth-splitting slash, covered in fire with his fire ability, right across the Flying Tiger Ambassador's lower body. He was deliberately trying to turn this Flying Tiger into an eunuch. Since the Eastern Goblin tribe possessed a strong, robust body, making a normal attack was useless on them. Hence, Yue Yang was forced to attack the enemy's vital parts instead. On the other side, Shui Tanlang and Princess Qian had all summoned their grimoires and hid underneath their protective shields. Even when the younger Meihua brothers slashed and clawed at their shields, they were completely safe and sound. As for the older Meihua brother, he found that his fastest speed couldn't actually outrun the two girls in front of him. His attacks repeatedly missed his targets. Frustrated, the older Meihua brother furiously rushed towards the side of the fighting arena and attacked Luohua City Mistress, who was standing below the stage. Luohua City Mistress immediately summoned her grimoire and erected her protective shield, easily blocking the life-threatening slash. At the same time, the three-tailed fox at her feet quickly grew bigger. Its 6 tails swayed elegantly as it emitted sweet fragrance all around. Luohua City Mistress had been charging her Aurora skill all this while, and she had reached the maximum charging amount of her skill. Her terrifying Aurora shot straight at the older Meihua brother. On the other end, the Flying Tiger Ambassador, whom Yue Yang was slashing with his sword, was conveniently standing in her Aurora's straight path of light. This was the unexplainable, impeccable teamwork between Luohua City Mistress and Yue Yang. They did not need to speak to have great teamwork in battles. The older Meihua brother obviously didn't want to bear the brunt of her terrifying Aurora. He jumped to the other side to avoid the attack. However, the moment he avoided the attack, the Flying Tiger Ambassador who was still bound by binding chains became very unfortunate. The Aurora shot straight at him, exploding on his body. The Flying Tiger Ambassador's body was flung onto the other side of the audience pit hundreds of meters away. The impact of the Aurora caused a huge hole on the ground, crushing the stone tiles and burying the Flying Tiger Ambassador within. On the other side, The older Meihua brother who had just avoided the aurora watched both in alarm and relief secretly in his heart. However, just as he was doing this, a punch that was no weaker than his own punch shot heavily onto his nose. This was the Dragon Spear Lady's sneak punch. She immediately displayed her magnificent and powerful strength the moment she attacked. The older Meihua brother's head smashed right into the ground when he was punched. When he tried crawling out of the hole on the ground, he couldn't help but to spit a mouthful of blood. This was the first time in this battle that an Eastern Goblin tribe member vomited blood. When the older Meihua brother saw the blood in his hands, he looked like he didn't believe what just happened. She wasn't an innate ranker, yet she had actually beaten him until he vomited blood? In the sky, the black pillar of light and the runic circle slowly started to quiver and dissipate, as if it was about to disappear any time. The Mei brothers felt it and looked upwards, their expression turning anxious and worried. They have to go right now. But the Flying Tiger ambassador had not given them the order to go. Amidst the stone crumbles on the audience pit at the opposite side, the Flying Tiger ambassador sent the pieces of stone covering his body away with his chi. Stones both small and big in sizes flew all over the sky. His eyes weren't injured, but he had shed tears of pain. At the same time, his lower body was burnt black. It seemed like although he didn't turn into a eunuch, he was still heavily injured. As for Luohua City Mistress Aurora, it only burnt the skin of his head black, but it didn't seem to cause any other grave injuries. The Flying Tiger ambassador was furious beyond compare as he roared loudly towards Yue Yang, "If I have enough time, I would have torn you into pieces." He flew quickly onto the middle of the fighting arena and carried Bai Yunfei's double's body and flew towards the disappearing black pillar of light, before signaling to the others to return. Before he left, he turned around and angrily shouted at Yue Yang, "If you have the guts, come over here and chase after us. I will be waiting for you in Ancient Passage. We'll have a one-on-one duel. If you win, you can take back all the people we kidnapped. Do you have the guts to come after us?" Yue Yang, the mysterious beauty Wu Xia, the sickly beauty Wu Hen all gave each other a glance before leaping up into the sky at the same time. Princess Xian purposely leapt a little slower, waiting for Luohua City Mistress. Xuetan Lang, on the other hand, didn't pursue them like Yue Yang and the others did. Instead, he released an ice-cold tornado to attack the younger Meihua brother who was flying up to the sky. He was prepared to give up his life in order to keep one of the Eastern Goblin tribe here. On the other side, the Dragon Spear Lady also attacked the older Meihua brother in mid-air. As long as these two Eastern Goblin tribe members weren't able to reach the Black Pillar of Light before it disappeared, they would definitely die in Soaring Dragon Continent. The Heavenly Imperial Guardians who were too slow to arrive and the strong warriors from various countries would definitely not let them off. The younger Meihua brother resisted Xuetan Lang's tornado and flew up with all his might. Yue Yang threw down a spherical beheader and hacked it onto the younger Meihua brother's head. That younger Meihua brother howled out in pain, but continued to resist and finally managed to enter into the Black Pillar of Light. Princess Xian waved her great sword. The older Meihua brother who had just intercepted Dragon Spear Lady's attack was slashed by Princess Xian's great sword. The older Meihua brother also wanted to force himself into the Black Pillar of Light, but the mysterious beauty Wu Xia who had disguised herself as Yu Bing condensed a shard of ice and lightning in both of her hands, smashing them onto the right and left side of his face at the same time. The older Meihua brother slashed his claws in pain and confusion, but he was easily blocked by the sickly beauty's crystal shield armor. There were the Dragon Spear Lady and Xuetan Lang below and double Aurora. Luohua City Mistress upgraded Aurora after using body fusion with Yue Yang, right above him. Dragon Spear Lady's meteor-like punch struck hard at the older Meihua brother right as Wu Xia's hands left him. Xuetan Lang's tornado came and covered the whole sky, tearing the older Meihua brother's body into shreds. In the sky, the double Aurora which was 10 times more frightening than Aurora was shot out from Yue Yang's and Luohua City Mistress' hands. The double Aurora slowly turned into a gigantic pillar of light, shooting right at the surprised older Meihua brother, blasting him away. The destructive double Aurora blasted the older Meihua brother several meters away. The crumbled pieces of stone on the audience pit turned into ashes under the blast of double Aurora. When the blinding light passed, underneath a huge cavity caused by the double Aurora, Yue Yang realized that the older Meihua brother had actually not died. Instead, he regained his original form, a giant plum leopard who looked dispirited and whose whole body was terribly cut up all over. It was almost 20 meters long from its head to its tail, and its body was almost as huge as a small hill. It couldn't be compared to the thunder leopard or others of its type in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Even the giant mammoth and the battle kodo beast looked puny compared to this plum leopard. No wonder it didn't die no matter how much it was beaten. Turns out the Eastern Goblin tribe's people had such a gigantic body. Dragon Spear Lady actually wanted to follow Yue Yang and the others to fight the strong enemies, but when she saw this, she quickly waved towards Yue Yang and said, "You guys, go. Leave this fellow to me. Xuetan Lang, go and call the old fox here quickly. This fellow will not be so easy to kill." From within the Dragon Spear Lady's body, a cute little panda suddenly appeared. It shouted to Yue Yang, putting on an I am super awesome air as it said, Niu will definitely help Mum to defeat this bad fellow. Big brother, when you return, you must reward Niu with lots of candies, okay? Yue Yang was long prepared to deal with the little panda girl. She was more or less the same as Yu Shuang the little girl anyway. A candy was the greatest weapon to them. Yue Yang's ability to entertain kids was at Grandmaster's level after all, he was always prepared with a lot of candies at hand. He showed them to the little panda girl. When the little panda girl saw the candies, her fighting spirit increased to 100 points immediately, her combat power increasing to 1000 points. On the other hand, Luohua City Mistress and the other girls were all greatly shocked. Why would this fellow bring so many candies with him all the time? Could it be that he was prepared to kidnap little girls anytime? Go away, little kids will have toothache if they eat too much candies. The drunk cat Big Sis, who had disguised herself as the Dragon Spear Lady, was deeply unsatisfied with Yue Yang's attempt at abducting her precious girl Niu. Here, wine for you. Yue Yang was also prepared to abduct the drunk cat Big Sis together with the little panda girl as he threw a bottle of wine to her. Who the hell drinks wine during a battle? The drunk cat Onisan was completely driven mad. She wanted to smash the wine that Yue Yang threw to her into pieces initially, but when she saw that it was good wine, she couldn't bear to smash it just like that. Let's chase after them quickly, the Pillar of Light is almost gone. The mysterious beauty Wu Xia took the lead and entered into the Black Pillar of Light. Next, the sickly beauty, Princess Xian, and Yue Yang, who was holding Luohua City Mistress' hands, all followed through. When the gigantic plum leopard was about to jump and chase after them, Yue Yang bestowed it with another spherical beheader. Yue Yang and Luohua leapt into the Black Pillar of Light as that giant plum leopard fell onto the ground from mid-air. When it was about to try and jump again, the Black Pillar of Light and the runic circle had already disappeared without trace. The giant plum leopard howled out, its voice so loud that it shook the grounds and reverberated through the clouds. Xuetan Lang and the drunk cat Big Sis looked at each other. The Soaring Dragon Continent finally managed to capture one of the Eastern Goblin tribe member who had infiltrated them. Although it was only an Imperial Guard level plum leopard, it was better than nothing. They would definitely be able to dig out a lot of information from this plum leopard. Yue Yang, Princess Xian and the others who entered the Black Pillar of Light realized that they were teleported into a dark gigantic passage. The mysterious beauty Wu Xia frowned her brows. This is not Tongtian Tower, this place is still in the Soaring Dragon Continent. If I'm not wrong, this should be Death Canyon. It seems like we are in the ancient passage that surrounds the gods' ruins. It's not easy for warriors who dwell in the outer realm of the Tongtian Tower to come to Soaring Dragon Continent. They would have to first enter the ancient passage, then teleport out of it to Tongtian Tower. This ancient passage is the only passage that links the outer realm to Tongtian Tower. Of course, it is also difficult for them in order to enter the ancient passage. They would need to offer a great amount of sacrifice in order to open the teleportation gate into the ancient passage. Is it the same as a demon king requiring a blood sacrifice in order to teleport to the Soaring Dragon Continent from the demon abyss? Yue Yang remembered the fight at Whitestone City when Xia Huo used a great amount of blood sacrifice to summon the demon king Xian. No, the sickly beauty shook her hands and said, it is also not easy for demon abyss dwellers to come to the Soaring Dragon Continent. They can easily go to any levels of the Tongtian Tower, but they won't be able to leave at will. It's similar to when we enter the demon abyss, we also can't leave there at will. If a demon king came to the Soaring Dragon Continent, it must be because he had come to the Soaring Dragon Continent before to train and left some kind of trace here. Only with the help of his devout followers offering blood sacrifice as a guide, will he be able to come to the Soaring Dragon Continent. The stronger the dimension traveler, the harder it is to form the interdimensional passage. If it was a strong being like the Demon King who had not come to the Soaring Dragon Continent before, I think he would need at least 10,000, or even 100,000 of Demon Abyss dwellers to offer as sacrifice if he wants to come to the Soaring Dragon Continent. Only then would he be able to open the teleporting space between Demon Abyss and Soaring Dragon Continent. Furthermore, he would need someone in the Soaring Dragon Continent to guide him. If there were no traitors or spies in the Soaring Dragon Continent, strong enemies like Demon Kings and Eastern Goblin tribe people would definitely not be able to come to the Soaring Dragon Continent. I found some trace of blood. Princess Xian's 6 records was very sharp. She immediately discovered some traces of blood not far off from them. Seems like we did not deviate too much during our teleportation to this ancient passage. We are just right behind our enemies. The mysterious beauty Wu Xia looked at Yue Yang. Are you sure you want to lift your innate strength limiter? Your recovery period is not over yet, I'm alright. Yue Yang knew that the effects of overusing his innate powers were terrifying. He could overuse his powers anytime and die, but he believed that he could control his own powers. As long as he did not lose control of his mind, then his body would probably not crumble apart. Furthermore, he still had these few strong and capable girls to help him. Yue Yang was kind of assured in lifting the limiter on his innate powers. He knew that even if he had reached the limits during a battle, they would be able to take him away from this place and heal his injuries. Since he did not need to worry about the consequences, why not exert all of his power? Yue Yang did not lift his innate powers limiter during the tournament championship, because he needed a lot of time to lift it. He thought the Eastern Goblin tribe would probably be gone before he finished lifting the seal on his innate powers. Now that he had chased after them to this ancient passage, as long as he caught up with the Flying Tiger Ambassador and the others and was able to lift the seal on his innate powers, they would definitely not be able to escape from him unscathed. Just as Yue Yang was discussing their strategy with the four girls, a whooshing sound of wind was heard from afar. Was it the enemy? Or was it the rumored, legendary terrifying monster who lived in the ancient passage and had never seen the light of the sun before? 4. Ancient passage. In this gigantic ancient passage, if a human was to look all around, he would feel really small and insignificant. The end of the passage couldn't be seen, and its height was endlessly high. On the walls of this ancient passage, one could see caves that were as spacious as the championship stadium on its walls. No one knew what they were used for. Every few meters apart, there would be crystal stones embedded on the walls that slightly emitted light, illuminating the ancient passage. The ancient passage was humongous, and its path was uneven. Sometimes, there would be high ground, and sometimes there would be low grounds caused by the giant stones that lasted continuously without end. The ancient passage was also not a straight path, having frequent left and right turns like the body of a snake. The thing that made Yue Yang become alert was that the ancient passage's walls were decorated with carvings everywhere. Everyone, wait a moment. Let's look at these carvings, Yue Yang had a sudden thought. Maybe these carvings on the wall were clues to something. He quickly gestured at the four girls to stop. Those sculptures looked very similar to the sculptures that Yue Yang had seen in the rear halls of the 12 zodiac temples in Tokyo Tower. However, they were much bigger. Almost every god or deity sculptures were several meters or even hundreds of meters high. Different kinds of mysterious runic circles and symbols decorated the walls, as if they were stars in the skies. They faintly looked like they were interconnected to each other. However, they formed an extremely confusing puzzle that was difficult to make out distinctly, leaving others with a déjà vu feeling. Some parts of the walls were also carved with different types of beasts, most of them were beasts that did not exist in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Even the sisters, Wu Xia and Wu Hen, who possessed the richest knowledge, couldn't recognize these beasts. There were also humans carved on the walls, but in comparison, they were only as big as a grain of rice. Those humans looked puny and weak, they could even be described as insignificant. Yue Yang also discovered that there were carvings of the Eastern Goblin tribe members fighting a great battle against other tribes on the wall. As they walked a little further up, Yue Yang saw a fiery golden eyes beast, a valiant bear, plum leopards and the other Eastern Goblin tribe members massacring a legion of demons from the demon abyss. These demon legions couldn't be compared to those demon legions in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Further up, Yue Yang saw something that shocked him. In front, the most distinct engraving was a carving of a golden-winged great peng spreading its wings that were 10,000s of miles wide. It was so majestic and gigantic that the demon legion from the demon abyss were as puny as ants at its feet. Shiro, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/peng_, mythology. If the emperor that the fiery golden eyes beast and the others are talking about is this golden-winged great peng, we are really going to be in deep trouble this time. Yue Yang was a guy from another world. Although there were no legends about the golden-winged great peng in the Soaring Dragon Continent, he had read a lot of books in his previous lives, so he knew the might of a golden-winged great peng. Based on mythologies, this golden-winged great peng was not an ordinary figure. It was a terrifying existence who possessed a wingspan of more than 3,360,000 li, and ate at least a dragon king and 500 smaller dragons every single day. This golden-winged great peng was revealed to be the Buddha's godmother in the end. It was a super strong boss who could defeat Sun Wukong with ordinary kung fu skills. Shiro, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/list_of_journey_the_score-of_cat_lion_camel_ridge. It was written that there was a fish in the northern ocean called Kun. Kun was humongous, its body was at least thousands of lis big. It then evolved into a bird, and was called a peng. Peng's back spanned over thousands of lis wide. When it flew, its wings looked like it could cover up the whole earth. Shiro, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/zhuangzi_book. It was also said that the peng resided in the south, in a place that could only be reached by traveling 3,000 lis of water and flying 90,000 lis of height. When Yue Yang told the girls about it, although he only said that the golden-winged great peng ate 500 dragons, he had already thoroughly scared the four girls stiff. He did not even mention about the Buddha and Sun Wukong. Princess Qian's reaction was to proclaim her disbelief. That's impossible. How could a bird have a wingspan of 3,360,000 lis? Where would it fly to then? The sky wouldn't even be enough for it. Furthermore, it couldn't have eaten 500 dragons every day. Even if it could eat 500 dragons, there's not enough dragons in this world for it to eat. Wouldn't it die from hunger then? Little liar, you are just trying to scare us, aren't you? I don't believe you. Yue Yang shook his hands. Actually, it's not those kind of gold-ranked dragons or black dragons, those overgrown lizards. It ate those types of python dragon kings who could grow up to 1,000 li long. Legends said that the golden-winged Great Peng's daily menu was 1 python dragon king as the main dish and 500 small dragons as snack. Princess Xian's smile disappeared when she heard that as she said, that's even more impossible. It's big beyond compare, that's for sure. But I don't think it is as big as he had exaggerated it to be. The mysterious beauty Wuxia mediated between Yue Yang and Princess Xian. If the fiery golden eyes beast's emperor is that golden-winged Great Peng, how can we fight it? When Luohua city mistress saw the gigantic engraving on the walls, her heart sunk a little. In this picture, the golden-winged Great Peng's wings were hundreds of meters wide, while the demon kings and lich kings were only a few meters tall and a demon marshal was a person's height. If this illustration was based on a real-life scale, if Yue Yang and the 4 girls really came to the Eastern Goblin tribe's domain in order to see this golden-winged Great Peng, they wouldn't even be fit to be the food remained stuck in between its teeth. We definitely wouldn't be able to defeat it right now. Heck, we might not even be able to escape from it. Yue Yang was really sweating hard. Even Sun Wukong couldn't defeat it, how could he possibly defeat the golden-winged Great Peng? Then what should we do? Luohua city mistress also sweated. They had pursued them to the ancient passage now, must they return back with tails in between their legs? Kings should fight against other kings and generals against generals. Since we belong to lesser soldiers category, we should defeat the opponent's lesser soldiers. Yue Yang comforted them and said, furthermore, there are different types of golden-winged Great Pengs. There are other golden-winged birds, such as Andaja, birth from an egg, Jiraduja, birth from a womb, Samsvidija, birth from moisture, and Upapadoka, birth from evolution. Andaja will eat egg-laying dragons, Jiraduja will eat both egg-laying and birthing dragons, and Samsvidija will eat egg-laying, birthing dragons and dragons that came from water. As for Upapadoka, it will eat whatever it could find, it had no diet restriction. The biggest one would be the golden-winged Great Peng, who had a wingspan of 3,360,000 li. However, the smallest golden-winged bird's wingspan might not even be 336 m wide. Shiro, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/j%c4%81ti_ Buddhism, number forms _of_ birth, we still couldn't possibly defeat a 336 wingspanned bird. Princess Xian laughed as she shook her hand. Bai Yunfei's gold dragon, which was gold ranked level 7, was already terrifying enough with its wingspan of over 20 meters. If they met a golden-winged Great Peng with a wingspan of 336 meters, what could they possibly do? They did not even need to fight, as long as it flapped its wings, it could probably blow a whole army away. Luohua city mistress became even more curious as she listened to Yue Yang's stories. She asked, I know birth from an egg and birth from a womb, but what is birth from moisture and birth from evolution? Yue Yang put on his nerdy glasses and started to preach. The concept of birth from moisture originated from a cause and effect philosophy. Due to the presence of water, a new life has formed. This includes different types of insect types live such as maggots. As for birth from evolution, HMM. It meant something like gaining some kind of new powers that you had never have before, or maybe experiencing a change in your mental state, turning into another person or thing. Of course, this is not an accurate explanation, but it's more or less like that. When he said this, a thought suddenly flashed across his mind. He remembered the big loli in his dream realm, who was created by the sword goddess's condensed sword chi. Does she count as birth from evolution? If the big loli in his dream realm was an existence that was born from evolution, the highest form of birth, then who is the heavenly sword goddess who created her? Was she a little creator? When he thought about it again, she was the flying sword that he had stolen from that old Daoist priest. Then, what kind of an extraordinary existence was that old Daoist priest? Damn, that old Daoist priest might just be an extraordinary figure who liked to play the part of a weak person, purposely disguising himself as a poor old Daoist priest to trick him. When Yue Yang thought of this, he suddenly felt like he was cheated. Could it be that the old Daoist priest had sent him to the Soaring Dragon Continent so that he could clean up the old Daoist priest's mess? That damned old geezer, he made a mess out of this place and ended up making him clean up the mess. Yue Yang immediately felt angry. Fortunately the old Daoist priest wasn't here, otherwise, he would probably beat that old Daoist priest without mercy. He really have never seen such an irresponsible deity before. What's wrong with you? Luohua city mistress hurriedly patted Yue Yang's shoulders when she saw him turning quiet for a long time without reaction. Did you think of something? Nothing. Yue Yang hurriedly switched the topic. The golden-winged Great Peng is an extremely strong boss that is supposed to be our opponent in the future when we have leveled up. We shouldn't be meeting it right now. However, any Eastern Goblin tribe member is a terrifying monster, like that fiery golden eyes beast and flying tiger, most of them were actually other people's mount, an extremely low form of existence. It would be alright if we met these people, we will definitely get a headache if we met their masters. Hope that they won't have masters forever. Just now, I think I heard a wind blowing sound. Let's just chase after them first and think about this later. I heard that there are a lot of terrifying monsters in the ancient passage who had never seen daylight. We must be more careful. The sickly beauty Wu Hen, who had been silent all along, suddenly reminded them. There shouldn't be. Although the passage is big, there's no food here. If there is no food, I think those creatures must have died from hunger. Princess Xian was more concerned about the current situation. She felt that it was impossible for monsters to exist in the ancient passage.